to believe sometimes. But yeah, I think if I'm playing this level, if I have this mindset, I can have good opportunities to go deep in the tournaments. You know what I mean? So trying to think positive, to stay there, to believe in myself, and then I don't know what is gonna come, but I'm there ready to take matches, to take opportunities.
We hardly mentioned Jasmine during the first week of the championships. Here she is again. What most impressed you about her performance yesterday against that very tricky game that, of course, Alex Ayala brings to every court?
I think she caught us by the surprise, us and actually Ayala as well, how quick she started that match, how well she played, and how fearless, you know, and relaxed she was on the court, and there was a lot of smiles from her. And I think coming to this tournament she had no expectations, no pressure kind of, because she had a little foot injury after French Open, and she didn't play much, only one, I think she played in Eastbourne the week before, lost first round. And overall this year haven't been great for her. She didn't win a lot of matches, and even here she talked about it. First round against Montgomery, she lost first set 6-love, and she said to herself, okay, it can only go better from this point. And I think slowly, point by point, you know, game by game, she finds a joy and the form, and now with each match she's just improving. But yesterday performance, what impressed me the most is how well she held that level all throughout the match. There wasn't any real dips for her.
No. Yeah, she came through 6-4, 4-6, 6-3. She'll play Marta Kostyuk, who was a 6-4, 6-4 winner over Ashlyn Kruger, the American qualifier. Now, Elise Mertens has obviously proved herself as a doubles Grand Slam champion on so many occasions, and not surprisingly she is using those experiences this year in the singles.
Definitely, that helps a lot. Playing finals in a Grand Slam in doubles is very nerve-wracking. You know, you win or you lose that day. So yeah, that definitely helped to calm my nerves today a little bit too, to eventually take that, you know, second set 6-4 to serve it out. So yeah, that really helped me today, and you know, as I said, it might be my only chance to play a quarters now, but you know, I'm soaking it all in. Yeah, great atmosphere in court too.
Olga, we all want more high-profile singles players to compete at doubles level, and presumably this is a classic example of, you know, winning big matches as a doubles exponent, and now maybe feeling just a little more calm and relaxed in a big singles battle.
Yeah, I think it happened to Krejcikova, right? Barbora Krejcikova, the same. She was #1 winning Grand Slam in doubles, and then suddenly that breakthrough in singles. And the same with Mertens. I mean, she was right away a great singles player, Mertens, and quite high in the ranking, and played alongside Arina Sabalenka for many years. And they won, before Sabalenka won her first Grand Slam in singles, they won a few Grand Slams in doubles as well. So, you know, I feel still that there is something that missing in Mertens, some big weapon really to go all the way. She has a great character. She fights on the court. She never gets really down on herself, but on a bigger stage, on the big moments, I always feel she's missing something.
Well, that's going to be good news then for Linda Noskova, who meets her in the quarterfinals. She knocked out Madison Keys yesterday and was then asked if she believes she can go the whole way.
You do have to believe in yourself at some point or at some stage. That you can do it, that you can play against these big players and win those matches, or be in the tough moments and win those moments. So the confidence does have to come from somewhere, but for me, as I always like to say, I do not focus on the results or the rankings or the achievements. I always try to have a good time on court. I always want to improve as a player, and this is where it got me. So it has never really been, you know, my goal to win this or win that.
So Olga, having expressed some doubts about Elise Mertens, you're presumably tipping Linda Noskova to win that match tomorrow.
Yes, I am. I just feel it's she's still young, very young, and she has already experience being in the quarterfinals. She did once in Australia, and I feel she has slightly more variety, and her game for grass is a bit more suited. than Mertens.
So looking at that half of the draw, you know, Kostyuk or Paulini to play Noskova or Mertens. Well, you say Noskova. Who's coming through between Kostyuk and Paulini?
I think Kostyuk.
Who's had a magnificent year. And therefore, one of those two is going to be in the Wimbledon final on Saturday.
I think that the whole bottom draw for women's is just not open. I mean, you still have Paulini, big names, and Kostyuk, who did play just semi-finals at French, but it's a big chance for whoever win those quarterfinals.
Yeah,
it's a kind of, you know, you can't stop and looking at this draw and thinking I have a chance.
Yeah.
For all of them, for 4 of them.
It's amazing how this sort of keeps on happening. You know, we were in Paris, we saw what Maya
I think we just
Holinska
have to stop
did.
being surprised.
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
We do, but we won't. You know. By the way, I've got a couple of good stats that I know you're part of the team, Zverev, just to give him a bit more inspiration. He, well, actually, we're jumping the gun here just a little bit, looking at the draw, but of course, we're assuming that he's going to come through and beat Yuri Lehechka today. Well, actually, no, the man that this is more relevant to, I'm talking about Germans to defeat world number ones, which is what Jan-Lennard Struff wants to do first of all. Zverev maybe later in the week will have to do that. The only German players I see from Max this morning to defeat world number ones at Wimbledon, well, they're obvious, the 2 obvious names. Becker did it 4 times against Agassi and Lendl on 3 occasions, and Michael Stich in 1991 beat Stefan Edberg. So it doesn't happen a lot. I think everyone will be surprised if Struff does it. Obviously, if your man gets a chance against Jannik Sinner, he's had some bruising battles against him in the past, but he's in form. There's one other good stat about Zverev as well, and now, of course, I can't find it. Oh, yes, if he wins today, he will become only the 2nd German man to reach the quarterfinals in the first 3 slams of the year, after Boris Becker, who did it twice in '86 and '91. So that's a good one to give him.
But I think he's, in general, beating all the stats, Alexander Zverev, and now having that Grand Slam as well. I think his stats is ridiculous. The amount of quarterfinals and semifinals that he played over the years in slams is just...
Yeah, Mr. Consistent until, well, it was until the last hurdle,
Yes.
and he put that right in Paris a few weeks ago. So we shall see. Now, a little earlier, we had Barry Cowan talking to Kyle Edmund, and he's now caught up with another of yesterday's superstars.
I'm here with Tommy Haas, who's in the mixed doubles. You've had the upgrade from the gentlemen's doubles. How's it going, Tommy?
Yeah, it's a great upgrade. It's going well, thank you. I got a nice partner with Martina Hingis. We've known each other for a very long time, and I get the pleasure to play with her for the first time.
Have you decided who's playing on which side?
We have, yes. I'm going to be playing on the Deuce side. She prefers the ad side, and of course she was able to choose.
How's the tournament gone for you so far? Obviously, Germany in the men's doing really well with Zverev and Struff.
Yeah, no, exactly. Haven't been watching too much the first week. Just got in a couple days ago, but yeah, just looking at the results. Of course, very happy and excited for Jan-Lennard Struff. You know, at this stage of his career, actually got to talk to him a few weeks ago in Stuttgart because we discussed that he wasn't able to receive a wildcard in Halle this year. It went to a couple other players, and here he is, you know, in the quarters playing Sinner against Sinner today in the quarterfinals. His best result here so far. You know, he's a player that's obviously very unpredictable, tough to play. When he's on, he's as dangerous as anyone, as we have seen over the years. So I'm really, really happy for him. And yeah, Sasha is just, you know, doing Sasha things right now. Obviously, he's one of the most consistent players for such a long time. Obviously, a huge success and relief for him, I'm sure, to win his first Grand Slam in fashion. And coming here with nothing to lose, really. Never really played his best tennis in Wimbledon before. You know, potentially now for him also a good chance to get to his, you know, first, is it maybe his first quarters or semis or finals here. So yeah, interesting and great for German tennis on the men's side.
So the question is, how does Struff beat Sinner?
Well, he's had some long matches in his bones so far. I'm not sure if that's going to play a role, to be honest. It's going to be a hot day today, so it'll be interesting to see how Sinner deals with that. But it is on grass, you know, so the rallies aren't too long. And for Struff to beat Sinner today, I think he's going to have to serve exceptionally well, which he's capable of doing, and just kind of tee it off and go for his shots when he has a chance, which is something that he does all the time anyway. You know, he's won 4 matches. He's probably feeling pretty confident. But of course, you can't forget and underestimate the fact that there is Sinner on the other side, someone that's you know, playing some of yeah, his best tennis, incredible what he's done already so far this year with the little hiccup at the French Open. So, you know, someone that obviously will you know, be so tough from the ground and, you know, getting a lot of returns back and serving well himself. So, should be an interesting one.
Well, standing on the media balcony overlooking the competitors' facilities, how impressed have you been with the improvements in the last 12 months, 24 months?
Yeah, just amazed with all the improvements over the last, you know, 20, 30 years, right? It's incredible where it's going, constantly trying to improve, you know, setting up the venue better for the players, better for the fans. I mean, it's an incredible experience, you know, even being someone that's, you know, lucky enough to be invited now to play here in the Legends for many, many years. But obviously I'll keep an eye out to see what the improvements are, because, you know, obviously with our tournament in Indian Wells, we're always trying to raise the bar as well. So it's great to see. Great to see where the sport has sort of gotten to in the past, and you know, it's nice to see sort of everyone trying to outdo each other.
Excellent, Tommy. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
Tommy Haas talking to our man Barry Cowan. Tommy is, we mentioned, playing with Martina Hingis, Olga's favourite player. 5th on court 12, up against the magician Fabrice Santoro and Renee Stubbs, who was part of Serena Williams' team last week. I wonder how she reflects upon all of that. And by the way, Jan-Lennard Struff is attempting to become the first German man to reach a Wimbledon semi-final since Tommy Haas back in 2009. And just to give you some of the other great names from the past who are in action, Mark Philippoussis and Cara Black, they play. Mansour Barami, he's still going strong, he's remarkable. He's partnering Eva Maioli. Our very own Thomas Johansson, who of course is expected to win on behalf of the Wimbledon radio channel. He's playing with Barbara Schett against the Brits, Greg Rosetsky and Johanna Konta. Sabine Lizicki and Katie O'Brien, who was a superstar in the Invitationals last year by all accounts. Actually, she played with Thomas last year. They're up against Vanya King and Yaroslava Shvedova. So wherever you look, there are legends. And also from a British point of view, court 4 first up today, Mark Seban, the British junior. He's playing Jamie McKenzie of Germany. Not a very German name, Jamie McKenzie. And a bit of pressure on Seban because yesterday our big hope in the girls' singles, Mika Stojsavljevic, lost. That said, Daniela Britton, who's only 15 years of age, won. She's definitely worth watching out for. Oh, one other Legends lineup, Richard Krajicek and Kyotovong, first on court 18 against Sebastian Grosjean and Tatiana Golovin. And a final one for you, and I'm sure you'll be able to answer this question, Olga. We were talking about how we shouldn't be surprised by surprises anymore. If Paulini loses tomorrow, it'll be the 2nd year in a row and the 3rd time in the last 4 editions at Wimbledon that no Wimbledon finalist will be in a Wimbledon semi-final. And if Paulini loses as well, it'll be the first time since 1946, Olga, that all 4 women will be into the semis here for the first time. Could you just remind me who the semi-finalists were at Wimbledon in 1946?
You just love.
I mean, surely you've got that one that you can just reel out. No, listen, it was Pauline Betts, Dorothy Bundy, Louise Bruff, and Margaret Osborne DuPont.
1946.
That was the last time that all 4 women made it through to a Wimbledon semi-final for the first time, and it could definitely happen this week. So there we are. What are you up to today? What match are you looking forward to going to?
I'm doing first on center, actually. I'm doing Pegula and Coco Gauff.
It's going to be good.
Yeah.
I mean, Gauff has surprised us all, hasn't she, by not always being at her best, but finding a way through. So I know you've tipped Pegula, but
yeah,
is it going to be close?
I think it will be close, and I'm still not sure. I tipped Pegula, but it's going to be a tough one. As you said, Pegula, Coco Gauff is always find a way, you know, from difficult situations and when she's not playing her best tennis. And obviously with each match played here, she is improving. So,
We can't wait to see what happens. Centre court 1:30, Pegula and Gauff, 1 o'clock start on number 1 court for Sinner and Jan-Lennard Struff. Of course, ball-by-ball commentary on every match on centre and number 1. And we have our reporters already out and about on the show courts. Di Stewart is lurking. She's going to take over shortly. But first, we'll go to court number 3. We've been talking about the wheelchair action, and it doesn't get much better than Takito Oda and Gordon Reid, and that's on Mikey Pereira's agenda. Good morning, Mikey.
Good morning, Marcus. Yes, this is a very big first-round matchup in the gentlemen's wheelchair singles. Takito Oda taking on Gordon Reid. Glorious sunshine out here. There is a little bit of breeze, which is just offering a little bit of respite, but this a fascinating contrast in generations and styles. Takito Oda is the dominant force of the new era, just 20 years old, already world #1 and collecting major titles at a remarkable rate. Gordon Reid, well, he is one of the sport's great competitors and ambassadors, a multiple-time Grand Slam champion whose experience and tactical intelligence remain among the very best. But it is an incredibly tough draw for Gordon Reid, taking on a player in Oda, who has won the last 5 Grand Slam tournaments in a row, which of course takes in his triumph here 12 months ago. Oda beating Alfie Hewitt in the final last year. It is an early break for Oda, but Gordon Reid is looking to break back here. Oda leading 2 games to love with the early stages of this one. As I just see, Reid does break back. So a reaction, a celebration from Gordon Reid. A couple of early breaks of serve here on the #3 court, and we are up and going on this one. I'll send it over to Abigail Johnson on court 12. Good morning, Abigail.
Morning, Mikey. Yeah, we're probably even earlier in proceedings out here, because at around about 11 minutes past 11, and players should have walked on at 11, Agnieszka Radwanska and Caroline Wozniacki walked onto court, and it was Wozniacki who said to the chair umpire, "We didn't hear them calling us, we were just waiting in the locker room," which is quite amusing, because Caroline Wozniacki, the 30-time WTA title winner herself, it's not all that long since she was competing. She came back for a second leg of her career, and she played her last match in the 3rd round of the 2024 US Open. So I saw them out on the practice courts at Orangi this morning, and they're just getting back up and running in this ladies' invitation doubles. These 2 pairs of players find themselves in Group B. So it's Radwanska and Wozniacki, and very familiar opposition. These players all from a similar generation. We've got Magdalena Rybarikova from Slovakia, who had her career best Grand Slam result here at the championships less than 10 years ago. That was a run to the semis in 2017, beat Karolina Pliskova on the way, and she is partnering the Czech lefty Lucy Safarova. I think we all say that wrong. It's actually Shivashova, but she was known as Lucy Safarova, and alongside her final run at Roland Garros in 2015, she made the semis here in 2014. Just really getting into the swing of things. It's the second game. Rybarikova and Safarova got the opening hold without really having to play too much tennis, and now it is 2012 runner-up Radwanska, who took a set off Serena Williams in that final under a bit of pressure. She is serving down advantage, and she's got a second serve after her tee delivery goes into the net. Great semi-circle stands here on court 12 that have been pretty full from long before the players even walked out on court. Just going to see if Rybarikova can take this for her team. Yes, she can. Puts a volley down into Wozniacki, who can't quite get under it. So it is 2-love in favor of Rybarikova and Safarova. And it means that we can head elsewhere. Let's check in with Ellie Collins, who's been around the grounds so far today.
Good morning, and it is a very good morning out here. I'm over by the tea lawn, where there is the most incredible orchestra playing. They've just played the James Bond theme tune. Don't know if you can hear the background of that now, but I'm just joined by 2 fans who have not queued for 1, but 2 nights to be here. How buzzing are you? Dan, we'll start with you.
Absolutely pumped, yeah, can't wait. This has been like the 20th year probably queued up, and obviously today we're going to get on centre for the first time in about 10 years, which is absolutely awesome. Can't wait to see the Joker later on today. Yeah, pumped, delighted to be here.
20 times you have queued up. What keeps you coming back time and time again?
I don't know, it's just sort of like a ritual now. Like, we always come together. Not in that sort of way, but yeah, we always come together like it's just some sort of like highlight of every year. Love coming to Wimbledon, grew up round the corner, so yeah, it's a great place to be. Like he says, we haven't been on centre for a while, so yeah, buzzing about that. Hopefully the Joker wins later.
Hopefully. Well, you mentioned tradition there. Have you guys got your own personal tradition for Wimbledon?
Have I got my own personal tradition? Yeah, just turn up and enjoy the show. That's
Is there anything you have to do every single time you're here?
Dress badly, not on purpose, but yeah, I think we're always like the worst dressed people in the crowd.
Yeah, I can actually confirm that because we've got Dan here wearing a Man United shirt. So if you see that, boos all around. No, I'm joking, guys. I hope you have the best day. Thank you so much. Enjoy.
Ellie, very well done with those spectators there, fans of Wimbledon. They've come back, it's a tradition for them, and they turn up and have a brilliant time every year. Delighted to be back. I'm Di Stewart, taking you through the next couple of hours on the broadcast centre roof. It's a glorious Tuesday. I was just checking. It's definitely Tuesday today. Opposite me is Nick Monroe, and you can confirm that today is Tuesday. Nick, can't you?
I definitely can confirm it is Tuesday. I lose track of days when I'm, you know, when I was
That's
playing,
why I'm saying
I would
it.
lose track of days when I was playing tournaments because it was all just about, okay, when's practice, when's the match, and then now I'm just excited each day about who's playing on the next. So yeah, but it is Tuesday.
You can forgive me, brilliant stuff. It's been a whirlwind over the past few days, and the sun is shining. 31 degrees it's going to get up to here in SW19. As I was walking through Wimbledon Village, so many fans from around the world, and fans of King Arthur. Of course, Arthur Ferry won yesterday. If you if you hadn't heard the news, I don't know where you have been, hiding under a rock, because it's headline news, front page, back page. My goodness, a Brit is through to the last 16. So many exciting matches coming your way today. And Nick, I wanted to start with Arthur Ferry, really, and what it means to him, to the British fans. He looked up to his box after he won against Dimitrov, who I actually felt a little bit sorry for, I have to admit, yesterday, because the years are going by and he was knocked out at the same stage last year. Well, because of injury, he had to withdraw, but Dimitrov is progressing no further. The spoils go to Arthur Ferry. He looked up to his box and he could not believe that he'd won. How well did he play?
I mean, look, the world has changed for Arthur Ferry. I mean, going into that match against Grigor Dimitrov, he was 114 in the world. Now he's 63 in the world live ranking. So now he's going to be able to get into 250 ATP events, probably qualies of some of the 500s, and even close to main draw of some of the 500s. And not only that, but just the confidence that he showed in the pressure moments was amazing. And I've been able to speak to his college coach, Paul Goldstein, who he played for at Stanford University. And one thing Paul said is, Arthur Ferry is such an outstanding competitor, and he said he's a real independent person and thinker and not afraid to be innovative on court. And we saw that in the match, right? You know, go back to the match before that, where he was down 4-1 in the fifth against Zizou Bergs. And for him, Zizou was serving at 4-1. So down double break was Arthur Ferry. And for him to just continue to believe that he could come back in that match as he did, then have the day off and take on Grigor, I mean, it's such a big moment, right, on center court. You know, it's just amazing for him to just kind of play 1 point at a time and get it done.
Yeah, it is. It's staying in the moment, and we've just been joined. He's dressed in a very dashing pink shirt. Barry Cowan has joined us, and Barry, it's not ironed, but it looks, I love the colour.
I was just going to say, it is dashing, but we could have gotten the iron out.
What happened to the iron today? Oh, Barry, you look...
Look, we come in hot right away as soon as he sits down.
I can take it when it's Marcus, but I can't take it when it's...
But I did compliment you, well, a little bit. Do you know what? It's so hard in this heat, if you're walking to Wimbledon, to actually not be creased by the time you get here. I've worn a lot of linen this week, and it's all creased up.
Well, I had a bit of a disaster coming in this morning.
Oh, well, I did hear. Yeah. I was listening on the way in. The bus didn't turn up.
The bus didn't turn up.
No way.
Yeah. And then I'm sort of in Putney, stranded in Putney.
Oh, gosh.
And then I called Marcus. I said, where are you? He says, of course, he was late. So he ended up picking me up.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So you feel you're a little bit dishevelled.
And then he said, I mean, this is how bad it got.
So did you make him even more late?
He goes, can you get in the back? He said, because there's no room in the front.
You're joking.
So I had to
What was in the front?
What did he have in the front seat?
Oh, he had his laptop and his... bag. And
So it was driving Miss Daisy on the way here.
Yeah.
He could have moved the laptop and bag, couldn't he?
He could have.
I mean, if you were getting into my car, I'd make every effort to move things so you're in the front of the car.
I expected, you know, like when you get in those luxurious taxis, I was expecting
Yeah.
a bottle of water.
Oh,
maybe
yes,
a morning
yes.
coffee.
But nothing.
But how are you?
Oh, do you know, I'm very good. I've been watching a lot of the action over the weekend, and great to be back here. We've been speaking about Arthur Ferry, and just what did you see from him yesterday, Barry?
Amazing performance, and I was fortunate to be on commentary for that match. And actually, his level got better. I thought the fifth set, he was absolutely brilliant in terms of every time Dimitrov raised his level, Ferry responded. And I actually thought he handled it better than Dimitrov, who I'm still scratching my head. I don't know if you guys, forgive me if you guys talked about it, but he changed his racket at the start of the match tiebreak, which I thought was strange. Then he plays 2 great points. He leads 2-1, and he goes to change his racket again. And it was at that moment I thought, I think Ferry's going to win. Just purely for that, because it's about decision making. It's about being so clear on what you're doing. And then 8-7 in the tiebreak.
Yeah.
Dimitrov hits a slice that actually wasn't the worst shot in the world, and he says, I need to hit over it. And of course, 9-7, he tries to hit over and he misses it. So it just felt that there was one guy who's the first time he's been in that situation, handled it just clearly against Dimitrov, who's obviously been, you know, Wimbledon semi-finals before, as he's been to other majors before, but just felt like it was indecision in the important moments. And Ferry did it against Bergs. Was he 4-1 down in the fifth double break? It's fourth double break. Break down in the fifth yesterday, break down twice.
It felt like a bit of a role reversal, didn't it, between Dimitrov and Ferry in that last
Ferry
set?
almost looked like the more experienced player. I mean, he had more poise at the end, and you could, watching in the way he played, you could see it in his face. He believed. You could see it in the shots that he believed, and then with Grigor, you could see the indecision, as you mentioned. I mean, some of the slices, he almost wasn't sure. Do I go deep? Do I go short? You know, he was almost like he was still trying to figure out Arthur Ferry, but here we are in a fifth set tiebreaker. Should have figured him out by now. So the indecision and the unbelievable poise from Arthur Ferry was incredible.
Which I think brings us on to, I was actually interviewing all the legends between 10 and 11. And
oh, great! How's that been?
Yeah, it was great. I mean, it's frantic. It's frantic down there because you never know when you're going to get.
Who's looking fresh out of the legends?
But I asked Jamie Delgado, who obviously is coaching Dimitrov, and we talked a little bit about last night. And I also asked him about the Fritz potentially Zverev match. And I think we need to talk about, you know, potentially if it is tomorrow, when you've got horrendous head-to-head record. I almost think, you think, Nick, almost think for Zverev he should go out in his press conference if he wins today against Lehechka and say, I'm the underdog. All the pressure's on Fritz. He's beaten me, whatever it is. Was it 6 times in a row or 7 times in a row? I don't know what to do, but secretly, you know what to do.
Yeah, absolutely.
All the pressure on Fritz. And I think sometimes that role reversal of those mind games, Nadal used to do it. Nadal used to say, I'm the underdog. Underdog? You've won 14 Grand Slams.
He's switching it, isn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. I think that works against a lot of people. I think against Taylor Fritz, he wouldn't even look at that or care about that. He's one of those guys, again, we talk about Taylor Fritz, who has just extreme belief in himself, right? So he's going in knowing, okay, I've beaten it.
You say that though, Nick, but he didn't have belief when he played Nadal on centre court when Nadal got injured.
When Nadal got injured, then he panicked a little bit.
I don't care who you are and how many majors you've won. There is always an element of self-doubt in every athlete. There has to be, because otherwise, top athlete.
Especially now, because everyone's talking about Fritz and saying, hey, this is his time to make the final. So,
gents, any matches that stand out for you? Well, there's a plethora of matches, but Barry, we'll start with you. A match that you're really, really excited about today.
I guess it has to be the match I'm commentating on.
Do you know, can I just introduce a lovely... we've got a special guest. Can I just introduce our guest so she can actually join in and give us her match as well? Delighted to have with us Naomi Cavady, former tennis player and now BBC commentator. Naomi, hello. Good morning. I spotted you in the corner of my eye and thought you need to join in this conversation.
Good morning, yes.
You've got the umbrella. It's boiling hot here, isn't it, on the roof?
It is, yes. I've had my caffeine as well. I was on to the bitter end last night, so but I'm up. I'm ready to go.
Oh,
more
brilliant.
action to come.
Do you have caffeine late at night and early morning? How do you sort of?
I'm pretty good with it. I mean, I can go mid-afternoon. that saw me through, and then also just the adrenaline of that Ferry 5-set thriller. I mean, I did feel bad.
Tell us your thoughts, because you were commentating.
Yeah, I mean, it's so tough. I thought then for the players, for Zverev and Lehechka, you come out after that. It's very late at night. You know you're not really going to get it done. It was quite difficult for them, but they did an amazing job with it. Really, both of them such professionals when it came to that. But yeah, what a. It's just unfathomable. Can't explain it. Don't know how he's done it. Incredible. Double breakdown in the fourth in the previous round. Breakdown in the fourth in this one. I think his team will be saying, how about we don't go a breakdown this time? Why don't we just keep it on serve and then we can play from there? But he plays so well when he's behind. And, it's one thing having opportunities, a bit like what Barry was saying. One thing having opportunities with Dimitrov getting a little bit nervy, a little bit wobbly, a little bit shaky, but you've got to step up and take it. And when this is all completely foreign to him, he's never done anything like this, anything close. It's
there's no sort of scar tissue, is there, from Wimbledon yet?
Some people use it as a real benefit, don't they? The naivety and the ignorance, I suppose, of not having had that experience, and they can just step up and just keep on rolling and keep on flying. Other people find it quite overwhelming.
Yeah. So. If we could only be 23 again, Barry. If only. You're looking 23 from this close distance. My goodness.
My crease shirt.
Well, your crease shirt. I don't know what creams you're using,
has my cleaner been on to you, by the way?
You clean? What do you mean?
The cleaner?
Yeah. Irons my shirts.
Oh, does she?
Yeah.
Oh, no. Well, she's obviously not been doing her hours this week.
She's the nicest cleaner.
Oh, what's her name?
Ivana.
Ivana, will she be listening?
I don't know.
Ivana, if you are listening, you're a wonderful cleaner, but you've done a little bit of a poor job on Barry's shirt. And she's not even gone near it. She's not gone near it. Good morning to you. I just want to mention Arthur Ferry, massive news. In the next round is playing Flavio Cobolli, the Italian, who has now found a house in Southfields or in Wimbledon, because he said on the court after beating Alex de Minaur that he didn't have anywhere to stay. What's the latest on the housing situation?
Well, I guess if he's found a house.
Oh, well, I'm thinking an Italian. Do you know what the situation is?
He found some Italians that live nearby.
An Italian family, apparently.
They've made way.
Yes.
They've said, Flavio, it's all yours.
They've left the house, or they're staying?
But why?
We don't know. We don't know if they're staying in the house with him.
Why did he not take the house for 2 weeks?
Well, that's the
maybe
big question.
Maybe to take a little pressure off of himself, too. Just to say, you know what? I might only just be here a week, take a little pressure off, and then if I'm there the second week,
do many do that?
Some guys do
that. A really good
some guys do that. Yeah.
Really good story. When Federer spoke to the members here a couple of months ago, he talked about that. He said the first year I played here at Wimbledon, which was I think 2001, he did okay.
Yeah.
So he thought, right, I'm higher in the pecking order. I've got a chance of Wimbledon 2002. I'm going to take the house. So he took the house, bombed out first round.
Oh no.
So you take out the house for probably 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was 2 weeks down the drain.
Oh, that's a nightmare.
So then the following year he thought, well, I can't take the house. And then
No.
And then he wins it.
Oh gosh, it's all superstition, isn't it? And you've got to go with what you think is the correct thing to do. Roger Federer, did you see him in the box, Naomi? When everyone went for a toilet break or for, a cup of tea, there was a great picture of him in the paper, just Roger sat on his own.
Well, that was for the beginning of Zverev Lehechka, their very first point. It was him. There were a couple of others in the Royal box, but that just shows he knows what it's like to be in that match, that follow-up match to an epic where, people have cleared out. Even for Roger, there would have been a few spare seats around if he was following a match like that. So he knows that it's important, and he was out there, on his own, front row, supporting. Also, he's very, he gets on very well with Zverev. They have a good relationship. They've done some exhibitions, some touring around South America a few years together. So I think he's got a bit of a soft spot for him. But the guy just loves tennis.
Well, he gives back, doesn't he? He really does give back, Roger. And to have him watch you, Nick, I can only imagine for the players, they've got to stop thinking about the fact that Roger Federer is in the box and watching my match.
You just don't look up. You just
don't look up. No.
It's a tennis court and a tennis ball. And you take yourself back to the park when you were a little kid and just playing tennis.
Yeah.
That's what you try to do. If you look up and see Roger, that's a little scary.
Wasn't it Novak who said that he'd never won a match with Roger Federer, with Roger watching until this tournament?
Yes.
So maybe it even gets to Novak because he always ended up losing. I mean, Jasmine Paolini spoke about it, first match of the day.
Yes.
I think it was the first answer to her question. She just won an epic back in the quarterfinals. It was her first time on centre court since she played in the final in 2024. So that was a big deal for her. Roger's there in the front row, who was her idol. And it's to say, first answer to the question is, Roger was here, I just really wanted to play. Well, it's the same for everyone.
Totally. Gosh, goosebumps. Absolute goosebumps. We'll start with you, Naomi, actually. Match that you're excited about today. Which one stands out for you?
Ooh, well, I think, you know, Osaka Mukova.
Yeah.
I'm really excited about that. Osaka has been absolutely phenomenal in this tournament, and she had a great US Open series last year, which is where she thrives. Final of Montreal, then the semi-finals of the US Open. Kind of had a big chance against Anisimova in that semi-final, so she was really on for something there, but playing incredibly well on the grass. Of course, has just beaten Sabalenka and looked quite comfortable, to be honest. We know that she loves hitting down the line, but what she was doing, which was sort of blowing my mind, was all these short low balls that you get on grass, she was just firing them off with pace and with spin down the line, which, you know, often is a bit of a no-no because it's such a high-risk shot to attempt, but she was looking so comfortable. And then Mukova, of course, is going to try and mess her around with the slices and the pickups and coming up with these wonderful shots. She's such a shot maker. So that one, in terms of clash of game styles, caliber of player, pedigree, experience, that for me, I've got a big ring around it. Can't wait. And luckily, I'm on comms for it.
Great. So prediction for that one then?
I think Osaka.
Do you? Gents?
I think Osaka.
Mukova.
You go Mukova. Why?
Just, I mean, purely because I'm stubborn, because I had a feeling at the start that she would have a good run. I love her game. I love Mukova's game, and it's nice that she's fit. And Naomi was talking about the slice, but she has a much better slice than Sabalenka. So that will be another level up. And sometimes it can be hard after the highs of what she achieved the other day, albeit it reminded me actually of her best level. Osaka, when she was winning majors, I thought she looked...
The movement was incredible.
Incredible, absolutely dialed in. So that's the only reason I'm going for Mukova, just because I'm stubborn.
Well, yes, we know that you are. This is Mukova's third Wimbledon quarterfinal, isn't it, Nick? But who are you going for? You said Osaka.
I think Osaka. I mean, not, I guess, going for, but I think she'll win. Just talking about the movement and the ball quality that she was able to hit against Sabalenka. You know, she was able to play the first strike tennis, and you kind of felt like I thought Sabalenka was going to be able to get on points a little bit faster and get Osaka on the defense, but Osaka did such a good job of getting in and out of corners, and I think the power might be a little too much today.
Can I just add for Osaka as well? She hasn't necessarily, it's not come together on grass for her. It's, of course, a surface that she's had to learn on because she's played, she's obviously been a real hard court expert. I mean, she's phenomenal on the hard courts. But she went such a long time without playing on grass. You know, of course, we often talk about her coming back from maternity leave, and it's been a couple of years now since she's been back on the tour trying to get back to her best, and it's taken a little bit longer than it has for other players. But a lot of that is because maternity leave came off the back of an injury, which came off the back of a mental health break, which came off the back of COVID. So she actually had about 4 years where she hadn't played a full season. And so she was so down on matches. I think that's why it's taken her a little bit longer to get back to her best in comparison to, you know, some of the other mums that have come back, because it's just been that one block. But all that time out really does add up. And also she didn't play at Wimbledon for 4 years, so she just hadn't played on the grass at all. So now she's got played 3 years in a row, getting more used to the surface. And I mean, well, you can hit it like that, you can play on anything.
Great stuff, great stuff. So she is on court number 1 today. It's the second match, isn't it, after Sinner and Struff? And your match today, standout, Nick, is?
FAA and Djokovic. I think, you know, it was interesting hearing FAA after he lost at RG in the quarterfinals and said, you know, my game isn't where I want it to be. And it seemed like he was kind of lost in a way. And I'm thinking to myself, man, you're 4 in the world. You know, how can we say your game isn't where you want it to be when there's Sinner and Alcaraz, obviously Zverev's right there, and then it's you. And so I was wondering, okay, so is he putting too much pressure on himself? And then now in this match, this is maybe a match where I want to see how much pressure does he put on himself. I mean, everyone's talking about Novak, and this might be maybe his last time for a slam here on the grass. And, you know, the head-to-head's 1-1, but last time they played was in 22, so you maybe throw those out. But FAA has looked strong. I mean, I felt like towards the end of the last match against Davidovich-Fokina, I mean, to win that 6-1 in the fifth after he tried to serve it out at 5-4 in the fourth, wasn't able to. Then he came back and was just so strong in the fifth set. So I feel like just watching him on court, he's ready for this task. And, you know, the forehand's going to need to be firing, and the serve. I mean, obviously, Djokovic, best returner in the game. So he's going to need to try to keep him off balance and then just fire the forehand.
And the backhand as well.
Yeah.
And actually, there was a moment against Davidovich-Fokina. It was a really big point, so forgive me when it was, but they went backhand to backhand. And in the past, I've always felt for Auger-Aliassime, his backhand was a little unreliable.
And he would bail out.
He would bail out.
Yeah.
And then he would panic a little bit.
I remember
Either he'd
that
miss
point
it,
you're talking about.
or he'd try and unload a forehand. So that point, and I absolutely agree with you, Nick, his foundations, if he's going to win the match, it's going to be the serve and the forehand. That's what wins you the match. But he's got to hit his backhand well, because Djokovic...
And trust it.
Yeah.
There's a set point, actually. Naomi, really quickly, court number 3. Mikey Pereira's there. Good morning, Mikey.
Good morning, everybody. Takito Oda with a couple of set points here as he's taking on Gordon Reid. The first serve into the net. He's serving at 5-3 up here as the new superstar of the game. He's won the last 5 Grand Slam titles in a row. He is the defending champion here at Wimbledon, and Oda 40-15 up on Gordon Reid and 5-3, and that will secure the set. Reid nets with a forehand, and the first set does go the way of Takito Oda. 6-3, 36 minutes played here.
Thank you, Mikey. So our subject at the moment is Novak Djokovic. He's up against Felix Auger-Aliassime today. Let's hear from Djokovic now. He didn't really enjoy his last match against Roman Safulin. Let's hear from Djokovic and see what he has to say.
Game-wise, I didn't enjoy my tennis, and it's also due to him putting a lot of pressure on me and playing well. So I kind of struggled to find the game desired level and the game that I'm looking for that I had, I think, in the second round particularly. But win is a win, even if you win ugly, and hopefully I can build from this.
Naomi, that's all that matters, isn't it? It's a win, but he didn't like how he played. How do you think he played?
Yeah, he looked a little bit agitated, didn't he? He definitely wasn't in the best of moods. And, every player, I think, particularly once you get to this stage of the tournament, they'll be wanting to start to feel good about their game as well as picking up the wins on the way through. He just seemed like it was really bothering him. He was doing enough. Look, Safulin's sneaky good on the grass, and he's not an easy player to play against. So, Novak has done a lot of really good stuff. But I think... I don't know, maybe he's expecting that round by round he's feeling better and better, and then he feels like that's a bit of a step back and he's got to put the pieces back together a little bit, something feeling clunky in his game, you're never quite sure. But I thought if you just watch the ball, there was some great stuff. Safulin's not an easy guy to get the better of, and but you could tell pretty much from the start of the match that he just wasn't quite feeling it.
He played an unbelievable opening game and he broke. And then he went down the far end, and that was the end he really struggled with, so the far end from the raw box. And he was wiping his eyes, and it was also the same, actually, I think, in his previous match, a little bit against Rinderknecht. And he sort of just got in a bit of a grump, really, Djokovic, where struggling with his eyes, struggling that far end. I thought he struggled moving out wide to his forehand. And I guess part of it, I mean...
What does this all say to you?
Well, I think these guys are perfectionists, and we can't argue. I mean, he's almost reached perfection. I mean, he's almost the only one who has ever reached perfection, 24 majors. So that bar is very high. And also, I said yesterday, I still think, I mean, he will never say it, but I still think he looks at that match and goes, I know I'm going to win.
Yeah.
Although he doesn't disrespect and underestimate Safulin, I think deep down he knows he's going to win. So there's a little bit more in there. So there's a bit of frustration. He's not feeling great. A bit of frustration. His opponent's playing well. A bit of frustration. This and that. And a little bit is out of his control.
Yeah.
And I'm expecting I am expecting a much more focused and dialed-in Novak Djokovic today. But he's going to have to be.
He always plays well with a little chip on his shoulder and a little negativity, right? It's almost like sometimes he looks for something to get upset about, whether it's in the box or whether it's somewhere, and then all of a sudden then he's able to kind of lock in. So when I hear the negativity, I don't think anything bad about that.
Yeah.
I've actually seen him play some of his best tennis when he's in that mood.
Let's hear from his opponent now, Felix Auger-Aliassime, FAA. I'm going to start saying, actually, Nick, because you sound really cool when you say it. FAA. Do I sound cool? No, not at all.
Yeah.
Felix Auger-Aliassime, FAA, spoke very highly of Djokovic.
There's no going through if I don't play my best. So the game plan is quite simple. And yeah, I hope that I can show that I've improved as a player. It's a big opportunity. It's a big honor for me to play this match. Playing here is it's one of those matches that you want to have and that you train for and prepare for. And I can only say, good things about Novak because now that I'm a tennis player, I think as a kid, I didn't appreciate it as much. But now that I'm a player, the load of work he's done over the years, I mean, I'm not even near any of that. And it's just to think about it is like, it's crazy. You get like dizzy just to think about it. So huge respect to him. And I have to say, even he's been very generous, with his time. I've, reached out to him at times to ask him about questions, pick his brain. I love to listen and to learn from older players and generations. And he's been very generous with his time as well. So huge respect to that, not only as a player, but as a person as well.
The Canadian number 3 seed, Naomi, speaking there. Wonderful to hear that he reaches out to Novak and he replies and gives his advice. Again, a player that gives back to a different generation to him. I don't think he'll be reaching out ahead of this match, though, will he? How are you going to play?
He
What's
can
your
try.
game plan?
Good luck with that. Yeah, he might get radio silence if you pop a message over there. But it's interesting what you guys were talking about with Djokovic and how he has to have a little something negative, a little bit of spite maybe to get him going, a bit of a focus. And for Felix, he is so known as such a nice guy. He's such a nice man. But wasn't it great to see him really stand up for himself against Alejandro and say, that's not acceptable. Like, I'm sorry. And he did it in a very nice way because that's what Felix is about. But he really had an issue with the fact that he doesn't like the rule. He said the rule is a disgrace that you can call a physio in the middle of my service game and then be absolutely fine to continue. Like, it's a disgrace. But you have exploited that rule. And that's what he was saying. So I think it's just a really good sign to see him sort of getting a bit, not in your face, but you know what I mean. He's normally just so pleasant on the court, and I think he's maximised so incredibly well for that. But that will stand him in really good stead. If he's in that sort of mindset to say, no, this is how it should be done, he might need a bit of that against Novak.
Yeah, it shows that he was standing up for himself.
He was absolutely right. I mean, the rule does need to change, but I actually don't criticise ADF on it because every player does it. Well, not every player, but we will see every single week on the tour, male and female, players exploit it. So for me, it's the rule. The rule needs to change, and I would actually, you can't have treatment during the set. You can only have treatment at the end of the set.
How do we change the rule then?
Well, you get a commissioner of tennis who's tough and just says no. If you are legitimately injured and you roll your ankle and you need physio, you have to forfeit a game or a number of points. But I'm telling you, with it, how many, I mean, Naomi and Nick how many injury timeouts in the year are there actually you need an injury timeout then?
What do you think the percentage is?
It's a handful. It really is a handful.
Gosh.
There's hardly any.
Yeah. And the argument is that if you really need it, then you'll sacrifice that game.
Yeah.
And that's what Felix was saying. He said, I should then just win my points on my service as he's receiving treatment. I should hold my game. And then it's up to him if he wants to step out and continue on and start his service game or not. But I just really liked seeing that little bit of steel from Felix. We know it's in there because we've seen what he's achieved.
Don't get to 4 in the world, do you?
Exactly. It's definitely in there. What a competitor he is. And arguably the second half of 2025, he was the third best player in the world, sitting behind Sinner and Alcaraz. He was absolutely phenomenal. And I'd love to put this question to you guys, Barry and Nick, because I don't know how this is going to play out, and maybe you've seen a little more of Felix through this tournament than I have. But when we look at the numbers and the stats and all the stuff that we get access to from Hawkeye and beyond, he is fundamentally the most aggressive player with his positioning, with his shot selections. He is so far up the court and he takes these big risks. And he was doing it, he was landing everything in that second half of the year in 2025. Putting that on the grass and putting it against Novak, do you think he needs to dial that up or dial it down against Djokovic?
Just to play like he's been doing.
Yeah.
I mean, he's only lost serve once. Statistically, he's the best in terms of service games won. Agree with you. His serve first shot. But that will be the interesting. Can Djokovic get his return into that backhand corner? If he can, Djokovic wins. If he can't...
Well, for me, it's going to be more interesting to see what Novak does on the serve. Is he going to change his return position a little bit, maybe move over, left, right, up, back, try to show Felix something different? Because as you mentioned, Felix only lost serve once this tournament, so Novak knows that. So he's thinking, okay, maybe, and I think maybe Novak will just come out from the beginning playing like he normally does and standing in a normal spot on return. But if he's not breaking, will there be some movement from Novak?
Quick question. I don't know if anyone heard, but so far in the tournament, who's won more baseline points?
Between the two of them?
Yeah.
I don't know the answer, so it's a flip of the coin.
I'm going to go Felix.
It is Felix.
Yeah, well...
Yeah, Djokovic only wins 47% of his baseline points.
Yeah.
And Auger-Aliassime is winning 50.
Well, that, I mean, a testament to the backhand. You mentioned it, right? He knows everyone's going to go to the backhand, so he's improved that shot and just staying steady and believing in it and staying cross, right? Before, he used to kind of bail out, maybe a little bit line or just push it in the middle. Now it's more cross and closer to that single sideline to set up the forehand.
Great stuff. Gents and lady, Naomi, your prediction for this match, who's going to take the spoils?
Oh, this is such a tough one because like Barry was saying, it's so dependent and it's all about that serve and return. Djokovic so well known for being such a phenomenal returner. Felix is a big server. I don't know why people don't talk about this enough. When you think of big servers, he's so far down the list, but he's actually not. He should be right at the top of it. He's a massive server. So I sort of agree with Barry. It's that big if. Can Djokovic get him in trouble and get that point neutralised very quickly on the grass? I'm going to say I think Felix is playing well enough. I think Auger-Aliassime is going to take this.
Nick?
I think I'm going to go Felix. I think this is his time. I mean, he lost in the quarters at Roland Garros. I mean, seeing him when he finished against Davidovich-Fokina, I mean, he just walked up to the net with this kind of belief in him, and I feel like he feels like right now is his time to do it.
I loved watching him against Fokina in that five-setter, that just absolute battle. One of the rallies of the tournament was put on various different social outlets, and I think it's had millions and millions of hits going cross-court and then drop shots and all sorts. If you get a chance to have a Google and watch on YouTube, it's absolutely sensational viewing for about a minute. Barry, who are you going for?
I'm going to go with Djokovic.
Are you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And not because I want to be awkward and disagree with Naomi and Nick, but yeah, Djokovic plays like he did the other day, he will lose. But I've seen Djokovic so many times just do enough. Just do enough, and then when he needs to raise the bar, believe it or not, he raises the bar. So I think we'll see a better version of Djokovic today.
I'm actually going to agree with you, Barry. Djokovic going for, as we do a little high five to each other, going for number 25. Who knows? It's all to look forward to today, and they play on centre court. They are the last out, third match out on centre court. Play starts there, of course, at 1:30. It's at 1 o'clock on court number 1, and the outside courts, they've been going for about an hour now. Right, the time is 11:58.
With Amex, you can experience more at the Championships Wimbledon. With on-site benefits like refreshments and giveaways at the Amex card member lounge and ice cream and prizes at the Amex Pavilion, an exclusive match at the Amex Experience. Visit the 2026 Wimbledon app and tap the Amex banner to learn more. Amex Gold Card representative APR 85.8% variable. Annual fee applies after the first year, subject to status. Your rates may vary depending on circumstances. APR correct as of 25th of February 2026. 18 plus, terms and conditions apply.
Welcome back to the Wimbledon radio channel. We're on the broadcasting roof and we can head straight to court number 12. And for the first time in the championships, I'm saying hello to Abigail Johnson. Good afternoon. Is it good afternoon, Abigail? 1 minute to go.
1 minute to go. It's a good afternoon speaking to you, Di. Di is one of my favourite people and I haven't got to speak to her yet this tournament. So very, very nice to hear you. Yeah, I'm looking down over court 12. Brilliant court here because from the commentary booth, you've got centre court straight across. I can see the player dining above the number 3 court. I can see the large stand up to my left, which is very populated because this is quite an eye-catching matchup in the ladies' invitational doubles. 4 players who are really from each other's era. Agnieszka Radwanska is serving at 4-5 and 40 love. She was runner-up here in 2012. She's partnering Caroline Wozniacki, who is an Australian Open champion, but we saw her on the competitive court as recently as the US Open in 2024. There's a smile from her. She high-fives Radwanska, who's managed to put the backhand away down the line. They took their time getting stuck in against the pairing of Magdalena Rybarikova and Lucy Safarova, both former semi-finalists here in the singles. They started the quicker, but some nice shots cross-court and a few little exchanges around the net, and Radwanska and Wozniacki seem nicely warmed up now in this Group B clash. It is 5-all die in the opening set.
Oh, thank you very much, Abigail. I can't wait to see you at some point. Maybe we'll cross paths in the canteen and have a quick cup of coffee. That'd be marvellous. Going back to today, and just remind you of how you can get in touch with us. radio@aeltc.com is the email address. We're on X, Wimbledon Radio on there, and Instagram as well, Wimbledon Radio channel. Some brilliant insight, actually, going to Instagram and seeing all the various interviews that we've had over the past week or so, and celebrities that we've spoken to. You can also find us on TikTok to see what we're up to behind the scenes, and famous faces on there as well. Now today, with the invitational doubles competition beginning, we want to know who you'd pick as your tennis doubles partner, but there's one rule: they can't have won a Grand Slam title. Who would you want by your side, singles or doubles, as you navigate your way to the Wimbledon doubles title? Let's imagine.
So I'm in the Legends doubles.
Well, no, you're in the doubles.
Just who would we want our partner to be
basically
to win Wimbledon?
To win Wimbledon. There you go.
But they can't have won a Grand Slam.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. So who you could go FAA?
And they need to be current players.
FAA.
Yeah, you could go FAA if you wanted to.
Oh, that are still in the draw.
Current players, past players, not future players, because we don't know who they'll be. Barry, I'm going to start with you. Would you put 2 lefties together? Because I'm a left-hander. I'm thinking Monica Seles. I'd like to be my partner.
She
was one of my favourites. Oh, she has, of course. I forgot that part of the question. Who's not won a Grand Slam?
That have not won a Grand Slam.
I think Caboli's great.
Going for Flavio Caboli.
You would have a lot of fun.
Yeah, I was going to say, that would be great.
His physio describes him as a warrior. You're going for Caboli.
They would be very relaxed.
They always say if you're going to play, the perfect doubles partnership is someone who's got some good hands. So he would fit that criteria.
Okay, great stuff.
Someone needs to be quick. He'd fit that criteria.
And also you could have pasta with tomatoes and onions.
Someone needs to be good. He'd fit that criteria.
Yeah.
So I could just stand there.
Great stuff. What about yourself, Nick?
Since he went Caboli, I'll go someone in the draw as well. I'll go FAA. I have played doubles with him a couple times, and the guy's serve is almost untouchable in doubles, so it makes you look good at the net.
It's all about looking good at the net.
But he actually, he volleys incredibly well. He knows where to be out of I formation. He likes to move. I'll say, we lost. It was definitely my fault when we lost. So he's a very good doubles player. He just doesn't play a lot, so no one knows. But if he would play a full double schedule, this guy would be in the top 10. So I would have to say FAA.
And Naomi, what about yourself? Who are you going to be playing with on centre court to take the title?
Well, she's not a Grand Slam champion in singles, has been to a final, and actually surprisingly isn't a Grand Slam champion in doubles either, despite everything she's done in doubles, and that is Jessica Pegula.
Oh,
great shout!
I'm teaming up with Jessie.
Very good shout.
She's been to a final of doubles Grand Slam. She's been to a final of singles Grand Slam. She seems like the nicest person in the world. I was very fortunate enough to have a little chat with her the other day. I think she'd be up for it. Maybe we'll enter.
And if you play doubles with her, then you have to split 50% of the family income.
Ah, okay. I get inheritance, do I?
Yeah. So she gets 50% of your family income, and you get 50% of her family income.
I think that's a great deal.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's go for
Good
it.
deal.
And I'm back in training now for that.
Yeah, amazing.
Well,
and we're available for free tickets as well, aren't we? And to come to any VIP parties that you're invited to.
We're the coaches, and we get 10%.
We get
I was going to say, we'll take 10% of the winnings.
Yeah, great stuff. Naomi, thank you. You've been awesome. What are you up to today?
I'll be commentating on Osaka Mukova.
Which
so
you said just
kind
at
of
the
bury
beginning.
my nose in the notes, in the details, see what this is going to come down to, and look forward to it. It's going to be a great clash of game styles, great personalities. Yeah, can't wait.
How much do you enjoy commentating?
Oh, it's so fun. I mean, it's the best job in the world, isn't it? Particularly 2 weeks like this. We got beautiful sunshine, and the commentary boxes are just amazing to see the players up close, and you can see what the coaches are saying and hear their sort of input. It's the best.
I think it's so interesting for people listening though, because it's such a brilliant discipline, and you know, you have to be able to word things in a certain way to describe the scenes of what you're seeing. How many years have you been doing it now?
Oh, about a decade, I think. I've got under my belt. So.
And how different does it feel now in comparison to 10 years ago?
It's I feel a lot more confident in what I'm doing and how I'm saying it and where to go. But I really like, trying to view things in a slightly different way. There's always a narrative around a player, and I'm always trying to be the biggest fan of both players on the court. I'm trying to root for both of them all the time, because you want to see what can they do that is so good and so well, so strong. Why are they here? How can they do well? And the same for the other players. So I sort of find myself sort of internally fist pumping when one player wins a point, and then the same for the other, because I think it's just the best way to go about commentary is to always really feel like everybody's got these big strengths, these big weaknesses, take it from a real positive. Everybody's going to have a horrible day, and you feel for them on those rough days. But in general, everybody out there is doing phenomenal stuff. Really, it's amazing to see. So,
and for a big championship, all the notes that you make and all the preparation, do you use all of it, or what's the percentage of the notes that you actually use? Because so many commentators I've spoken to say, well, I only use kind of 30% of what I've written down, because you're describing what you see, but how much do you use?
It's funny because you sort of want to set the tone fairly slowly the first 4 or 5 games, but then sometimes things happen in the first 2 games, a break of serve or a dive or a slip or a something, and then you're just totally off course of setting the scene, and you're straight into what is happening in front of you. So that's sort of the way, and you might tend to come back to that, but I probably don't use all of the notes, but I think what I try to do...
Are you radio or TV?
I do a bit of both.
Today?
Today I'm just doing the radio, but for every day...
It's totally different radio and TV.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's totally different discipline and...
You are the narrator, aren't you, on the radio? So you are the pictures, where on television the pictures do the work for you. You can take your spaces of breath and not speak as much. But on radio, it's a different discipline, isn't it?
But also, it is, and throughout this tournament, I've been doing a bit of TV and a bit of radio through the day. So I've been nice and jam-packed and switching between the two. But in terms of the notes that you make, sometimes they're just not relevant to what is happening in front of you, because somebody's just unbelievably nervous. So then, does it really come down to percentages of second serve points won or whatever else it is? It comes down to what's happening in front. So you need to keep your finger on the pulse with what is happening, and not try and shoehorn stuff in just because you found this fabulous obscure fact. It's about what's happening and telling that narrative and packaging it up in a way, and you never know, the next time you see them play, maybe it becomes really relevant. And I'm very lucky that I work on tennis week in, week out, so I get to see these players quite consistently, and a lot of the time the facts that I don't use in one match because they don't feel relevant, they'll pop up in the next one when they are playing well, and then it does come down to the tactics or whatever it is. So it'll all get used. It's all good stuff. It's never a waste of time.
Brilliant, absolutely love it. Clever lady, love listening to you. Naomi, thanks so much for your time.
Oh, thanks so much, guys.
Have a great day. Awesome. We can go to court number 12 now. Abigail Johnson, set point there.
Yeah, just wrapped up with seamless play in the forecourt from Magdalena Rybarikova and Lucy Safarova. They finally got it done 7-5 in the opener over Agnieszka Radwanska and Caroline Wozniacki, who pegged them back a couple of times. Great all-court tennis enjoyed by the fans in the stands here on court 12. But the 2 former semi-finalists edging it. It's a very interesting Group B here in the Ladies' Invitation doubles. A lot of recent competitors here at the championships, including Kirsten Flipkens, who reached the semi-finals in 2013, and Angelique Kerber and Andrea Petkovic are in the mix. Kerber, who won the title here 8 years ago. But yeah, Radwanska and Wozniacki with some work to do, but look a little more in sync than they did when they first walked out here at about 11:10.
Thank you, Abigail. Great to get your update from court number 12, which is not far from us, and court 18 over to my left. I'll be dashing there and watching some of the ladies' doubles later on, and the ladies' invitational doubles as well. The second week it's very different, isn't it? The feel of the second week to the first week, but we'll keep you abreast of all that's happening and all the scores around the grounds. And also we've got Ellie Collins, who's out and about, catching up with those that have travelled far and wide, and she's often trying a Pimm's or an ice cream. Ellie Collins, where exactly are you?
Well, I've just doorstopped a beautiful lady who's just taking a picture of her strawberries and cream. I'm guessing it's your first time here with that, is it?
Yes.
Yes, no, Natasha is all the way over here from Mauritius. She moved here 18 years ago, but it's the first time at Wimbledon. What are you most looking forward to?
I'm so excited to see the match at 1:30, and I'm the biggest fan of the tennis, actually. Yes, and I'm so looking forward to visit the museum and the shop and basically everything.
Well, as your first time at Wimbledon, what are you expecting?
To be honest, my strawberry and cream, because it's the iconic, basically, yeah.
Absolutely iconic. You've already managed to get yourself some strawberries and cream. Yeah. Are you going to be getting yourself on the Pimm's as well?
Not really, basically.
Not today.
Yeah.
Not today. You've got to keep a clear head to watch the tennis. Who are you most excited to see?
For today, it's my favorite
Djokovic?
Yes.
Yeah? Looking forward to seeing Djokovic, joining the queue with everyone else on that. And anything you've got your eye on in the shop, is there anything specific you want to get?
No, now I'm heading to the shop, basically, and see what they have, because apparently I scroll Instagram, they have a lot of tennis ball where you can put your name forward, and I'm looking forward to put my father name, because I lost my father 10 years ago. So he was a big fan of tennis, so couldn't make it, obviously, so I'm gonna do that right now.
Stop, I have goosebumps. Okay, well, happy shopping, and I hope you managed to do that, because that sounds incredible, and thank you so much for speaking to us.
Thank you, have a good day.
Oh, in memory of her dad, who is a massive tennis fan. That is really, really lovely to hear. Ellie Collins there speaking to our fans, doing a brilliant job around the grounds. And we're speaking, of course, about the big matches today that are happening. All the matches are big here at Wimbledon, because if you're playing here, my goodness, what an achievement. A match that was unfinished yesterday, Alexander Zverev up against Lehechka. Can you tell us, Barry, what the score was when they came off the court last night? And they're on today, aren't they? Not before 2:30. That's going to be on centre court before FAA takes on Novak Djokovic.
Yeah, at the moment, Zverev up 2-0, 6-4, 7-5, and they're 3-all in the third. But it doesn't really tell the story, because Lehechka has had 7 break points and converted none. Zverev has had 6 break points and converted twice, and actually he was love 40 opening Zverev's service game, didn't break, obviously. Also had break points in the second, and also had a couple of break points in the third. So actually, for Lehechka, it's a bit unlucky to be down 2-0. So, yeah. But you know, there is the potential, because Zverev can be a slow starter. There's a potential that he could come out Lehechka and snap an early break, and then all of a sudden we're into a fourth.
Just in terms of the timings for last night, they didn't get on court, did they, till 8:40 p.m. That was because of Iala and then Ferry Dimitrov. And they were pulled off court at 10:56 p.m., which is 4 minutes before the deadline, and we had a Lehechka bathroom break, which was at 10:32. So it was sort of, they were waiting, and then playing till very late, and then probably haven't, well, who knows, they might have slept brilliantly, but I can imagine if you're playing in such a huge match, the sleep will be difficult to come by.
Yeah, I think it's tough. I mean, when you're pulled off the court at 11 o'clock, I mean, you still got to get treatment, you got to eat. I feel like you're probably not going to bed before 2:30 just because of the adrenaline of everything. I mean, you know, I've had some late matches and different things that have gone late in the night, and it's just very difficult to sleep. It takes at least a few hours to kind of come down from that. But I think this makes it maybe a little bit more difficult for Alexander Zverev. you know, at 3-all. I think that it's less pressure for Lehechka. I think Lehechka can kind of come out and just be free swinging. More of the pressure's on Zverev. I mean, you're the one up 2 sets, and now it's 3-all. You're trying to get this thing done so you're not on the court for a long time leading into your next match tomorrow. So I think it's less pressure on Lehechka coming into this. And you're right, Barry. I mean, look at those numbers. I mean, 0 of 7 break points won. He actually has more winners and less unforced errors than Zverev. So he's the guy that's been playing well, and all you need is 1 or 2 points to win a third set, and then all of a sudden the tables can turn.
I mean, we know about the Grand Slam win for Zverev and coming over the line at Roland Garros and coming into Wimbledon. Claire and I were speaking the other day about how he sounds a lot more humble and a lot more grounded now. Do you see a switch in his personality and his mental state and his any physical changes as well?
I felt that, and I'm not just saying that post-winning Roland Garros. I'm saying that before. I was in Rome and interviewed Zverev there, and I did feel a different energy. And again, you know, I think if he does win today, I was saying earlier, Di and Nick, I think he should just go on the front foot and say, if he's playing Fritz, say I've lost the last 7 times, he's the favourite.
Yes. Yeah. Why not? Switch the dynamic.
I think it's a very clever thing to do. But I do. People who watch tennis generally are passionate about the sport, and they know. It's like football fans. Yeah. I hate it when managers try to pull the wool over football fans. You're watching the games week in, week out. You've got a view. You might not be able to set up a team, but you've got a pretty good idea. Because I think once you understand sport, you kind of know. I mean,
absolutely.
We knew what happened on Monday night or Sunday night with England, right? Yeah. So I think with Zverev, he got a little prickly sometimes. And I remember one question I asked with the pre-match interviews, which I was never a fan of, but I said to Zverev, he had to play Cilic at the ATP finals. I said, you know, how are you going to win this match, Sasha? I mean, he can go wherever he wants with that question. But he said, win more points. Sasha, I didn't want to tell him, but because I'd done the research, the last time that he played Cilic, I think he'd won more points and lost the match.
Gosh.
So I think it's good to just be that sort of humble. You know, Federer was a master at that. I think Nadal like that as well. And I do see a change in Zverev, and I think it actually almost helped a little bit when he had the injury.
Yeah.
And he had the time away.
Yeah.
And sort of start to I think like every player, Nick, don't you? When you've had an injury, you take time away and you sort of look at it differently.
Yeah, you look at it differently, and then you're happy to just be back on court. You know, speaking with Tommy Paul about that. You know, he had the hernia surgery after the U.S. Open, wasn't able to play the rest of the year, and he was able to take the time to get healthy, get a good preseason training in, and then now Tommy Paul is 9 in the race, you know, so he came back healthy, ready to go in Australia, and he's had an incredible year, but it's also, he's just so happy to be back on the court, right? And you're able to just kind of reflect and enjoy. So you're exactly right. I think for Zverev, I mean, you never want an injury, but if you handle it the right way, it can be to your benefit.
Well, if Zverev gets through, he plays Taylor Fritz, which we've mentioned. How was Taylor Fritz up against Bublik? How did he play? And what have you seen from Fritz so far, if you didn't see that match in particular?
Yeah, I was on the ferry match, but I did watch it a little bit in the monitor, and I did see he was a breakdown early. But I think Fritz is in a good place. And again, the injury, smart move. He just took that clay court season off, refreshed, reset, and, Fritz it looks like he's on a mission, Nick.
Yeah, I mean, I was on comms for that one for Fritz and Bublik, and going into that match, when I spoke to Michael Russell, Taylor Fritz's coach, he mentioned, okay, we want to change up the serve patterns on where we serve Bublik. We want to make sure we get into the forehand in big moments, and he did exactly that. I mean, I think at the very end, he was pretty close to 50-50 wide and tee on both sides, mixing it up on Bublik. He went into the forehand a lot. In the beginning of the match, there weren't it was moving quickly. I think it was finished 2 sets in an hour, a little over an hour, 8 minutes, something like that, 2 sets.
Wow.
I mean, it was just like serve maybe 2 or 3 balls. And sometimes when that happens with Taylor Fritz, he likes to get into a rhythm. He likes a rhythm, but by the same token, he handled that well of not being able to have a rhythm. But then towards the end, Bublik physically was gassed. He had been on court over 3 hours more than Taylor Fritz leading into that matchup. I believe it's 3 hours and 20 minutes more he had been on court. And so Taylor Fritz needs to give a little, maybe a little cash to his buddy Francis Tiafoe for taking Bublik.
Yes.
You know, it was a 4-hour match that
And
Tiafoe and
you
Bublik
only
had.
see it, Nick, don't you? People are tired when they're then losing. If you're winning and you've got the adrenaline, it's when it starts to go against you, and then you really do.
Once Bublik was down 2 sets to love, and then he went down an early break, and Taylor knew that, right? He got the 2 sets. That very first game, you could sense he was like, I need to get this break right here, and this guy will go away. And sure enough, he got the break. Bublik started hunching over, missing some drop volleys that were pretty much rolling to the net, not even getting close. Yeah, he pretty much went away at the end, but Taylor Fritz made him go away, right? He was playing such great tennis. He was aggressive. He just gave Bublik no time.
Okay, great stuff. So Lehechka up against Zverev. Well, Lehechka, he's going for he's chasing his first Wimbledon quarter-final, isn't he?
And he's a serious hitter. I mean, he packs a punch. I mean, I remember his old coach, Mikhail Navratil, was saying, you know, he hits the ball so hard, we've got to try and rein it in. You don't often hear a coach say that.
Predictions for this game,
and
Nick?
when he was down 2 sets to love, I mean, the beginning of that third, it was good to see him just getting. It was almost like if you were just turning it on in the third set, you wouldn't know this guy was down 2 sets to love. I mean, he had great positive energy. He's believing he can come back. I think Zverev. I think Zverev's going to get it done, though. Yep.
What about yourself, Barry?
Zverev, yes. In 4.
In 4 sets.
I'm going Zverev in 3. I think he's going to pull it out here.
Well, he'll want to do that, won't he?
Yeah.
Order of play
No one
committee
wants
hope
any
it's
4 or
in
5
3.
sets.
Yeah,
Got you.
exactly.
I hear you. We've just had an email in from Sarah wanting to know what's the best supplement you can take if you're a tennis player. What's the #1 supplement that you take, Nick?
Well, now I'm an ambassador for IM8.
There
That's
we
what
go.
Sabalenka uses as well.
What exactly is that?
It's basically it's in powder form.
Yeah.
It's a multivitamin. Get about 90 different things.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so I take it every morning. Feel great. Just trying to be like Sabalenka.
Yeah,
you know?
we all are. We all are.
Where's
I'm
mine
available
then?
for one of those.
I'll bring it tomorrow, guys.
Because
I'll bring it tomorrow.
This morning, Claire
Bring
Curran
your cup
sat
of water.
here.
We'll
Yeah, can we
dive
put
it
it
in
in?
there.
Oh, do you have to put it in hot water?
No,
any
just
water.
any water, 12
okay,
ounces.
and you live, apparently it's guaranteed living to 115.
Yes, that's
yeah,
the
if
plan.
you take it.
That's the
okay.
plan.
Because currently Claire and I feel 115, don't we, Claire? So we need some vitamins. Are you on the airwaves yet? Are you plugged in, Claire Curran? I'm not quite sure. She's taking over in just a moment. She's sat here having a breakfast. Thank you, gentlemen. You've been
Thank you.
marvellous. Really good to have you with us. The time is 12:21. And we'll be going around the grounds to update you on all the scores. Let's head to Mikey Pereira now. He's on court number 3. Mikey.
Yeah, Di, it's been a good match here between Takito Oda and Gordon Reid. Of course, this was such a tough draw for Gordon Reid. First up in this gentleman's wheelchair singles, this first round encounter. Oda, the top seed and the dominant force in the game right now. Oda, who won the first set 6-3, and now he's in a very strong position in this second set. He leads the way 4-1 in this second set. He's a player who has won 9 major singles titles, 8 of those as a teenager, as well as a gold medal at the 2024 Paris Paralympics, completing the career Golden Slam. By winning the French Open back in 2023, he became the youngest man in the Open era to win a major in any discipline. He was aged just 17 years and 33 days old. So Oda, it's been fun to watch him, and he really is doing his thing out here in very fine style. It is 4-1 in this second set. He leads the way 15-love. We've had a good crowd out here to enjoy this one, but this is looking like a tough ask now for Gordon Reid, who's done so much for the game, and, well, he thunders a backhand away there. So he is determined to keep on fighting here. But, well, we've been playing for an hour and 13 minutes. This is the first match of the day. We have Alfie Hewitt next up on this court. So much focus on the wheelchair singles here today. So at the moment, Oda is 30-15. He's 4-1 up in this second set. And we'll go over to Abigail Johnson, who's over on court 12.
I am indeed. This has been my station for the last hour, and it has seen this match in the ladies' invitation doubles flip back and forth. But at the beginning of the second set, it was the losers of the opener, Agnieszka Radwanska and Caroline Wozniacki, who led for the first time. Huge applause from the stands on court 12 as they broke serve. But Rybarikova and Safarova have been regrouping so well. Safarova, she made a singles final in her playing days. That was at Roland Garros in 2015, but she spent a fair amount of time on the doubles court as well. She reached the doubles final of that tournament that very same year, and she's pairing up really nicely with Rybarikova, who was a member of the last four here in 2017. So it's Rybarikova with her back to me in the commentary box right now. They have leveled up at 2 games apiece in the second set. She's got a great flat forehand that she takes down the line. Radwanska looking to find her way up the court, and Wozniacki tasked with staring into the sun. She handles the overhead, she handles the volley. Radwanska with another volley, and it's the sneaky slice, though, of Rybarikova that just draws the error from Wozniacki. She was a very different player on these grass courts, Rybarikova. She didn't quite hit the rankings heights of the other 3 players on the court, but her game has always lended itself really well to the grass, and there has been some really good shot making out here on court 12 in this Group B clash. They've just moved to double game point, Rybarikova and Safarova, and they're going to be feeling pretty good about this first match of the tournament, having already taken the opening set 7-5. Di, I'm just going to see if they can, well, I was just going to see if they can win this point and win this game, but Rybarikova's just dropped her toss, wasn't happy with it. And she's missed her first serve, so I'm waiting with bated breath. Can she do it? Can she close this out on behalf of her team? She's going into the body of Radwanska, who responds with the double-handed backhand, playing with a fair bit of margin, the 2012 runner-up. Now she's got to respond to a lob from Rybarikova, who's bringing all the different colors to the court. Another lob gets Radwanska scampering back across the baseline. Now she's pulled her up the court. Safarova does put it away. The volley on the baseline. Everyone waited for the confirmation. It came, and so it's 3 games on the bounce for the winners of the opening set. Rybarikova and Safarova lead 3-2 in the second set.
Thank you, Abigail. It was worth waiting for that. Really good to hear from you. We'll be back there very shortly. And I've said goodbye to Nick and to Barry. And joined now, they've been replaced by Claire Curran and Thomas Johansson, who I'll speak to in just a moment. But there's a match point on court number 3. Mikey.
Back to me, Di, as Takito Oda has got 3 match points. He has been in a hurry in this second set. The first set going his way 6-3. It's now 5-1 Oda. Reed serving at 5-1 down, and he has 3 match points here. Takito Oda, who is the star player in the game right now. Gordon Reed has missed his first serve. Here comes the second serve as Oda moves up towards the baseline. Good return, and Reed can't get the ball back into play. Oda celebrates, his arms aloft, and it's a very good start to this championships for Takito Oda, who has won 9 major singles titles, and he will take some stopping in this draw. It's a very convincing win. Tough draw, as we said, for Gordon Reed, who's done a lot of great things down the years. But this 20-year-old from Japan, the top seed, is rocking and rolling. 6-3, 6-1 gets it done in 1 hour and 16 minutes.
Great stuff. Thank you, Mikey, for that update. I am on the broadcasting roof, and as I mentioned just before Mikey brought us that match point, Claire Curran and Thomas Johansson are with me today. Thomas, first time I'm seeing you. How are you doing?
I'm very well, thank you.
You've been here for, this is day number 2, is it? Did you get in yesterday, or did you get in Sunday?
Well, I've been here for quite a long time, actually, because I'm working with Daniil Medvedev. So we were here for 1 week prior to the, to Wimbledon to practice. So I've been here for a few days. I have my son here as well. He's doing an internship in a company here. So, and then my wife and my daughter came over as well. So it's great.
Oh, great. Do you have a spare house for Kaboli? Because he had nowhere to stay.
Yeah, I saw that. He's, when he takes the microphone, he's always so funny.
He's so funny, and he really tries with his English, and we understand what he's saying, but it's not that easy for him all the time to explain what's going on, but he always makes us giggle.
Yeah, no, he's he's such a great guy and an amazing athlete on the court. But it's even in the locker room, you know, talking to him or, you know, when you practice with him, something always happens. So, no, I'm happy that he's doing well.
Absolutely. And tell us about your work with Daniil Medvedev.
Well, we went out here in the third round against Struff, actually, that plays today.
Yeah. Which is why I'm asking you.
Yeah, yeah. No, we were in a winning position in pretty much all 3 sets, but couldn't close it out. So, but credit to John Lennart, because he's a very dangerous player on this surface. He has a you know, great serve, plays extremely aggressive, returns well. He can play volleys. One of his biggest weaknesses is maybe his court coverage on the court, because he's a big boy. But what he has done so far, it's been super, super impressive.
Great stuff. And Claire Curran, you're just joining us. You've had a chicken salad and a crouton went down the wrong way. How are you doing?
You've got to bear with me. I've actually got to see, can I get any words out? That is quite a choke, that little crouton.
It was a very small one. It just went down the wrong way?
It's still down there.
Bless you. Have you got enough water?
I've got water. I'm totally and utterly rehydrated now. I wasn't this morning, but I've just drank about 2 litres to try to get this.
If anyone's listening, send us an email and let us know the best solution for a crouton going down the wrong hole.
Maybe a bit of olive oil down there.
Possibly, yes.
But I'm delighted to be beside Thomas.
Oh, you're looking great in your pink shirt.
Well, it was
Likewise.
fantastic, because obviously last year, whenever he was with us for the very first time, I loved these conversations that we had, and to get the tennis knowledge, and wonderful to see that this year that he was working with Daniil Medvedev, who has been having a good year. He's been making a lot of big improvements, and I think we were disappointed to see him going out of the 3rd round. There's high hopes, but yeah, I think it's great to see that he's kind of back on track now.
Yeah.
How long exactly have you been working with him?
We've been working since September last year.
Okay.
And he's had a great year so far. I mean, 2 titles. He was in the final in Indian Wells, beating Alcaraz. So when he's playing his best tennis, he can beat anyone. It's just that we need the consistency a little bit more. We've had a lot of really good results, but also some results that were quite unexpected. So we just need to get the consistency. But it's a lot of fun to work with. He's the nicest, best guy outside the court, and extremely smart. I would say he's one of the smartest guys in the locker room, I would say.
Have you played some chess with him? Because
I don't dare to play any game with him. I've tried. We play cards, we play quiz, we play whatever, but he absolutely kills us all.
Does he? Smart, intelligent man.
Yeah.
What's the dynamic? It sounds like you've got a really good relationship. It's often not easy to get that great dynamic with a player, but there's obviously something pretty special about your symbiotic relationship.
No, we get along really well. I've known Daniil for quite some time actually, but I haven't been by his side. You know, I was coaching David Goffin for many years, and we played him actually here one year, Daniil, in the 3rd round. So I've known him. He lives in Monaco as well. So yeah, he's a great guy to work with.
Tell us about living in Monaco. What's that like? Because I'd like to live in Monaco.
Well, it's a little bit of a bubble. It's a village.
Yes.
It's not a country. It's not a city. It's a village. Everybody knows everyone, and no, we like it. I've been living there since '97. So both of our kids grew up in Monaco. They've been to the Monaco school. And also, if you look at, I think 14 out of the top 20 tennis players, male tennis players, are living in Monaco. So it's the best place. If you're a tennis player or Formula One driver, that's the best place to be.
Oh, I was going to say, I've been to the Formula One there a couple of times, and my goodness, it's an absolute spectacle.
Yep.
And the noise of F1, which we just heard at Silverstone down the road here from Wimbledon. Are you an F1 fan?
Yes.
Great.
And we had a Monegasque winning.
That's incredible.
In Silverstone, yes, exactly.
Did you go? No, you were
here.
No,
I didn't go. I followed the race from the TV.
Yeah, super
But
exciting.
we were all very happy that Charles won.
Yeah, great stuff. It's Silverstone has gone down really well this weekend. We are asking Claire. I'm just wondering how Claire's doing. There's just an update on your crouton situation going down the wrong way.
I've had about how many whacks on the back?
Julie's just been whacking you on the back to try and make sure it goes down and gets digested
firmly, and I actually appreciate it. I appreciated that. Did you like that?
Well, I was wondering if you were okay.
And I'm back.
Julia
Look at that.
really
Well done.
went for it. Well done, Julia, who's helping us out in the production team. She's done a brilliant job in whacking Claire on the back, trying to solve the crouton problem.
There's no point going in. There's no point going in half-heartedly.
No.
You've just got to get that thing
You
right
sound
out.
good, though. You sound good, and you are back. We're asking you the social media question today. It's about invitational doubles competition. If you were to invite any doubles player to win the doubles title here at Wimbledon, who would it be? They've not won a Grand Slam. They can't have won a Grand Slam. So Nick went for Felix Auger-Aliassime. I can't remember who Barry went for now. I'll remember in a moment.
Oh, tough one.
I know, really tough. He said Caboli.
Yeah, I would probably invite a Spanish guy that I always admired, and probably the nicest, best guy outside the court as well. He was ranked, I think he was ranked as high as number 3, but he never won a Grand Slam. I think he was, I'm not sure if he made a Grand Slam final even.
Okay.
But he's one of those guys that you would have said he should have won one.
Right.
And it's David Ferrer.
Oh, yeah, brilliant player.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
good shout. The whole gallery is saying very, very good shout. What about yourself, Claire?
Well, I'm thinking of a current player.
Yeah. It can be a past player as well.
Well, there's quite a few people in the draw that I'd quite like to play doubles with in the ladies' draw at the moment, but she has.
Naomi said Jessica Pegula in the last hour.
That's who I was about to say. Naomi's quite smart when it comes to analysing a tennis match and having an opponent. I would love to play with Jessica Pegula, and that's because of the flat ground strokes that she hits. I used to love to run all over the net and just pick up some of those shots that she would have hit, so she would have been perfect for me. That perfect contrast of a great ground stroke player with somebody who likes to be at the net, but in saying that, she also can volley as well. So.
Okay, you're going for Pegula. Set point on court number 12, Abigail.
Yeah, I'm watching it play out, elongated rally cross-court. This is Caroline Wozniacki and Agnieszka Radwanska fighting to stay alive in this first match of their Ladies Invitational doubles campaign. It is going to end, surely it's going to end, because it's Magdalena Rybarikova in the forecourt. She holds a hand up in apology, but the overhead just too good from the woman with the lethal slice. High fives her partner, Lucy Safarova, former doubles world #1. And they generally led Rybarikova and Safarova from breaking in the opening game. It's good-natured. There's a lot of laughs at the net. I wonder if they're still talking about the fact that players came out here 10 minutes late because they were just sat in the locker room waiting to be called and didn't know that they actually had been called already, but that didn't hinder the progress of Rybarikova and Safarova. They salute the crowd, stayed pretty packed out here on court 12, and they are through their first match of Group B in straight sets.
Great stuff. Thank you very much, Abigail. Now we have a special guest with us from ARD Germany, reporter and journalist Ina Karst. Guten Tag, Ina. Wie geht's?
Guten Tag.
Wie geht's es Ihnen?
Es geht mir sehr gut, danke.
Toll. Ich spreche ein bisschen Deutsch. I speak a little bit of German and I like to show off. But ich verstehe, I understand more than I can actually speak. Thomas, how many languages do you speak?
Many.
Many?
No,
7 or 8?
No, I don't. I speak English, Swedish. I was quite good in German.
Yeah.
Because I was studying German in school, and then I played these.
Where exactly?
Well, in Sweden. I studied, yeah. And then I played for, I think, maybe 3-4 years. I played Bundesliga. And then our coach only spoke German. So you didn't have a choice.
You had to learn.
But I could answer in English, but he spoke to me in German.
Got you.
And then French, I'm quite average, I have to say.
I can say one sentence in Swedish.
Okay.
Jag bor I Hamburg nu.
Aha, okay.
I'm living in Hamburg.
Oh, there we go. Was that good?
It was very good. And also, I have to say, German and so let's say German, Dutch, and Swedish are not so far from each other.
This is what all my friends say. Yeah.
But for a Swede to learn Italian, Spanish, or French, it's a nightmare.
Because the Romantic languages are so different, aren't they?
Yeah.
I know that I find them very difficult, whereas I prefer the the Germanic languages. Claire is laughing at me. How many languages do you speak, Claire?
Well, I should have let that crouton choke me. Let's just say I'm at the wrong table.
You speak English.
Well, and that's sometimes debatable. Marcus is giving me a little bit of a hard time, but no, I think that
it's wonderful.
It's fantastic that you speak German.
I love my German.
And you have your languages. I think that tennis players in the UK, not all, I'm sure there's a couple that have some great skills, and American as well. We tend not to. We don't
We're
have.
lazy.
We
We're
are.
lazy.
I mean, I obviously studied a bit of Spanish and a little bit more French at school, but I wouldn't say that I had command of either of those languages.
Yeah. It's not easy to get our heads around when we're allowed off, basically, Ina, because everyone else on the continent speaks English so well. So it's easy to get by, and we can become lazy, but we have to practice. Wonderful to have you here with us. We'd like to start with Leonard Struff, who Thomas was speaking about. He's up against Yannick Sinner.
It's a difficult German surname, isn't it?
It is. Struff. See, I want to say Struff, but I felt like I might spit on the microphone, so I decided not to. But I love the way you pronounce it. Struff. Struff.
Typical German.
It certainly is. It's not an easy word to say.
A hard word.
Yeah. Tell us about Struff and your thoughts on him.
Well, it's like a fairy tale for him. He's 36 years old now. He's from the Sauerland, a region in Germany where actually I have family. I married into a family from the Sauerland, so I know the mentality of the people there. It's quite different to the mentality where I am from, actually.
Which is where are you from, sorry?
Lake Constance, at the border to Switzerland.
Got you.
Southern part of Germany. But Struff is from the Sauerland, and the mentality is that you're very down to earth, that you don't talk too much, that you're not very enthusiastic, you don't show emotions, actually. But you're really honest. People there are really honest and hard workers.
Gosh, you don't show your emotions too much. That could be a superpower, Claire.
Yeah, in this sport, absolutely. A superpower, but yeah. It must be nice to live with someone like that.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is what you've married into?
Yes, exactly.
And how do you find that? Do you bounce off each other because you're a bit of yin and yang?
Well, with my sister-in-law, sometimes we had difficult situations in the beginning because
I love the honesty.
She's so honest. Yeah, she's so direct, and sometimes it's just maybe not so polite when you're not used to it. But on the other side, you can say, it's honest. Yeah.
In terms of his game, do you see these characteristics on the court and the way he behaves?
Well, I see that he is a hard worker, definitely, and that he always believes in himself. He had so many comebacks during this tournament now, even against Daniel. It was, I think, in the third set, it was 5-2 for Daniel, and Struff still won the set. It's incredible how he came back. He always believes in himself, and even Andrea Petkovic, our former German player and expert here, she said for her it's not a surprise that he's now here in the quarterfinals, because he's such a hard-working guy all over the years, and he's a good player for grass court. He's a big server. But yeah, as Thomas said, he's not the fastest, that's for sure. He's tall, he's heavy, quite heavy compared to others. That's a difficulty. But let me say one thing. Today it's a warm day again, right? And I think Yannick Sinner doesn't only have Jan-Lennart Struff as an opponent, but also the heat today. And the longer the match will take, the better it is for Jan-Lennart Struff. As far as I know, Sinner has never in his whole career won a match that took longer than 4 hours. So I hope that it comes to a 4-setter or 5-setter.
Gosh,
I think you could go in there and give him the pre-match chat.
I think so as well.
Yes, definitely.
I mean,
what I like about Jan-Lennart is, first of all, he's one of the most well-liked guys in the locker room. Yeah. He is such a nice guy, very down-to-earth, like you said. But what I like about him is his attitude on the court. He can be down like he was against Daniel, 5-2 double break. He goes out and he goes, pretty much, let's go, to the coach. I just love his attitude. He's not getting down on himself. He's always fighting. He's always doing his best. It doesn't matter what the score is. And if you can do that on a daily basis, it's going to pay off sooner or later.
And when you ask the tennis fans in Germany, most of them say they would rather have Struff in the semifinals as Alexander Zverev because they like Struff so much.
Tell us about that relationship that the German fans have or don't have with Zverev.
Long story, we have to do a podcast for that. I think that some people who only know the on-court interviews with Zverev say he's a nice guy and he's funny, and he definitely is. But for me as a journalist, it's sometimes really hard. When we have the press conferences, you sometimes get the impression that he doesn't want to talk to us, that he's sometimes, a bit rude, actually. I have the feeling that I get on his nerves sometimes. That's sometimes really difficult. And I actually thought that it's going to be better when he has won now the French Open. But yeah, we have some good days and some bad days with him.
That's really interesting because I was speaking to Barry Cowan earlier on in our earlier show, and he felt that Zverev, there'd been a change in his demeanour and he was a bit more grounded and a bit more open. But you haven't seen that.
My impression is that he just doesn't want to have all these press conferences. That's not his, I don't know.
Not his thing.
Yeah, he doesn't like it. And sometimes I even thought that he thinks us German journalists don't want him to win, which is so crazy because I'm a German journalist. Of course, I want German tennis to be successful.
Yes,
and,
yes.
Yeah, sometimes it was really strange with him.
Well, do you ever tell him we want you to be successful? Do you ever say?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he may need a bit of, I don't know, bigging up. Not that he needs to, because he's just won a Grand Slam. Have you known tennis players over the years, Thomas, who just don't like that side of the sport, don't like press conferences at all?
Of course.
Give us an example.
Well, myself, I was not a big fan of the press conference, especially after a loss. It's but the mistake that you make many times is that you come out from the court. You have lost your match, you're super emotional, and then the ATP or ITF representative comes in and says, or media guy or girl comes in and says, okay, when do you want your press? And I go, now, I want now. And then you go and you just talk pure emotions.
But that's not the case with Alexander Zverev. He's always too late. Always. After a match, when it's scheduled, it's always too late. He comes like 30 minutes later than actually expected.
I see.
But I will tell you one thing.
Yeah.
With Sasha, one thing you know is that when you practice with him, he's late. Okay, so this is his personality. I mean, it doesn't matter if you practice in Wimbledon, Paris, Monaco, whatever. You know that he's always late. So
that's not typical German, actually.
No, I know, and it's it's not typical Swedish either. But that's how he is, and I've known Sasha for many years. I also know his brother.
I love Misha. He's so gentle. He's so nice to us.
But some things in tennis, with press conference, it comes with your job. You just have to. You have to deal with it.
It's part of the business.
And it's a little bit. I mean, we went to a musical last night, and we went to Moulin Rouge.
Was it good?
It was. Amazing is not the right word. It's like 6 out of 5 stars. It was so good. But what I'm saying is that how many times do you think these people have, felt that, do I really have to go on the stage tonight? Or, I'm not feeling it. I'm tired. I'm not in the mood. And then they go out and they perform. So this is also, it comes with musicians, it comes with acting, it comes with tennis, it comes with whatever. So some things are coming with a job, and you just need to deal with it. Yeah, it's exactly.
Do you remember when Andy Murray won Wimbledon? The first reaction that he had was, and I don't know if he meant to do it, but he turned around to the press. When he turned around and went, yeah, come on. And he had that relationship early on with the press. And I think for some of the players, it's maybe something's happened. Maybe for Zverev, he's had a few other things going on off the court that's had to be well publicised, and he's just a little bit sceptical, cynical about press. That can happen too.
Surely, if you're entering this business, this arena, you know that you have to speak straight after you come off court. So it's embedded in your head that's going to have to happen, Thomas.
Yes, but one word of advice is to, especially after a loss, take 30, 45 minutes and calm down. And then also, like one person told me, most of the time what you say first is what's going to be the headline. So you can, if you are very good with media, you can pretty much direct them what they're going to write the next day. So I think some of the players also need some media training.
Yeah, we hear you. We absolutely hear you. It's a bit. I mean, we were disappointed that Serena Williams, for instance, didn't come out after her defeat in the first round. We want to hear from the players as fans. Tell us about who you think is going to win. I'm going to look at this first match, actually, which is Zverev up against Lehechka. We've spoken about it in the last hour, but I want to get your thoughts, Ina, and Zverev's opponent, Lehechka. It's finished at the moment. They finished last night at 10:56 p.m. I mean, it was a late time to finish, wasn't it? 3-all in the third set, 6-4, 7-5. Zverev 2 sets up.
Yeah, I think that Zverev will win today. I have no doubt about that. Interesting will be the match against Taylor Fritz then in the quarterfinals. He doesn't like playing against Taylor Fritz. He lost the last 7 matches against Taylor.
Is it 7?
The last 7
Goodness
matches.
me.
So I think that Taylor Fritz is in his head. That's difficult. But I think if Zverev wins this quarterfinal, he will go to the final.
Would you agree
That's
with
my
that,
prediction.
Claire? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I'm calling that match last night, and actually it started late, wasn't it? Finished very late, but it was
8:40 p.m.
They had a very long wait.
Gosh, you were here till about midnight then.
Yeah, well, just I got out pretty quickly. You
Good.
can get out of the grounds, but I thought Zverev last night was excellent. The first serve was and the second serve massively improved. His forehand was huge. His court position so much more inside the court than what I kind of recall. But the way that he played the big points, he faced quite a lot of break points yesterday. He's finding his first serve, and so often he's going down the tee with that first serve on both sides of the court, and it's just kind of unreturnable.
Compared to the past, he's just so calm all the time, right?
But when he gets into the rally, he's backing himself, and that was actually the difference to me in those two players. There's not a lot of difference in their world ranking. Is he number 3 at the moment? Still, he's number 3 versus the number 14. But in the key moments in the match, 4-all in the first set, he's just so locked in. Where his opponent Lehechka was slightly tight in that game. Missed the first 3 out of 4 first serves, and suddenly he's getting broken. And it was like a 0.5% difference in belief in that match. I think Zverev goes on today and wins this actually in 3 sets.
So you've got Zverev going on and beating Taylor Fritz, Ina, and then overcoming either Caboli or Arthur Ferry. Did you see the match yesterday between Caboli and Ferry?
Yeah, not between Caboli and Ferry, but between Ferry and Dimitrov.
Excuse me,
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
They're playing each other. Ferry and Caboli are going to be playing each other next.
It was a fairy tale, as I heard here in England. Yeah, a fairy tale.
It was absolutely brilliant. I did feel a little bit sorry for Dimitrov because, you know, the years are going by. He's not got too many more chances. But in the 5th set, Arthur Ferry just pulled away, didn't he, Thomas?
Yeah, no, he's... I mean, I don't know. It looks like he has always been playing on grass. I mean, he's so comfortable on the surface. He's come back many times now in these matches. And, I mean, it's just a great story. You know, to have a Brit in the quarterfinal and
it's huge. King Arthur. We're trying to think of how many different ways we can use his name. Yeah. With Arthur, you know, and Ferry.
And he grew up here in Wimbledon, right?
Down
That's
the road.
what I read. Yeah.
Yes, he's a local boy. It's a fascinating story. Do you know Arthur, Claire?
Well, I actually know his mum better than I know him. I've met him a couple of times. His mum actually used to work at the LTA a long time ago. I think maybe from a legal background, she did a couple of days whenever her kids were very, very small. And she's a member actually of the club. Played tennis at the French Open in the doubles. Lovely, lovely lady.
Do you have her in your phone?
Yeah, probably do.
Do you want to get her on for tomorrow or later?
Do you know, I think, and I respect this a lot about her, I think she has a very low profile.
Yeah.
I had a quick chat with her when I was leaving the building before the championships actually started, and I said, how are you feeling? Maybe it was the first day. It was before he had played his first round match, and she said, look, once he gets his first match out of the way and he wins, I can relax a little bit, but I'm so nervous about it. But what struck me about him yesterday more than anything was from the 4th set, I thought there's no way he's going to lose this match. And that's even when he was a breakdown. It was his body language. Yeah. His body language and he is so physically fit. like immensely fit, but he was, and I don't know whether it's because he's slightly smaller and he's been kind of used to having to pump his chest out, but he made a real effort yesterday of running to the change of ends, of showing his energy, showing that he could have gone 7 sets.
Yeah.
And actually, it was in the 4th set you could see a little bit of a slump in Dimitrov. When he was a break up, he looked like he just lost physically. I thought, oh, he's finished right here. He did quite well to reset, but just it was that message. It was the messaging that was being sent just by the presence that you have on a court that you've never played on before. You've only dreamed of being there.
Ina, did you want to add to that? Just about...
Yeah, I was amazed. And of course, the audience, the tennis fans, they were cheering. It was so loud at center court. I heard it. And yeah, I'm very glad for the British tennis fans.
Thank you. Thank you. We've got someone to cheer for, haven't we? I want to ask you about Jürgen Klopp. He looks like he might be getting the Germany job. Is that being
We're no longer a football nation.
Oh, I'm
We're a tennis
sorry.
nation now.
Are you?
Oh, do you know what happened 41 years ago on this exact day?
Tell us.
Boris Becker won Wimbledon.
Gosh, Boris Becker, of course. Thank you, Ina, for your stats and for all the information. Sehr, sehr gut. And I will...
Danke.
Können wir Deutsch sprechen später?
Yeah, let's talk in German.
Danke, danke. That's it, I'll leave it at that. Thank you for your time, and we'll let you go. Brilliant stuff. Claire and Thomas, a word on, let's go back to Jannik Sinner and his match today against Leonard Struff, and just a word on Sinner in general and how he's performed this championship.
Well, I mean he's in the he's in the 4th round, or is it quarterfinal today? Sorry.
It is Jannik Sinner against Leonard Struff,
quarterfinal.
Court number 1. It's going to start at 1 o'clock. Yeah.
I think that we haven't seen the best of Jannik yet. He has done his job on the court. I mean, first match against Kecmanovic was a little bit of it was a battle in the end. So I don't think we have seen the best of him yet, and that's the strength with the best players in the world. They perform when they need to perform. Today it's everybody says that it might be an easy one, but Leonard Struff is a tough opponent because he's serving well, he's super aggressive, he's not scared of taking some chances, and today he knows that he needs to, take some chances here and there. I do think that Jannik is a bit too solid and too strong, so I still think that Jannik wins in straight sets.
Okay, thank you, Thomas. Great to get your thoughts. Let's head for a preview to court number 1 and join Richard Connolly and Barry Cowan. Gents.
Yeah, guten Tag to you, Di. This is going to be a lot of fun here on the number 1 court. Jannik Sinner, at the age of 24, is appearing in the Wimbledon quarterfinals for the 5th consecutive year. That is the consistently high level to which he has played. We all know about it. He's the defending champion. His opponent today, Jan-Lennard Struff, at the age of 36, is in a Grand Slam quarterfinal for the very first time. This is not a regular occurrence, Barry Cowan. This is it for Struff. This is the ball game. How does that affect what we see today?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I'm really looking forward to see can he execute. We know what Struffy's going to do. He's going to come out here, hit big serves. He's going to smash ground shots. He's got literally nothing to lose. And I agree with what Thomas was saying. Sinner has not looked his usual best. He's been serving brilliantly. The forehand, I think, is a room for improvement, definitely. But the best players, when they need to raise their level, they're absolutely able to do that. And for Struff, he's had 14 wins against top 10 players in his career. So he knows how to worry the top players. He's got to be able to do it against the very best this afternoon. I'm seeing Sinner, Richard, raise his level today.
I'm expecting that as well. He was here in the number 1 court for the quarterfinal last year when he played Ben Shelton. Shelton threw everything at Sinner, but Sinner had too much. He's just come off the 4th round match against Shintaro Mochizuki. Completely different style of player. Is this a good thing for Sinner that he's won through against different styles, or is his head going to be slightly blown by the different speed on the ball today?
What a fun match that was.
It was.
Mochizuki's brilliant. Yeah. I think tennis always needs your contrast of styles, but I was interviewing Richard Krajicek this morning, the legends, and he was saying his game now, he would not be able to win Wimbledon, which I thought was interesting because how complete all the modern day players are. Got no weaknesses.
Well,
So-
Struff, the guys have been saying the movement. Is Sinner going to get Struff moving today in a way that's going to be uncomfortable for him?
Especially if Struff's a little bit tight, that first serve percentage can drop. If that first serve percentage is 50, 55%, then Sinner's going to make too many balls. So he needs to get a career best serving day, like what you used to get in your exams, Richard. He needs to be around 75, 80%.
Yeah, keep going higher. Yeah, keep going higher. This is the test of Struff's life. But I would imagine it's one he's going to relish on the number 1 court. What a brilliant chance. What a brilliant story. One of several fairy tales at the championships this year, Di.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you, Barry. I am with Thomas and Claire on the roof, and I'm just looking at who Struff has overcome on his way to the quarterfinals, playing against Jannik Sinner on court number 1. They'll be coming out in a couple of minutes. His last match was against Hubert Hurkacz. 6'6", I would say. Hubie had to retire in the 5th set. Thomas, did you see any of that match?
Yeah, I did. I saw Jan Lennart was actually 2 sets to love down. And then something happened with Hubie in the, I think it was in the end of the 4th.
7-6 the 3rd set,
yeah,
and 7-5 the 4th.
Yeah, something happened, I think at 5-all in the 4th. Something happened with his back, I think, so he couldn't rotate, which is quite important on this surface. But it just shows what we were talking about before, is that he never gives up, and his attitude is probably one of the best attitudes on the tour. You know, he's not complaining, he's not whining on the court, he's not getting angry. He's very balanced, I would say, and always shows his fist against the box. And no, I like him a lot. And like I said, he's one of the most liked players in the locker room.
Oh, great stuff.
Yeah.
I was sad, actually, for Hubie Hurkacz. I was with him a couple of weeks ago. He was playing some exhibition matches ahead of Wimbledon, and he said, please can we not talk about injuries? Because a couple of years ago he had to retire. He tore his meniscus, didn't he?
Yes.
Before requiring surgery. So he's come back, and unfortunately another injury. It's not easy for tennis players, is it, when the injuries blight your career?
No, but I'm telling you one thing here. It happened to me last year as well, even though I am very old, not fit, and not playing at the same level as these guys.
You're looking good, Thomas.
Oh, thank
You're
you,
looking
thank
good.
you. But I also had a meniscus issue here last year in the invitationals. So what happens here when you play with grass court shoes and when it's dry, you can get stuck with your feet. And then you rotate, and then you can easily hurt yourself.
Yeah.
So, and this is a little bit what happened.
Shame.
I think with Hubie last year. I hear the talk in the locker room. Most of the old players are not actually playing with grass court shoes. They're playing with white shoes, but like normal shoes, and there you don't get stuck. Because it's the grass is very dry. It's very, very dry, and I was hitting like 10 days ago with grass court shoes, and I felt it straight away. It's like the grip that you get is it's
too sticky.
It's too sticky.
Yeah.
I was wondering the other night when Djokovic was playing, and he got in a second round match. He was quite annoyed in the first set, and he was annoyed with his team because he kept slipping on the courts. And I was thinking, and he got another pair of shoes out there, and I was thinking, would it be possible that his pimples are slightly different lengths based on the temperature? I mean, look, I know it sounds like I'm really going far-fetched.
No.
But I couldn't understand why he was getting that irate about his shoes, and he was making a point of not being able to stand upright. He was actually overly. He was kind of throwing a game away to show them, look, this isn't right what I have kind of on my feet. But it's probably unlikely, isn't it?
Yeah, both yes and no. Novak would be the guy that would have those kind of things on his shoes. But when I played here on the grass, I always try to have new ones. Especially now when it's dry, it's not as important. But if you played, for example, a little bit later in the day, it could be quite slippery. So then you needed, as much grip as you could get.
Yeah, to prevent injury. Preventative action is needed.
But those guys, Djokovic and Sinner, big aspect of their game on the grass, and what they can do so well is sliding.
Yes.
They slide kind of through it, so it almost it's helping their body on the surface.
Understood.
Yeah.
Thank you both. We have had an email in, actually, which I'll read out in just a moment. But at the time, my goodness, it's flying by. It's 1:02.
With Amex, you can experience more at the Championships Wimbledon. With on-site benefits like refreshments and giveaways at the Amex card member lounge, and ice cream and prizes at the Amex Pavilion, an exclusive match at the Amex Experience. Visit the 2026 Wimbledon app and tap the Amex banner to learn more. Amex Gold Card representative APR 85.8% variable. Annual fee applies after the first year, subject to status. Your rates may vary depending on circumstances. APR correct as of 25th of February 2026. 18 plus, terms and conditions apply.
Mikey Pereira is still on court number 3. What's happening there now, Mikey?
Yeah, we got some more gentlemen's wheelchair singles action, a second match of the day, and it involves Alfie Hewitt, one of the stars of the game. Britain's Alfie Hewitt beginning his Wimbledon campaign against the experienced Dutchman Tom Egberink. Hewitt, certainly one of the sport's great champions, a career Grand Slam winner whose real blend of power, touch and competitiveness has made him a fixture at the top of the game down the years. He's up against Egberink, who has spent more than a decade proving himself as one of the tour's toughest competitors, resilient, tactically smart, and we'll look to try and make things as tough as possible here for Alfie Hewitt. But at the moment, it has to be said, Alfie Hewitt is making very light work of his opponent here today. Alfie Hewitt with 3 games to love. He's looking good to maybe find another break of serve here. Egberink serving at 15:30 here. We played just 13 minutes. And Hewitt just at the moment looks like he's got too much for Egberink. He's not going to get to that drop shot, though. That's a terrific touch from the Dutchman. So it is 30 all here. It's a nice, sunny, slightly breezy number 3 court here, but at the moment it is all going to plan here for Hewitt. 3-love he leads.
Thank you, Mikey. So many eyes on Alfie Hewitt and so many supporters heading that way earlier on. I saw them, they were excited, and they'll be watching a brilliant match there on court number 3. Let's turn our attention to number 1 court again, and after Sinner plays at Struff, we have Naomi Osaka taking on Karolina Muchova. And Claire, have you had your eyes on Osaka over the past week and a half, and what are your thoughts on Osaka?
Oh, she's been very good. I mean, she's just obviously put out Sabalenka in what was just an absolute tremendous performance. The best match that she would have played on a grass court, probably one of her best performances in her career. She's serving so well. She's taking the ball so early. She's moving at the change of direction with her backhand especially has been exceptional. The way that she's been handling the short balls, which I think she'll have to deal with a lot today, short slice balls that she has to move up the court with. Every time she goes up for one of those shots, I think surely she's going to miss this, because she plays it with so much kind of racket speed, and she's quite a flat hitter, but she really is able to kind of use her hand to get the spin on that. It's a fascinating match because it's the contrast of the game styles. We've got the big hitter and the big server in Osaka versus the Muchova, the court craft, and just the way in which she's just an all-court player. Muchova is one of my favorite players to watch. I think it's going to be a fascinating contest. Muchova is going to need to compete for every single point from the very first ball, and she's going to have to try to accrue some type of game pressure today. Maybe in those big moments the Osaka game breaks down, maybe she doubts herself. She didn't against Sabalenka the other day. She's got to hope for that, but she certainly has the game, Muchova, to disrupt this big hitting that Osaka has been producing.
Yeah, Thomas, it's a real clash of game styles, isn't it?
Yes, for me, I agree with Claire. I love watching Muchova play because I enjoyed Ashley Barty when she was playing at her best, and it's a little bit of a copy. I would say it's the same game style. They have all the tools they need, but after I saw Naomi Osaka win her second round, because we played after her, so I was following the scores and I saw how she played, and I was extremely impressed with her movement on the court and her structured shot, especially under pressure. For me, she looks a lot fitter as well. And now the courts are played quite slow, so I think Osaka can win that one. I picked Osaka for the title, so that's how well I think she's playing at the moment.
You've done well so far.
Yeah, let's see today.
One of the tricky things about a player, whenever they played against a big hitter, and she played against the big shots, obviously, of Sabalenka, then she's going out today and she's playing against a very different type of ball. The ball will be slower. There'll be a lot more spin on the ball. Those balls will be landing in different parts of the court. So she's going to have to adapt to that. But I was actually impressed because in the previous round, and I probably need to get the draw in front of me again, but in the previous round,
here you go.
She had played against Kazakina, and who would be more similar in terms of the ball speed to Mukova. Maybe not, it doesn't hit it as well as Mukova, as fast as she. But I was really impressed actually with how she dealt from Kazakina to then move on to Sabalenka. But she's going back again to that game style today, so it'd be interesting. Does it disrupt her?
Well, she's obviously versatile and can do that. She's been showing us. Apparently, she's going to sort of sit back on the fashion front and let the tennis do the talking. Won't be coming out. Did you like her outfits beginning of last week? The fashion statements.
I am so far away from those things, so I'm not
but
the
you're
right.
so trendy, Thomas. I was thinking you'd be on it.
No, I'm not trendy at all, and I try to focus on the tennis. But I mean, of course, it's things like this spice it up a little bit.
Yeah, they do.
But I like the way she plays now. Mukova, if I'm not mistaken, they played. Was it 1 week or 2 weeks ago or something, and Osaka retired?
Yeah, the final of Bad Homburg.
Yeah, exactly. So, but since the courts are slower, it's warm, I think that Osaka will have more time to swing. But Mukova will for sure try to destroy Osaka's game with slice, with drop shots coming in, maybe some serve and volley, and she is the player on the WTA tour that can do that.
Yeah, it is. We'll just mention again Mukova's win. That was on grass. Their only clash on grass was the Bad Homburg final, and Osaka had to. It was a precautionary retirement, wasn't it, for a foot issue? Tell us a bit more about that.
Yeah, look, I think that was for Osaka at that tournament. I mean, that was for her to make the final of the grass court there, and it was the week before Wimbledon. I think she was probably thinking about getting to London, getting prepared. I think it was, there could be a bit of, she was going to have to expend a lot of energy in that match. If you're looking at those things and you're thinking, look, I'm actually playing some of my best grass court tennis. I think I'm a serious contender now for Wimbledon. That's just, there's no fact in that. That's just me maybe saying that could be a part of what happened. So I think it's a 3-3 head-to-head between the two of them. It's fascinating. Really important that Mukova keeps it as long as she possibly can. Keeps the points long, keeps the games long, even if she doesn't win the service game or make a break of serve, just keep Osaka serving for as much as possible, because if the first serve percentage of Osaka drops at all, then Mukova will be right there.
Well, it is an 8-match grass winning streak for Mukova since losing to Keys in Berlin, and obviously she's got that Bad Homburg title as well. So you're going Mukova as well?
Nope.
No, you're both going Osaka.
I think I'm going to go Osaka.
Okay.
Yeah, me too.
We're writing it. Well, you're going it for her for the title, aren't you, Thomas?
I have to stick with it. Exactly.
I do now remember you saying that 2 minutes ago. Marvellous stuff. We've had an email. Do keep those emails coming in. radio@aeltc.com is the address. And one here from Maz saying, Di, I'm really enjoying the coverage, which is great. Lovely to have you along listening. It was Flavio Caboli's grandfather who came to the rescue by finding an Italian family in Wimbledon who offered them their house for the rest of the week. It was the grandfather. That's good news. Thomas, you're okay. You don't need to
I'm fine.
Open your spare room. Also, I'm not sure if you've seen his celebrations. Yes, many football-themed celebrations. So you want him to keep going in the tournament, don't you? Because I'd love to see what's next in terms of those celebrations. Have you enjoyed them, Claire?
I'm all about the celebration.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry. I've my whole life, it's probably what switched me into Wimbledon from watching 41 years ago Boris Becker giving his celebration to Pat Cash after that. I get really disappointed whenever somebody wins Wimbledon and, you know, there's nothing there. Sorry. And that's not everybody's cup of tea, but...
No, we want to see emotion. We want to see feelings, and, you know, don't you, Thomas? You want to see what it means to people.
I do now, but I mean, if you look at my reaction after winning Melbourne,
was it?
It was at the most.
Oh no!
Richard Clare's just in a little fist.
I've got to admit, then there's no way I would have wanted you to win.
I'm sorry, but she's telling the truth.
Yeah, no, but in my case, it was also a little bit of a, how should I say, like a shock. So it took me like 24 hours, maybe 48 hours to realize how big it was, you know. So I remember my wife and I, we were sitting having breakfast the morning after, and then it was like CNN on or whatever, where we were sitting having, and I was there. You know, all the newspapers that we had on the breakfast table, I was there. So then it's a little bit of a wake-up call that, okay, what I did yesterday or for these 2 weeks is something unique. So, but of course I love the celebrations. I love it. But
if you could go back,
yes,
would you do it differently?
Yes, of course.
Anything special?
I would have done many things differently, you know, and this is what you try as a coach to, you know, prevent that they will have no regrets when they you know, put the racket on the side. So yeah, I would have done many things differently, but I'm very happy with my career. So it's
as you should be.
Yeah.
I feel like I want to go down memory lane with you, but we don't have time. We may have time shortly, but I want to talk about centre court. And before we head to our commentators, Suthal and Olga Shavchuk, to preview the opening match between Jessica Pegula and Coco Gauff, let's hear from both players, and we'll start with Pegula.
I do think that it's, I guess, a good testament to my ability to problem solve and compete, that I'm able to turn matches around. Yeah, sometimes it just takes me a second to get going. It's not something I always want to do, but I think that it is nice a bit having a reputation that, like, even though someone's beating me, like, it's definitely not over. And so I think I like having that associated with maybe my mentality.
To be the third flat hitter I played in a row, so I think the last two matches I have definitely will, you know, gave me prep for her. And yeah, she's always a tough opponent for me. I think she's really consistent, gets a lot of balls back, and can also play really aggressive too. So I think it's just going to be another one of those where I just have to be in it from start to finish.
We're just watching a tennis player bounce a ball on the side of his racket, and now we're clapping. We were, yes, he did very well there, Claire. Were you impressed with his performance, or not really?
No, actually wasn't really, Thomas. I'm not sure about you. I was thinking, is he a tennis player? He must be, because he's got all the white kit on. He's got the credentials. And
well done. Maybe he's given us a wave. It's as if he knows you.
He's very pleased with himself. I'm thinking that might be a junior tennis player who's just got a big victory.
I think so.
Doing some press and walking in this magnificent press centre, coming to do that walk for the first time.
Yeah, well, what an experience. Yeah. Well, they might film it and then speed it up 1,000 times and AI generate something and make it look amazing.
And I've just said I wasn't impressed.
and then he waved to you, Claire. Then he waved.
I am rough.
You are, but no, he went away cheery, and we did give him a round of applause. Coco Gauff, Jessica Pegula. This is a big match, isn't it, on centre court? The first match of the. Is some good matches on centre court. Obviously, we've got FAA against Novak Djokovic, and Zverev Lehechka is the second match, not before 2:30. But in terms of Coco Gauff, Thomas, what have you seen throughout the sort of 10 days? Has she improved as the tournament's gone on?
No, I think she's one of the best players in the world, and even though grass might not be her favorite surface, I think she's done really well. Today, I think it will be a tough one because the other day I came to Rangi, I was going to hit some balls, and then Jessica was hitting there together with her coach, Mark Knowles. And I was very impressed with the speed of the ball. It comes, I mean, she's not swinging that hard, so I don't know where the power is coming from because the ball goes like a missile through the court. So, and they know each other really well. Jessica, she knows how to play Coco. Also with Mark Knowles' help, I think tactically she will be fine. We all know that you have to try to, hammer the forehand side of Coco and be ready to step in because sometimes she's not missing, but she's sometimes dropping it short. Her backhand is very, very solid. Her court coverage is probably one of the best on the tour, and she competes so well. So I think it's going to be a battle, but if I have to pick one, I pick Pegula.
Did you know that this is her first ever match on centre court for Jessica?
I was going to say it's definitely not Coco Gauff's first ever match. I feel like it was rare, it was unusual if she wasn't.
Definitely
on
not
the court.
Coco's.
It's strange, isn't it? It's the same with Madison Keys in this championships. And Thomas, you played on centre court.
Yes.
Yeah, I feel now I'm going around, I'll be asking everybody, all the best players of all time, have you definitely played on that court? But there's only 3 matches a day. There's limited time, and we've had some pretty fantastic players through the years that have dominated this championships, and they're always on it. But that's a fantastic match. And whenever we look at Coco Gauff, I cannot stress enough the mentality of that young woman. I don't think there's anybody I've ever seen that is mentally as strong. Physically, she's an unbelievable athlete.
Yep.
But this mental strength, the ability to win whenever you're not playing very well, and to actually, I don't think she would even ever say that. If she heard me or a commentator say, "Oh, you're not playing very well," it just that doesn't go through her brain. She just finds a way. And she said there again, I'm going to have to compete from the first point to the last point, and that's kind of a given with Coco Gauff. I do agree with Thomas, but I do think that Pegula will come through this for the reasons actually that Thomas himself said, and I hope that Pegula can keep going in this tournament as well.
Okay, shout-outs here for a Pegula victory. We can now join our commentators on centre court. Suthil and Olga Shavchuk are there for us. Ladies, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hello all. And yeah, shout-outs here, I think, for a Pegula victory as well. Do you know Olga Savchuk? We were having this conversation just now, weren't we? It's her debut appearance on centre court. I could not believe that when I heard that.
Yeah, I saw the shock on your face
I was surprised.
a few seconds ago. But yeah, it's the same as Madison Keys, right?
Yeah.
Both of them actually. And I like that she spoke about it during press conference, that she wants to earn her spot there. And I think she did many times already, but and finally we're going to see her here on centre court.
Impact in any way your performance? You're going to be a bit more nervous, aren't you? Because as she made the point in her interview, she's played on the centre courts of all of the other slams multiple times, but just not here.
I don't think so, to be honest. And I listened also to Coco Gauff interview before this match, and she said she doesn't think it's going to be a factor because Jess Pegula played so many times on center courts, on all the slams apart from here, and she has so much experience in being far deep in a Grand Slam, in the final, in the semis and quarters, multiple times. So, she doesn't think it's going to be a factor, and I don't think it's going to be a factor.
Well, this is a scene of where Coco Gauff made her big breakthrough performance. Oh, losing my voice already. Good. You might be doing a lot of talking today. Back in 2019, when she beat Venus Williams so famously here in that run to the 4th round. This is the first year that Coco's made it through to the quarterfinals. So many congratulations to her. These women made it through to the quarters at all the Grand Slams now. But when you look at their head-to-head, there is a reason why Jess Pegula has won 5 of their 8 meetings, and their last meeting on the grass in Berlin as well. And I just feel, with what she has in her game, especially the forehand battle, we spoke about that yesterday, didn't we? I love Jess Pegula's forehand. It's so heavy and flat. It's tough to deal with and live with. So for that reason and the consistency behind the serve is why I favour her. Are they the same reasons that you do, or is there anything else that you see that will be a factor today?
It's just my gut feeling that she's, she have a good chances today. But at the same time, you have to say it's going to be a tough one today because how much more confidence Gauff gained from the last match against Belinda Bencic, and she said it was the best match of the tournament and probably best match on the grass ever that she played. That's quite a big statement.
It is.
And she said that she was very proactive and very aggressive and trusted herself. So I think she will approach this match today the same way. But for Jess Pegula, for the player who doesn't have a massive, outstanding weapon, we have to say that she's so good at absorbing pace so well.
And redirecting.
Yeah.
Well, it's a first meeting for them, Di, as well, at Grand Slam level 2, which is another remarkable facet of this battle today. Very, very much looking forward to it, and I wouldn't be at all surprised if it goes the distance.
We can't wait, Sue. Thank you, Sue. Thank you, Olga. Now, Ellie Collins is out and about. We're going to catch up with her in just a moment. But let's go to court number 3. Update from Mikey Pereira. Mikey.
Hello, hello. We might be closing in on the end of this first set here. It's Deuce as Alfie Hewitt is serving at 5-1 up. He's been excellent so far, has Alfie Hewitt, who of course knows these courts so well. He was the champion here 2 years ago. He's just winding up for this first serve. He doesn't like that ball toss. I think he was just put off by a loud cheer from a nearby court. So he's going to go again here with this first serve. Serving at Deuce, and he was right to take his time. A terrific serve down the tee there for Alfie Hewitt. 10 times he's won singles Grand Slams. He's in total won 34 major titles, of course, partnering Gordon Reid for so much success. And Alfie Hewitt with set point here to take the lead in this encounter. Misses with that first serve as Tom Egberink just gets back to his return position, the Dutch opponent here today. It has been a very convincing performance so far from Alfie Hewitt, leading 5-1. We played 33 minutes, and Hewitt, the second seed, trying to make it through comfortably here. A forehand cross-court from Hewitt, then the defensive forehand from Egberink, and it's good. And Hewitt just misfiring with that backhand, so on to Deuce we go. Of course, it's not just here at Wimbledon that Hewitt has had success. He twice an Australian Open singles champion, 3 times successful on the Parisian clay at Roland Garros, and the tournament he's had his most success in the singles, the US Open, which he has won on 4 occasions. As we see the serve again down the tee. That's a carbon copy of 2 points ago there. Alfie Hewitt right on the line as an ace rains down and brings up another set point chance here for Hewitt as he leads 5-1. Once again, he has advantage here. A few more bounces of the ball here for Alfie Hewitt. And here comes the first delivery to the forehand of Egberink, who doesn't get that one right at all. And Alfie Hewitt, who's been very convincing so far here on the number 3 court. He takes the first set 6-1.
Thank you, Mikey. Great to hear from you. And a reminder of centre court action today for you. It starts with Jessica Pegula against Coco Gauff. And next up, not before 2:30, which is, my goodness, it's only in an hour's time, Alexander Zverev up against Lehechka. Obviously, they had to, you'll know, they had to retire last night at 10:56 p.m. 3-3 in the third set, and Zverev leading by 2-0. Finally, on centre court, we'll see Felix Auger-Aliassime, the number 3 seed, take on Novak Djokovic, the 7th seed. Djokovic, of course, going for his 25th Grand Slam title. Thomas Djokovic, Auger-Aliassime, Barry and Nick were both in favour of a Felix victory later on today. Would you agree with them?
I don't think they're completely wrong because Felix has played really well. And he has the perfect game to the grass with a very, very good serve.
That serve, Nick Monroe is saying, when you play against him is absolutely brutal.
Yes, it is. And also with, you know, he's probably the best player in the world with serve +1, meaning serve plus forehand. It's very tough to reach his backhand after his serve. So I think he has a big chance today, Felix. but I don't think he will pass Novak.
Okay. 14 years separates them, Claire. Will Djokovic, will the elder statesman take charge of this one?
I think so. I think he will, actually. I think he'll be going into his 8th semi-final, and I think it's a massive test. It's kind of the coming of age, I think, of Felix Auger-Aliassime. This is the match that now he's primed to win. So I think when you look at it in the game and the surface that he's playing on, everything is there. But do you know what? When he double faulted the other night, it sounds, this is me being really brutal again. When he was serving for the match, and it was 15-40 on his serve, but he had obviously had to deal with a very, very long delay. And I thought, he's going to double fault. I know he's going to double fault, and then he double faulted. And I said, he's not. And then I said, he's not going to win Wimbledon. That's
That's how you feel.
I'm so brutal. That is very, very harsh of me. But I still just don't think he's ready. And he's playing against Djokovic, and that's the ultimate test. Any other player apart from Jannik and Alcaraz, I'd be saying, no, he's not going to win that. But I still think Djokovic is going to have the edge.
Well, Djokovic, he wasn't happy with his last match, but he comes out and will be playing Auger-Aliassime. Now, he's just made history in his last match, his 106th win at the All England Club, moving past Roger Federer for the most men's singles victories in championship history, which is a pretty good stat. And he's going also for his 25th Grand Slam title, as we said, and his 8th Wimbledon to match Federer's men's record. You saw Roger Federer in the box yesterday. What did you think? We're not asking you a fashion question, actually, again, Thomas. Claire, did you like what Roger looked like in his suit?
It was bold to go with the brown, but he pulled it off very well, very nicely indeed.
You must say he pulled it off, Thomas.
No, but he looks like a rock star. I mean, everything he does and how he dresses.
It's so true.
He looks like I'm so surprised that they haven't asked him to be the next James Bond.
Yeah, well, maybe he's auditioning for it.
Yeah, maybe.
But
yes.
we were just talking about Roger in the box last night, and what stood out, I think what stood out for us was he was there all night. He didn't leave the box, and the box was empty.
We loved that picture in the papers this morning.
But that is so impressive.
Yeah.
That is, and apart from everything else, he was also crouched looking forward at certain points so that nobody could disturb me. He was just so locked into the tennis. I thought he might be looking for a coaching job, but
could be. Could be an exclusive.
I think he would be quite attractive for that.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you to both of you, Thomas and Claire. We're going to let you go. And Thomas, where are you today? Which court are you on?
Court 18. So if you want to come and see how you should not play tennis, come to court 18.
Oh, yes.
Match.
What time? Do you know?
I would say probably around 4.
Okay,
we have 2 tough opponents. We play Greg Rusetsky and Johanna Konta.
Oh my goodness!
So it's a very, very difficult match for us.
I've seen them. They've been here for weeks.
I know.
Oh, Thomas!
I know.
Weeks and weeks.
And your partner is Barbara Schett.
Yes.
Great stuff. And Claire, are you playing?
Oh no, I'm not playing. I'm being put to work, but I'm not doing too much with a right hip that I've got. But I've got a brilliant day, so I did one of those days as a commentator. Finishing off the Lehechka-Zverev match from last night, and then it's Osaka against Mukova.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah, it's a brilliant day
Well,
ahead.
do you know, I'm just relieved we've sorted out the crouton issue and you're feeling okay.
That was amazing.
Julie has helped you so much with that slap on the back, and she can breathe again.
Yeah, I might not be able to stand tomorrow, but at least I can breathe.
Marvellous. Claire and Thomas, thank you. Let's head out to Ellie Collins. She's out and about around the grounds. Over to you, Ellie.
Well, I've just joined Jade Holland Cooper, who is founder of Holland Cooper Clothing, and you are looking sensational.
Oh, thank you.
I'm guessing this is Holland Cooper Clothing.
Oh, it is, it is. We created it in a few days. It was quite stressful, but I'm pleased with the result.
Yeah, well, explain to everyone that's listening right now, what are you wearing?
So I'm wearing a pinstripe pleated trouser with a turn-up, nice and long, fitted waistcoat, watch chain, tie, shirt, tie bar, all the paraphernalia. It feels very preppy, quintessentially British tailoring.
And I have done the most iconic thing, I think, and actually knew that I was going to interview today. So I'm wearing full Holland Cooper clothing as well, which I have never been more obsessed with a pair of shoes in my entire life.
Oh,
so
they're
thank
gorgeous.
you
They're gorgeous.
for that. Now tell me, how excited are you for Wimbledon today?
I'm so excited, and every year I come, I feel like the atmosphere is just electric here. There's nothing like Wimbledon, especially on a sunny day.
Absolutely. Now, have you seen any clothing today that you've been like, oh,
So welcome along to everybody on... So welcome along to everybody on JB Sports. We're about to get underway for today's first centre court match action. And we're going to hand over and sync up with commentary from the Ultimate Sports Media with Matthew Owens on the call when he gets going. So stand by, everyone. We're nearly set to get going. Good whenever you are, Matthew, to start on your end.
Hold on. Center court on a very sunny Tuesday around the grounds at Southwest 19, and we are ready for one of the most anticipated quarterfinals of these championships. It is Coco Gauff, it is Jessica Pegula. It's a pair of highly ranked Americans. Only one can make it through to the Final Four here at Wimbledon, as we are ready to go on what should be a terrific day of action here at Wimbledon. We say hello, one and all. I'm Matthew Owens, and welcome to the championships. Thanks for having us in for this quarterfinal match. Jessica Pegula and Coco Gauff, they are extremely familiar with each other. This is the 9th time that they have battled, but for the first time at a Grand Slam. We are so excited for this matchup here today. And it's going to be a very interesting environment for these two who have, as I mentioned, met 8 times. This is only their 3rd meeting on grass. Those prior 2 grass court meetings have been split 1-1. Players are out onto the court and are warming up as we speak. As I mentioned, very sunshiny day here in London. Temperature is climbing as the week goes on here. Temperature supposed to max out, forecasted to max out at about 88 Fahrenheit today. We're going to be in the 90s over the next 3 days, including on Thursday, which is, of course, the ladies' semifinals. Tremendous atmosphere, as I mentioned, for these two, both ranked inside the top 10. Coco Gauff into a quarterfinal at Wimbledon for the first time in her career. We all know that this is where she really broke out onto the scene all those years ago as a 15-year-old, beating Venus Williams, and her relationship with grass has been a bit tricky in the years that have followed. Has never made it to a quarterfinal here, but now she is into the last 8 at Wimbledon for the first time. This also matches Jessica Pegula's deepest run here. She was a quarterfinalist in 2023. For Gauff, she has had to go the distance in each of her last 3 matches. 3 3-set triumphs, including in a match tiebreak in the 2nd round where it looked like she was done. Came from behind to beat Solana Sierra in a match tie break, then in the next round, beating Claire Liu 6-2 in the third set, and last time out on Sunday in the fourth round, a very tight match coming from a set down to beat Belinda Bencic 6-4 in the third set. So it has not been the easiest of roads for Coco. On the other side, Jessica Pegula has dropped just one set. That was here on Sunday against Iva Jovic, where she came from a set down and won 6-3, 6-1 in the second and third sets as Pegula faces a second straight American. Before that, though, it had been really straightforward victories for Pegula, beating Daria Vidmanova in the first round, Sarah Sorribes in the second round, and Jessica Buzas-Monero in round 3. So we get set to go here on this terrific day in London. High temperatures and high drama here on center court as we get set to go with Coco Gauff at the Royal Box End. She will serve to start this quarterfinal. Does so with a let on the first serve. And tries again and thumps it down to the backhand of Pegula. Return is up the middle off forehand Gauff, that's deep. And Pegula's slice backhand is into the net. Gauff with a big first serve there, and that has been the story for Coco. She has really improved her serving, which has let her down many times in the past, especially here at Wimbledon. That last serve was at 107. First serve here misses for Gauff. Second serve, high ball toss put in. Body serve, which is fought off, but racketed long from Pegula. And it's a 30-love beginning for Coco Gauff. Mentioned the 8 meetings between these two. Gauff holds a very slight advantage in the head-to-head, or Pegula rather, has won 5 of the 8. Gauff, big first serve and a backhand return into the net from Pegula. And the serve really clicking, at least in this opening game. That one at 108 from Coco. Trying to really improve her serving game. Goes out wide here and misses. That has been one of the focal points for Coco over the last handful of months. Second serve is wide and it misses. It is a double fault, and that is where the serve has really let her down in the past. Especially the second serve. Still well in control of this opening service game is the two-time Grand Slam champion. Into the net on the first serve, winning her maiden Grand Slam title in New York at the U.S. Open 3 years ago, and then, of course, was the 2025 Roland Garros champion over Aryna Sabalenka in both finals. Backhand return by Pegula, forehand up the middle, deep, too deep from Gauff, and you could really pick any of the 8 ladies left, say they could make the final and win it. Gauff serves up the tee. Pegula swats the return back off forehand from Gauff. Stepping into a big backhand. Pegula up the middle from Gauff. Steered back by Pegula on the backhand wing, and Gauff is into the net. So 3 points to start for Gauff in a row. 3 points straight now for Pegula. Winner of this match will play on Thursday against either Naomi Osaka or Karolina Muchova in the semifinal. What a tremendous matchup that is between Muchova and Osaka. Gauff at deuce, serves to the backhand up. Pegula makes the return, and then the backhand is into the net from Gauff. So just like that, from 40 love, Pegula with a chance to break in the opening game of this quarterfinal. Be a really big letdown for Coco, who can't find the first serve here. It's into the net. And the second serve. at the Royal Box Inn. Goff, and that is into the net, and Pegula claims the opening game break, and that's the way this quarterfinal gets started. A dramatic start indeed, as Coco Gauff, serving tremendously to start, broke out to a 40-love lead, and then Pegula with 5 points in a row, helped out by a pair of Coco doubles, and Jessica Pegula from Western New York takes an immediate lead here. Late bloomer at age 32, of course, from the Pegula family, popular and famous in Buffalo, New York. Made the final of the U.S. Open a couple of years ago. This, as I mentioned, matches her deepest Wimbledon run. She was a quarterfinalist here in 2023. Serves at the Royal Box Inn, does Pegula, and goes up the tee. Hammered back by Goff. Big cross-court forehand from Pegula. Up the middle is Goff. Off-balance forehand by Pegula. Backhand cross by Coco. Pegula gets there. Sliced by Coco on an approach. And Pegula's there with a cross-court forehand that passes Goff at the net. It's a forehand winner whacked by Pegula, who is striking the ball well early. Got to that slice in plenty of time, dug it out. And that is a terrific passing shot winner. Serves here out wide, driven back by Goff. Backhand up the middle by Pegula. Steered cross-court by Goff. Pegula on the defensive up with a lob that will not get over the net. Goff really took control of the return. Got in control of the point straight away. You see Pegula the 4 seed, Goff the 7 seed here for these championships. Pegula serves out wide. Goff spoons the return back. Forehand up the line. Pegula on the serve +1, but Goff is there to get it back. Pegula's at the net and hits a very solid cross-court volley winner for 30-15. Is a matchup worthy of a quarterfinal. You could say also worthy of a semifinal or even the final here on Saturday. Cookie has crumbled in the draw to put these two in the draw together in a quarterfinal matchup. 30-15. Pegula serves out wide. Goff lifts the return back. Pegula at the net. Great timing on the drop shot. Lands softly for a drop winner, and Pegula looks to consolidate the opening game break. 40-15. Not only well struck on the drop shot, but it's also well timed. Pegula serves. The let court, it ricochets out of the service area. Of course, Goff was up 40-love, but still lost serve, so Pegula knows she needs to keep her focus here from 40-15. Second serve is there. Goff's big forehand return cross-court is wildly off target, and Pegula does indeed consolidate the opening game break, and it's a 2-love start for Jessica Pegula. Start for Pegula. Here's Coco serving to the backhand of Pegula, and then forehand by Goff gets away from her, misses wide. Pegula has won 10 of the last 12 points. Goff serves to the backhand, slipped back and long by Pegula. Sliced the return. Goff serves. Backhand return by Pegula, really good. Goff on the sprint, sliced it back short. Pegula steps into a backhand cross. She's at the net. Coco tries to pass her, but Pegula's volley is into the bottom of the net. Really well done by Pegula. Got to the net very aggressively and covered off that passing shot attempt down the line. Just didn't hit a good enough volley. Goff serves out wide, misses. Second serve from Coco, it's there. Driven return back in up the line. Pegula on the offensive. Sharp angle from Goff. Oh my goodness, what an angle she found. And Pegula could never have gotten that back. And Pegula just with a great strike on that return. Should have won her the point, but Goff finding an angle, reaching out and just stabbing that forehand down by her knee. Goff serves out wide. Pegula again with another driven cross-court return up the line of forehand. Goff, deep backhand Pegula, and Goff on a backpedaling forehand. That finds the net. 40-30. Action on court number 1 with Jannik Sinner and Jan-Lennard Struff. We'll keep you updated with that match in the gentlemen's quarterfinal. Here's Goff. Serves to the backhand of Pegula. Deep return up the middle. Up the middle goes Goff with the backhand, and Pegula's forehand off the let cord and into the net. Goff holds and gets on the board here in this quarterfinal. We're underway in this ladies' quarterfinal at Wimbledon. And Jessica Pegula with the early lead, an opening game break. Pegula to serve up 2-1. Good start to this all-American matchup here. Again, Sinner and Struff over on the number 1 court. They are at 5-all in the first set, but Sinner does have a break point in what has been a fairly lengthy first set. Over there on the number 1 court. Rest of the schedule today, you've got Zverev and Lehechka to finish. That's second here on center court. Zverev's up 2-0, and it's 3-all in the third, so that match to finish here on center court after Goff and Pegula. And then Novak Djokovic and Felix Auger-Aliassime here on center court. Number 1 court will have Naomi Osaka and Karolina Muchova following Sinner and Struff. That is the singles lineup today. As after the change of ends, Jessica Pegula up a break, serving 2-1. Does so to the forehand of Goff. Return is into the net. Pegula serves up the tee. Goff able to block the return back, gets it deep to the backhand of Pegula. Off forehand, Goff comes to the net. Pegula passes her. Tremendous backhand strike up the line, and Goff just could not cover it off. That's already the second passing shot winner we've seen from Pegula in this match. It was really all well done from Coco. It was a great approach shot, deep off forehand, got to the net quickly. Pegula just with a great shot. Here's a backhand return by Goff. Slice forehand cross-court by Pegula. Goff picks it out. Pegula with a backhand. Now cross-court from Goff. Defended back by Pegula. And Goff steps into a backhand winner up the line. Just the third time they've ever met on grass. Goff won in straight sets at Eastbourne in 2023. And then in 2024 in Berlin, Pegula with a straight set win, 7-5, 7-6. Serves to the forehand of Goff. Backpedaling backhand by Pegula. Forehand is up the middle, but long from Coco. Center, by the way, did get that break on Struff, so Center is serving for the first set over on the number 1 court, 6-5. .40-15 from Pegula, serves out wide, good angle. And the forehand return cross-court is wide from Goff, and Pegula holds for a 3-1 edge. We'll just walk over to the chair umpire for something. upper hand right now to Pegula. As Goff at the Royal box end serves, kick serve to the forehand of Pegula, picked up off forehand by Goff, sliced backhand by Pegula, dug out by Goff, sliced it up the line herself, forehand cross Pegula, now a cross-court forehand by Goff, and Pegula slices that back, and then Goff is into the net. Could not pick up that second Pegula slice, who has been utilizing that slice backhand extremely well here on the grass. Of 15, Goff, high ball toss, service down into the net. Second serve is there. Forehand return up the middle, Pegula. Two-fisted backhand by Goff. Forehand cross by Pegula. Miss hit by Goff, but it lands just inside the baseline. Backhand deep by Pegula up the middle. Just missed the baseline there from Pegula. That Goff miss hit on the forehand, she was very fortunate that it landed just inside the baseline, and I think that caught Pegula out. 15 all, big serve out wide, scoop back by Pegula. Goff at the net, ooh, trying to come in with a swinging overhead, and she misplays it into the bottom of the net. That return from Pegula very nearly went over her head. Goff rushing the net for an overhead that she had to leap up for and put it into the net. She might have been better off letting that go over her head because it may have ended up going wide. Goff serves, backhand return short by Pegula. Goff steps up and this time hammers away the forehand at the net. At the Royal box end of center court. Furthest away from us as we look at it. Thumps that return up the tee, and Pegula unable to get the return back. And there's the kind of serving that we were talking about earlier that Goff has just tried to improve. That at 122 miles per hour. If she can ever get to the point where she can consistently serve like that, she's going to be incredibly hard to beat. First serve into the net. But it is getting the consistency of it down. Second serve is there. Pegula forehand return. Forehand cross from Goff. Into the net goes Pegula. And Goff holds. Still down the one break here. Through 5 games of this opening set. 5 minutes to 2 in London in this ladies quarterfinal. Yannick Sinner, can he put away the first set against Jan Lennard Struff of Germany? Answer to that question is yes. Sinner holds for 7-5 and takes the first set in just over 45 minutes. So the world number 1 is up a set on Struff over on the number 1 court. We're on the gentlemen's side in the quarterfinals. Sinner, if he were to go on and win against Struff, he would face either Auger-Aliassime or Djokovic here on Friday in the semifinal. Bottom half of the draw, you've already got Cabali in the quarters after his upset of De Minaur. Of course, Ferry is there with his win over Dimitrov. Pegula to serve at the Royal box end. In the sun of center court, serves to the backhand of Goff. Deep return, backpedaling forehand by Pegula. Short ball by Goff. Deep forehand in the corner from Pegula, and then a forehand off the let cord for Goff, which crawls over the net, turns into a forehand winner for Coco as she throws up the hand in the fake apology that we love here in tennis, the fake apology. 15, serve up the tee, backhand return deep up the middle, Goff, picked up by Pegula, backhand by Goff, slice back in up the middle by Pegula, steered back by Goff, up the line, Pegula deep in the deuce court corner, Goff gets it back, and then that backhand misfires from Pegula, trying to go up the line in the deuce court, it drifts wide, and Goff, this is the best start to a return game that she has had. Love 30 serve misses from Pegula. Second serve is touched into the backhand of Goff, deep return, and it can't be picked up by Pegula off her shoelaces. The forehand is into the net, and Goff will have 3 break points here. She has been able to get some really good returns on the Pegula serve, and first break point opportunity here for Coco. Serve misses wide from Pegula. Second serve is kicked in up the tee, backhand return Goff, and it's sliced into the net from Pegula, and a break to love gets Coco Gauff back on serve here in this opening set. So 3 games all. Gauff gets that break back that she gave up so cheaply in the opening game of the match. Gauff at the near end. Misses that serve out wide, slicing away. Second serve is there to the Pegula backhand, and the forehand into the bottom of the net from Gauff. Pegula with a really good return, but it took a rough bounce there on Coco. Serves left 15, deep to the forehand of Pegula, backpedaling off forehand by Gauff. It's short, backhand cross-court off the let cord from Pegula. Knifed back by Gauff, deep by Pegula on the backhand, and Gauff's backpedaling forehand is into the net. That was a strange point. Pegula was in control of it. The let cord, however, let Gauff get back into it. Pegula in the end with a really good deep backhand, forcing Gauff back, and it's love 30. First serve misses into the net. First time these two have played this year. Played at the WTA finals at the end of last year. Pegula won 6-2 in the third. Gauff's second serve is missed by a lot. And it's her third double fault, and after getting the break back, we will now face 3 break points. As you hear the crowd try to get behind Gauff here. It's love 40. Really stressed look on her face after that double fault. And misses the first serve here as well. Second serve, it's an extremely high ball toss, and it misses long, and it's back-to-back doubles that gives Pegula her lead back at 4-3. I mean, that ball toss was almost through the roof. Only slightly exaggerating. Has to be for Pegula, a real gift after playing really a terrible service game herself just a moment ago. And have you with us here on this Tuesday. If you're stateside, Tuesday morning. course, afternoon in London and the rest of Europe. No matter where you join us from, glad to have you with us as Jessica Pegula will serve with that break back in hand. 4-3, serves to the forehand of Goff up the middle. Forehand is deep from Pegula, and into the net goes Goff on the backhand wing. Last two games have been won by the returner at Love. Pegula up the tee. It's a terrific serve, but it's called a let. Best serve she's hit so far. Still first serve. Into the backhand of Goff. It's deep up the middle. Forehand by Pegula. Looped back by Goff. Pegula lines up a backhand up the line. Goff sends it right back that way with the forehand. Backhand cross by Pegula. Forked cross court by Goff. Up the middle, Pegula. Goff's there. Pegula sprinting side to side. Keeps defending. Goff comes to the net. Slice backhand Pegula. Goff with a good approach. Pegula's there to defend it back, but Goff at the net easily volleys it for a winner. And a fist pump after from Coco. One of the best points we've seen so far. And Goff just having Pegula side to side. 16 ball rally. 15 all. Serve does not find the tee from Pegula. Finds the second. Goff with a really terrific return off backhand from Pegula. Great angle. Goff gets it back. Then a deep cross-court forehand from Pegula. Short ball by Goff. Pegula's at the net with a drop shot. Goff is there to play it cross-court, and Pegula's unable to stash it back. There are some angles being found on this court by both ladies right now that's really tough to find. Pegula tried to go back door. Goff was there to find it. And then Pegula with not nearly good enough of a drop shot at the net. Not really sure. She had so much of the ad court open, she could have just driven it up the line and behind Goff. Pegula serves, misses it too long. As Goff once again gets into this return game. Up the tee, Pegula makes the third. Big, aggressive return, but it's long up the middle from Goff on the forehand. Really tried to attack it. Did a bit too much, however. All serve by Pegula up the tee. Goff shovels it back. Backpedaling forehand up the middle by Pegula to the forehand of Goff. Off forehand, really good Pegula. Goff defends it, but it's short of the net on her slice backhand, and Pegula gets to 40-30. Would feel like a real win to hold serve right here. As I mentioned, returner has won each of the last two games. Pegula serves up the tee. Goff's able to get it back, but it's long on the forehand, so Pegula does hold and moves to within a game of this opening set here on center court. Coco serving to stay in the first set. Big serve up the tee there is an ace, and a come on yelled out from Coco right there. At the Royal box end, Goff up the tee again. Pegula blocks it back, and it'll float long of the baseline. 30 love quickly. Put the pressure on Pegula to serve out this set. Serve to the backhand of Pegula, short return, but a scooped forehand is into the net from Goff. That return got up on her quicker than she thought it would. .30-15 serve. This is up the tee. Second serve is there. Pegula forehand return up the line from Goff. Backhand cross by Pegula to the backhand of Goff. Knife back up the middle by Pegula. Down to a knee to hit the forehand Goff. Good forehand into the deuce court corner from Pegula, who pulls out a drop shot. Oh, and it just skids off of the let cord and goes wide. It's a really well-timed drop shot from Pegula. And it just takes a touch on the let cord, and that takes it wide. .40-15. Great serve out wide from Goff. Short ball in the return. Pegula Goff's to the net, volleys it away. Good serve +1 there on the serve and volley from Goff. And she does hold. Stays within a break and will make Pegula try to serve out this opening set at 5-4. Half hour in to this quarterfinal. And we'll see if Pegula can hold her serve and hold her nerve. Trying to put away this opening set of this ladies quarterfinal. Again, the other quarterfinal on the ladies side today on the #1 court following the match between Sinner and Struff. Naomi Osaka and Karolina Muchova. It's the winner of this match against the winner of that one to meet in the semifinals. That's at the top of the draw. Bottom of the draw, Marta Kostuk and Jasmine Paulini, and then Linda Noskova and Elise Mertens. Really fantastic and intriguing quarterfinal field here on the ladies' side. As mentioned on the gentlemen's side, Sinner and Struff underway. Kabali and Ferry. Oje Aliassime and Djokovic later today, and then Taylor Fritz to play more than likely Alexander Zverev. He's up 2-0 on Yuri Lehechka. That match will finish today on center court following this match. Pegula serving for the set. Can't find the tee on her first serve. Second serve is there. Big return on the backhand, or forehand rather, deep from Goff. And Pegula's unable to get the backhand back. Goff turning the aggression meter up there on the return. By the way, Sinner does have a break in the second set on Struff. Up the tee goes Pegula, and the return swatted back wide by Goff. Really good off-speed serve there at the tee from Pegula, who has won her last 3 major quarterfinal matches. She had lost each of her first 6 major quarterfinals. Serves here into the net. She's 3-0 in her last 3. Looking for that breakthrough major at age 32. Kicks the second serve in to a big forehand return up the middle and long from Goff, who again really attacked the second serve return. Two points away from the set, Pegula. This is the first serve again going tee. Goff been attacking these second serve returns, but she's not stepping any closer to the baseline. Pegula scrapes it in. Off forehand return from Goff. Took a lot off the return. Backhand cross Pegula, and pulling it up the line is Goff, and it's wide. And Jessica Pegula has set points. Here's Pegula to wrap up the first set. High ball toss, serve down, thumped it up the tee. Missed it long. Tried to go big to wrap up the set. Goes out wide here. Gauff with a forehand cross return. Forehand knife back by Pegula and into the net goes Coco Gauff, and the first set goes to Pegula. 32-year-old from Western New York trying to make her first ever Wimbledon semifinal. She's got the upper hand here early, but Coco has been the comeback queen in a lot of majors here lately, and already here in this fortnight, she's got 3 straight 3-set victories. You'll have to come from behind here. 34-minute first set goes to Pegula, 6-4. Pegula winning 69% rather of her first serve points, and 56% of second serve points won from Pegula. That's a terrific number, and really the number that makes the biggest difference. Unforced errors, Pegula 6, Gauff 17. That's just 6 winners to those 17 unforced from Gauff. Pegula just 3 winners herself, but 6 unforced. Pegula with a break in the opening game of the match. Gave up that break, but then got it back in the very next game, and then held out to win the first set 6-4. And Jessica Pegula with a great start. How will she finish this Wimbledon quarterfinal? Both players trying to get to their first ever Wimbledon semifinal. This is the first time in the quarters here for Coco, and again, we just never would have expected a handful of years ago when she broke on the scene here at age 15, beating one of her childhood idols, Venus Williams, that it would be such a difficult road on the grass for Coco, and it has been. It has just left the court, has Coco Gauff here at the end of this first set, which you don't see very often, especially in the women's game. She has just left the court after dropping this first set. She just saw a lot of stressful looks on her face during that set. Obviously, these two know each other extremely well. 9th meeting between these two, 3rd on grass, and the first time they have met in 2026. Pegula with a slight 5-3 edge in those prior 8 meetings, 1-1 against each other on grass. As mentioned earlier, they played each other in Eastbourne 3 years ago. Gauff won that in straight sets. Then in 2024 in Berlin, Pegula with a very tight 2-set win, 7-5, 7-6. Gauff is back on court. Again, 3 straight 3-set wins for Gauff here in these championships, including winning a match tiebreak against Sorana Sierra in the second round. Ready for the second set to get underway with Coco Gauff serving, catching the ball toss. Struff, by the way, got that break back, and it's 2-all in the second against between he and center, as a forehand return by Pegula hits the let cord, scooped up the line by Gauff, is at the net, and Pegula with a cross-court backhand winner. That is the 3rd time she's hit a passing shot winner in this match, Pegula. Love 15. Serve up the tee, blocked back by Pegula. Gauff has time to set up the backhand up the line, comes to the net. Pegula tries to pass her this time, but the forehand cross is long. Mentioning those Gauff 3-set wins already in these championships. Of course, the last of those on Sunday against Belinda Bencic after dropping the first set. Gauff serves into the net. She did take the first set in her second and third round matches that ended up going 3 against Sierra and Liu. Another double fault from Coco as that second serve is into the net. That's the fourth double of the match from Goff. Those, I make that 5 double faults rather from Coco. Stressed look on her face won't go away if those continue. Serve to the forehand of Pegula, deep return, backpedaling backhand deep by Goff. Cross-court Pegula, and Goff's into the net, trying to pull that backhand up the line. Hasn't gotten it over the highest part of the net there. And Pegula, who broke in the opening game of the first set, has 2 break points in the opening game of the second. High ball toss, serve out wide though is terrific, and the chipped return is short of the net from Pegula. And that high ball toss is what leads to so many of these serving issues for Coco. Came into Wimbledon leading the WTA Tour in double faults. Cracked a really good serve there. Another break point. Serve to the backhand of Pegula, up the middle, the return, backhand from Goff. Deep forehand from Pegula, and it's just long. And 2 break points saved by Goff, gets it to deuce. Missed opportunity there from Pegula. Goff at the near end. Serves up the tee, backhand return, chipped long from Pegula, and Goff with 3 points on the trot here. Try to get off to a better start to this set than she did the first. Game point. Serve up the tee, misses. Second serve is there. Big return from Pegula on the forehand. Looped up the middle, Goff. Off forehand from Pegula, really good. Goff unable to get that back, and it's deuce again. Haven't seen Pegula at the net very much. Was coming up there. Hit a great approach shot. Approach shot just turned into a winner. First serve there from Goff, didn't put a lot behind it and still missed. Second serve is there, Pegula backhand return, Goff off forehand comes to the net, Pegula slides backhand, volley by Goff, now a lob by Pegula, it's over Goff's head, she has to run down and get a backhand, off forehand Pegula, who comes to the net, and Goff passes her with a backhand winner. Up the line into the deuce court. Tremendous point there. And Goff now, it's her turn to come up with a passing shot winner. A lovely lob from Pegula. Goff did a great job backpedaling to get to it. Got a really good shot on it. Big serve out wide by Goff, chipped return by Pegula, that's long, and Goff with a fist pump as she saves a couple of break points and holds serve to start the second. That feels like a very important hold of serve. A 6-minute long game. Goff fights through it. Ends, and it will be Pegula to serve, and let's see where her level is. Will there be a dip? We see so often from set to set. Serve out wide. Goff whips a forehand return wide. Of course, we talked about Goff with the 3-set wins here already in these championships. She's been really good at winning in 3-setters in majors in her life. Serve here to the backhand of Goff. Deep return picked up by Pegula. Off forehand is into the net. from Goff. Coco in her career in majors has won 77% of her matches. It's gone 3 sets. That's the 3rd best winning percentage all time in the open air on the women's side in major matches that go 3 sets. Pegula misses the first serve. Second serve is also missed. Double fault from Pegula, which you don't see often from her. At 77% winning percentage of major 3-setters for Coco. That's behind only Steffi Graf and Wendy Turnbull. Serve to the backhand of Goff, and a good body serve by Pegula. Goff unable to guide that return back into play. It's 40-15. It's ahead of Billie Jean King. Well, it's ahead of everybody else, aside from Turnbull and Graf. 40-15 serve, backhand reply by Goff. Backhand is up the middle from Pegula. Forehand cross deep by Goff off the let cord from Pegula. Guided back by Goff, off forehand from Pegula. Just missed the angle as it drifts wide. Pegula at the near end, toss up, serve down, forehand reply by Goff. Pegula on the run with a drop shot. Goff gets to that with plenty of time to spare and strikes a cross-court forehand winner. That was probably the poorest drop shot we've seen Pegula hit to this point. Goff had tons of time to get to it, and with her speed that we talk about all the time, she got there with tons of time to spare. And it's deuce from 40-15. Her serve in the net from Pegula. Second serve is there. Goff drives a backhand return, steered back by Pegula, and into the net goes Goff, who was in control of that point off a hammered return. That's Pegula off the hook right there. She makes another error, this time on that backhand wing. Forehand let her down a lot in the first set. Game point again for Pegula. Serve to the backhand of Goff. The return is long, and Pegula holds. Both players struggling to hold their serve in the opening service games of the second set, but they both do it. After a 34-minute first set, it's taken 13 minutes to play the first 2 games of the second. Off up the tee on this serve, shoveled back by Pegula. Return is up the middle and long. 119 on that serve from Coco. Really hitting them. It's all about the consistency.
Let's serve.
That serve into the net from Goff. Has 5 double faults, and they've not come at particularly good times either. This one's there to the backhand of Pegula. Cross-court forehand is wild from Goff. So that flies high and wide. All serve. Goff has once again found net on the first. Second serve is there. Pegula drives the backhand. Flat backhand cross-court from Goff. Two-fisted backhand of Pegula. Deep forehand. Goff comes to the net. Oh, but the half-volley pickup gets away from her. It's into the net from Goff. Pegula made it difficult to pick that up. 30. About wide from Goff, misses. Second serve, crucial time, and it's to the backhand of Pegula, cross court, slice backhand Goff, Pegula to the net, and that slice backhand coming to the net is into the net. That's a big point right there. You get the feeling for Goff to win to avoid facing some more break points. Already had to save 2 in her opening service game of this set. As Coco just continues to try to get her feet underneath her. 30-all serve from Goff. It's into the net. Had she put it in up the tee, which is where she was going, it would have been an easy ace because she disguised the serve well. Pegula was going to the right. Second serve is long, and there is double fault number 6. And here comes another break point for Pegula. Had 2 chances in the opening game of this set to break, did not capitalize. And another missed first serve from Goff. She powered that one to 123, but long. Second serve is there. It's into the body of Pegula, who scoops it back. Goff goes cross-court, the forehand. Pegula tries to pass her at the net, but Goff's there to cut off the volley. Goes cross-court for a winner, and she stiff arms another break point away. Bit of a squash shot from Coco that just found the line. Pegula unable to come up with that passing shot winner, and she has hit some passing shot winners today. Goff served up the tee and ace. 126 up the tee. Serves out wide, chipped return by Pegula, backpedaling forehand up the line, Goff. Pegula defends it back, Goff set the net, volley is good, but still a lob by Pegula, and Goff's there for the overhead put away. So Coco Gauff, in her first 2 service games of this second set, she's had to save 3 break points, but she has done so. We're still on serve here in this second set. Wow. Coco showing the fight that we know that she always will show, especially these matches like this where it doesn't seem as if it's going her way and she's struggling with her game, but she never, ever gives up. What a fighter she has turned out to be. You have to wonder, when does it start to get into Pegula's head a bit? That she's had these chances to get an early break in this set. Hasn't been able to capitalize. The more and more that Gauff staves these break points and continues to hold serve, she's just piling up some extra momentum in her corner. Pegula in her 30th Grand Slam appearance, seeking her first ever Wimbledon semifinal appearance. Serving here at the Royal Box Inn, Pegula into the net on the first serve for the number 4 seed from Western New York. Second serve is there, driven return by Gauff on the backhand, cross-court the forehand by Pegula, up the middle from Gauff, knifed back by Pegula, driven back by Gauff, steered cross-court by Pegula, Gauff is there, off forehand by Pegula, Gauff defends it back, big angled forehand from Pegula is a winner. We haven't seen a lot of long rallies so far. Pegula certainly doesn't want those, you'd favor Gauff. just about against anyone in lengthy rallies. Pegula wants to stay away from those. First serve off the let cord ricochets long from Jessica Pegula. Second serve up the tee. Goff gets the return back. Forehand deep up the middle. Pegula. Goff goes right up the middle. Again, a cross-court forehand from Pegula. It's really sharp, and Goff can't get that back. It's 30 love. That forehand that's really been strong for Pegula. She's hit some backhand winners on that wing, but the forehand has really been elite to this point. Love serve up the middle. Goff's chipped return is into the net, and Pegula races out to 40 love. This serve wide there. Order of play, by the way, is out for tomorrow. We'll do that in a moment. Pegula just touches that second serve and big return. Goff slice back by Pegula up the line. Goff. Oh, and Goff comes to the net. Pegula with a terrific forehand up the line. Goff unable to reach back and get it back in play. So it's a hold at love for Pegula. And it's 2 games all in the second set. Marta Koshtuk and Jasmine Paulini will begin play tomorrow on center court with their quarterfinal. 1:30 local time in London, 8:30 a.m. Eastern. Goff serves, backhand return is into the net from Pegula. Then it's second on center court tomorrow is Arthur Ferry. What a fairy tale ride it's been for him, taking on Flavio Cabali. Number 1 court tomorrow, Noskova Mertens to start. And then Taylor Fritz on the second match on the number 1 court to play either Zverev or Lehechka. His first serve from Goff. Second serve from Coco. There to the backhand of Pegula, deep return. Rolled up the middle from Goff. Oh, and Pegula with a lot of space to work with. Makes a forehand error there. Just talking about how the forehand has been really strong today. That one into the net. And 30 love. Goodness gracious, Goff, that toss got away from her completely, and instead of catching it and starting again, she hit it, and hit it miles too long. Second serve is there. Pegula sharp return, shoveled back by Goff. Spoon fed up the middle by Pegula. Cross-court forehand Goff, and that forehand gets away from Pegula. It just drifts long. Love. Off serves, backhand is mishit on the return by Pegula, so Goff holds the love, and we're still on serve here. 5 holds of serve to start this second set in this quarterfinal. Coco trying to hang on and try to force a third set, which, as we know, she is very comfortable in third sets. Just about an hour into this match. Nothing separating these two in the second set. First set going to Jessica Pegula, 6-4. The business end of these championships. Quarterfinal action today and tomorrow. And again, a 4th round match to finish up here on center court. After this Pegula and Goff match, Yuri Lehechka and Alexander Zverev will finish, as it was suspended last night due to darkness. Zverev is close to the finish line. He's up 2-0. They're at 3-all in the third, with Zverev, the Roland Garros champion, and Yuri Lehechka. Change of ends. And Pegula to serve. Does so to the backhand of Goff, who has shot that return into the net. Second serve from Jess into the backhand of Goff, up the middle off forehand from Pegula, tried to go back door. Goff staggered to it, backhand Pegula, slice backhand by Goff, dug out with a slice of Pegula deep in the ad court corner, forehand cross by Goff. Up the middle goes Pegula, cross court again from Goff, and Pegula pulls up on the forehand, it's into the net. Goff nearly lost her footing deep in the ad court corner as we strike the hour mark in this match. Pegula just didn't do enough with that shot immediately after the stumble from Coco. That on the first serve, as you hear. All, first serve still, Pegula whistles that one long. Second serve kicked in, stashed back by Goff, forehand up the line, gets Goff on the run, half volley pickup by Pegula, Goff racing to it, just can't get there in time at the net. That's well designed by Pegula with that kick slice second serve out wide, pulling Goff off the court, then went with the forehand up the line, but because of Goff's great speed and defensive tenacity, was able to get it back. But Pegula, the really in-control drop shot. 30-15, serve up the tee, Goff lifts it back, forehand hoisted by Pegula, and then a forehand totally gets away from Goff, perhaps off the frame of the racket. They're still on serve in the second set on the number one court. Center serving to stay in the second set, 4-5. Center took the first set against Struff, 7-5. Pegula, 40-15. It's an ace up the tee for Pegula, and we're at 3-all here. Servers not blinking here in this second set. And that was Pegula's first ace of this quarterfinal. Serving tremendously well, 64% of her first serves have been in, and she's winning 70% of those first serve points won, but perhaps either equally or even more importantly, she's won 67% of her second serve points, Pegula. That number for Goff, just 45%. Goff to serve, middle stages of the second set at the Royal Box End. Misses up the tee at 119. Second serve is there. Pegula gets it back deep with a backhand. Backhand by Goff. Steered cross court by Pegula with a forehand. Comes to the net. The backhand cross court is terrific at the net from Pegula, and she feeds that away for a winner into the ad court corner. Not the easiest shot to come to the net and hit a swinging volley with a against the grain two-handed backhand. Goff serves in the net. Second serve is there. Pegula, deep return. Goff defends it back. Pegula cross-court forehand, big angle. Up the line, the forehand by Goff finds the net. Oh, she had a chance to pass Pegula. Could not get it over the highest part of the net, and it's love 30. Just a sliver of an opening here for Pegula. Goff serves out wide. Good serve out wide. Pegula makes the return, but Goff is there at the net to volley it away. Great time to serve and volley there for Goko. tremendously placed. Serve out wide to get Pegula out of the court. Missed serve there up the tee. Second serve is there. Pegula cannot put the return back in play. Off forehand is long, and it's 30 all. Really good response from Coco from Love 30. Aced up the tee. Wow. Pegula did have that slight opening at Love 30. Goff has shut the door on that. Third ace of the match at 122 miles an hour. The net here, however. Number 7 seed against the number 4. Second serve is brushed into the backhand of Pegula, off forehand from Goff, up the line. Pegula, forehand off the let cord. Goff gives Pegula time to line up a forehand right up the middle, and Goff is there, and that stabbed backhand catches Pegula out, and Goff holds. Boy, that shot that hit the let cord and held up gave Pegula plenty of time, and all she did with it was hit a backhand up the middle right to Coco. Didn't force her to move at all. And Goff from Love 30 holds for 4-3. With you tomorrow. Of course, we're here with you for the rest of the way here at Wimbledon. We'll be here with you tomorrow for the match between Marta Kostyuk and Jasmine Paolini. Same time, 8:30 a.m. Eastern, 1:30 local in London. Kostyuk, who's had such a terrific season, and Paolini, who really hasn't had a good season but has turned it on here on the grass. She's a former finalist here, Paolini. Look out, Alex Iala yesterday did Paolini. Pegula has had her chances to get a break of serve in this set, has not found it yet. Pressure still on her serve as Goff returns with a looping forehand, short ball back by Pegula, cross-court backhand by Goff, really good. Pegula up with a lob, Goff gets underneath it, and the overhead is an easy one. You do just get the sense that these chances that Pegula's had, but not capitalizing, is going to come back and bite her. Serve up the tee. Goff able to swirl the return back up the middle from Pegula. Deep backhand by Goff. Up the line, Pegula. Steered back by Goff. Forehand by Pegula deep. Picked up by Goff. Squash shot from Pegula. Goff forced back with a cross-court forehand. And finding the net is Pegula on the forehand. And maybe this is the time where it does come back to bite Pegula. It's Love 30. If it does go to a third set, you'd have to favor Goff, wouldn't you? All that we've already said about her third set prowess. Not only for her career, but already in this tournament. Missed first serve from Pegula. Goff has won her last 3 matches to get to this point in 3 sets. Serve out wide. Driven return by Goff. Picked up by Pegula just inside the baseline. No, it just missed the baseline from Pegula, and it's Love 40, and here come the break points. Terrific return from Goff, who's been aggressive on second serve returns today. Break points, a batch of them. And Pegula can't find that first serve, so a chance here on a break point for Goff to attack. Second serve is missed, and the first break of the second set belongs to Goff as Pegula plays really a terrible game. And Coco Gauff at 5-3 will serve for the set. First serve into the net from Gauff, who came from a set down in her last match on Sunday to beat Belinda Bencic. Second serve kicked in, backhand by Pegula on the return. Forehand up the middle from Gauff, big forehand by Pegula. Gauff unable to stash that back, it's into the net. Again from Coco, 3-set wins over Sierra, Liu, and Bencic, back to back to back. Second, third, and fourth round here. Only one straight set win that came in the first round against Korpash. Serve up the tee, blocked back return is off target from Pegula. Last time these two played, they did go 3 sets. In the WTA finals last year, Pegula won at 6-2 in the third. Good serve by Gauff. Comes to the net, serve and volley. Pegula throws up a lob. It's a really good one. And Gauff tries to reverse back to it, but can't. It's a lob winner from Pegula. Really good time to serve and volley there from Gauff, but the volley just wasn't particularly great. Hung up for Pegula to get that lob. 15-30, served by Gauff. Return is wild from Pegula as she sticks the backhand wide. Only twice have these two played to a third set. Pegula won both of those. Gauff, another really great serve out wide, and Pegula just unable to finesse it back in play, and Coco Gauff with a set point here. This is most certainly her territory. Oh, it's an ace up the tee to seal it. And we are going the distance on center court. Coco fights back again. A late break to get ahead in the set and then serves it out beautifully. And we're going the distance on center court. Off to a third set we go between these two top 10 ranked Americans. What will this third set give us? Neither has ever made a Wimbledon semifinal. Each are now one set away from that breakthrough. Gauff cleaned up the unforced errors in that second set. She had 17 in the first, just 8 in the second. That's to 9 winners and 8 unforced errors. So really had more polished play. She was terrific at the net. Coco gonna give us third set here. And again, you just had the feeling. You really could almost just feel it as it was happening. Pegula had chances very early in that set to get ahead. With break points that she was unable to convert, and that really had the feel, made you feel that Coco was eventually going to make her pay for not capitalizing. That's exactly what happened. Able to break for 5-3, serve it out for 6-3, and on to a decisive set we go. Pegula to serve first. Final set on center court. Pegula with an ace up the tee to start the final set. Serve out wide. Goff shovels the return off the let court. Pegula still able to pick it up and strike a forehand winner cross court in the deuce court. Serve +1 there from Pegula despite the ricochet off the let cord. That goes that first serve from Pegula. Serve to the backhand of Goff. Nice driven return. Pegula unable to pick that backhand up. Another very aggressive return from Coco Gauff. Of course, we're going to have a new Wimbledon ladies champion, as we know. No former Wimbledon champions left in the draw. Serve up the tee. Goff makes the return. Forehand from Pegula. Goff goes up the middle. Big angled backhand by Pegula, and Goff unable to chip it back.
40-50.
Pegula serves. Forehand reply by Goff. Cross-court backhand winner from Pegula. So she starts this final set very confidently. Holds easily. Her way in this final set. This year, in 3-set matches, Pegula has been almost perfect. 12-3. Her 3-set record this year on tour. Goff, meanwhile, who has the best ever, or has the third best ever winning percentage in 3-set matches in majors for a career. Maybe not the 3-set record that you would initially think of. 14-8 this year in 3-setters. Serves here, Coco. Let on the first serve. Had a decade of different champions on the ladies' side here at Wimbledon.
15.
Wow, second serve ace up the tee from Goff. Disguised it extremely well where she was going with it. Pegula basically stuck in quicksand. Didn't get close to that return. First serve up the tee misses from Coco. But yeah, 9 straight different champions on the ladies' side here at Wimbledon. Second serve to the backhand of Pegula. Backhand launched up the middle from Goff, then a backhand of Pegula. Goff knifes it back. Cross-court forehand deep from Pegula. And Goff unable to scoop it back into play. Last 9 ladies champions here at Wimbledon. Serena Williams, Garbiñe Muguruza, Angelique Kerber, Simona Halep, Ash Barty, Elena Rybakina, Marketa Vondrousova, Barbara Krejcikova, and Iga Swiatek. You did not hear a repeat name in that, and you're not going to this year either. First serve miss from Goff. Here's her second. Into the forehand of Pegula, drives that return, and Goff off-footed there. That's the first time we've really seen Pegula go and rifle a second serve return. We've seen Goff do it all day. Pegula with a really good return, and it's 15-30. By the way, Sinner and Struff are in a tiebreak in the second set over on number 1. 15-30. Goff up the tee, fires down another ace. I was just thinking, about to say, how many times in the second set did we see Pegula in a return game get to 15-30 or 30-40, but not take advantage? 15-30 there, and Goff erases it with an ace. Nerves to the backhand of Pegula here, chipped return. Goff off forehand, comes to the net. Pegula cross-court backhand, terrific. And Goff's volley drifts wide. Pegula has done a great job in this match of just firing through Goff at the net. She's passed her on a handful of occasions, that time making it impossible to control the volley. And a break point for Pegula to take an early lead in the final set. And Gauff can't find the first serve. See if she attacks this second serve like she did a couple of points ago. Gauff serves, Pegula. Deep return with the backhand, but it's too deep. She did go for it. Chess lands long of the baseline, and Gauff fights off another break point. Now at deuce, serve to the forehand, chipped return, Gauff at the net with a volley, Pegula with a lob. It's not as well struck as the last one that she hit, and Gauff's overhead is put away. Coco the fighter. Coming out swinging here in the third set as well. Serve to the forehand of Pegula, lifted return deep, looped ball back by Gauff, it's short, and Pegula steps to a backhand and strikes it clean up the line for a winner. And I mean put it right on the line. She had a lot of court to work with there. Just a solid backhand in the deuce court results in a winner, but boy, she put it flat on the line. Not a lot of room for error there from Jess. Deuce again, a let on the first serve from Gauff. Kicks it out to the forehand of Pegula, and she rifles the return long. Gauff with another fine, fine serve. Center has taken the second set tiebreak, so is up 2 sets to love on Struff, 7-5, 7-6. Gauff serves, out wide, chipped return by Pegula, backpedaling off forehand from Gauff. Pegula slices it into the net, Gauff holds. And that she did for a lot of that second set. Gauff able to hold, serve, and fight through. Some shakiness on serve. Pegula not taking advantage of the opportunities gifted to her. We hit 3 o'clock in London, hour and a half mark just about of the match. Pegula at the Royal Box End serves into the net. Second serve is in, driven return by Gauff. Going to the back door on and off backhand Pegula. Gauff was able to defend it the back, then Pegula with that cross-court backhand. Really good angle, and Gauff's defensive backhand is long. Love. Serve up the tee, terrific. Gauff gets it back somehow, though. Short forehand from Pegula, and Gauff's off backhand is a winner into the deuce court corner. It's a great serve by Pegula. Probably was not expecting the return to be nearly that good of quality from Gauff. And off-footed Pegula. Serve out wide, Gauff with a sweeping cross-court return, and Pegula's forehand is long up the middle. Pegula with 2 really good serves back-to-back, but has lost both points as Gauff has really cranked the returns. And now, 15:30. Serve up the tee, chipped return by Gauff. Pegula backpedaling, shovels a backhand. There's the drop shot from Gauff. Pegula gets to it. Gauff with a volley lob. It's going to drop inside the baseline. Pegula backpedals for and up the line. Gauff's there, cuts it off with a volley winner, and she's got break points. Real moment in this match. That last point, and now this one to follow. Pegula Serves up the tee, slice back by Goff, it's short. Pegula backing up the line, Goff's there, Pegula at the net, and the volley gets away from her, and Goff has the lead in this decisive set. What a tremendous game played by Coco Gauff. Jessica Pegula with tremendous serves, and Goff finding some big returns, and Coco gets the opening break of the final set. She strikes first here in the third, and the three-set queen is up a break, and now for really the first time in this entire match has a lead. Where is the headspace now for Pegula, who has to really be wondering how that game got away from her, because she was hitting her marks on serve, and Goff found a way to dig deep. Got some tremendous returns. Well, will it be a grandstand finish here, or can Goff run away with it, going for her fourth straight three-set win? Both going for their first ever appearance in a semifinal here at Wimbledon. Goff to serve at the Royal box end. The backhand of Pegula, blocked return. Cross-court forehand Goff deep into the deuce court corner. She was coming to the net. Won't have to bother hitting a volley because Pegula can't get it back. Goff has really found her game now. This is the best that she's played so far today. She saved it for the most important time. Strikes a terrific serve up the tee. Pegula can't find the return. Had far too many unforced errors in that first set. Goff really cleaned that up in the second, and she has here at the start of the third. Serve up the tee is an ace. Oh boy. She is scoring now. Serve up the tee, guided back by Pegula. Off forehand from Goff, comes to the net. Pegula, big backhand. Goff with a volley. Hangs up. Pegula tries to pass her with a backhand up the line. Another volley from Goff, but Pegula stays composed. It's a backhand into the deuce court. That's the winner. And fascinating to watch Pegula go for tight angles when Goff is at the net and try to pass her rather than just go into the open court. Goff serves out wide. Pegula makes the return. Short ball back by Goff. Drop shot Pegula. She's at the net. Goff passes her and holds to consolidate the break. Pegula didn't really want to come to the net. She was kind of forced to it on Coco's terms. And Goff striking that forehand winner. Consolidates the break and leads by 3-1. Final set. Pegula serves, must hold now. Scooped return by Goff, off forehand Pegula, shoveled back by Goff, cross-court backhand Pegula. Goff staggers to her backhand, deep by Pegula, steered back by Goff, cross-court Pegula. Goff big forehand off the let court, Pegula's got time to set it up, but then misfires. Forehand into the deuce court, gets away from her. Had plenty of time to set that up off the let court. Right now, Goff just thinking very clearly, and it doesn't seem as if Pegula is. Pegula serves, backhand return by Goff. Pegula picks up a forehand, comes to the net, and Goff's forehand, Pegula let it go, thinking it was going long, and it landed well inside the baseline. And to the point that I just made, Pegula's just not thinking clearly right now. no reason to think that forehand was going long. It landed fully inside the baseline. Love 30. Backhand return by Goff is into the bottom of the net. And again, Pegula really has no one to blame but herself for this. She had so many opportunities to get ahead early in that second set, did not capitalize, allowed Goff to stay in it, and allowed her to find her game, which eventually she did. And now she's not letting control of this match go. Off forehand return here from Goff does drift wide as we've hit the 90-minute mark of this quarterfinal. And now Goff is clearly the better player on court right now. Pegula's level is dipped, and Goff has really risen to the occasion, as she seemingly always does. Big return by Goff on the forehand, but it just missed long. Really attacked it. That kick serve out wide. Pegula with a game point, serves out wide. Goff's return is blasted with the backhand off target, so Pegula holds. As I said, it was a must hold there for Pegula, and does so. But it's Goff with the lead by a break. Just past the hour-and-a-half mark of this quarterfinal. Again, the winner will play in the semifinal here on Thursday against whoever wins the other ladies quarterfinal today between Naomi Osaka and Karolina Muchova. That will be the second match on the number 1 court. Will Osaka and Muchova, the top half of the ladies' draw. One would think that whoever comes out of the top half of the draw will probably be the favorite in the final. But you could really choose any of the 8 ladies remaining to win this thing. Marta Kostyuk, Jasmine Paulini, Linda Noskova, and Elise Mertens, the other 4 in the bottom part of the draw. Goff to serve after the change of ends. Goes up the tee, and the return back chipped into the net from Pegula. Serves, backhand return by Pegula was sharp. Backhand by Goff, up the line from Pegula, steered back by Goff, stashed cross court by Pegula, up the middle by Goff, stoked on by Jess. Deep forehand from Goff, it's too deep. These are the last 2 Americans left in the ladies' draw. Goff serves. It was a good one. Pegula short ball back, and then Goff steps in to a cross-court backhand winner, jabs it into the ad court. .30-15, Goff is in the net on the first serve. Second serve is long. Again, that ball toss just really high. Had a lot of double faults early. Hadn't seen a lot lately, but that is her 7th of this match. 30-0. Serve slugged back by Pegula deep, defended back by Goff. Cross-court backhand Pegula. Goff steers it back up the middle from Pegula. Backhand by Goff. Lifted up the line by Pegula. Looped forehand by Goff. Deep from Pegula. Short ball from Goff. And Pegula gets to a cross-court forehand. Goff is still there. Now finds an angle on the forehand. Goff, sharp-angled forehand by Pegula. Straightened up the line by Goff. Cross-court backhand Pegula. Drop shot from Goff. Can Pegula get to it? She cannot. And you hear the reaction from a tremendous point played by both ladies. Real haymaker after haymaker, but the drop shot from Goff was well hit, well timed, and Pegula deep into a point where she was running all over the place, could not get to it. Goff up the tee, serves. Pegula makes the return. Backhand up the middle by Goff. Pegula with a backhand straight up the middle. Now goes with a big forehand. Goff defends it back. Pegula steps into a cross-court forehand. Goff is still there. Cross-court from Pegula again. Short from Goff. Backhand up the middle, Pegula. Off backhand from Goff. As they trade blows yet again, Goff's forehand loops long here. About the two longest rallies of the match for back-to-back points. Both gasping for air here. These are huge points upcoming. Goff serves. Pegula squibs the return back with an off backhand. Goff with a short ball back up the middle. A backhand by Pegula. She's at the net. Hits a volley winner. A lot of break point chances the last set and a half for Pegula that she hasn't capitalized on. Can she do it this time? Goff serves, shuffleboarded back by Pegula. Into the net goes Goff, and Pegula breaks back. And this decisive set is back on serve. Boy, the way things were going, I think you would have had the feeling that Goff may have soared to a straightforward third set win. Pegula gets the break back, and what great game she played right there. That's the best game she's played in a long while. Now we're dead even again. Pegula at the Royal box end, serves up the tee and misses. Second serve is in, speared back by Goff on a very good sharp forehand, and the off forehand reply from Pegula is wide. Pegula serves deep, threaded back by Goff. Cross-court backhand Pegula, back pedals back to the baseline as Goff hits a forehand up the middle. Now Pegula strokes one herself, straight up the middle they play. Now an off forehand from Pegula, slice backhand up the line, carry deep from Goff. Now she goes up the line of forehand, puts Pegula all the way back. Goff off forehand with Pegula deep. She hits it right to her. Pegula up with a lob, and it lands long. Just like that, after losing her serve for the first time since the first set, Goff has love 30. Pegula serves up the tee. Goff able to make the return. Forehand up the middle from Pegula. Two-fisted off backhand Goff. Pegula yanks it long, and Goff is going to have a whole batch of break points again to reclaim her lead. Pegula needs a big serve, comes up with one out wide, but it's charged back by Goff, and the forehand is into the net from Pegula, and oh my goodness. Goff reclaims the lead with a break to love. What a major letdown for Jess Pegula, as Coco just stays on a flat line emotionally. Steals the lead right back. There is just something mentally. Coco Gauff just does not lose third sets, and especially not in majors. Get towards the end of this quarterfinal. Want to remind you, if you are new to the channel, you like what you see, you like what you've heard, be sure to like and subscribe. Hit the notification bell to get notified when we go live. We're here, of course, with you for the rest of the week with our match of the day coverage here from Wimbledon, taking you all the way through to the ladies' final on Saturday, the gentlemen's final on Sunday. World Cup action continues on the channel. Just a couple of hours, Argentina and Egypt from Atlanta, noon Eastern time, followed by Switzerland and Colombia, as Goff serves up a break again in this final set. Missed the first serve. Finish line is right in front of her here. Serves to the forehand of Pegula. Looped return off backhand by Goff. Speared on back by Pegula, harpooned cross court by Goff. Now a forehand up the middle from Pegula. Right up the middle goes Goff with the backhand. Pegula goes backhand as well, off forehand from Goff. Steered back by Pegula. Up the middle goes Goff and deep, and Pegula stakes that backhand into the net. Talked about how Goff has really cleaned up the unforced errors. She had 17 unforced in the first set to just 6 winners. That unforced error number dropped from 17 to 8 in the second set. Serves here to the forehand reply of Pegula. Cross-court forehand from Goff. Up the middle, Pegula. Goff lifts it back. Hoisted cross-court by Pegula. Up the middle, Goff. Up the line, a forehand there from Pegula. And Goff just has to lift it back defensively. And it lands long. Coco Gauff searching for her first semifinal at Wimbledon, her 6th career major semifinal, if she can get to the finish line here. Serves out wide. Pegula smacks the return with the forehand. Short ball by Gauff. Cross-court backhand, really good from Pegula. Oh. Great return, and it set up an opportunity to hammer that backhand cross into the ad court, which she did. Goff serves out wide. Pegula tries to get the return back, but it's short of the net. Again, Goff really disguising these serves well. Pegula had no idea which way she was going that time. Goff at the royal box end. Furthest away from us as we look at it. First serve is in the net. Second serve is there. Driven return by Pegula. Muscled cross-court by Goff at a big angle. And Pegula's sprinting forehand is into the net. And Goff has a game point to consolidate the break and get within a game of the finish line. Huge game point. Goff serves in the net. Second serve is there. The retrieved by Pegula. Cross court with a backhand. Goff defending. Sprinting side to side. Pegula. Forehand comes to the net. Up the line. Goff half volley. Pick up Pegula. Goff is there. Sliced up the line. Pegula backpedals. Up with a lob. Goff backpedals to the baseline. Has to hit an off forehand. Back to a baseline rally. Drop shot by Goff. Pegula cross court forehand. Oh my goodness. It's just wide. And Goff consolidates the break. The best points we've seen in this match comes at one of the biggest times. And now Jessica Pegula serves to stay in the championships. From the near end, she serves. Misses out wide. Second serve there. Goff whips a return and it goes wide. High drama. Pegula serves up the tee, speared back by Goff. Cross-court backhand, Pegula, big angle. Goff is there up the line. Again going cross-court was Pegula, forcing Goff to go side to side, and her sprinting forehand is into the net. Pegula serves out wide. Just missed. Second serve is there, careened back by Goff, lifted up the middle by Pegula. A straight up the middle rally, and then a deep forehand from Pegula. Goes too deep. Just misses the baseline. .15. Pegula misses that first serve as it goes too deep. Second serve is there, swatted back by Goff with great intent with the backhand, and it was right on the laces of Pegula, whose forehand is stashed into the net. Goff, 2 points away potentially. Pegula serves up the tee, directed back by Goff. Backpedaling cross-court forehand by Pegula. Forehand cross Goff, picked up the line. Pegula misses. Forehand gets away. And Coco Gauff with a match point to do it yet again. To come and win a fourth consecutive three-set match. Pegula serves to the forehand of Goff. Hoisted return. Pegula steps into a backhand up the middle. Goff goes deep. Off backhand from Pegula. Lifted up the line by Goff. Cross-court backhand. Pegula's into the net. And it's over. And Coco is still the comeback queen. Coco Gauff climbs into her first ever Wimbledon semifinal. She comes from a set down and wins her fourth consecutive three-set match. As the All-American duel goes the way of Coco. Another shaky start, but she gained her footing, and for the first time ever, into a semifinal at Wimbledon. And this will go down as a very stinging, heartbreaking loss for Jessica Pegula. Up a set and so many opportunities in this in the second set to get up a set and a break and put real scoreboard pressure on Coco. All of those opportunities missed. It comes back to bite. Number 4 seed bows out. Coco Gauff advances into the Final Four at Wimbledon. As we talked about, got a really interesting quarterfinal field here. Gauff the first to make the semis. She'll play either Naomi Osaka or Karolina Muchova in the semifinals. Those two play later today on the number 1 court, Osaka and Muchova. Then in the bottom half with Kostyuk and Paulini and Noskova and Mertens. Just gathering all of her equipment at her chair, and then we'll hear from Coco before we sign off here on USN. If you're listening on JB Sport, obviously coverage continues all day long. With the next match up here on center court being the continuation of the match between Alex Zverev and Yuri Lehechka. As let's hear from Coco Gauff into her first ever Wimbledon semifinal.
From Rishi Prasad.
Coco, many congratulations on a fabulous win. Can you start with your reaction to making it through to the semi-finals at Wimbledon?
Oh my goodness. Honestly, pretty insane, honestly, considering how I hadn't won a match on grass in 2 years before this tournament. So I'm definitely just really happy with how I played today. Jess is an incredible opponent and person, and playing against her is never easy, but I'm just happy to get through this one today.
You say get through this one today after the first set with Jess on top. Just tell me about how you got back into it. You looked like you needed to get that forehand momentum going again. Was that one of the things that helped turn the match around?
Yeah, for sure. I think just, Jess's ball is so flat and low. So I think I just needed to trust that, I can, be in there in the rallies and just play the tennis that I wanted to play. And I think I started to land more first serves in the court. So I think that also helped. And just trusting my shots. I think, in the first set, I think I made a little bit too many errors, rushing out the rallies a little bit too quickly. And then, I don't know, I just felt like the last 2 sets were really great tennis. And I don't know, I've been going 3 sets almost every match. So, I feel like when you have that faith in yourself as a competitor, when the match goes a distance, when you lose 1 set, you're not panicking.
Just tell me, since you came here in 2019 as a youngster, 15 years old, you did so well in your first year. You got to the 4th round. Expectations went through the roof for you, especially here at Wimbledon, because you did so well on the grass. Has it been easy to wear those expectations since then, that every time you come here, people expect you to do really well?
Well, I mean, maybe some people, I think a lot of people had me going out in the first or second round in this tournament, to be honest. So I'm just happy to get through the semis. But I don't know. I think after 7 years playing this tournament, it's finally the first time I can walk on center court and I didn't feel nervous. So I don't know if I'm becoming a vet or I don't know. But it is a beautiful court. It's funny, like I was looking, like when they have us waiting over there, I was just like looking at all because it's so beautiful back there, looking at all the decorations and the art pieces. And then I literally had to tell myself to like look at the door so I could focus on the match, because I'm just like, what is that? What is that? What is that? So yeah, I'm just really enjoying the process of being here, playing at Wimbledon. It's so special in front of you guys. It's even more special. So thank you for coming out and supporting us. And yeah, and I know, some of you wait like many hours to even see us play, sometimes days. So I think I always work hard and try my best on the court, but for me, it makes it gives me a little bit more motivation knowing that so many people put their lives aside to watch me play.
Well, for you, Coco, it is definitely worth the wait. Congratulations on the first semi-final of Wimbledon, Coco Gauff.
That's nice.
She will play either Naomi Osaka or Karolina Muchova, and if it turns out to be a Gauff and Osaka semifinal, it would be a much hyped match between those two former Grand Slam champions. So it finishes here on center court, another 3-set win for Coco Gauff. 4 matches in a row. She's won it in 3 sets, 4 of her 5, to reach the semifinals at Wimbledon for the first time. Here on USN, we sign off on JBM and JB Sports. They carry on here on center court with the continuation of Zverev and Lehechka. Zverev is up 2 sets to love, and they're at 3-all in the 3rd set. That match from yesterday to finish here on center court. That's next, and then that'll be followed by Felix Auger-Aliassime taking on Novak Djokovic. That is it for me here today. See you tomorrow on USN as well for Marta Kostyuk and Jasmine Paolini. Coco Gauff comes from behind again and takes it in 3 sets. She's on to the semis here at Wimbledon for the first time. Stay tuned on JB Sports here on USN. Argentina and Egypt starts in an hour and a half with a doubleheader of World Cup action coming your way.
And thank you, Matthew Owens, for taking us through the first match of the day on centre court. Let's go around the ground as well. There's still plenty of a lot to look forward to here tonight. This is going to be, hopefully, one of the best actions of the entire game. So, we've got Djokovic on final on centre court. Let's see how that will turn up. Right now, though, we'll hand you down to Wimbledon Radio. Matthew's there still in the background. Matthew, thank you very much. Did you enjoy that one?
Yeah, really good match. Coco doing what she seems to always do now. Winning in 3 sets. That's 4 straight. That's gone 3 sets for her. She's won them all. She's come from behind now in the last 2. It's going to be a really disappointing loss for Pegula. Hard for her to reconcile losing that match, I think. But it's a great win for Coco. And like I said, perhaps a Coco Gauff and Naomi Osaka semifinal, which everyone would just absolutely love to see. But Karolina Muchova is very capable on the grass. Could beat Naomi later today. JB, thank you as always.
Pleasure, my friends. Have a good football match later on. I'll see you later on. Take care. Bye-bye.
Absolutely.
So for the viewers now listening in, we are going to head back to court number 1, where the battle is still going on at the moment. Yannick Sinner is still in the game, and we'll head to court 1.
Forehand. Change it in certain matchups. There's times that I'll hit over and I'll back up. I did some of that in Halle. I did some of that here last year. I love my chip forehand, he says. Struff with a serve and volley. That was glorious coming forward. The backhand volley, hard hit return, but he controlled it majestically. So Taylor Fritz said in the press conference yesterday, I love my chip forehand. I think it works on grass because the serve's always going to shoot through more. On other surfaces, the serve's going to come up a bit more. You're going to have less pace to work with on the return. Here's Struff serving and coming in, and Sinner made an excellent return. He knew he was coming in, dropped it down low, and Struff couldn't handle it.
Well, his tennis IQ is very high, so that's a detailed answer, isn't it? He's clearly given it a lot of thought.
There's more to it than that as well, if you can handle more.
Definitely.
Let's see this Struff serve at 3-4, 15 all, as we are at a crucial point of this 3rd set. Struff serves hard and misses the target by a fraction. Here's the forehand return from Sinner, the 2nd serve. Struff goes backhand to the backhand of Sinner. More angle from Sinner, drags Struff out of court, and he went for the hero shot up the line, and he missed it, and it's 15-30.
That's a really tough shot to go for when your left leg is sort of close to the outside edge of the tram line. Take that backhand down the line. It is sort of a sense here of potentially what is likely to happen. Got away with the last service game.
Needs to find the big serve now. And he missed it going down the centre at 15:30. We've got the warning lights flashing here for Struff, I'm afraid. He goes down the middle. Sinner returns with a forehand. Big forehand from Struff, keeping Sinner back, but then he's shanked the forehand, Struff. And at 15:40, he's in a world of trouble.
Well, it's been the difference in the match for me. Sinner has made first serves. That was the case in the tiebreak. Struff, he's been missing first serves. It's exposed the baseline game.
Lots of encouragement here from the #1 court crowd for Jan-Lennard Struff. He's played an excellent match, but if he gets broken here, he'll be on the verge of defeat. 15:40. He serves into the net, coming forward behind it, but it's another first serve that he's missed. In the third set, he hasn't served well enough to have a chance. Second serve creeps through the tape and into the box. Sinner waiting, ready to pounce. Serve at the body was a good one. He hits backhand, comes forward, Struff, backhand volley. Still is waiting, and he doesn't make the pass. He tried to wrong foot Struff with a little flick cross court off the backhand, but put it in the net. Brave from Struff to come forward and put his opponent under the pressure, and he made a good volley.
But he's been brave. He's absolutely got everything out here and taking the attack to Sinner.
Still break point. Where's this first serve from Struff? Is he going to find one? No, he's not. He's not. 10 out of 28 first serves in the third set. Second serve. Sinner waiting. Hits a big forehand to the backhand of Struff. Cross court. Sinner attacks up the line. Struff has to defend. Sinner's in charge. He attacks with the forehand. The high ball from Struff. That's going out. And Yannick Sinner breaks in the 8th game of the third set and will serve for a place in the semi-finals. Just not enough first serves from Struff, as you've said, Barry.
Yeah, just been a really patient performance from Sinner. Kind of, he can play better, but I also kind of like the way he's been the majority of the match mentally. And you just felt he was going to take his chance there.
Sinner's just broken through. Struff hasn't served well enough in this third set. 5-3, Sinner from the far end, serving for a place in the semi-finals. Looking to reach the last four at the championships for the third time. Second serve in at the body of Struff, who's been brave throughout this contest. He's not going to go down without a fight. And he's firing forehands here, but Sinner's firing them back at him. And Struff misses. And there's the first point chalked up by the #1 seed.
Yeah, really interesting, actually, that they've got identical second serve points won. Sinner's just flipped to 50%, but for Struff, he's 49%. But the difference is that Sinner has made a lot more first serves. So just 36 second serves compared to 51 for Struff.
Big serve from Sinner down the middle. His serve's not going to falter in this game. Slice from Struff is just curling away from court. And there's another point in the favour of the defending champion.
Yeah, so 16 extra second service points that he's had to play. In terms of the total match points, what's the difference? 16 points.
That tells you a lot.
Percentage has been the key here. It's the first serve percentage from Sinner, which has been great, but the amount of great first serves he's got in as well.
Has to hit a second serve here at 30 love. Struff makes the backhand return. He's coming in behind it and forcing the error on the passing shot from Sinner.
Yeah, and reminding us some of the good play with the crush and rush that he produced halfway through that second set. Caused a lot of problems for Sinner on the second serve. And if you're looking forward to a semi-final, whoever it may be, I think that's a good play against Sinner.
Darren Cahill standing below us until the last possible moment, making sure that Sinner saw him clenching his fist. Be strong was the message. 30-15, and a big serve that was strong down the tee from Sinner. The serve was always looking like it was going to get the job done, and if he finishes with an ace here, it'll be most appropriate.
Yeah. Well, now you said it, Richard, it will be.
Jannik Sinner with a couple of match points to get back into the Wimbledon semi-finals. From the far end of the number 1 court, he serves and misses on the angle.
That was very nearly an ace.
Second serve. Struff with a backhand return goes long, and his Wimbledon run ends at the quarter-final stage. Sinner, though, goes on. He wasn't perfect, but he won't be worried. He's won in straight sets against Jan-Lennard Struff. A serving masterclass from the defending champion. He wins in just over 2.5 hours. 7-5, 7-6, 6-3.
He's had to face different type of opponents, has Jannik Sinner. And you think of playing Mochizuki, playing Jensen Brooksby. And this was sort of an old school type of grass court player, big serve. Struff, who's had a wonderful run. I mean, he played exactly the right tennis, sort of tennis that he would have wanted to, aggressive, and stayed with Sinner. And I think, for me, the tie-break in the second set is kind of a good summary of where Sinner is at now in terms of his tennis. The serve is truly world-class, but he makes the serve in the biggest moments. And right from the word go with the first round, Struff leaving the court. But what a tournament it's been for the German.
A first Grand Slam quarter-final at the age of 36. Now somebody can tell him how many ranking points and how much hard cash he has accumulated from Wimbledon. But more than that, the memories, the sense of achievement at having done something he's never done before in the latter stages of his tennis career. He's played some thrilling stuff, and we've enjoyed watching him for sure on the number 1 court today. And throughout the fortnight, he's made a big contribution to this men's singles. But the tournament will go on without him.
Okay.
And it'll be Jannik Sinner to face Felix Auger-Aliassime or Novak Djokovic in the semi-finals in a couple of days' time. There are now 8 men remaining, because we've still got 1 place in the quarterfinals to be sorted out. There are 8 men remaining. But Sinner is into the last 4 for the 3rd time. And he's approaching the microphone, and he's going to tell us what he thinks, with Lee McKenzie asking the questions.
Jannik, congratulations, you're through to your 10th Grand Slam semi-final. Straight sets victory, how pleased were you with that performance?
Yes, first of all, very, very tough player to play against, but you know, he deserves everything he has done and achieved in his career, and he's a great person off the court, you know, with an amazing team. And yeah, I mean, in the beginning I felt like he started, you know, better than me. I was struggling a little bit, but then I tried to get into the match. I started to serve a little bit better, was break up in the second set, couldn't use it, but tried to stay there mentally, and of course very happy to be back in the semifinals here.
You looked very relaxed in the 3rd set, but he pushed you so hard, as you mentioned, in the 2nd set. Tell us what goes through your mind. You're obviously very resilient. How much do you work on that to be able to come back in the manner that you did?
Yeah, I mean, you know, 2nd set could have ended in a different way. You know, tie breaks is always 50-50, I feel like. So, you know, if you are 1 set all or 2 sets to love up, it makes a big change. So in the 3rd set, I was for sure a little bit more relaxed. his percentage of first serves dropped a little bit, which helped me, you know, to feel slightly more comfortable. And so, of course, very happy to finish in 3 sets. But yeah, so very, very tough player to play against. So I'm very, very pleased.
Important to get it done in 3 sets. It's a hot one out here today. It's getting towards the 30-degree mark, not quite French Open temperatures. But how much of a relief is it for you to get through a match like this in heat, or was it not a concern for you?
Yeah, thanks for reminding.
Sorry.
No, yeah, we worked a lot, especially after Paris, trying to understand what went wrong there, and you know, we prepared ourselves in the best possible way. And in any case, it was a huge test today. I felt really, really comfortable in the physical side today, so a good step forward. But even in the same time, you know, if it would happen again, like in Paris, I hope not. But if it happens again, we know that we need to change a couple of things again. So yeah, but again, look, very happy to be back in the semi. Thanks for the support. I know it has been a hot day for all of us, and let's see you all in the next round.
Put your hands together, Yannick Sinner.
Really interesting insight from Yannick Sinner, and how fascinating that, as we were saying, with the aid of a full terminal of statistics about Jan-Lennard Struff's serve percentage dipping in the 3rd set, Sinner was completely aware of that and accurately described exactly the picture that we were able to tell you with the use of all the data that we've got at our fingertips. But, you know, Sinner was taken to juice at the start of the 1st set, in the 2nd service game, 3rd service game, 4th service game. He was feeling it at the start.
Yeah, and rightly so, as he said, Richard, that Struff was better than Sinner early on, but he was able to sort of withstand that pressure. And then obviously he mentioned the disappointment. He was up a set and a break. You could see the frustration, because when you've got that moment, you want to be able to push through and put the hammer down. But, you know, for me, it's not a 50-50 situation in the tiebreak, because the best players always seem to win more tiebreaks. They just have that ability mentally to come out with a good tennis, that serve brilliantly, and sort of interesting comments. And, you know, I felt that the match in the 1st round was big for his confidence to win in 5, because he lost 8 of his last 9 5-setters. And so to be able to win a 5-setter and to remind himself that actually there is someone, I mean, you don't have the success that he's had without being able to go deep. And a lot's been made of Roland Garros and what happened. But I was in Rome. He wasn't right in Rome. Quarterfinals, he hit the wall at a set and 4-1. So I think that the focus was on the heat.
Yeah,
but it wasn't hot.
It was an accumulation of emotional energy that had been used up.
Over your Indian Wells, your Miami, your Monte Carlo, Madrid and Rome. And in many ways, it was kind of reassuring for the rest of us that here is someone who we think is a machine, that sometimes the machine can break. But it does seem like he's reset. I do feel he needs to be playing better, but actually, the top players sometimes use that as an advantage, Richard. It's like, still got to improve, I still got to work. And quite a lot of the times he didn't mention his press conference in his after post-match with Lee McKenzie, but quite often he talks about we, which I also think is interesting.
The team.
Yeah.
The whole team. They're there to find solutions for him and to help him through. He relies on them, and they have been polishing him for years into the player that he has become. They've certainly polished his serve into a weapon that might take him all the way to the Wimbledon title again without necessarily being at his best in all departments. Who knows? Barry, I think our work here is done. The next match is due on court at 4:04 local time, so in around about 13 minutes from now, it'll be Naomi Osaka against Karolina Muchova, and that should be a really terrific quarter-final. On centre court, they're just going to resume the Lehechka-Zverev match from last night, which will complete the lineup for the men's quarter-finals, but we have a semi-finalist already in the draw, and that is Yannick Sinner, to few people's surprise. Barry, thank you very much indeed. We'll make way, and Mikey Pereira's coming in, and Claire Curran will be your commentary team for the next match in around about 10 minutes' time. So hang about on the number 1 court dedicated feed for that. But from Barry and I, we'll say cheerio.
Top work.
Thank you, Barry. From us, it's bye for now.
He might do that, but going back to your point with Federer in the raw box, I think that's the picture of the fortnight so far. Him on
Absolutely.
His own. Yeah, just brilliant, wasn't it? He had enough of the small talk in the raw box. I'm going out. I'm not missing a point. I'm here to watch some tennis, and it was fantastic to see him out there last night.
He might be missing the end, though. I don't think he's back today.
No.
We're going to be peering down to our left, which is where the Royal Box is positioned. We have a great view of that, and also Jiří Lehečka on the left-hand side of James Kiyothavong. This isn't a first trip to the last 16 for Lehečka. He did make this stage of the tournament a couple of years ago, and it was unfortunate for him. He had to retire at a set and a breakdown against Daniil Medvedev after he'd saved match points against Tommy Paul to get to this stage. How different of a player, Arvind, do we feel that he is compared to, well, how long ago is it? 48 months ago?
Yeah, I mean, he's a lot stronger. He's fit and healthy. He's been battling some demons as far as that was concerned a couple of years ago with the very bad back injury, a stress fracture where he had to just lay on his back for weeks on end. It wasn't as if he could go for a run or hit a few balls, have a light session. He literally had to rest, and that was painful for him for a while. After Madrid, where it was, I think it was in the semis, wasn't it, against Auger-Aliassime, he had to pull out suddenly, so that was a real shame for him. But he's one of these players. There's not too many on tour that would love the grass court season to be longer, because he's got such a good game on it. You know, big hitter from the back of the court, no obvious weaknesses when he's on. He's impressive, got a big serve on him, and his transition game forward is excellent as well. He likes to be at the net, and not everyone does that. It's a different dimension to his game that he has over most on this surface. It was it was hard fought the first couple of sets. 6-4 Zverev, 7-5 Zverev, and tight in the third. So he'll have ambition, winning this third set, getting himself back into it, and not a bad point for him to actually finish last night. Actually, two sets down. If anyone wanted to come off the court, it was him.
Yeah. Well, he's been knocking on the door, Lehečka, who is just warming up that big serve that Arv is referring to. Looking quite sharp as well. A ball of Zverev's just rolled back under his foot, and he kicked it away soccer style. Absolutely not having a slip or a trip out here before we even get underway. Yeah, he's had 3 break points in this third set, Lehečka. He had one opportunity at love 1 and 30-40 on the Zverev serve, then 1-2 and 15-40. All chances fended off by Zverev. We'll see if a fresh day brings a fresh mentality, because it was beginning to look a little bit iffy for the Czech. He'd had 7 break points in the match as a whole and had not been able to break through on any of those occasions. So perhaps comes into this now in different conditions. The sun overhead glaring down onto centre court, warmer than it was yesterday. Maybe it turns a page. He serves first upon resumption. He'll like that.
Sorry, excuse me.
Lehečka serves first now as they get back
underway.
underway.
I think so. I think it's a nice way to start, to tell you the truth. You keep your nose out in front. You build a bit of pressure, because you know you're in the sharp end of the set now. So I think this is a good thing. Actually, him serving first. If he is to get back into this one, he needs to put Zverev under pressure, because he might come out a bit slow.
Rolling out his right shoulder, Lehečka, as we look down from the rafters. A few Wimbledon umbrellas scattered at the bottom of the stands for good reasons only. It is 31 degrees Celsius, and it is Lehečka serving down 2 sets to love, but 3 games apiece in this third set. His second career Wimbledon 4th round, and he resumes with an ace. Warm applause from the crowd. They're pretty thick, the spectator field, actually, towards the back of the stands, under the shadow of the centre court rafters. Lehečka bounces the ball a couple of times, serves down the tee. It's back-to-back aces to get us up and running. 3-all and 30 love.
Could ask for a better start. First 2 points. He was crisp serving.
Energized coming out of the tunnel. Yeah, it was Zverev with a little stroll over to his chair and over to the net.
He's got a score to play with, Lehechka knows he cannot put a foot wrong.
Serves down the tee. Backhand drop shot behind the serve. Zverev can't get up to it. Clean winner. That is 3 winners from Lehechka to generate 3 game points.
I must admit, Zverev's good physically, actually, considering his exploits. Roland Garros, and then a quick turnaround to get to Halle. Hasn't had that much rest, has he? But physically, he's a specimen these days.
Standing pretty deep to receive Zverev behind the chewed-up patch of grass at the baseline. He's on the stretch with the backhand return. The off forehand from Lehechka. Can Zverev get on the board in this game? Cross-court forehand up the middle. It is a shanked forehand from Zverev. He spoons it long. And Lehechka with a clean sheet as we get this match back up and running. 4 points played, 4 points won. And that is 4 games to 3 in this third set. Very positive stuff from the Czech.
When he woke up this morning, that is exactly what he was visualizing. First service game, he wouldn't have been actually thinking too much further than the first service game. Just get that game under your belt quickly, and then you settle in nicely. You kind of then feel like you've picked up from where you left off yesterday evening. See what sort of service game that Zverev plays. I mean, he has served so well for so long. It's amazing to think he had such big troubles with his serve for a long time, with the double faults, with the motion. It wasn't great. He's lowered the ball toss. Double faults are a thing of the past, should I say? And first serve percentage. If you look at his first serve percentage across the year, I mean, it's very rare that he's not in the 70s percentage-wise. This match so far, he's 7 at 72%. I mean, that's just normal for him.
Did you ever have the yips with your serve?
Never had the yips with the serve. Yeah, I mean, it was funny, wasn't it? Was it the yips? Was it something technical? Was it something mental? It was, because when it was on, it worked well. But I guess you can only tell how well something works when you're put under a lot of pressure.
And there's pressure here for the number 13 seed against a man with more experience, 29-year-old Zverev, who has many times been deep at the major tournaments, but never beyond the 4th round hurdle here at the championships. He's still got work to do to earn his place in the last 8, and he is still yet to win a point in today's action within a match that he leads 6-4, 7-5, though he trails 3-4 in set 3. The white bandana tied around his hair, tied up. Second serve down the tee, and a great response from Lehechka. Deep double-handed backhand into the backhand of Zverev, who goes into the net. Love 15.
You get to win a point here, Zverev. This is a very sharp start from Lehechka.
Playing for his life in the tournament, and that radiates off the Czech player. Usually Lehechka standing a little tighter to the baseline to receive, gets the ball back on Zverev's shoelaces. The cross-court forehand is a winner. 1-2 punch with an emphasis on that final word. Lehechka still spotless.
This is superb from Lehechka. He's seen the ball big. I guess the serve wasn't that accurate. He was hoping for a slightly better angle to it, but still crispy from Lehechka.
He embodies energy right now. He's constantly lifting and raising his upper body, jumping from foot to foot. He sliced the return back to the feet of Zverev. Now he takes the double-handed backhand with good length into the backhand of Zverev. He'll go up the line. He's controlling the direction of the point. Forehand line into the backhand cross-court from Zverev. And finally, Lehechka's lost a point. The backhand slice into the trem lines. Zverev clambers aboard at 3-4, 15-30.
Yeah, the backhand cross there from Zverev was class. That is his bread and butter when he's hitting his backhand like that, flat, low over the net. It's very difficult to defend against. You've got to somehow keep him away from hitting that shot consistently.
So maybe a little sigh of relief there for the German, because it's been one-way traffic since the men returned to centre court. Less than 24 hours after kicking things off in this 4th round match. Off forehand, Zverev into the double-handed backhand of Lehechka, who's already closed the baseline. Good length on his backhand into the backhand of Zverev. Sets him up for a forehand cross-court. Zverev defensive forehand long. So this is going to be a couple of break points for the number 13 seed.
More aggression from Lehechka. Taking the ball on, forehand was a beauty. And there was a long look from Zverev up to his corner.
And a long walk back to the baseline from Zverev. Is he looking slightly nervy here? Tampers with the bottom of his shirt and persists with the bouncing of the ball. His shadow falling across the baseline to his left. Serves out wide and misses. Leheshka just staying behind the baseline to receive the second serve, looking to make sure he gets a racket on it. Not too deep, but not too tight to the baseline. Zverev goes body. Leheshka pushes the forehand back into play, and into the net goes Alexander Zverev. He tosses a hand in questioning frustration at his team. He quickly looks down at his strings, and this has very quickly happened for Jiří Lehečka, who will serve to take the third set at 5-3.
Well, he's come out the more fired up. Zverev's got a look of a man who's looking quite lethargic out there. Hasn't fired up yet, but Lehečka, well, he had no option. He needed to come out quickly, and he has.
Quite the curveball thrown by these two, being forced off court by the Wimbledon curfew at 5 minutes to 11 last night. Zverev's only dropped the one set this tournament. That was a tight second set tiebreak against Alexander Blocks in his first round match. He won the final tiebreak of that 4-set win to 0. He has barely been threatened since. Now he's in real danger of being taken to a fourth. Lehečka 5-3. And 15 love. Zverev again standing slightly deeper to receive. Serve out wide from Lehečka. Long goes Zverev with the backhand. Oh, do the conditions make any difference today, Arv, or is it purely the energy that Lehečka's brought to court?
Yeah, it's definitely quicker at the minute. Yeah, I mean, last night when the roof comes across, it always becomes a bit slower indoors on this court. But maybe the heat here is just surprised Zverev, the speed of the ball through the air.
Lehečka making first deliveries as well, out wide to the forehand, now takes the forehand into the forehand, chipped by Zverev, forehand line, clean winner from Lehečka, gunning for the win, 2 sets to love down, and the fourth set is already in sight.
40 love. Yeah, so clinical. Any opportunity to take the ball on, he's doing that and finding winners here, Lehečka.
Triple set point on the racket of the Czech player. Lehečka towels down his eyebrow briefly, serves tee. He opened with an ace, he closes the third set with an ace, and it has been a flawless return to centre court from the 24-year-old Czech, Jiří Lehečka, in his second career Wimbledon fourth round, which he is extending. Was down 2 sets to love and 3 games apiece, but 3 games won under the sun on centre court. And a fourth set it will be.
And I believe he only lost 1 point in those 3 games.
Incredible.
That was some effort. And Zverev is leaving the court after 3 games. I can't believe he needs a bathroom break. I think it's just a matter of him leaving the court and resetting and coming back a little bit more energized. Very lethargic. Didn't really get the feet going too much.
It's a slightly dejected walk off the court. His head was bowed, as if he was in thought. And we asked the question of, how did Zverev sleep last night? Maybe he didn't get much sleep last night. He was very actually...
Or too well.
Open.
Did he sleep too well?
Well,
a bit sleepy still.
I mean, we could go either way with Zverev. He did say, when Jannik Sinner lost in Roland Garros in the second round, he said, I did not sleep a wink that night. He was up all night thinking about it. This is a very different situation. I think Lehečka slept incredibly well. He has come out with dialed motivation, focus. I was speaking about it, Arv, with someone else earlier today. If this was a standard tour level match, in order to get the win, he would just need to win 2 sets. He effectively has come out here today thinking, all right, let's polish off this third set, and then I just need to win in straights. New day, new match.
Yeah, absolutely. The hard part was winning this third set. Yeah, coming out and winning the games required, and he did that in the most impressive way. Serving great, team happy with it. Stats for the set pretty good. Certainly the last 3 games were spot on. So I think Zverev's going to spend as much time off this court right now as he can, just to reset the mind and start fresh in the 4th set. He's going to be serving first, get himself back leading in a set, and then go from there.
Yeah, not the first time he's dropped a set this tournament, Zverev, but the first time he's done it from the 2 sets to love advantage, and certainly the first time that there's been a contrast in conditions midway through the match from dark to light. Oh, hang on a minute, Zverev's already back on court. That's quite surprising. Pretty prompt turnaround from the German.
Yeah, don't spend too much time off the court.
Who probably doesn't want to spend too much longer on the court, considering this fourth round match has been held overnight. Jannik Sinner already into the semi-finals, defending champion with a straight sets defeat of Jan-Lennard Struff, which is just the surface of that one, because a couple of tight sets in there against the German, who was in his Grand Slam quarter-final debut at the age of 36.
Yeah, could have been a different story if he'd won that second set. He did have set point, Struff, but Sinner good enough today, because Struff, he's unrelenting with the way he plays. He keep coming at you. He'll die on that sword. You'll fall on that sword. He won't change his game plan, so you have to execute your game well. You've got to make sure that you serve well and hit your targets.
So at 7 minutes past 4 local time, we are still yet to finalise the men's quarter-final lineup at the Championships 2026. Zverev is serving here, right-hand side of James Kiyothavong in the chair, leading 2-1. The return missed at the tee by Leheshka. Backhand wide. Zverev first on the board, 15-love. He's won 13 of his last 14 matches, Zverev. Only loss coming on grass courts to his nemesis Taylor Fritz in the semi-finals in Halle. Serves out wide, Zverev, forehand cross-court winner. And maybe his mind had already gone there, Arv, because he has lost 7 of his last 7 against Fritz, and it is Fritz awaiting in the last 8.
Yeah, beat him a few weeks back in Halle as well, didn't he? Took him down again. Thought Zverev might just beat him that day, but Fritz very good. Yeah, not too many people have been speaking about Fritz.
No.
He's kind of gone under the radar. He's a great grass court player.
It's probably where he likes to be. When people started talking about Fritz, and he fell at the final hurdle, didn't he, at the US Open in 2024. He's fallen in the quarterfinals here multiple times. Did get the better of Zverev in the last 8 last year. Second serve, Zverev here. Tee serve into the backhand. He's on the stretch with his own backhand, but he does manage to push it up the line. Forehand depth from Leheshka, who's already stapled himself to the baseline again. Off forehand off the baseline. Zverev with great defense on the backhand cross-court. Neutralizes forehand inside in, but is wide. So Leheshka on the board for the first time in this fourth set at 30-15.
I just wonder if Zverev's feeling a bit tired. He just hasn't kind of snapped out of this lethargic sort of look. He just went so big on that forehand there, trying to slap a winner.
Yeah, slightly tense look. Again, he pulls at the bottom of his shirt. The black watch on his left hand as he bounces the ball. Holds it for a moment, then tosses. And serves out wide. The backhand lifted into the forecourt by Leheshka. Back behind goes Zverev, read by Leheshka, who will push his attempt down the line, gets himself on top of the court, but misses the volley. He'd done all the hard work there, the Czech. Missed the final ball. Double game point Zverev.
That is surprising, because he's so good at those type of volleys, those finishing volleys. He had plenty of court to work with as well. He'll be frustrated with that. That was an opportunity to get to 30 all and pile on the pressure. First game of this fourth.
Yeah, big difference between that position and double game point for Zverev, given that upon resumption it has been 3 games played and all 3 won by Jiří Lehečka. A 6-3 winner in the third set. Can Zverev get up and running in the fourth? He's going to have to utilize a second serve because his first delivery has gone long of the T-junction. Gold chain just creeping over the edge of his collar as he bounces the ball. And Lehečka stays about a large stride behind the baseline, maybe even a meter or so, Lehečka. Double fault.
40-30.
Is that just a blip, or is it a sign of something more from Alexander Zverev? The applause coming from his camp, as well as the general crowd of spectators. Father Alexander Sr. is there, elder brother Misha Zverev, 10 years his senior. And Zverev again with the prolonged bouncing of the ball. 40-30. Serves T. Lehečka on the stretch, pushes the forehand back over, and Zverev nets a lame forehand by his standards off a short ball, a nothing ball. Just dumps it in the net for deuce.
Kind of got a confused look on his face as he trudges back to the baseline. Yeah, that was a bit of a shocker, actually. Normally make those sort of forehands in his sleep.
Well, there's so much confidence in him right now, and he seems to have so much confidence within himself, finally getting across the line at the age of 29 at a major tournament. It's looked pretty good on the lawns of SW19 so far. Maybe it's a taller task than it looks to get back up and running in a match that he was dominating. The off forehand into the backhand of Leheshka. Zverev sneaks in. That's a good move. Volley virtually rolls along the floor, and there is no chance for the Leheshka forehand. Game point Zverev.
Yeah, close down the net well. That was a little bit more intense from him. Start letting those balls drop that are floating over the net. You get yourself in a bit of trouble. So just keep driving forward with the legs. Hopefully that'll wake him up a bit, get the legs moving a bit quicker.
He was still almost grimacing, Zverev, after that volley. Maybe it's the sun as well. 4:15 in the afternoon, 31 degrees Celsius here at SW19. Zverev serves tee, misses. Serve has been good. Had not been broken, Zverev, before this match resumed on this Tuesday afternoon. Already a different feeling for the number 2 seed to combat. Advantage, second serve. T-serve into the forehand outstretched by Leheshka. Backhand up the middle from Zverev. Now he takes time on the backhand up the line. Leheshka willing to rally, puts shape on his forehand, and Zverev misses his own. He redirects line, he goes into the tram lines, and we go back to deuce in this opening game of the 4th set.
Can't underestimate how much mental fatigue he must be feeling the last few days. I mean, physically he's good, I'm led to believe, but mentally he is tired. This is showing right now. Sloppy errors from him. He's just got that look about him.
No one's immune, are they? There was a little bit of that at play even for Carlos Alcaraz in the final against Jannik Sinner last year. He'd followed on from a second consecutive Roland Garros triumph. It's that transition between surfaces. Those two majors, best of 5-set format over 2 weeks and played in very close succession. Let on the first attempts from the Zverev delivery, so he's taking his time going again. And what is becoming a lengthy opening game of set 4. Zverev still yet to get on the board today. Serves tee, and it's a huge serve that just cannons off the frame of Leheshka, who puts his thumb up to make sure people are all right in the stands because the ball went straight into them.
Yeah, into the slips back there. 138-mile-an-hour serve. That was big. Bit of anger taken out on that one. It bounces so high as well. It was actually caught in the stands, so I think that was the thumbs up. Nice job, sir.
138 miles an hour, and advantage Zverev once more. Serves out wide, forces the error, and it's taken a bit of time. It has taken 4 games and the conclusion of a set, but Alexander Zverev on the board on Tuesday at Wimbledon, and it is for 1-love, 4th set.
Big hold in the context. You lose that game, and then all of a sudden you're on a downward spiral quite quickly. That's a good effort in the end, delivering a couple of meaty serves, a 138 followed by a 135 mile an hour. Not stopping to take a sip at the change of ends either. Zverev just kind of trudging down to the other end of the court.
Yeah, not even a glance at his seat as he headed towards the far scoreboard.
Quickly, please. Thank you.
Is this what he needs to get him up and going? What a relief for Zverev to get that first game of the day under his belt after a 3-game slide in the direction of his opponent, who had not broken the Zverev serve throughout their 2.5 sets played on Monday night. So the feeling switches once again. Leheshka serving to level in this 4th set. Takes the forehand cross-court with an angle into the forehand of Zverev, and the German ends up on the floor trying to reroute to track that down. Glares accusingly at the ground, and Leheshka goes up 15-love.
Well, these courts, certainly just behind the baseline, they are so dry right now that you can actually slip on them. The dry courts become slippery, believe it or not. Tough to get that friction between the sole of his shoe and the grass. It wasn't a heavy fall, but he's okay.
It's going to be a big game here for Leheshka, who came out with bags of energy, charging for the win. Now he's rallying from the deficit as Zverev takes the forehand inside in. Forehand with good length from Leheshka, looking to move in, and he will execute a great angled volley off his backhand side.
That's where he's really good. Those net points, excellent. Leheshka was an easy put away. Come in 44 times, won 30 of the points, so very good numbers. You've got to continue in that way.
He sees the opportunity incredibly well, the world number 14. 2 spots off his career high ranking, A run to a first 1,000 level final in Miami, helping with that. Biggest final of Lehecka's career, and a big serve from him pierces the corner of the service box out wide into the Zverev forehand to draw the error. Triple game point for the man who won set 3. Bounces briefly on the balls of his feet, licks his lips, looks across at Zverev, who again has positioned himself to receive behind the chewed-up patch of ground at the baseline. The forehand up the middle from Lehecka, the backhand cross-court from Zverev, looking to square up with time on his forehand, inside into the forehand of Lehecka, who responds with pace, and Zverev deflects it. Cross-court backhand winner from the German to get on the board in this return game.
Just proving that backhand is just forged in steel. He didn't panic at all because it was a powerful forehand for Lehecka. He hit it really well. But Zverev, even at his height, got down to it really well because it was skidding through. Just used the pace to his advantage to redirect it.
Positive signs for the sharpness of the number 2 seed, who did look noticeably sluggish upon resumption of this match. The forehand shaped by Lehecka into the forehand of Zverev, which is hit with some venom. The forehand too long, though, from the German. Didn't fully move himself into position. And it is a level at a 15 for Lehecka. One game apiece in this 4th set. They have played 5 games this afternoon, and he's already caked in sweat, Lehecka.
Changing his racket as well, actually. It's a strange time to change it. No ball change, but I've seen a few players actually change their rackets mid-set when it's not a ball change, or mid-game actually. I just wonder if these hotter conditions are just trying to find the perfect tension. They've probably come out with maybe 1 or 2 different rackets with slightly tighter strings. Generally the case when it gets hot.
It's a sport of fractions, tennis, always hunting for perfection, these players. And it's pretty much what's required of Lehecka to launch the comeback today. Was down 2 sets to love and 3 games apiece in the 3rd when this match got underway. And it's still pretty good numbers for him, winning 4 of the last 5 games. Zverev looking to up the ante on the serve. He starts with an ace down the tee here from the left-hand side of James Kiyothavong in the chair.
8th ace of the match. Lehecka actually out-acing him at the minute. He's on 9. Actually 9th ace, so they're equal now.
Zverev, who hasn't lost before the semi-finals of a Grand Slam this season, last 4 in Australia. Highly publicized champion at the most wild Roland Garros, maybe the most wild Grand Slam, full stop, in recent memory. Some huge upsets in the opening week, inclusive of Jannik Sinner and Novak Djokovic, who are still standing here and currently on course for a semi-final showdown. Backhand cross-court from Sinner into the forehand. Lehecka just jammed a little as he took the forehand, and it came off his frame and long. So 30 love for Zverev.
Some of the longest matches I've ever kind of been part of as well at Roland Garros. We had some lengthy ones, 5 hours. Lots of 5-setters.
In heat that was hotter than what we're witnessing here at the championships. We were towards the late 30s of degrees Celsius. Actually, for one of the matches of the tournament, I think it was Juan Manuel Cerúndolo against Martin Landaluth. They nearly hit the, was it the 6-hour mark? Am I dreaming?
Up there. Yeah, it was up there. It was 5 hours something, I'm pretty sure. It was a very long one. It was one of the longest matches ever played at Roland Garros.
It's incredible the training these guys do off the court to be able to manage conditions and encounters like that. Pretty clean here on the serve from Zverev. 40 love at 1 game apiece. Is he going to make it 2-1? He comes with the forehand drop shot, maybe ambitious, off the back of the return. Into the net he goes, and Lehecka climbs onto the board.
40 love, just trying to do something different there, but don't be careless, don't be wasteful. Lehecka's dialed in here. He suddenly starts connecting on a couple of returns, what he's more than capable of doing. You're back to deuce.
Yeah, there's an opportunity to set a tone and make a statement here from Zverev after surrendering the 3rd set. Goes down the tee with the serve, and it's enough to draw the error. The backhand outstretched and into the nets from Lehecka. Means that Zverev will keep his nose out in front, and this time he will sit down at the changeover. No marching past. Time to take a drink and get the umbrella back over his head. In the heat of the afternoon, it is 2-1. In the number 2 seed's favour.
Yeah, another couple of games for Zverev, and then that 3rd set will be a bit more of a distant memory. He's kind of signalling something up to his camp, but he's checking his readings on the little monitor that he has in his bag, and yeah, you can't forget about that either. If you kind of miscalculate that, for him in these sort of conditions, then you can kind of see why he comes out slightly flat and struggling a bit.
Yeah, he has diabetes, Zverev. This is what we're referencing, and he has to monitor that. And it's not something that he talks about a lot, Arvin, so it's not something that other people talk about a lot either, but that's always something that he's managing. And he said it has affected him within matches before, if I think his blood sugar levels haven't been exactly where they need to be. So you mentioned that he was quite sluggish actually walking back out onto the court. You never 100% know what's going on internally for these athletes. But there was certainly a little chat with his team at the sit down there.
And then you look directly down at the little monitor that he has in his bag. Yeah, so you've always got to consider that. And he's actually talked about how he's miscalculated a couple of times, or actually the machine was giving him the wrong reading. And he was taking more and more carbohydrates on more and more sugar, and actually was feeling worse and worse. But the machine was malfunctioning. That's always a worry for him.
Less worries on the serve for the time being. A fight to hold to open the fourth set, but much more straightforward to keep it 2-1 in his favor, and hoping that if he can keep ticking along, the scoreboard might help him out in what is a high-stakes clash for Jiří Lehečka, who is 2 wins, 2 losses lifetime in major fourth rounds. Got back to the quarterfinals of a Grand Slam at the US Open last season on the hard courts, where he has posted some of his best results. It's the serve out wide and the forehand response long from Zverev, so the number 13 seed from Czechia back up and running. Queen's Club runner-up last season, Lehečka. Did get a noteworthy result there over number 2 seeded Jack Draper in the semi-finals, and it only took defending Wimbledon champion at the time, Carlos Alcaraz, to end his run. Serve into the body from Zverev, the forehand back behind into the outstretched backhand of Zverev forces the error. So again, it's a strong start on serve for Lehečka.
Jogging forward after the forehand too, because he wants to get to the net. That's always a good sign. Someone that wants to get to the net, get forward. Not being reactive there, not seeing how good the forehand was. Then he's ghosting. He was hitting and coming.
It's been proactive, positive play so far on this Tuesday afternoon from Jiří Lehečka. Serves tee into the backhand of Zverev. He has to lean, almost limbo out of the way, Lehečka, because the ball came shooting back at him, and it was definitely going long. Had he touched that ball, it would have been point to the German, who just ruefully holds his racket over his right shoulder as he contemplates this deficit. 40 love on the racket of the 24-year-old. Lehečka serves into the body, the forehand to the feet from Zverev, enough to draw the error. Just got onto that one quickly.
He's on his toes, such good length. Is it going to be meaningful enough? Probably not. You just got to hang in every game if you're Zverev.
Still a few stairs over to his box. They're to his right-hand side, positioned above the scoreboard on his end. Ace down the tee from Lehečka, continuing to post high numbers with his own delivery. That just edges him out in front. Double digits of aces for the match. 10 for Lehečka. 2 games all. Pretty pacey stuff out here on centre court. What do you think's held him back from that big Grand Slam breakthrough, Lehečka? Bearing in mind, I mean, he's in the grand scheme of things, 24 is still pretty young, but why has it not happened earlier for him?
Well, I think he's had it tough with injuries. I think you can't underestimate that, the doubts that you have as a player. Lacked a bit of consistency at times. He's one of these players that when he's on, he's impressive, but other times hasn't been great. And winning when you're not playing your best tennis, I think you can get a little bit better at doing that. I think over the course of a year, winning a few matches ugly.
Zverev definitely learned how to do that early in his career. He really struggled with the best of 5-set format when he got going, even though he was winning at Masters 1000s pretty quickly. Became an expectation that you were going to rock up to a major, and Zverev was going to be grinding through in 5 or 4 sets in his opening rounds.
That was the problem. He was tiring himself out. First two or three rounds, best of 5 sets, but talked a while that he needed to get through those earlier rounds quicker, conserve some energy.
Quick first point here for Zverev, 2 games apiece, 15 love. Serves tee, forehand chopped by Lehecka, goes long, so he's not quite reading the serve as clearly, Lehecka, although it feels like a lot of the deliveries are going down the tee from Zverev. Really finding the mark there. Just the 132 miles an hour into the Lehecka forehand to draw the error. Lengthy bouncing of the ball. Misses at the tee junction this time around. So where's Lehecka going to take this second serve? He's been staying a distance back for them to give himself the play. He'll do so again, about a meter back, twiddling the racket in his hands. Zverev, right-hand side of the chair. Serves into the forehand. It's chipped back by Lehecka just beyond the service box. That's good enough to trouble Zverev. He goes long. Lehecka on the board, 30-15.
I like that return. He uses the chip forehand return well. Lehecka gets the point started. Actually poses a question for the opponents. Can you generate your own speed on the next ball? Because he's not putting a whole lot on the chip, and if he can keep it low as well, you know, it can draw an error, which it did there. It was a fairly high one actually that Zverev missed.
Can he lock in early in this game? He's read the tee serve this time around. It's a serve and volley from Zverev. Lehecka offers the defensive lob. Zverev with the overhead. The ball comes back again, and it's a smash volley. Not this time, says Alexander Zverev. Get out of here. Double game point to his name.
His only concern there was not hitting the racket on the top of the net on the follow-through there. He was that close to the net. Slammed that one out of court.
Just a little more vitality and energy about Zverev now. Still taking his time with the serve, but utilizing that here at 2-all, 40-15. The world number 3, 1 spot off his career high ranking. Serves out wide to the forehand, pushed onto the service line by Lehecka. He's already running to cover the backhand, but not quite quick enough. He slices it into the net. Good approach from Zverev, who's still not wasting energy. Head down, breathing deep. Warm applause from his brother in the box as he continues to maintain the scoreboard advantage at 3-2. I did want to pick up, Arvind, just the record in tour level finals for Lehecka. He's reached all 7 of his finals since the beginning of 2023. 2 wins, 5 losses. Does that raise a bit of concern about either his ability to produce in a certain situation or his ability to produce against the better players in the world?
Yeah, I mean, finals, you're both playing well. So it's not as if he's playing someone in the final that's struggling themselves, like in the first or second round or something. You look at the finals that he's lost. Last one was Sinner, Auger-Aliassime, indoors against Auger-Aliassime in Belgium. I mean, he's tough to beat indoors. And the one previous to that, Alcaraz. So, yeah, I mean, they're tough losses, and 2 of those in 3 sets. So they've been pretty close. But yeah, I think if it's clear that you're underperforming in finals, like Auger-Aliassime was for the first 7 or 8 finals he made, it didn't even win a set. Actually, then I think it becomes a little bit more concerning. But I like the way he plays. I like the fact that he backs himself in the big moments. He might not always execute, but he tries to play the right way. But if he'd lost all of those finals pretty straightforward, then okay, something's probably not right mentally more than anything.
He's downing bananas right now, Lehecka. I think maybe he is backing himself to be out here a while, because he was handed a bunch of about 5 of them, and he's only managed to take in a mouthful of 1 at this sit down. He is first off the chair.
In this sort of weather, even eating a banana is a bit of an effort. You want the gel, so you just slip down easily, you just swallow and that's it.
Serving advantage with Zverev. Lehecka had it upon resumption in the 3rd set. He utilized it with a hold to love at 4-3, never looked back. But can he maintain the level as he is kept on the heels of the reigning Roland Garros champion? He's 2-3 in serving here. Zverev is up on his feet and a distance behind the baseline, left-hand side of James Kiyothavong. A little bit of a spring in his step there, Zverev, just bouncing on the spot, but standing way back to receive. Lehecka goes down the tee and misses. Takes up position. The world number 14 glances down at Zverev, bounces the ball. Second serve goes into the backhand, and it goes into the net from Zverev. A slight shake of the head because that didn't come close to clearing. And once again, Lehecka has the foothold.
never been that comfortable up on the baseline returning serve. He's the type of player that likes to stand back, a bit more time on the ball, and part of that is technically, certainly on the forehand side, it's quite a big build-up, so he needs the time to wind up to play the forehand.
Serve from Leheshka, gets his racket ready for the forehand, and Zverev could see it coming, but he was too deep to respond. Cross-court and netted. Clearance once again for Leheshka. This 30-love advantage is becoming quite a familiar sight.
Didn't get enough on the return. It was a miss hit from Zverev. It just landed very short, very inviting for Leheshka to move forward.
Only the 2 points dropped on serve in this set by Jiří Lehečka. The longest game, the one that went back and forth from deuce a couple of times before Zverev held for 1-love. And in fact, just the 2 points dropped on serve today by Lehečka. So this is almost definitely going to be a double fault. Now I've said that. Where's the second serve going? Pretty much. Let T, he gets another chance. Takes a deep breath and then extra ball from the back of the court. Swipe of the wristband on his left arm just to towel down his forehead. Zverev with the backhand response to the second serve. The backhand cross-court into the double-handed backhand of Lehečka. Zverev falls into the net. The slight mirroring of his backhand as Lehečka achieves 3 game points.
Definitely back himself in that battle, Lehečka. Cross-court backhand to cross-court backhand. Being a Czech, born with good backhands.
Just walk out the womb with the
I don't think I've ever
double-handed backhand.
met a Czech player that has got a poor backhand.
Thomas Berdych, great example. Runner-up here in 2010 against Rafael Nadal. Not dissimilar in look and build to Lehečka, actually, Berdych.
I was actually coaching him for a while now. Davis Cup captain is Berdych.
Triple game point. It's still for Lehečka. He's going to have to rally for it with the second serve. First attempt out wide is long and wide. Zverev maybe a fraction tighter to the baseline to receive, gets even closer, and it's a double fault from Lehečka. 1 of 3 points that he's lost on serve today is a double fault.
Well, if you're going to commit the double fault, 40-love up, not a terrible time to do it. It's all about when they come, not how many.
Yeah, 30-love advantages in every single service game for Lehečka in this 4th set. A few more second serves creeping into play here. Just a sniff for the number 2 seed. Lehečka serves into the body. Wristy forehand from Zverev, lands a bit short. Lehečka just snags the sideline with his forehand drive, and he pumps his fist 3, 4, 5 times after sealing the leveler. 3 games each.
3 games all.
It's a strong strike from Lehečka. So much of that power comes from the legs. Again, now into the meat of the set. This is where pressure builds. Can't slip up.
30 minutes exactly played in this 4th set. Zverev, the 2-1 leader, but also the man who led 2 sets to love and 3 games apiece when this clash was halted 5 minutes from the curfew at 10:55 last night. So psychologically, there's been a little bit to deal with. Lehečka having won 3 straight games upon resumption, and the 3rd set having escaped from his grasp. How does he handle this service game? He's missed the first serve, Zverev, out wide. Takes a moment before the bouncing of the ball prior to his second delivery. And he takes his time with the bouncing as well. Exaggerated service motion into the body. Cross-court forehand from Lehečka. Not his cleanest, but it gives Zverev trouble. He lifts out of his own forehand, and it's love 15.
Key there was that he got him moving immediately to the right there. Again, he just doesn't look right at the minute. Zverev just looking flat again, looking a bit tired, more mentally than anything. And you've got an opponent that's playing very good tennis right now.
So this is interesting. A rare deficit for the serving player in this 4th set. Zverev not looking the relaxed figure that he has for solid periods of this tournament. That was a frustrated slap away of the ball after missing his first serve. 2 points, 2 second deliveries for Zverev here. Very strong serving numbers for him last night. In the heat of the day, He serves into the body, the forehand inside in from Lehechka, time on the ball, and Zverev utilizes it on the forehand, but he's having to play off his heels from the baseline. A little bit of a let-off from Lehechka, double-handed backhand that he was born with, goes long.
Would have loved to have worked him harder than that. That was a regulation backhand he missed. Maybe the tension getting to him. Oversold the born with part, I think.
Yeah, a reminder of the stakes for him. He's only reached 2 previous Grand Slam quarterfinals and never here at the championships. Suddenly he's got a foothold in this clash, but he's lost it in this game for the time being. Serve out wide to the forehand and Lehechka's forehand into the net. So Zverev inches ahead, 3-all, 30-15. Just taking a real glance around before each one of his serves. Zverev, head bowed as he bounces the ball. Head bundled up over the top of his white headband. T-serve into the forehand of Lehechka, which floats long.
Lehechka this time furious with himself, telling himself to actually hit through that forehand, be a little bit more courageous, be more aggressive, try to chip it, but lost control of it.
Yeah, has he just eased off a little bit here, Lehechka, who's muttering to himself and shaking his head. He was nothing but positivity when he walked back out onto centre court this afternoon, and that flowed through his game. But Zverev looking to take the ascent now. There's just been a couple of points here that have really made a difference and offered him a platform. Second serve to try and take advantage, though, 40-15. And Lehechka stood a fair way back for this second delivery. Still in sunlight, but a meter or so behind the baseline. Takes the backhand up the line. The backhand cross-court from Zverev finds the sideline. Even closer to the sideline from Lehechka. That is good enough to draw the error. So he is back on the heels of Zverev at 40-30.
Yeah, piling some pressure on. That was a good point from Lehechka. Precision hitting. As he came off the sideline and the ball just checks up when it hits the chalk. It just loses all of its pace and just pops up, and it's hard then to time the ball.
Slightly edgy from Alexander Zverev. Can he find a first delivery? He needs one, and he can't. It's the T-serve that he's missed, and he's found that mark so many times in this match and even to date. Lehechka back bouncing on the balls of his feet. Twiddling the racket with intensity. Trying to stay alert in the gap between first and second serves, and it is a double fault from Zverev down into the net. And his face displays his disgust as he's taken to deuce.
Like a very low ball toss that, didn't get up to it. And this is a moment for Lehechka.
The camp aren't giving much away, but they've got to be concerned because there's been those little looks from Zverev over at them. He's looked sluggish at times. We saw him checking his monitor, which is linked to his diabetes that he manages. Some questions unanswered from the German side of the net. Serves out wide, and this is a crisp ace into the corner. A little bit of a fist bump there from Zverev as well to back himself up. He moves to game point.
It's taken a while to see it, but some positive body language there for the very first time from Zverev. Well, there's a bit of a crisis building there. 3-all deuce after a double fault.
Level on 10 aces each. Zverev looking for a massive stride to the 4-3 lead. Can he get it? Serves T. Forehand pushed back just across the service line by Lehechka, still on balance for the backhand cross-court. Zverev with a bit more shape on his backhand, but the forehand taken on by Lehechka, who's on top of the baseline. Zverev a couple of meters back and too far back. Lifts out of the backhand long. Lehechka with positive intensity to take us back to deuce.
Looking slow to get behind the ball there. Zverev laboured with his movement. Yeah, I feel like this set is there for the taking here for Lehechka. String a couple of good points together here. Some solid strikes from the back of the court. Gets Zverev moving.
Now there's a question of how he handles that knowledge, Lehechka, because we've seen a little dip from him earlier in this game. Not quite as offensive and dialed as he looked fresh out of the blocks today. All about Zverev here, though. It's another sharp serve out wide that pierces the corner of the service box and gets him a much-needed free point. Advantage to the German.
3 big points on this side, on the deuce side. He's gone wide every time. You'd think Lehechka would start covering that serve, being caught out.
Is he going to neutralize again? Staying deep to receive is the world number 14. Zverev serves T, and Lehečka didn't read it, pulled on his forehand side. Zverev off the latest juice, didn't have to play another ground stroke. The serve did the job, and it's a massive job because he heaves himself out in front once again. He is 2 sets to 1 up. He leads by 4 games to 3 in set 4.
Yeah, positive end to a difficult game in the end. For Zverev, he's definitely off his game right now, but he's just got to kind of battle with what he's got on the day, which is looking at his forehand quality. Actually, the first 3 sets, it was 2 sets was impressive. 9.3, 9.2, then a big drop-off in that 3rd set of 5.9. This 4th set currently at a 3.5. I mean, that's the lowest it's been for as long as I can remember. That is a struggle for him at the minute, that forehand side, but his whole game is just slightly off at the moment. But there's nothing to say he can't snatch a break here and serve it out.
Yeah, the scoreboard could be his friend, Zverev, having wrestled across the line in that last game. Lehečka's suddenly on the ropes. He cannot afford to put a foot wrong, because if he's broken, then Zverev will serve for the match. He's got a little black, almost purse out on his...
Yeah, he's testing his blood here.
Yeah.
He is struggling with something. He's getting a reading. I think he might be trying to sort himself out here with some medication.
Yeah, Zverev, this is right-hand side of James Kjotevong, sat on his chair and with his little bag out, just dealing with the situation here. And that's tough mentally as well, Arv, when you're not feeling right physically, and you know it's to do with these health issues that you have, then you've got to mentally deal with the fact that I might not feel great today, I might not get back to where I need to be within this match, and I still have to find a way to win it.
Yeah, we saw that. You could see it at the beginning of the resumption of this. He was just flat. It's got to be down to something physically here.
Can he channel on the return? Because if he can break Lehečka the one time, he will serve for triumph. It's a second serve for Lehečka. It's a backhand up the middle with margin from Zverev, but well placed from Lehečka on his 1-2 punch. Takes it off the sideline, the backhand cross. Clean winner for 15 love.
Yeah, and you've got to remember when it's hot like this as well, it has more of an impact on you physically, especially Zverev with his condition. You know, it's a great angle cross court that we just saw. The power angle from Lehečka.
3-4, 15 love, serve into the body, forehand nicely placed at the baseline from Zverev. Good whip through on the backhand on the stretch, but no control as he redirects down the line, almost falls through his shot as the ball goes long, and it is already clearance once again for the Czech number 13 seed. Yeah, all the more impressive that Zverev handled the fortnight in Paris the way he did, because temperatures were relentless in the opening week. Lehečka serves out wide, ace out wide, triple game point. Zverev's not convinced. He raises both arms in frustration, shakes his head, but then seems to suddenly realize that actually it's electronic line calling now. He can't argue with it. He can't overturn the call.
Yeah, puts any doubt to bed pretty quickly when it comes up on the scoreboard. They show you the animation of it.
Triple game point. Usually Lehečka, T-serve, forehand taken on by Zverev, gets down to a backhand slice. Lehečka with another slice, this one floated onto the baseline, and Zverev can't adjust. He stares accusingly at the baseline, but just couldn't get his feet in position, and that's one intense left fist pump from Lehečka as he gets back in touch for a 4th time in this 4th set. It's 4 games each.
That's what he's looking for at this stage of the set, just quick service games and just throw the balls down the other end of the court. All the pressure is on Zverev now to have to try and to hold again. He's played 30 points on serve this set, Zverev. Lehečka just 18, so a massive difference there. Germans having to work very hard on serve.
Business end of the set, so the pressure transfers pretty quickly. Zverev knows that if he puts a foot wrong on the serve, Lehečka will be waiting to pounce. He finds the T-serve this time around, but has to play the forehand off his back foot due to the length of the return from Lehečka. Leveling out up the middle of the court, off forehand Zverev with length into the double-hander backhand on the baseline from Lehečka. Time on the ball for the forehand down the line. Backhand even tempo in this baseline rally as Zverev goes backhand line, and then the forehand spun into the forehand of Lehečka, who frames it and doesn't quite land on the line. 15 love, massive first point for Alexander Zverev.
That's a big point to win. Both very aggressive in that rally. It was a length, and eventually that caught Lehečka out, just landing the ball just inside the baseline where the players land after serving. The part of the court that gets scuffed up a bit, so I think there was a slightly poor bounce from him as well.
One of the longer exchanges today, possibly the longest rally of the action of Tuesday in this match. That was an ace out wide from Zverev. Just a moment where the crowd held their breath, but 140 miles an hour through the line, good enough for 30 love.
Yeah, he has the average quickest serve this tournament. 132 behind the first serve, 118 behind the second. I mean, that's huge.
What factors into that pace?
His height, that certainly helps. He's almost at a height where he can hit directly down on the ball. Good technique now. Saw slow motion of his serve earlier. Good leg drive.
From the 6'6" German, who follows up in kind, ace out wide to the Lehečka forehand. And suddenly it's as if he's clocked that he's actually only 5 points away from the win. Zverev gunning after it at 40 love.
Another one out wide. Lehečka's not covering that serve on the deuce side. Needs to move that way.
Zverev with the regular drumming of the ball on the ground with his non-playing hand. Serves tee, and Lehečka hasn't covered it again. He can only chop at the ball. And what a game for Zverev to swipe for free after the lengthy opening rally. Pretty much didn't have to play a ball. The German maximizing his delivery, and for the first time, he moves one game away from the quarterfinals.
Obviously not great from the back of the court, Zverev, but that serve saving him. It's a luxury to have a serve like that in those sort of moments.
One game away from uncharted territory. 4 trips to the last 16 here at the championships. Zverev has never gone further. At the age of 29 and now a Grand Slam champion, twice victorious at the year-ending championships, a gold medalist. There is little that Zverev has not achieved at the big tournaments in this sport.
Yeah, and he did it when he was so young as well, winning all those Masters 1000s and those 2 tour finals. Yeah, this winning at a major at Roland Garros, that was the biggest goal of them all. That's all that was left on the resume. I mean, he would love the Davis Cup, obviously, but he's obviously talked about, you know, we're an aging group of players now. That's going to be very difficult. But all the individual accolades and tournaments, there's not much he hasn't achieved.
So now it's a question of how Lehečka handles the moment, because he came out here at 3 games all in the 3rd set on a charge. Lehečka, knowing that there was very little wriggle room, he had to win the 3rd set, he had to win 2 more sets.
Thank you.
But he's got to do it serving second in set number 4, and as he sits at 4-5, he has to hold serve to stay in the championships. Right-hand side of the chair umpire, bending low to bounce the ball, the 24-year-old. Delivers tee, and it's a cracking ace down the tee junction to get up and running, 15 love.
Nice sound off the rackets.
What a moment to open with a service winner. Lehečka looking to stay alive in this year's championships. 2 sets to 1 down, 4-5 and serving in the 4th. Takes the backhand down the line on the approach. It's a volley that is thumped into the Zverev backhand. Defensive lob from the German won't land. And again, it's great vision from the 24-year-old to see the moment to close out play from the forecourt.
Yeah, truly one of those players that loves being at the net. Good technique on that forehand volley, kept it out in front of him. A lot of players come forward because they're told you've got to get forward more. Don't really want to do it, but he's one of the players that if he can spend more time at the net, it's better.
Play that did see him to the 4th round at Wimbledon 2 years ago. Lehečka, a run that ended in retirement. He's looking to end on a high this time around. Forehand line winner, whipped through the ball, and with very little play, he has launched out to the triple game point advantage.
Only lost 3 points on serve in this 4th set. Lehečka's been very, very clean so far.
Hoping to make a statement here with Zverev waiting a way back to receive. Tee serve from Lehečka. Time on his forehand cross-court into the forehand of Zverev, who comes too far over the ball. Into the tram lines he goes. And like lightning, Lehečka levels at 5 games each. Take that, he says. Except he doesn't. He actually stands there pretty stoic and towels himself down and looks ready to keep going at this. It is 3 hours played, just That match time split across 2 days, held at the curfew last night, 3 games all in the third. Leheshka came out with a new lease of life. Zverev has been struggling. We know about his diabetes and his health issues, and there have been some concerning looks in that department. He's got to work with what he's got here. Zverev, left-hand side of the chair umpire, serves into the body, just goes long. His first serve percentage has dipped for Zverev, leaving the reigning Roland Garros champion with a little more work on this sun-drenched centre court. Short shadow, falls across the baseline to his left. Serve out wide, just read by Leheshka. Not as clean a strike, but he follows up with a forehand down the line. Time on the backhand into the Zverev backhand, who goes cross-court into the forehand, driven by Leheshka. More pace. Zverev soaks it up, sends it back, slices the forehand. Leheshka with the backhand flatter over the net, and Zverev is still up to the task. And Leheshka's the first to miss. Goes long with the forehand. 15-love, another lengthy point to launch the Zverev service game.
Just overdoing it in the end, Lehechka. The ground strokes were getting bigger and bigger. Zverev just taking some extra time here. Still got, what, plenty of time on the clock. 17 seconds or so on the clock.
Well,
umpire has control when he starts it.
He'd rather not go about it in that way,
No.
but quite encouraging for him that the 2 really lengthy exchanges of the last few games, he's got them under his belt. Average rally length, not much out here on centre court as Zverev takes the backhand down the line with the winner behind his serve to underline that fact. 30-love here at 5 games apiece.
The good thing is he's not giving Lehechka too many looks at second serve, still serving in the 70s percent-wise in this 4th set. For the match, it's at that number as well, 71%.
Beads of sweat on the face of Alexander Zverev beneath the tied white headband. Bounces the ball. Serves out wide, misses. Leheshka maybe just covering that one across the sideline. Knocks the ball back for the waiting ball kid. He's down 30-love, but gets a look at Zverev's second serve here, and he's just bouncing up on the balls of his feet, Leheshka, looking to capitalize. Into the body goes Zverev, into the net goes Leheshka, just holds his racket out in front. He wasn't that far off the tape, but almost is not enough in this sport, and it's triple game point for Zverev.
Wasn't happy with the technique there, just shadow swinging, just a little bit more brush up the back of the ball to give it the lift it needed.
Triple game point for the German to guarantee himself a tiebreak at minimum from this 4th set. Can he do so? T-serve, Leheshka fully on the reach. Zverev leaves the ball, and he does so well because it's gone long. And is that a little bit of strain off his shoulders? All is not done out here on centre court, but Zverev will at least play a tiebreak in set number 4. Leheshka will look to serve to stay in this match for the 2nd time. Just watching Zverev here at the sit-down. He's constantly fiddling with the gadgets, and he had a little bag out on his knee at the last sit-down.
Yeah, tapping away on his screen. Just yeah, he does it every change of ends, but it's more concerning this time because it's you know, obvious that he's struggling with it. I mean, it's hot out there. It's 31 degrees. The feel-like temperature isn't that much off that 31, 32 degrees. I mean, in Paris it was, you know, up high 30s and feel-like temperature 48. 49 degrees, it felt a lot hotter.
Yeah, so intense.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does cling to you out there, just haven't felt too much of it. We're very fortunate with the air-conditioned commentary booths here. We're living the high life, not just by way of looking down from the top of the centre court rafters, but yeah, it is tricky conditions out there. Still sitting at 31 degrees Celsius around the grounds at SW19, and even on these big stadium courts, there isn't really anywhere to hide. Leheshka at least looking to present energy, and he has looked energized ever since he walked back out onto centre court at 3-all in the 3rd set, winning all 3 games played upon resumption in that set, but serving to stay in the 4th at 2 sets to 1 down for the 2nd time here. Short cropped brown hair, stares for a long while across at Zverev as he waits for the crowd to settle, and then serves out wide. Zverev can only waft his racket on the forehand wing. Service winner for Leheshka to get up and running, 15-love. It's going to be a first-time trip to the quarterfinals at the championships for one of these two men. Could it be the number 13 seed, who was kept on the back foot throughout last night, but has got himself well in contention? The backhand into the net, though, from Lehečka, and for the first time, he just stands there, giving it a long look. Zverev on the board within the first 2 points, and that has not happened so far in this fourth set.
Something to work with here, and that will just be felt by Lehečka. That he'll feel the pressure now, something he has not felt in the fourth. Service games have been so quick.
He's gone up. I thought it was just 30 love, but he has gone up 40 love in every previous service game of this set, Lehečka. And suddenly Zverev's breath is on his neck already. The backhand return of the second serve from Zverev, the backhand slice in the forecourt, the off forehand from Lehečka doesn't quite drive through it, and that is to his detriment. Zverev with a great angle on the backhand cross, and suddenly at 15:30, having drawn that error from the Czech, he is 2 points away from triumph.
Felt like Zverev actually purposely drew him forward there with a short slice backhand, a la Roger Federer. Tempted him to come forward, the approach wasn't strong enough, and we know Zverev doesn't mind a target.
Is he sowing seeds of doubt as the stakes weigh heavy on the shoulders of Lehečka? He's missed a first serve.
By miles as well.
The Czech, who has served pretty flawlessly out here today, now puts a second in at the body of Zverev, who just falls out of the backhand, but puts it in with depth. A double-hander into the two-hander of the Czech, who's staying with the tempo cross-court. The backhand down the line now, and the forehand from Zverev has more on it. Lehečka's off balance. Can he recover? Forehand on the stretch to the forehand of Zverev, who chops it on the forecourt from Lehečka, goes for the drop shot. Is it a clean winner? Yes, it is! He survives! For 30 all, and he pumps himself up with a cry as well.
That's one of the best rallies of the match so far. That big hitting from both. He did so well, Lehečka, to defend aggressively midway through the point, because it looked as if Zverev was getting to grips with the point, but great touch on the drop shot from Lehečka. That was such a big moment for him.
Just seeing a slow motion replay, it wasn't just a cry, it was a roar from Lehečka, lion style. And just a little insight as to how he's feeling mentally here. T-serve, a much needed cheap point off the backhand outstretched from Zverev into the net. It is a point to force a tie-break for Lehečka.
Needed that first serve because he'd missed his last couple.
Can he make it to the breakup? Towels down his face with the left wristband. Drums the ball on centre court. Now tosses and serves an ace out wide. It's not how you start, it's how you finish. And the number 13 seed has closed it out strong there to head into a fourth set tiebreak.
Excellent effort that, because every service game this set has been a cruise for him, and you can panic at that stage and there's just no wriggle room. Loses that game, match is done. He's in with a fighting chance now still.
So Zverev once again finds himself in this most awkward of positions. So close to the win, and yet still so far from the locker room. The tie-break between himself and elusive quarter-final at Wimbledon, but a tie-break between himself and a fifth set. That's what Lehečka's gunning for. Zverev to serve first, right-hand side of the chair, serve out wide into the forehand, comes in for the drive swing volley, and he will land it cross-court. Clean winner from Zverev to get up and running at 1-0.
Gosh, he made that look easy, that backhand drive volley. It was not. And the way that this set has got, you would favour Lehečka, because he's won a far more points returning than Zverev has. So that opening point was massive for Zverev, just get his nose in the lead.
Do the slimmer margins make any difference for the 24-year-old from Czechia? He's gone out wide with the serve and just missed. Second delivery to be taken from a metre behind the baseline by Zverev, who takes a hop and a skip closer to receive and makes the most of it. Drives the forehand into the forehand of Lehečka, who comes up and long. First mini break for the man who won Roland Garros.
A fantastic return. Up on the baseline, crunched it. It was at a nice height for him. Spread the return too, so he got Lehečka moving. Massive roar, come on.
That is the loudest that we've heard him by a stretch upon resumption of this fourth round match. T-serve is missed by Lehečka, so this is 2 serving points and 2 second deliveries required from the man who's in his second Wimbledon fourth round. Leheshka, shorter serve, backhand pushed into play by Zverev, backhand ripped by Leheshka, already looking for the forecourt. It's a lob from Zverev that hasn't quite landed, so Leheshka is on the board at 1-2.
Got himself into trouble there, Zverev. Should have played a forehand return, was desperate to get a backhand on it, and he took himself out of position trying to play a backhand from the forehand corner. Too much ground for him to cover, but he's so comfortable off that backhand wing. That's the shot he wants to play. It's like his comfort blanket, the backhand.
Still with a mini break in hand here, Zverev. 2-1. And a couple of service points to come. A couple more bounces of the ball. The toss. And he's going to get another shot of the second serve. The ball really pinged off the net tape and was airborne for a second or two before landing in the box. So an extra offering from the back of the court for the man who's won 13 of his last 14 matches. You get confidence and rhythm from that. But there's got to be a degree of mental fatigue at some stage. How does he manage these pressure moments? Zverev, T-serve. Forehand thought about it from Leheshka. It drops his end. It was another extreme net cord, but the ball could not ping over. 3-1 Zverev.
On another day, that goes over, and that can cause havoc. That was unlucky from Leheshka. Not going with the chip forehand return. He's trying to be more aggressive there. Didn't pay off, unfortunately for him.
The sun glaring down onto centre court just past 5 p.m. local time. Can Zverev put daylight on the board still further in this tiebreak? 3-1 and serving. Leheshka with legs astride, a metre behind the baseline. Will he move now that a second serve is coming into play? Down into the net with the first offering from Alexander Zverev. Bounces the ball. 7, 8, 9, 10. Still he goes. Serves to the forehand. Leheshka can't land the return, and he's going to be disappointed because he looked to have the serve out wide covered, but can't put the forehand in play. Zverev does lead 4-1.
Just didn't get the contact. You could hear it was a slight mishit. Got up high on him. Zverev can do that on his serve. It bounces high, lively out here for a grass court. It's court more and more playing like a hard court second week when it's this warm and the court is being baked by the sun.
The margins have shrunk. Massive point here for Leheshka heading into the change of ends. He's going to have to play it behind a second serve. First attempt, which he was following up the court, goes down into the net. Can he take it to 2-4? Serves wide into the backhand of Zverev, who pushes the ball up the middle of the court. The forehand cross-court, the forehand cupped into play by Zverev, and the forehand driven down the line by Leheshka. He's got a bounce overhead, and he will put that into the open court. Could have been 5-1, but it is 2-4 at the switch. Leheshka hanging on.
4-2.
Now, one more serve to come as well, so you can keep this tight. Zverev again, not stopping at the change of ends, just continues. Quite unusual that. Not even taking a sip of water there.
Yeah, he seems to be doing all things possible to conserve energy, Zverev. The roar that he let out a few minutes ago was noteworthy because we'd barely heard a peep from him throughout this match, getting back up and running from 2 sets to love up, and at 3 games apiece they walked back out here. Zverev having saved 7 out of 7 break points faced yesterday, and then suddenly watched a string of 3 games against him for Leheshka to take him into this 4th set. Looking to halt the Czech player right here. And Leheshka hunting to stay in touch. Serves into the body of Zverev here at 2-4. Forehand pings off the net cord. Oh, what a time for a dead net cord. The racket raised in apology, but Leheshka back on the heels of Zverev at 4-3 in points.
Well, sometimes these sort of things just, they even out. He got unlucky about 3 points ago on the return to serve. That time, it goes his way.
Still bouncing on the balls of his feet, Leheshka. Still gunning from the win, down a deficit. 2 sets to 1. And Zverev 4-3 and serving in this tiebreak. The German serves out wide into the backhand of Leheshka, then takes the forehand back behind. Leheshka with the slice in the forecourt. Zverev with the off forehand into the backhand of Leheshka, who falls down on the floor and into the net. 5-3 for the number 2 seed.
From a low position, that was very impressive, that final forehand from Zverev. That's where those small changes over a long period paying off. They're more aggressive. Perhaps on another day, a couple of years ago, been too passive on that forehand, but struck it well. It was just a little slip from Lehechka. Didn't land too heavily.
So this is a service point for Zverev to try and generate match points. Left-hand side of the chair. Drumming the ball against the floor. The world number 3 serves down the tee. Lehechka reads it. He cushions the ball back into play. Time at the baseline to take the backhand into the backhand of Zverev, who goes with a little more whip. Now the backhand up the middle of the court from Zverev, and Lehechka will respond in kind. Takes the backhand into the forehand of Zverev, who's controlling the tempo here. A little bit more on the ball from Lehechka. Can he back himself to hit the ball? He goes through the outside of the sideline and into the net goes Zverev. Can't respond to the angle. For the first time in this tiebreak, we are back on serve.
Right back in it. Lehechka's backhand was a good one because it drew the Zverev out of position there. Slightly wider. It was tougher for the German.
Jerzy Lehechka down 2-1, but back on serve in the 4th set tiebreak. 4-5 with the balls in hand. The 24-year-old serves tee. The forehand from Zverev just finds the baseline on the stretch as Lehechka somehow slices the ball back onto the opposing baseline. The forehand hits the baseline again. The cross-court backhand is the backhand of Zverev, who's somehow staying with this, and into the net goes Jerzy Lehechka. It is match points for Alexander Zverev.
Threw him a lot there, Lehechka. Zverev did so well to deal with a couple of forehands right on his baseline. One of them was actually slightly mishit. That was some effort. He has fought hard. Obviously not feeling great to get himself into this position to close this one out now, Zverev. This will be a huge relief if he could get it done here.
Is this the moment that Zverev completes the quartet of major quarterfinals? Lehechka serves out wide and beyond the racket of Zverev, on the reach with the forehand. He pumps his fist like he's in a winning position, Lehechka. He has done his bit with the serve, and now it's down to the reigning Roland Garros champion.
Lehechka will be praying for a second serve here. Which side does he cover?
2-1, and a second match point in this tiebreak for Alexander Zverev. 6-5 and serving. Left-hand side of the umpire's chair on center court. Zverev misses the first serve. Down into the net as he targets the tee. How's Lehechka feeling? Still down match point. Still waiting behind the baseline. Zverev serves long. Such a build-up to that second serve, and it's a double fault that says everything about how the German is feeling at this monumental moment in the match.
Yeah, he's gone so big there. Again, not stopping at the change of ends, marching towards the other end of the court. 118 miles an hour, that second serve. And it looks as if that ball toss got so far ahead of him, chasing it.
All over the past hour of play, it has been obvious that Zverev is not feeling at optimum capacity, and there is that hunger to find a way into the locker room, into the shade, into the sanctuary of the quarterfinals. So near, and yet still so far at 3 hours, 20 minutes played. 2 match points have come and gone for Alexander Zverev. Can he generate another? 6 points each on center court. Zverev serves down the tee. Lehechka gets a racket on it. Will the ball land? No, it won't. Match point number 3 upcoming for the Roland Garros champion.
A lot of ball bounces there. He remained calm, Zverev. There was actually no expression on his face when he double faulted it. That on that second match point, just marched down to the other end of the court.
Striding back and forth behind the baseline. Zverev looking to close it out right here. Lehechka looking to stay alive. The ball on his racket, the let on the serve as he targets the tee. A little bit more time to think about this first delivery. He throws the ball and catches it in his left hand. He towels down his forehead ever so briefly. Are his days numbered? One day after this match began, Lehecka serves out wide and misses. And a second serve stands between the Czech and exit from this year's championships. Second serve in at the backhand of Zverev, goes cross-court, backhand netted by Lehecka. And the elusive Wimbledon quarter-final belongs to Alexander Zverev, who looks relieved as he puts both arms towards the sky. As this match resumed with the German at 2-0 and 3-all in the third, he did not look himself, he looked sluggish. And he looked in danger when Lehecka launched back onto centre court and swiped that third set, but it is Zverev, arms aloft. And is that a smile on his face for the first time today? This was the elusive quarter-final at the major tournaments. He'd made the last 8 at the US Open, the Australian Open, and Roland Garros, where he reigns. But the set is complete. And so is the quarter-final lineup here at the Championships, with Jannik Sinner already into the semi-finals, the curfew having done its work last night. Zverev survives in 4 sets.
Yeah, wonderful effort. I think midway through that celebration there from Zverev, the realization of what he's just achieved hit him. And that's why the smile came to his face. That was an excellent effort. Really, really difficult circumstances. A notch up as far as the heat was concerned. As to when they played yesterday under the roof, pretty nice conditions, perfect conditions indoors, but today it was a test. He looked a bit sluggish at times, obviously not at 100%. It was just about finding a way through as Lehecka gets a round of applause as he walks off. It was a good effort for him, but went down in the tie-break, got himself back, but just a couple of errors at the end were costly for him.
He really kept it in question, didn't he, just with his attitude upon resumption. Zverev was off, but he was well and truly on, and he went after it to win 4 of the first 5 games. Serve was strong throughout the 4th set, but those little moments are where the best really present themselves.
Yeah, the good serving from Zverev, good returning early on in that tie-break as well. It was aggressive. That's what got him that little lead initially, and that just settles you in. But he didn't panic when those 2 match points, the initial ones, came and went. The double fault, the big double fault on the second one, that could have thrown him big time, but just got on with it, changed ends, and then made a first serve and got the free point and then closed it out.
Rishi Prasad waiting to speak to Alexander Zverev. I wonder if I'll ask him about Taylor Fritz, who waits in the quarterfinals. Let's find out.
Alex, well done. First of all, how happy are you to hear the words, "You're through to your first Wimbledon quarterfinal"?
Yeah, who would have thought it would have only taken me 12 years to get there? But yeah, I'm incredibly happy, incredibly relieved to achieve that. But of course, I want to play 3 more matches here, and it was a fantastic match that lasted 2 days. Of course, it's never easy to come back following day, and I thought he played amazing today. So credit to him for keeping the fight up and making it very difficult to me.
How easy or hard was it to restart the engine today?
Yeah, for me it was a bit difficult. I lost the first 3 games and gave away the 3rd set. But again, he came out playing incredible tennis. He came out swinging, and credit to him. I think he did a fantastic job in that. But again, I'm happy to be through in 4 sets and not having to play another set today.
And of course, people have already asked the question about the challenge of playing last night, taking a pause, starting today, and playing again tomorrow. How tough will that be?
Yeah, I think mentally it's more difficult than physically, not having time to kind of just breathe, to kind of just realize what is happening, to prepare for the next match. I think playing back-to-back days, especially best of 5, is not easy, but I'm very happy to be playing tomorrow, and that's the most important thing. I hope I'll be back on this wonderful court and playing my best tennis again.
And what sort of match can we expect against Taylor Fritz in that quarterfinal?
Probably not a very entertaining one, because we both serve 140 miles an hour, so there's not going to be many rallies I would expect, but at the end of the day, this is grass court tennis. So everything happens very fast, everything happens very quickly, and I'm going to do everything I can to be playing my best tennis tomorrow.
Well, thank you for today's entertainment.
Yeah.
Congratulations to Alexander Zverev.
Well, as he indicated there, the reigning Roland Garros champion, perspective can be half the battle. So Arvid Palmer, what has he got to do to reverse his recent fortunes against Taylor Fritz, who has won 7 of their last 7 meetings, including triumph on the grass of Halle just a handful of weeks ago?
Yeah, I mean, there's a psychological side to all of this as well now for Zverev. So yeah, he's got to get over that, and a best of 5 set match. He's got time to get back into it. If he goes a set or so down, you've got to tell yourself that you're playing well. Hopefully he can feel 100%. Tomorrow. I don't believe he was today. He just somehow got himself through that. When he's playing his best set of tennis, he's serving huge, he's being aggressive. He's all about serving and cracking forehands, positive play. If he can come forward a little bit more, that transition play got to be there as well, putting Fritz under as much pressure on serve as possible. That's, I think, where he has his best chance of winning, because Fritz is playing well. He's serving well, he's cracking his forehand huge, as when he has that psychological edge over him.
Well, we don't have to wait too long to find out how that's going to go down, because thanks to yesterday's curfew, as Zverev alluded to, he does not get a day off. He is going to sort himself out after this 4-set defeat of Jiří Lehečka, and we're going to see him back out on court tomorrow. You mentioned it's the #1 court of. He's going to find that out pretty shortly.
He won't be on centre, he's on 1.
But he'll look to get himself back to this grand stage and look for a big result against the in-form American. That wraps it up for this second match of the day, this resumed match on centre court, but all is not done on the main stage. The fans are going to be really excited for the clash that closes the curtains. Novak Djokovic, 7-time former champion, up against Felix Auger-Aliassime. It's coming your way later on.
Ace out wide. That certainly helps. A 4th ace of the match for the Japanese player. And it's 40-30 in this 3rd game of set 2. 1 game apiece. Osaka trying to get to 2-1 here. There's the second serve. Mukova with a backhand winner down the line. She's not done with this game just yet.
Oh, no, Osaka's not used to this on her serve, just losing points. And I think that's an aspect of the game that Mukova tactically has come onto this court. She's been so strong. She's got that blend right on the second serve of being aggressive, but playing it with good margins.
Misses with the first serve down the tee to Osaka. Here comes the second serve. Mukova steps in and takes command with the backhand, but then the volley is put into the net from Mukova. Well, that's the sort of volley you expect her to make.
Big opportunity there. Wonderful return of serve down the line with the backhand. And just as she hit the backhand or the forehand volley, she stopped moving her legs forward.
Advantage here for Osaka. Forehand down the centre of the court from Mukova. Bit of a miscue from Mukova, but then Osaka goes way long.
Yes.
And then sort of stretches out the legs and just maybe trying to get the legs going again.
She just needs more energy in those legs. She's not happy. She's not expecting that Mukova's going to make her play that next ball, and her mindset has to change slightly here.
Juice here, as this is an important game. Osaka with a good serve, and Mukova puts the return into the net.
And once again, even if Osaka comes through this game, she's had to spend a lot of time serving. She's hit enough serves. Mukova's putting the ball back in the court again.
First serve to the backhand of Mukova. Then Osaka just cannot get 2 points in a row at the moment.
She's not able to. It's an awful feeling. It's like you can't get the momentum when you're playing, and it's like 1 step forward, 1 step back. What she's got to make sure of, it's not 1 step forward, 2 steps back.
Yeah. Well, it is juice again here. The backhand unforced errors really are creeping up for Osaka. It's 11 now on that backhand side with the unforced errors. Compare that to Mukova with just the 5 on that side. Osaka misses with the first serve. Second serve is met by a meaty forehand. What a strike from Mukova.
Yeah, she just sneaks inside the court, and again, second return winner. This time it's on the forehand side, on the juice side of the court. The previous one was the backhand on the ad court.
Absolutely unleashes. And a breakpoint chance here for Mukova. Osaka in a spot of bother, but finds a good serve down the tee. Needed that.
Yeah, she did. It was a telegraph. The ball toss was a little bit too far to the right, and you could see Mukova moving over. It was just too much slice on the serve.
Yeah, onto juice now. Osaka, first serve into the net. Ball boy goes to get it very swiftly. Here comes serve number 2 from the Japanese player. Backhand return from Mukova. Then she tries to go down the line, and this time it's a little bit of irritation for Mukova as she just sort of hits out. And, well, maybe this will slip on by for her, this opportunity to break early. Osaka misses with the first serve. Lengthy game, this one. Feels a very important game as the second serve arrives, and Mukova goes long. And it is Osaka who gets a whole lot of support here on the number 1 court. She does hold,
Osaka leads 2 games to 1.
and Osaka leads the way 2 games to 1, and that does feel like a very important game, as we can just take a breath, Claire, and maybe have a look back at that win for Coco Gauff. I mean, that is quite the recovery against Jessica Pegula. I mean, it would be massive disappointment for Pegula, that the number 4 seed, that she's let that one get away from her.
Yeah, look, she's got great respect for Coco Gauff, and she knows that Gauff is such an amazing competitor, amazing athlete out there, and she knows that she's capable in these big moments of elevating her game. She wouldn't have won 2 Grand Slams at the age that she is if that wasn't the case, but it was a big missed opportunity for Pegula. 1 set up. Maybe she changed her tactics slightly, a little bit too much into the Gauff backhand at that point, and just let Gauff back into the match. And then the 3rd set, you're playing with a bit of tension.
Yeah.
And Pegula, you feel like she deserves a Grand Slam, don't you? She's there every single week. She's competing. She wins the tough matches. That is going to hurt this evening. I think she's going to think about that for quite a while.
Yeah, she would be a popular winner if she is able to get a Grand Slam at some point in her career. But, well, so would Karolina Mukova, who's not won a Grand Slam before. They're not easy things to win. But Mukova has come very close. That runner-up at Roland Garros 3 years ago. Semi-finals elsewhere at the Australian Open and twice at the US Open. Misses there, Mukova, as she goes awry.
It was interesting, wasn't it, that reaction in the previous game from Mukova, where you said it, she was showing some frustration. We haven't seen that. We've seen her very, very much controlled. Just has the shift in the mindset. Has that happened early on in this second set? Is the expectation, that word, steps onto the court?
A little drop shot there from Mukova. Oh, that's gorgeous. What a shot that is.
That's so creative. That's a word that we use to describe her quite often. Coming up with that little slice cross-court drop shot off a tricky ball.
Yeah, I love that shot from Mukova. Once again, just showcasing that she can find winners from absolutely anywhere. She's just backed away here, Mukova, because she's got something in her eye. And she'll just deal with that. Osaka nods and says no worries. And now we're ready here at 15-all. Mukova trying to get back onto parity here at 2 games all. Osaka nets with that return. One hour and 15 minutes played in this quarter-final. Mukova, the world number 9 currently, up against the world number 14 in Osaka.
40-15.
Another return into the net from Osaka. 40-15. Mukova trying to just remain calm and composed here on the number 1 court. Misses with that first serve. Second serve. Can she get it done behind that as Osaka moves in towards the baseline? The return is slightly mishit from Osaka. Mukova with a forehand down the line, winner. And she's got that forehand firing. I think she might just be asking for some eye drops to the umpire, so you'd imagine the physio will be out at the next change of ends. Julie Clenley quickly on the telephone. That's nice to see, an old school telephone.
Yeah, we don't see those too often.
With the cord attached.
And the fact that those eye drops could come out that quickly.
First serve from Osaka. It's 2-all here in this second set. Good backhand winner from Osaka.
I was able to get a sewing kit 2 days ago at the club. I mean, everything is here. Everybody's well looked after.
Absolutely. First serve misses from Osaka. Bouncing ball here, Osaka, and the second serve to the backhand of Mukova. And then the stretching backhand from Mukova. Osaka, she's just really struggled with that drive volley today. I don't think she's made one.
She's so determined to try to control the point. Mukova makes that extra ball in. She's then over-pressing.
15-all. Misses there, Osaka. Couple of really wild attempts, though, on the drive volley. As she moves forward. Second serve, Mukova with a backhand, which is long. That's a bit of a gift there from Mukova. Really thought she'd make Osaka play there. Wonderful evening sunshine here in southwest London. Great serve from Osaka, out wide. Big booming ace. 40-15. Japanese 14th seed. Mukova just taking a little bit of extra time to get to her return position. She's there now. Osaka with a serve to the backhand of Mukova. Osaka goes long with the forehand through the centre of the court. And stares down the opposite end. She can't believe she's missed by that much. Osaka, one of the recognisable characters and faces of the world of tennis. Playing her best stuff of her career on the grass courts. Can she reach her first Wimbledon semi-final? 40-30, Osaka with a serve that's safe. And then the forehand on the stretch from Mukova is long. And Osaka leads, and not a huge reaction from her. She's almost got her head down as she marches to her chair and sits down. She has kept her head down. And the physio is coming out here for Mukova, so you'd imagine the eye drops will be given here. Certainly are. That was easy. What else can Julie Clenley phone for on that telephone? Maybe everything. I mean, food and drink.
Yeah, I think she could. I think if a button came off on a skirt or something, I think somebody could come out with a little bit of a sewing kit.
Got tailors back there, cobblers back there.
It's all there.
Yeah.
It's all there for them. So they're well treated here. And Naomi Osaka, she's not having a good day so far, but she's on the court. And there's time for her to turn things around. But the style of tennis that she likes to play, which is dictating play and changing direction with her ground strokes, using the ball, going aggressive down the line, lots of first serves, with 3 points. And I say 3 points, that means that she doesn't have to play ball 3. But Mukova has done so well in accruing pressure. She's put a lot of returns into court, and those returns, Sabalenka wasn't maybe putting in the court the other day, and you get a lot of confidence when you serve in a game 2 or 3 serves that you don't have to actually play the next ball.
Yeah.
But Osaka hasn't had that in this match, and I think that's where the stress then has come from.
It has looked quite stressful for Naomi Osaka so far this quarter-final, but she's still very much in the fight here. But Mukova with a serve and then a forehand put away of the utmost quality.
She's still serving at such a high level. She's winning 83% of her points in this set behind that first serve. Only dropped 1.
15 love here as it just feels its power against variety here on this #1 court. So much invention that Mukova possesses in her racket. Osaka trying to bash the door down here today. The backhand through the centre of the court from Osaka. Now the forehand cross-court from Osaka. Mukova goes down the line with the forehand. Osaka deep cross-court backhand. Now Mukova stepping forward with the forehand cross-court. She should put this away, Mukova. She does. And it's 30 love here.
She's just controlling the point, and she's actually playing Osaka in that rally at her own game. She's the one changing direction, keeping Osaka on the move, controlling the baseline. Only lost 1 point in her serve in this set.
30 love here for Mukova. Serving at 3-2 down in this second set after winning the first set in a tie-break. First serve to the backhand of Osaka. Drop shot attempt there from Mukova. Osaka should get there with time to spare. Goes for the lob, Mukova finds it. Osaka had a swing at that, but missed it completely.
It just wasn't able to get her leg.
And claim that elusive 25th record Grand Slam singles title. 24 currently, the record he of course shares with the Australian legend Margaret Court, and he's done it 7 times here before, and really every time we get into a match with him, I mean the numbers just, you know, the lists go on and on of all the things that he's done and achieved, and I find that my jaw just sort of hits the floor again, thinking how can this guy be doing this? I mean, it is over 20 years ago that he first played here. That was his 3rd appearance in a Grand Slam. He started 2005, first round finish at the Australian Open, 2nd round at the French, 3rd round here, 3rd round also in New York at the US Open. He made his first Grand Slam quarter-final the following year at the French, and he's made umpteen since then, and he became a Grand Slam champion for the first time in 2008. Well, to think that, you know, he was in another Australian Open final at the start of this year, that his longevity, his ability to keep the body going, keep the mind going, and keep the hunger going for all this is just outstanding, isn't it?
It's remarkable. He's either continuing to break records, new records, taking them himself, or stretching other records. And yeah, this is just his 5th event of the year, so he's picking and choosing when he's having to play. He's had to deal with some injuries along the way as well, but that's only normal, I guess, at his age, and how he's playing, how he's still playing his tennis, just still so athletic the way he's moving. We saw at Roland Garros against Fonseca how physical that match became, and he was right with him toe to toe, and Fonseca was worthy of that win. He played better than him in the end, and he's had to take some time off and prepare for the grass, and this is what he's interested in. You know, the majors, stretching his lead in the major tally. 25 is the number he's trying to get to. That is the focus. And he always said that, you know, for many years now, it's about the majors, it's about representing his country. So with the Olympics fast approaching as well, he's probably got an eye on that. And when he said that about 3 or 4 years ago, I thought there's just no way that he's going to be making it through to LA, but there's a realistic chance that he could reach
to defend his title.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing, isn't it, the longevity of him? But he's really taken care of his body over the years, and his mind. He's been a player that's never shied away from trying new things, different things, whether it be, you know, becoming gluten-free when everyone's thinking, what's he doing here, gluten-free, what is that? He brought that into his diet when no one knew about gluten. And then only eating things that were green. He's gone down the holistic route several times with injuries and other things like that. He's a guy that is not afraid to tap into things that normal tennis players wouldn't.
Exactly that. And here we are with the man getting ready for what he hopes will be a record 107th win at Wimbledon in the singles. For the men, that would be a record. Of course, he broke the record he shared with Roger Federer when he got to 105, but now 106 up after what, by his own admission, wasn't his best performance in seeing off Roman Safilin in the previous round. He had patches of good stuff. He did enough, obviously, to get through that in 4 sets, but he was more relieved than anything else to have come through it and not had to go the distance against the qualifier. Against Artur Rindiknecht, who played well in the 3rd round. That was another 4-set matchup. I felt his one against Tsitsipas, who obviously has not been playing the tennis perhaps that he was a few years back, but still some of the quality of Djokovic, particularly in the 3rd set of that straight sets win the other evening, was superb. And that really did sort of roll back the years. And he began, of course, with that intriguing clash with Wu Yibing of China, who's such a talent, and extended him to 4 sets in the opening round. So overall, that's taken him 11 hours and 17 minutes on the court. As for Felix Auger-Aliassime, he's now top 4 in the world. He's the 3rd seed in the draw. He took 10 hours and 37 minutes, the bulk of which was in the last round, a match I was able to call on court 1 when he played Alejandro Davidovich Fokina. A match that could have been won in 4 sets, but ultimately did take 5 for the Canadian to get through it. There was one absolutely startling point in the 4th set of that, and if you haven't had a chance to check it out on social media, well, please go and look for it, because it's arguably one of the greatest points we've ever seen here at Wimbledon. It was a stunning point, which actually Felix ended up losing. Both men ended up just roaring their heads off, laughing, and the crowd was just standing, everybody in amazement at what happened. But the serious business is about to start here.
Ready?
Welcome to this men's quarter-final on the centre court, and it will be Novak Djokovic, no less, to begin from the Royal Box end, serving towards Canada's Felix Auger-Aliassime, and serves to the backhand, gets a reply to the forehand, and it's a straightforward put-away down the line winner from the Serb.
Should we start? 1-2 combination. I think start matches, you're looking to make lots of first serves and positive second balls.
5:39 in the late afternoon here. Still a very warm one. Sun on the court, as it has been all day. I would imagine Djokovic quite pleased, perhaps, that because of the addition of the Zverev resumption, this has been pushed back a little bit later in the afternoon. The temperature might not be quite as high, and the sun will eventually be shaded from this court. But that was a fault then on that serve as well from Djokovic. Takes his time and cocks the racket, and now serves right-handed down the middle. The reply comes to his backhand. He has time to line that up down the line, comes back cross-court to him. Then he's forced into the backhand wing. He slides into a slice backhand. He makes it cross-court, but then Auger-Aliassime very smartly, very accurately just hits the two-handed winner back past him onto the line.
Surprising to look at their head-to-head. They've only played a couple of times, actually, and the last time was quite some time ago.
Yep, 2022, 2 meetings, 1 on clay, 1 on hard courts. Djokovic won the clay court encounter in Rome, but Auger-Aliassime beat him in a Laver Cup encounter indoors on the hard courts later that year. Good serve, return on the stretch is well made. Now a slice from Auger-Aliassime, and that dipping ball, Djokovic is on the charge, and then it's a miscue from the running forehand of the Canadian that loops long and out.
It's a cutting shot low. Chat to his corner there, you could hear the Serbian from the Serb.
Bouncing the ball 7 or 8 times. Sets himself now and serves this down the middle. But it's a fault on that one. At 30-all, this opening game. And the winner of this to face the world #1, the top seed, Jannik Sinner, who got through 3 tight sets earlier on against Jan-Lennard Struff. Serve to the backhand. The return goes into the net from Auger-Aliassime, a player who has made a couple of semi-finals at the US Open. A player who hasn't always had some difficult times, but I feel is obviously coming now into some good form here. Rick Fontang, his longtime coach, I spent a lot of time with him over the years. But that is Djokovic winning the first game, because the return just over-pressed back, blocked beyond the line, and it's 1-love to the serve.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see where the mind is at, kind of expectation-wise, from Auger-Aliassime. Obviously, in his words, it was a crushing loss at Roland Garros against Caboli in the quarterfinals. Yeah. They're the moments that he's looking to get through, and he felt like he just was not delivering. Caboli actually made it through to the final, of course, getting that walkover in the semi-finals. That really helped, and yeah, that could have easily been Auger-Aliassime in that final. So he wants to take opportunities, but against Djokovic in a quarter-final at Wimbledon, it's a slightly different story. So got to manage those expectations as Auger-Aliassime, but he's wanting to play the right way to give him the best chance. So expect him to be serving big, being aggressive, using his forehand to his strength. And that's his major weapon when it's working. It's devastating shot, the serve and forehand.
So the Canadian now from the roll box end. His first serve is down the centre, comes back centrally to him, but then he hits strong off the forehand wing and gets past Djokovic, who's put on a white tennis cap on this bright afternoon.
It's cooling down out there slightly, but still you want to keep the sun off you.
Djokovic setting himself about 3 meters behind the baseline. Little jump forward off both feet. Watches that ball go away behind him after the fault was called. And now he steps a little closer, still about a meter back, just a bit more, perhaps 4 feet behind the baseline. Of course, arguably the greatest returner of a serve that we've ever seen in the sport, but that wasn't one of his best. That's gone into the net. 30-love. Auger-Aliassime hadn't dropped a set until that meeting with Davidovich Fokina in the last round.
40-love.
He hadn't dropped his serve until about 3 hours plus into that match with Davidovich Fokina through the whole tournament. He had beaten Alexander Shevchenko in straight sets. He beat Dino Prismic in a tight 3-setter, and then after winning an opening set tiebreak against the American Michael Zheng, who was a qualifier, he then dropped just 3 more games to complete victory in that third round contest before facing the informed Spaniard who'd come in here having won a title in Mallorca, his first ever, and was on a 7-match winning streak before facing Auger-Aliassime, who now really steps into that, his athletic build, but he's driven that way too far.
40 for 10.
Kind of feel now, with the experience he has had, the form he's getting back, the mid-20s, he's been around for some years, broken through the top 10, now into the top 4 in the world.
Yeah.
This kind of is a huge day for him, isn't it? This could be a defining day for him.
Yeah, making it through to the semis and beating Djokovic today would be huge, huge for the confidence and the belief that ultimately this is what he wants to get his hands on, a Wimbledon trophy, a major trophy.
That was his second ace to complete the first hold of his serve today. He's actually won 30 matches this season. Djokovic, with a limited season, as Arvin was saying, has won 13 so far, but has lost on 4 occasions. Reply comes quick to the forehand, and Djokovic trying to then put that up the line, redirect it, puts it in the net. Auger-Aliassime trying to equal the record set by Eugenie Bouchard and Milos Raonic with 3 semi-final appearances in Grand Slams. Raonic, who made the men's final here once upon a time. Bouchard making the women's final once upon a time here. But that doesn't make it back off the Canadians' next return. 15-all. Bouncing the ball again, and now serving out wide, and you heard the sound of the frame on that attempted return, but it bounced then on the Canadian side after he tried to strike it.
Such an accurate serve. He's always had such a good wide serve on the deuce side. He's able to place it so short up the box with lots of turn to it. Really takes you out of position.
Yes, his world-class ability to make the best use of that serve. There was a time, of course, when it didn't work for him. He had to adjust, but he's inside his base and has to retreat now. Gets a ball off the net cord from his opponent, who then slices one. Dug out really well by Djokovic. That's a very low ball, but a great forehand off it. And then Djokovic with terrific length. Oh, my goodness. It wasn't half bad from Felix, but Novak found a way to answer it even better.
I think so many other players, that would have been a winning shot from Auger. It seemed too hot to handle, but he's just caressed that one. Actually defended aggressively. Djokovic on the half volley. He doesn't like to back off. He likes to keep a strong court position if possible.
Djokovic to serve again. 1-all, 40-15.
Let's first serve.
Bobbles into the service box off the net. 2021, the last time, the first time indeed that Felix was in the quarterfinals here, was beaten on that day by Matteo Berrettini, who subsequently went on, of course, to the final. We know who won that. Driving the forehand to forehand, and then it just clips a forehand with a bit sharper angle, and Djokovic, yeah, really looking to sort of puff out the chest here and just remind everybody, including himself, no doubt, who he is, where he is, and what he can do.
How good he is, yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was an amazing couple of points there. Both forehands. I mean, the first one wasn't a winner, but it was a half volley forehand cross court that was amazing. And that last forehand taken so early, swept it cross court, and was a winner. Nicely done from Djokovic.
Well, they're squeezing in. People coming back with some refreshments after seeing the last match, with Zverev getting his place into the quarterfinals. That match held over from last night. The curfew caught up with it just before 11 o'clock. They had to pause. And when he came back, he had lost the third set to Lehechka, but got it all right in the fourth. Came through on that fourth set tiebreak to claim his place in a first Wimbledon quarterfinal. But it just shows you what winning Grand Slams can do for your confidence.
Oh, certainly the first few rounds he looked very, very relaxed. Today was a little bit different. Looked as if he was a little bit tired, maybe physically, mentally, maybe the readings from his machine that he uses for his diabetes. He just looked a little bit tired today, a little bit slow, but he had enough in the end. And these hot conditions, that can mess with you if you've got diabetes too.
And he'll have to be back tomorrow, because he'll be playing Taylor Fritz in the bottom half of the draw in another of the quarterfinals. And it's the Canadian Auger Aliassime who starts the next game with a strong serve and gets the error off the Djokovic return. Big question under this match: how far can Auger Aliassime push Djokovic? How much might that take out of the great champion in this considerable heat? Bearing in mind the difficulties he had in the last round, finding his form, but we've seen some signs that he's got things sorted out a bit better today, and he wants to make a fast start, and he's done really well with a pinpoint backhand drive across the court into the corner, and that forces the error from his opponent.
That is certainly an exchange. He wants to get himself involved in that cross-court battle. He'll back himself all day long. Took a lot of time away from Auger-Aliassime there. That's where it's important for Auger-Aliassime to keep mixing things up. Can't give Djokovic too much of a rhythm back there.
Canadian does have a very deliberate build-up, slower than many, to his serve. He did get warned for time in his last match. Forehand drive right at him. He deals with that, but has to jump off the turf using his big forehand. And Djokovic that time lets rip, but that flies through the warm air too far.
Trying to get that first strike in, Djokovic. Surprising it missed by that much. Still finding his range, perhaps. Only 3 games in, 3.5 games in. Used to the conditions out here, even though he's played out here tens of times.
Canadian serve, the return off the net cord, but it's very quickly and smartly whipped back over the net into the open corner by Auger-Aliassime. 40-15.
Well watched. Sometimes they can take you by surprise. Got down to it very well. That was the impressive thing, Auger-Aliassime, the early preparation to play it as well. He's got to serve really, really well today, you feel. Make plenty of first serves, Auger-Aliassime.
This next one is a good one, and it stretched Djokovic, and he was unable to clear the net. So they've matched each other so far. No break points for either of them. 2 games apiece. The Canadian coming in after that disappointment, as you mentioned, against Flavio Cobolli, the quarterfinal loss at Roland Garros. He then went to Sertogenbosch on the grass, made the quarters there with 1 win, had the loss to Kamil Majchak in that quarter, then went to Halle, made it to another quarterfinal, a couple of wins before losing out to Francis Tiafoe. 14-12 in a final set tiebreak. He lost that one. Pounds that back right onto the toes, but Djokovic right behind that, dealt with it, but then sliding wide to his forehand, couldn't quite handle the heat of the next shot.
What an aggressive return that was. Set up the point nicely. Forehand working well nicely and well early on. Auger-Aliassime, that will give him confidence.
Camera's all zooming in on Djokovic as he serves this and gets the point. I think, yeah, Auger-Aliassime just asking the umpire if there was a let, but there was no indication to Louise Asmar-Engel up in the chair that was the case.
Yeah, these nets they don't have the net device machine. The umpires have to call
of course,
lets
yes,
from up there.
Do. Yeah,
I mean it's so difficult. They're still in dispute with the manufacturers.
That's why, isn't it?
Yeah.
And we've got all this technology now, calling lines and everything else. It just seems really weird that. Well, he's pounding around at the back of the court there, Auger-Aliassime, and it was worth it, because although Djokovic was on his baseline, what came back again caught him out, and he's just fallen behind in this game, 15-30. Canadian 3 or 4 meters back. He does have springs in his steps, doesn't he? He's such an athlete. It's going to be a great battle of abilities in that area, as well as everything else between the two of them. That wasn't the best, though. He tried to step up, drive the return, but he left that very low into the net.
The opportunities, the half chances that you want to be taking. I mean, it was a pretty regulation backhand return. He wasn't pushed too far wide. Context of the set, you lose it, and you look back at those little moments that you've got to try and take advantage of. Let off for Djokovic.
It's a hefty serve down the centre. The ball reared up off the racket of his opponent, and it didn't make it over the net.
40-13.
He's always had that ability. Once he sorted out his serve, that was about, what, 15 years ago, I think, now, that he had those issues when he was almost throwing it like a javelin rather than snapping at the ball.
Yeah, that position of the arm at the back was, completely open, but that was a good one.
Yeah, that had some snap on it. Not the biggest, but it's so accurate, 120 mile an hour.
Djokovic leads by 3 games to 2.
Getting his first ace, getting another game. He's up 3-2 first set. Ice towel for Felix Auger-Aliassime, and they'll be glad to have the Wimbledon umbrellas held above them, just to give them some shade as they now sit either side of the umpire's chair, over on the far side as we look down onto this great court. People standing up and stretching their legs. Not many empty seats now. And of course, the choice of refreshments is exceptional. There's plenty of other things to do as well, but it's a whole day out, a great experience. And in a way, on a hot day like this, you kind of got to pace yourself as a spectator, haven't you? Find some shade at times if you've been sitting in the sun.
Take a break. She's so tough. She's just standing there. There's not much breeze around today either, because it was actually a lot windier yesterday, so you got that breeze going.
And back in the day, of course, before they, for safety reasons, had to change it, you know, the lowest areas of the stands on either side of the court were standing room only. Wow. And they used to pack in there, and you know, if you were there for the day in the heat that we've kind of, you know, the long hot summers that we've had in the past, on occasion. Yeah, that was quite challenging physically. Here we go then, continuation, 20 minutes in, 2-3 in this opening set, and it's Auger-Aliassime from the roll box, and the return hit with a two-hander from Djokovic, uses that again, pushing the Canadian off his baseline. He gets a sharp angle though, did Felix, as he found the side of the court, and got the error as a result from his opponent. But both of them being very switched on, as you'd expect for this great encounter. And what's at stake? A place in the Wimbledon semi-finals. The Canadian serve, Djokovic reared up at that. The ball came up at him very sharpish off the deck with a lot of pace. 133 mile an hour serve.
Second bounce now. It's becoming more like a hard court, these conditions. Court's getting firmer and firmer.
Djokovic some ways back. Won't reach that. Doesn't need to though. It was a fault. It was served into the doubles alley. There is some shadow now across the corner of the court, and Djokovic is in that shaded area, waiting to receive this next serve, which he takes with a forehand, gets enough top on it just inside the baseline. The Canadian has to retreat a bit, working from behind his baseline now with a forehand up the line. Djokovic slides into that, sort of, but didn't quite get the timing on the attempt and puts it in the net. He's removed his white tennis cap now that he's in that shaded area at the back of that end of the court. Missing down the middle, going for that T junction, the T serve as we like to call it. Wipes his brow, he's got a closely shaved head, has the Canadian, but he's managed to come through that. A little bit of pressure perhaps, but able to serve well. Djokovic doesn't have a return again, so if they are 3 games each in this opening set, He is putting in 57% of his first serve so far, Auger-Aliassime, whereas Djokovic has delivered 76% of his first serves. That said, though, when the Canadian's got his first serve in, he's yet to drop a point behind it. He's only dropped 2 on his second serve. Djokovic has dropped 4 behind his first serve and 1 behind his second. But we still ain't had a break point yet. Djokovic's trying to put that onto the edge of the box. His abilities to hit the spots and serve so close to the edges of the service box. He does there down the centre, and that gets the error.
He's getting as good as Federer in that regard, who's such a good spot server. Federer, I've never known a player to nick so many lines as Roger Federer on his serve and his second serve.
And also the control on the ball toss, I mean, the whole, mechanism of the serve so well refined by Roger, by Novak, by Rafa, etc. Steps back and then hits a big forehand winner back down the line, the direction it came from off the return.
It's an almost impossible ball toss to get any read off from Federer. Which is so precise. And if you want a good serve, it starts with a good ball toss. Consistent ball toss.
Before Federer, think of Pete Sampras doing exactly that, trying to read his serve. And that return is not going to clear the net. Djokovic just coming up towards it in case. And swiftly up to 40-love in this game.
40-love.
Well, I feel, bearing in mind how he made the difficult start against Safulin, he definitely feel that this is a better beginning to this encounter, no question. But has yet to open it up. Second meeting of 2 top tenors this year in the men's draw. Return just long from the world number 4. So Djokovic does indeed continue the pattern, and we'll go back to the chair with another lead, this time up 4-3.
Djokovic leads by 4 games to 3 first set.
Ticking along nicely this one. No break points. What's going to give first? Are we going to see a break here?
Yeah.
Feels that way.
It does, doesn't it? I mentioned it's the second of the matches we've had this year in the men's draw to involve 2 top tenors. Of course, yesterday we had the 9th seed Flavio Cobolli against Alex de Minaur, the number 5. Alex clearly is at a bit of a crossroads, isn't he, with his career, wondering what he's got to do next because he's struggling mentally with it.
Yeah, it was quite sad to actually hear his post-match conference, press conference. He just broken inside, doesn't know what to do, where his career is going. That's what he's kind of pretty much alluding to. He did look crestfallen and probably says, you're not going to probably see me playing for a while. How long that is, I don't know. He's obviously got the important matter of getting married. I know he's getting married very shortly in Italy somewhere, so but I think he's going to take a bit of a break and figure out what he wants from this sport, because he's got to a certain level and you feel like he's hit a ceiling, making that next step, and the next step for him is winning a major. He's been very open in that,
but I think it's really a good time to do it, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, not to sort of have the wedding and then be straight back on another tournament, etc. You really enjoy that. Just, you've achieved so much already, but he really does need a rest and a recharge, you feel, to get his mind right again, and then hopefully come back with more. On we go on centre court in this men's quarter-final. Felix Auger-Aliassime to serve with the new balls now from the far end, 3-4. Djokovic back with the cap on at the sunny end in front of the royal box.
15-love.
He won't be able to return that one. Good serve out wide of him.
Yet to lose a point behind his first serve.
Yeah.
8 from 8. So 9 from 9. It's ticked over. These stats machines, they're a bit slow sometimes to catch up.
His right-handed serve goes shooting down the middle, but too far. Stands with his head down and bounces the ball 4 or 5 times. Now serves. Gets the return on his backhand. Dug out backhand by Djokovic. Step back forehand from the Canadian, who hits another one with more pace. Runs around this, goes inside out, now brings it back inside in, but Djokovic is there to meet it all, defending, using a slice, chips that to a length, waits for the next one, drives it to the backhand corner. That's got a shorter ball that he can attack. He does. He puts it heavily into the forehand wing. Then he overcooks the next one because it did come back from the Canadians' defence, which was strong enough, and then Djokovic let rip but let fly.
Well, an excellent, solid point from Auger-Aliassime. Seemed very attacking initially. I thought Djokovic did a great job of sticking with him, using his slice backhand well to then gain a bit more court position. Just overdid it. That's not the first time he's overdone it on the forehand. Just talking to his connections up there, his coach, his team. Not happy, Djokovic.
Auger-Aliassime trying to ace him out wide again from the deuce side, but the clear call of fault from the electronic line system. Djokovic a little closer, waiting. Steps in, takes the forehand return. Deep to the line from Auger-Aliassime. A lot of shape on that, but it comes back to a great length from Djokovic, and the length is then too much from the server. 30-15.
30-15.
Yeah, checks up on that chalk, that line. And it's difficult to time. Courts are getting pretty worn just inside the baseline now as well, where the players land. So if you can land it there, the ball can check up too. Get an iffy bounce.
Yeah. If you like your cricket, of course, it's like the bowler's foot marks, isn't
yes.
it? And bowling into that, if you're a spinner particularly.
Aim for it, yeah. Up the middle, deep is not. It's never a bad option.
But it's how these great players maintain such great length for so long in rallies. To the backhand, reply comes cross court. Onto the forehand side, Djokovic rips one down cross court, and that does force an error from Auger-Aliassime, beginning to perhaps put some pressure now on the third seed, the number 4 in the world, who's at 3-4, 30 all.
Stinging, it was hit flat and hard. Different sound to that one.
Djokovic waits, and the serve doesn't get over the net. Ball kid quickly takes that one out of the way. Back to Mark, kneeling to the side of the net post on our side of the court as we look down on it. That's a great serve though, wasn't it? That really stretched Djokovic, and it's got game point to the Canadian.
Brave second serve, really big out wide, and he was serving volleying. That was good, positive play from Auger-Aliassime. Many other players would have played it safe, kick it into the backhand, start the rally, and you're playing into Djokovic's hands.
Half an hour gone on the centre court in this men's quarter-final. It was a very long battle indeed against Davidovich Fokina. Almost 4.5 hours for Felix Auger-Aliassime to come through in the last round, but he has had, of course, a day in between to get ready for this. And he's a young man, but the young man, the younger of the two, has fired wide with a forehand, and it's juice.
Sort of mistakes. A forehand he shouldn't have been making there, just puts pressure on you, which able to hang in this game.
And pockets of Serbian fans or Djokovic fans certainly giving voice to their man, but a response then from those who want the Canadian. But it's crunch time, you feel, in this opening set, certainly for the Canadian on his serve, trying to hold again, trying to level again, but he doesn't find a first serve there. Djokovic will sense the chance to try and force his way now to a first break point in this matchup. Waits for the serve, it comes to his backhand, he goes to the backhand side, he then takes a backhand deep to the baseline, the forehand back deep though from Auger-Aliassime, both of them getting into their stride in this rally. Djokovic under a bit of pressure on the two-hander, works that cross-court, fires that in flat, and that's the one that does it. Felix Auger-Aliassime hits his backhand finally into the net. And Djokovic has break point.
Yeah, there's that stinging backhand. There's that pattern of play he enjoys.
I'd love to know. I'd love to be able to
work out the
translate,
signals.
and what's being said, because I think one of his teams just sort of held up a finger to his lips towards Djokovic as if to say, shh.
Yeah, he was getting vocal after winning that point.
Break point for the former champion. He makes a swing on the return, but the ball, he was on the stretch, the ball loops high, and there's Auger Aliassime to just step up and hit the drive volley winner.
And a nod of approval from Djokovic. He knew that was too good. What a serve that was. It had to be that accurate.
I mean, that's 133 miles an hour out wide.
Yeah,
you
it's
know,
big.
to find that area of the box and hit it that well. And that's what he brings. The big serve, the big forehand, the athleticism. And he found another super serve that time, and he just barks his approval. That's his 4th ace to give him the advantage now in this 8th game.
He's actually only made 48% of first serves. Yeah. Felix, he's got to up it, because when he's won every point. When he's making it, should I say, he's made every point. 11 from 11.
Oh, serve again. Too far. Stepping in, he is looking to get in forward and try and take time away from Djokovic as quickly as possible. He's now got to rely on the second serve on this point. Forehand reply, right onto the toes in the corner from Djokovic, down the line to that backhand slice from the Canadian, ends in the net. He was forced into a single-hander and it didn't work for him.
Djokovic winning that point off him. What a return that was. He was on the front foot immediately, just took the second serve return incredibly early and hit it so hard. Finding the backhand of Auger Aliassime, that was the key. Keep it away from the forehand.
Again at deuce in this 8th game. But not for much longer. That's another advantage, another ace. 5 now. And he's certainly dialing them up when he needs them. Serve wide, but the return is again into the backhand wing. So good, and then Djokovic, having forced him back, uses the drop shot. The Canadian, yeah, it was out. I thought so. There was no call. I think, well, actually, it has been confirmed as out, but I don't think we heard it.
The electronic line calling. Maybe she's just saw that on her iPad as out, so she had to
call it.
Yeah.
Well, correct decision. But how good was that from Djokovic? I mean, the return again, right into the backhand wing, and then using the drop shot for the first time, having held the Canadian at bay out there. Djokovic now ready to try and return this one, which comes to him down the middle, and he can't manage it. And again, he turns around to his team, and he's kind of remonstrating, complaining.
He's trying to figure out the best place to stand as well. He's kind of saying, do I go right up or do I give myself a bit more time, step back, but you open up angles? He's finding it uncomfortable to win points, of course, behind the first serve. 13 or 14, 1 for Auger Aliassime. He's lost 1.
He didn't lose that one. He serves to the forehand. He stands still and kind of looks to his team and said, there you go. I got through the difficulty. Actually, for once, Frédéric Fontaine standing up and big smile.
Never see him smile too often, do you, up there, actually. He's enjoying himself.
Was that Felix's dad in the box with him as well?
I didn't
sure.
actually see. Keep an eye out. Next time we get the camera on the box up there. Have room for 19 connections each in their player boxes. Big teams these days.
Well, it's proving to be a big first set. 4 games all. Djokovic unable to get that breakthrough, and now having to work from the back of the court to try and start this game the better. But he's under some pressure there. He's put that, though, right on the baseline. And Djokovic now, what's he done? He's down on his haunches. Oh, dear. Something's hurting.
Would like a request on the call on the left baseline.
He's looking up.
That does not look good.
Worried.
He's just, well, it's his left leg. He's leaning down, pulling on the toe to stretch it out, but the umpire now asking if he's okay, and he's actually stretching against the back wall down below the royal box. He's pushing his foot as if he's stretching his calf.
Well, we're going to have a closer look at it on our monitor here,
Yeah.
but there must have been some sort of slip or jarring.
And he's not walking that comfortably back now to the baseline to serve this next point. It's the left leg, the left foot. And he's just put a little hand up to apologise to Felix for taking a moment or two there. And he's up at 15 love, serves out wide, fault called.
Gingerly landing
Yeah.
onto the serve.
Well, everybody's suddenly wondering whether this could be crucial or not, whether it's just a temporary discomfort or something more permanent. He's hit a beautiful backhand up the line, but yeah, I think he's asking for the trainer to come on for the end of the game. And I mentioned that, of course, noting what happened in the previous match for Felix Auger-Aliassime, because he was up against Davidovich Fokina, who had an issue with his foot, and it was manipulated by the trainer, having stopped in the middle of a game. And then, of course, it happened again at a key time in the fourth set. And there were words said afterwards by Felix to the Spaniard. And the Auger-Aliassime return here has just gone long, but Djokovic is playing on in this game. He's not asking for treatment directly, but
That's
I'm
the
sure
biggest
he'll
thing.
get it at the end of the game.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing, that it doesn't come midway through the game. It comes at the end of the game, at the change of ends.
Yeah, but it's a rule that, you know, allows them, if they cannot play at that moment, to get the trainer on, doesn't it, currently? And that's what Felix's beef was a couple of days ago, and still is, I'm sure. He'd love to see that changed. Well, Djokovic has managed to find his way through the game to love, actually, serving an ace, but he's in some discomfort at the moment. He's walking rather gingerly back to the chair. He's sitting down, and we're expecting a trainer to come on, but none yet. Djokovic is looking down to that corner. Here comes the trainer now. So coming on to attend to him, jogging out. I think a trainer and a doctor, two of them. I don't know whether we'll be able to hear exactly what, but we'll keep an eye on it. He's having a chat with them now for an assessment.
Having looked at the slow motion, it didn't look as if he slipped or twisted. It was just when he planted his outside leg, his left leg.
Well, we have concern here for Novak Djokovic because the trainer is on. In the last game, he just made a movement on his left foot in a rally early on, which pained him, and he then turned away, pulled the leg up briefly. He then knelt down on his haunches. He went to the back of the court. He pushed his foot up against the wall and stretched it as if he had issues perhaps with the calf on that leg. He got through the game to love from there, did very well, but he looked in some discomfort in doing so, and is now being attended to by the trainer and the doctor assessing this issue. But that obviously is concern, you know, for a guy, I mean, 39 years of age, the way he's pushed his body to brilliance over many, many years, and yet, you know, it has to take its toll, and we're just worrying here that his latest challenge here, the calf is being held by the trainer, and I think they've assessed it and will now perhaps agree what they're going to do by way of treatment, and he'll have presumably a medical timeout for that. Some creams coming out to be rubbed onto that left calf, I think. But yeah, when you've played all the matches he's had, you know, the body is bound to be you know, takes its toll, and
Ladies
he's
and
not
gentlemen,
getting
Mr.
any younger.
Djokovic is now receiving a medical timeout.
His biggest opponent for a while. You know, the injuries that he's had to battle through. Wanting to play a few more tournaments, I believe, this year, but certain parts of his body not 100% to compete, and it gets harder and harder when this game is getting more and more physical at his age now as well. He's giving away, in some cases, a decade or over a decade.
A couple of decades.
Yeah, a couple of decades, of course. Yeah, against Wu, I mean, it was a tough one there. He's having to push his body so much, and then these players hitting the ball so big, so it takes its toll on his body. But the worrying thing is that he didn't twist anything. He didn't fall. It was just a sudden, almost as if something just popped a bit in his left leg, and it's the calf area that's being seen to. Is he going to get some strapping on it?
Well, he's had the cream applied to it. He's sitting there talking to the trainer, and there's a doctor next to him. And meanwhile, Felix Auger-Aliassime just trying to block it all out, sit calmly. But there must be a little bit in his mind that's saying, "Gosh, this might suddenly just prove to be match determining that he's the man who can advance if Djokovic is forced to pull out." Let's hope that isn't the case, because, of course, there's so much riding on this. Djokovic, who now has 106 wins to his name at Wimbledon, no less. He's trying to reach a 55th Grand Slam semi-final and his 15th here at Wimbledon. Not surprising the body complains a bit after all that effort.
Jaw-dropping numbers.
And Auger-Aliassime doing his stretching. But of course he had to come through a tricky game previously on his serve, the first game in which we had a break point. But he did deliver. He's actually served 5 aces. He's only dropped 1 point on his first serve, the Canadian. Djokovic dropping 4 on his so far, but only 1 on his second serve. Medical timeout still progressing.
Seemed, I think, doing the correct thing, just getting up, walking to his side of the court, just staying loose. A few stretches. I wouldn't be surprised if he wants to hit 1 or 2 serves. Djokovic doesn't look at all comfortable.
He doesn't, does he?
He's in deep discussion with the trainer. Doesn't look as if he's going to be taped, because they've got to massage it, they've got to keep it loose and tape it within the 3 minutes, and it's just full-on physio at the minute. Full-on massage of the left calf.
Yeah. Djokovic, who has in his past 7 visits reached at least the semi-finals here. You have to go back to 2017, in fact, to the quarter-final, when he lost to Thomas Berdych, and he pulled up in that match, didn't he?
To retire.
Well, the big cheers as the great man moves down to the far end, but he's testing out that leg after the treatment. He's stretching, but he is 5-4 up in the first set. See what he can do from here with Auger-Aliassime now serving from the royal box end. He's still in bright sunshine on this nearer half of the court as we look onto it, but he's serving to stay in the first set. 46 minutes on the clock at 4-5. Serve long. Oof. Well, the ball nearly took out the umpire there. It went thudding into the side of her chair. Thankfully, it didn't strike her directly. Apology from Djokovic to her. Second serve, blocked return. It's a sharp angle, difficult for the Canadian. He gets it cross court. Djokovic making the effort, and I'm sure the Canadian's going to try and run him from side to side, but actually failed there rather badly. He hit a forehand long early in the rally.
Encouraging signs there from Djokovic, even though the body language doesn't look great, still trying to stretch that calf up. But that was dynamic movement from him to get across to the initial shot. Djokovic did move quickly, and he recovered well. Has this distracted Auger-Aliassime? Is he injured? Is he not injured? How injured is he? These sort of things run through your mind. Serving to stay in the set, he needs to keep his focus here.
That was a huge serve out wide again. Djokovic trying to react to it, got a frame to it, no more.
45% of serves unreturned for Auger-Aliassime. He's hit some big serves and had some free points in important moments. Could do with another couple here.
4-5, 15 all. Just checks where Djokovic is standing, and that's by about 5 meters behind the baseline to try and return this next one. He was onto it, but it's a fault on that serve. Steps a little closer on that worn area of ground. Is a large, sort of 3 or 4 meters deep area behind the baseline of clear earth rather than grass. And he's hitting a good length again, Djokovic, and it's Auger-Aliassime who hits too long from a deeper position. So Djokovic is threatening here. He'd love to steal the set with this game.
15,
fine line you have to tread against Djokovic. Pressing, being aggressive, not becoming too passive, but you end up taking on a bit too much, only just missing the forehand.
Beware the wounded opponent. Djokovic has been the more attacking of the two so far. Backhand reply down the middle, forehand into the backhand wing from the Canadian. Goes cross-court again. Djokovic back cross-court with his two-hander. Now turns and hits a striking forehand. It comes back short. He's on the move. He makes it into the forehand, into the backhand wing. He's under a lob, and he smashed that, but he hasn't put it away. He's got another chance to do it on this one, and he calmly takes that and puts it back behind the Canadian, and Djokovic has got himself set points.
What a fantastic point from Novak Djokovic. Clean hitting from the back of the court. Found some excellent length, and it was Auger-Aliassime all of a sudden scrambling 4 meters behind the baseline, just trying to hang in the rally. You knew Djokovic was going to win that point once he got hold of it.
Set points for the 7 times former champion. Forehand return is good down the line. It's a chip back by Auger-Aliassime. The Serb goes back cross-court with the two-hander now from his backhand wing, and then he's hit one up the line and just too far, and he looks up to the skies, annoyed that he's failed to find the line. He was about an inch and a bit long.
That is a surprising miss. Still, though, a set point for Djokovic. Auger-Aliassime's loved the serve out wide today. I just wonder if Djokovic just protects that return into the backhand wing. Edges over, or goes that way as soon as the ball goes up from Auger-Aliassime.
Big serve, return long.
And that time he changed it up, went into the forehand, up the tee. It was a good one.
Juice.
Still only lost 2 points behind his first serve when he's made it. Auger-Aliassime, so important at this stage. He continues to make it.
Bouncing the ball 3 or 4 times, this deliberate build-up, and now swing of the arms forward. Now up it goes, and boom, down the middle into the back fence behind Djokovic. And having saved set points, he's up to advantage now to try and close this game and get to 5-all. 6 aces and counting for the Canadian. Just 3 Canadian men who've made it in the history of these championships to the semi-finals. In recent times, Denis Shapovalov and Milos Raonic each doing that. He checks, he just pauses for a moment, wasn't happy with his preparation for the serve, but wants to get this right now, and into his service action. He serves it down the middle, and that was perfection. And he stands statue-like as clenches the right fist towards his team, says, there you go, problem solved.
And mentally, he dealt with that situation so well, because it was unsettling coming off the back of an injury timeout, having to come out at 4-5 to serve to stay in the set. Could have easily have derailed him. And Djokovic, though, will be kicking himself. First set point at 15-40. He had a chance. It was a backhand that he normally makes. He missed it.
So Djokovic again to serve. We'll see how he is now with that foot, and actually having come down off that serve, he's just flexing that. Fault on the first delivery. Second attempt into the body, comes back to his forehand. He hits that clean winner just back down the line. And that was the rather reminiscent of the very first point of the match. A 1-2 combination.
Keeps putting weight through that leg, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Just to keep testing it.
Five all, 15 love. The serve makes his opponent stretch, and then he's got room to go into the backhand wing, but that's well defended by Auger-Aliassime. Crossed the court, firstly with a drive, now with a slice. Now he's forced to the forehand by Djokovic, and Djokovic, his own forehand fails him. And he turns and wipes his brow with a wristband on his right arm. Gets the balls for the next point, but he's now at 15 all, 5 all. Into the evening here, but it remains a beautiful one, very warm. Djokovic in the shaded part, though, didn't like the ball toss. So we'll prep again. The serve is pinpoint down the middle. It's got a frame reply, and Auger-Aliassime showing a bit of frustration.
30,
Taps his thigh after missing that. Landed somewhere in the stands. Scattered a few of them. .30-15 in the 11th game of this first set. There's the accuracy of the serve, the return's gone long, and Djokovic, as soon as he'd won the point, is then just almost jogging on the spot a bit, just to test that leg again. He's clearly not feeling 100% with it, but he'll be hoping that the manipulation, the use of that cream on the leg, on the calf by the trainer, is really going to kick in for him.
Let for a second.
The serve caught the tape and eventually dropped over. He serves now, forehand reply. Big forehand attempt. Well, he's so big, he's trying to ease it up the line, but he's put that again. That's a shot that he's not always clearing the net with.
Just keeping Auger-Aliassime in the game here. Couple of sloppy errors, should I say, from Djokovic. Got to keep his focus here. Normally make that forehand in his sleep.
There must be some concern in his mind about the leg as he serves. It's a good reply, though, off a good serve. Forehand drive, heavy, and the flat one from Djokovic hits the net and then bobbles back towards him. And this is the toughest game yet for him on serve.
It was a great forehand cross from Auger-Aliassime. It was his chance to really penetrate a forehand through the grass, and he took his chance. It was hit big.
Five all in juice. Every point right now feels pretty big. This serve is returned well, but he pings a backhand there. Slice comes to him from Auger-Aliassime, who drives up the line past Djokovic. It seemed like he had the moment to dominate coming forward, but the approach played right into a searing shot down the line from his younger opponent.
That's one of the best backhands in the match from Auger-Aliassime. Given the targets, he knew exactly what to do. It was nice and low over the net. Djokovic nowhere near it.
Great knee bend by the Canadian. And he's got his first break point. What a time to have it. And Djokovic says, OK, well, you got one, but it's not going to last long. He kind of rolled that in almost, but hit the centre line with the serve and is aced for the third time.
Only 120 miles an hour, but a turn to it.
Again, producing quality, world-class serving. Out wide, sliding that, making it really tricky for a stretch reply. Didn't come, and he's got his self-advantage again. But there's, I'm sure, quite a bit of discussion going on in the Djokovic player box as to what ails him, what they might be able to advise him to do, if they can do anything. But on his own there, doing the job very nicely with another great serve. That's an ace out wide. The other side, And he leads 6-5 first set.
Djokovic leads by 6 games to 5.
Oh, what a big game to get through. Looks as if he was going to let that one slip through his fingers there. Sat down at the change of ends, stretching out that left calf, so he's still feeling a lot of discomfort, but some excellent serving just when he needed it the most. After missing those 2 break points that were set points for him. Tough to know which way this is going to go. 57 minutes this first set. Could be a breaker just around the corner.
Well, we were saying beforehand, you know, always these days he wants to get through matches as quickly as possible, but the flip side of that is, you know, it's harder and harder to do, arguably, the older he gets, and now he's in his 40th year. He's having to play a fairly sparse season just to try and get himself ready for the really big events like Wimbledon. And when the body just lets him down a bit, as it seems to have done, something's obviously gone awry with that calf, but he's playing on with it. He's had treatment to it, and he is 6-5 up in the first set, so he'll look now to see if he can get himself another chance to clinch the set. He's had a couple of set points, but they were well saved by the Canadian. A few more fans just coming back in for the conclusion of this set, as Auger-Aliassime now starts with a big serve from the far end into the net. Most of his first serves are big serves. They're around the 125, 130 mile an hour area, if not quicker. Backhand reply to the second serve. Forehand drive to the backhand slice of Djokovic, and he slid and tried to cut that, but again he's put it in the net. He's got the cap on again because he's at the sunny end still.
That time just looks slightly laboured getting across to the backhand. Going for a safer backhand and put it in the net. If you're going for a lot, then you kind of accept it if you miss it, but he wasn't.
Aliassime's next serve goes off the net and runs away to the far side. We just wait for the ball kid to chase across, pick that up, now take a position to the side of the umpire's chair. Djokovic steps forward by a metre towards the baseline. Watches this, stretches, but again, great athlete that he is, flinging himself to his right. He can only frame the ball.
He's varied his placement on his second serve pretty well today, actually. Surprised Djokovic every now and then going up the tee. Fair few body serves on the second serve just to tuck Djokovic up. That was 109 miles an hour for a second. That's good, very good.
That's a great serve, but the reply was so strong, and then Djokovic hits the ball down the line. It caught the net cord and landed in. Nothing that Auger-Aliassime could do about that.
Nice smile from Djokovic. Could easily have deviated wide, but it was a thin clip on top of the net. Didn't deviate the ball. It was purely struck from Djokovic, the backhand.
Waits for this next serve. That's so strong again, and Auger-Aliassime, in case he needed to, was coming in for a volley, but the ball just flew high above him, very long.
Nearly at 50% unreturned serves, Auger-Aliassime, against one of the greatest returners. That is such a good number for him. Accuracy of his serve has been very impressive out wide, both sides.
First serve failed to clear the net. At this point, to take them to a tie-break. The backhand reply to the backhand of Auger-Aliassime, then goes back up the line, but it's landed wide.
40-13.
You can see what he's trying to do. Catch Djokovic off guard, but it's a riskier shot. Going back up the line, especially off his backhand.
40-30. Heavy serve, stretch reply is over the net, but hammered to the back and corner. Lob's gone up from Djokovic, but he turns away because he knows that's a simple smash winner for his younger opponent, and it sure was. 6 games all. It is time for a tiebreak to resolve the outcome of this set. Djokovic then obviously moving on in terms of having had the treatment to that foot. I've just been checking his record of how many times he's been forced to retire hurt in matches. It's actually 15 times in his long career, and he's had to pull up, and he's done it twice here. I mentioned the one in 2017 against Thomas Berdych in a quarter-final. He also did it way back in 2007 in the semis against Rafa. And the last time it happened, as we see him begin with a good serve down the centre, getting the first point, but the last time it happened was at last year's Australian Open, that matchup against Alexander Zverev.
Oh, yes, right.
In the semi-finals, after he'd lost the first set on a tie-break.
Pulled the plug.
Yeah. If you weren't with us earlier, Sasha Zverev is through to the quarters now. He had to resume his 4th round match today against Jiří Lehečka, and eventually won it in 4 sets. Backhand drive on this second point from Djokovic, and he's got a mini break there. It was a poor two-hander by his opponent. And 2-0 is Djokovic's lead.
Be a tall surprise if he starts to really target that backhand side of Auger-Aliassime's. Under pressure, that's the shot that you want to test. The ideal start for Djokovic, gets the early lead.
Well, he's limited the Canadian to just 2 winners off the forehand wing so far. Stretches the return, goes cross-court, but there is, on cue, a booming forehand drive. He leapt off the deck, did Auger-Aliassime, and put that down the side of the court very rapidly.
Yeah, he launched himself into that. He wasn't going to hesitate there. It was an open court because it was a really good serve. He couldn't pass up that opportunity to finish the point there and then. Positive play.
(2-1), Djokovic leading in the tiebreak. 65 minutes now. Some of that taken up, of course, with the injury or the medical timeout that he had. Waits for the reply, goes cross-court with his backhand. It's short from Auger-Aliassime. It gives Djokovic a chance to attack it. It's short again, but the Serb, hitting to a length, can't yet find a way to really dominate the point. Working from the back, he's forced the Canadian out wide on the forehand side, goes back that way, but doesn't catch out the Canadian, who stands his ground. He then steps in, hits the drive down the middle. The same from Djokovic with a backhand off the two-hander. He's got another one off the net court. It brings the Canadian forward. Djokovic then tries to pass through him, but the volley is well made off the body by Auger-Aliassime, and they're 2 points apiece.
That was a beautiful move forward. Had the opportunity off the net court to get forward, and he took it.
2-all.
Now it's a very well put away backhand volley to angle it away, bit of side spin to it.
And I think one of the things for Djokovic right now, he's having to contend with that mix of shade and bright light.
You looked up
where he is down at that end. Yeah, he did. He'll be serving. His feet are in shade, but there is just sun touching the upper part of his body, and he looks up and serves now. And again, then he sort of rears back as if the bright light has suddenly really glared at him. And he's got to get himself sorted here to try and put in a telling second serve. But the Canadian looking hungry for this. Makes the return down the corner. Djokovic can't deal with it. It's too strong.
Couldn't have placed it any better. Probably better than he even hoped, Auger-Aliassime.
3-2.
3 points in a row for the Canadian. For good measure, it came up off the line as well. Djokovic was there, but it was a little bit of a funny bounce that checked up. It's so difficult to control when that happens.
A mini break now in favour of the man from Montreal. Running down the clock on the time allowed. He's within the limits, and then hits a great serve, but the return is right to the baseline. He's been pushed right back now because of that, and ends up hitting a next ball into the net. So Djokovic responding so well. His return there, fantastic.
He's a master at it at full stretch, getting balls back into play. It's amazing how he does it. That serve against so many others would be an ace or an unreturned. It's a backhand that let Auger-Aliassime down.
The good news now for Djokovic is that they're changing ends, so it means that he'll be in the fully shaded side of the court. He won't have to contend with that awkward light and shade at the royal box end, but that's where Auger-Aliassime is now heading towards for his next serve at 3 points apiece. Hanging in the balance, this very close first set, this men's quarter-final. Heading well into the evening between these two, and we have a packed house here at centre court. Great scene once again. The serve to the serve, he returns down the backhand side, he's on cross then to cover on the backhand wing, but that's a very nice volley. It's not an outright winner, but it stretched Djokovic. He had a dart forward, and he's hit long on the stretch.
Surprising how hard Djokovic tried to hit that forehand at full stretch. Thought the lob was coming, just didn't get over Auger-Aliassime's head. The Canadian has been very good at the net today. 5 of 6 points won in the forecourt against Djokovic. That's good numbers, especially under pressure there.
On serve at 3-4 in the tiebreak. Both have taken 2 points off each other's serve so far in the tiebreak. Serve down the middle, return is wide and slightly long, I think.
It was makeable.
It was, though.
He made good contact, Auger-Aliassime. Just couldn't control it.
Here we are in the midst of this first set tiebreak. If you've only just joined our commentary and coverage, he had 2 set points in the 10th game. Auger-Aliassime was down in that game, but managed to find a way through ultimately from 15-40. Fault on this next serve. Djokovic out wide to the forehand. Takes it on the backhand, comes back to his two-hander. He goes searing up the line, and it's a stretch, but it's out of play off the forehand stretch from Auger-Aliassime. Just an injection of pace, and the accuracy of that strike, so good, Arvin.
That was class. Such a good shot of his there. The backhand line, that's his trademark.
And again, chance of Nole and Novak from his hordes of supporters here.
Bring that shot out. Such a big point. That was class from Djokovic.
Auger-Aliassime to serve again from the roll box end at 4-5. Djokovic just kind of raises his eyes. Okay, that was rather good. He put it smack on the line for his 8th ace.
Loving that serve out wide. Right in the corner.
Deep breaths, Djokovic looking animated, ready. What can he conjure up here? Key moment, one of them will be set point after this point. Who will it be? It's a block return, and it's long. It was a great serve again. The quality continuing from the Canadian's delivery. And Djokovic now faces set point for the first time in this match. 71 minutes so far on the clock. What can he dial up? What's he got up his sleeve here? Bouncing the ball 4 or 5 times, and a couple more, and still bouncing it. Now he sets himself. Set point against him. He serves deep. That's a superb serve. I mean, you would put your money on it, wouldn't you? Put your mortgage on it. That invariably, when he's pushed to such an extent, he can find an answer.
talk about it enough, I feel sometimes, how good that serve is, how accurate he is with it. There was a real sort of charge up to the change of ends there, purposeful walk from Djokovic. Hasn't been flexing that calf at all, stretching it out the last few points, so hopefully that's good to go now.
What he now has to do is change ends again, so it brings him back to the end where there is still a sunny patch, but in the last few minutes, of course, the shade has moved a bit further across, so it might not be as tricky, or will it be? He's looking up, actually, he's peering through, so he's still having to deal with that. He hasn't got his tennis cap on at the moment, despite that. Both men have had set points, but here we are, 6-all in the tiebreak now. And he's missed down the middle. And you can see he's a little cheesed off at the fact that he did that. So what's he going to conjure here with the second serve? It's to the forehand. The return is just long. Oh, it would have been so good. And on bending forward with his hands on his knees there, Auger-Aliassime stood for a long time like that, just ruining his luck, because that was such a great strike and it was just beyond the line.
The serve was big, 112 miles an hour into the forehand. He rolled the dice there somewhat, got the free point.
He's got another set point.
Yeah, it's third.
It goes very quiet, but in a minute you can imagine the noise if he converts it. He makes a forehand reply. Forehand drive.
Oh,
just in. Oh, for a moment it seemed that was going to land long, but somehow on the back edge of the baseline, Auger-Aliassime has extended this to 7 points apiece. A wry smile from Djokovic to that.
Everyone was waiting for the call. It didn't come. It was safe. Wow, that was close.
Big puff of pigment off the back of the line just to show that it was clearly the right call. No call, in other words. 7 points all. Djokovic in that sunny corner, waiting for this. And it's a missed first serve. How brave will Auger-Aliassime be with his second shot off the serve? He has pulled off one ace with the second serve so far. He'd love another. Doesn't get it. Backhand reply to his backhand. Low ball down over the base to the baseline. Forehand drive from Djokovic to the forehand wing. That's a looping ball. It lands inside Djokovic's baseline. Auger-Aliassime still working with the forehand. He's now got to defend with a backhand slice. It lands in. Djokovic goes back across the court with the angle, then switches the attack, but he's switched it wide.
Well, he was pressing, he was trying to stay aggressive, but Auger-Aliassime was a wall back there. Did not offer up the error.
And his turn to have another set point. Sorry, Al.
That's okay, yeah. Second now for Auger-Aliassime. The tension is huge. So much riding on this first set. 76 minutes we've been going.
Good job there's no more matches after this one.
Might need the roof on this one, yeah.
7-8. Set point down. Djokovic serves wide of him again. He's aced him out wide that time. Another brilliant shot under immense pressure, but it's the nature of the man. I mean, just legendary ability to do things like that.
Right on the line again.
His wife, his son, they're all up out of their chairs, roaring him on. Eight-all. Serve to the forehand. Takes this on the forehand, goes back up the line. Slice from Auger-Aliassime down to the forehand side, just got over the net. And then he goes with a very heavy forehand, but that is very long. Djokovic, well, making all sorts of kind of comments and laughs, and I'm not sure quite what he's meaning that, all the indications he's doing. Well, he slipped actually in that rally.
He was okay, but I'm not sure that was even gesturing the slip. He's finding something funny with this team, maybe. Hard to know what he meant by all those gestures. Bottom line is he's got another set point.
8-9. O'Shea Aliassime loads up. Facing another set point for Djokovic, who returns cross-court very strongly, gets another ball to go deep with the backhand into that backhand wing. It's just inside the baseline from O'Shea Aliassime, and somehow he's defended it, and Djokovic can't believe that again. He's failed to close the set. He's laughing his head off.
He's in hysterics. I mean, I've never seen this before. It was a ball that was just inside the line. I think it checked up a bit. Maybe he's laughing at how bad luck that was, because the ball didn't come through, but it's full-on laughter there from Djokovic.
And I suppose it's better than, you know, screaming his head off and expending all that energy. But once again, 18 points already in this tiebreak. It's a standard tiebreak, of course, in the first set, but we've gone way past the 7-point mark. 9 points apiece. And it will be O'Shea Aliassime to serve again from the royal box end now. Djokovic way back behind the baseline at the far end on the deuce side. O'Shea Aliassime's next serve is a fault. He's saved 4 set points. He's had 2 of his own, but who's going to have the next one? Body serve returned down the middle, deep to the baseline of Djokovic. Drive forehand put away from O'Shea Aliassime. Djokovic was stretched. It was awkward for him, and he couldn't dip the ball. And the Canadian pounced on that, and he now leads 10-9 in the tiebreak with his 3rd set point.
Quick thinking, needed to take that drive volley there. Don't allow Djokovic to defend that. Don't let it bounce, take it out the air, and he executed it expertly well.
A few more cries out from the crowd. Djokovic pauses for a moment. But we've seen how he saved set points already in this so brilliantly. Can he do it again with the serve? Not that one. That's in the net. And then he just pulls up that left leg, the troublesome leg that had the treatment on it a while ago. You can hear the bounce of the ball as he prepares to serve this. 9-10 in the tiebreak. He serves down the middle. It's a great serve. The return right onto the baseline. Djokovic hits the forehand. It lands just inside the other baseline, and then it's long from O'Shea Aliassime, and both of them can't believe it.
Oh, Djokovic laughing again because O'Shea Aliassime, his ball came right off the line, and it was a complete mishit from Djokovic. How on earth did that land in?
10-all.
Now this is turning into something quite remarkable.
Wrapped itself around the racket frame from Djokovic. Could have gone anywhere, his forehand, but thankfully for Djokovic, O'Shea Aliassime's ball just missing on the second one. Only just.
This is the 3rd tiebreak against one another, and they've each won one before. So who is going to come out on top of this one? The return has gone wide. Djokovic put in a strong serve. He's now ahead again, leading 11-10.
He hits the line that time and apologises for it.
But inside, he'll be pumped that he's got another chance here. Both men with all these chances, and yet both finding answers to thwart each other when they've had those chances. But the pressure back on O'Shea Aliassime. 10-11 now in this tantalising tiebreak. Everybody goes quiet, and we await this next serve. Set point down, 11-10. Djokovic leading. Can he find the way to claim it? He's under pressure on the backhand. He's made a... Oh, my goodness, he's made a simple backhand into the air on the other side. And O'Shea Aliassime, stepping forward, misses by a distance the drive volley. He's hit it long, and Djokovic has clung on to take an incredible set on the tiebreak by 12 points to 10.
Oh, what happened there in the end for Auger-Aliassime? It was such a big miss. He looked as if he had it completely under control there. He was well positioned, but the tension must have got to him there, Auger-Aliassime. What a set. 82 minutes. He takes it. Novak Djokovic.
Well, there you are. Djokovic, yeah, sitting the more happy of the two. The happier of the two in his chair. He's got his shirt off. He's going to put a new one on. And after all the problems he had with that foot for a while, he's found a way to step clear and take the set on the tiebreak, as I say, by 12 points to 10. He's put himself 2 sets away from yet another Grand Slam semi-final. That will really hurt Auger-Aliassime, and bearing in mind he was taking the distance in his last round, you know, he's going to have to come from behind to try and win this one. But I mean, we keep remarking and trying to find the superlatives for Djokovic, and the ways he's won matches, the way he's won points and sets, and that's another example of his incredible abilities under extreme duress to find ways and means to do so.
Yeah, he had a lot to contend with. The good thing is that he's moving well. He hasn't been hampered by the calf, but yeah, you felt like that was a must-win set for Auger-Aliassime. More important for him to win that first set than Djokovic. He's been in these sort of positions before. Djokovic, big matches where he's lost the first set, but he's been okay. But for Auger-Aliassime, that is a body blow. And it was in the manner that he lost it. After so much good work, the set points, he had 3 in total, some good serving from Novak Djokovic. And then the drive volley, that was just a bit of
and it was kind of a carbon copy attempt, wasn't it? You know, to what he'd had a couple of points before,
he dealt with
hit
it
a great
so well.
one,
Yeah.
And then this one just got away.
It's pressure for you.
Second set, Auger-Aliassime to serve.
Well, they have to take that one on the chin.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
25-year-old Canadian will start this second set from the far end. A set behind now in his second Wimbledon quarter-final. His serve's gone wide. Still a bit of sunshine in Djokovic's face as he waits behind the baseline at the royal box end. Backhand reply down the centre, deep to the backhand from Auger-Aliassime, firing that forehand, but it keeps coming back to him. Now Djokovic on the stretch. That was a great combination of shots from the Canadian there to claim the point.
Ultra aggressive. Good start. Got to get over that first set quickly. That'll definitely help. Probably take him realistically 2 or 3 games in this second set to make that first set a memory. It's going to hurt for a couple. He's got to make sure he doesn't lose serve in that time.
Holds that point as the return was in the net. Djokovic just juggling his racket in his hand after that. Auger-Aliassime, who last September was outside the top 10, he was 13 in the world, and he's climbed up now to number 4. He got married, didn't he, late last year?
He did.
Yep.
His wife is in the box.
And she sees him win another point. He's at game points to win the first game of this second set. 40 love. I think Djokovic was almost moving towards the chair, thinking that had aced him, but it did not find the box. Body serve, great return off his body by Djokovic, and then he just smooth as you like down the line with a forehand on the run.
It's an amazing shot. Put on the break so quickly. He's in a little bit of a strange mood at the minute, Djokovic.
Isn't he? I mean,
just some of the reactions after winning points, just not him.
No. (40-15) as Auger-Aliassime's serve is a boomer down the middle. It's hit into the court in front of Djokovic by his racket off the frame. So first game does go to the third seed and world number 4, Djokovic, who of course is ranked lower currently, came in as the 7th seed to this year's Wimbledon. But you look at that staggering number of all the numbers, you know, so many that stand out, but one of them is, of course, being 428 weeks at #1 in the world. How many years worth is that?
That's quite incredible, isn't it? My maths isn't good enough, quick
I
enough.
mean, that's almost 6 years
Yeah,
worth.
That's madness, isn't it?
Is that right? No, hang on.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm taking your word for it here. You could tell me
It's
any number.
much
I go,
more
wow,
than
that
that.
is brilliant.
Hang on. It's over 8 years worth. Love one, second set. Djokovic serving from the far end, but that one out wide doesn't find the target or the sideline as he was aiming for. To the backhand down the middle, that one. Pushing back his opponent, keeping him at bay, but defending well enough so far. Auger-Aliassime, as Djokovic works with the two-hander from that backhand corner. He's then pushed wide on the forehand, and that rushed him, and he's annoyed.
He's slipping and sliding again. He took a bit of a slip. Left foot just went away from him. Seen that a couple of times.
It is not the easiest surface to keep your balance on, and even though he is such an agile man. But he's had problems here over the years, hasn't he, keeping his balance? I've seen him on the deck many times. Do you remember one year he had those shoes which had those little sort of side supports on them?
Yeah, well,
and
they
were
allowed. They were banned pretty quickly.
They were banned quickly, but
yeah.
you know, just trying to keep himself upright. Serve down the middle. Reply is then a chip drop shot from Djokovic off that return, and it is exquisite. It almost stops on the spot when it landed.
Always had such a good one of those. That's the first one we've seen today, actually, the drop shot, backhand drop shot up the line. That's one of his trademarks. It's such a great shot, so well executed. Soft landing.
Familiar service action, very smooth, but the return comes back. Dug out attempt by Auger-Aliassime on the run, though, because Djokovic quickly moved him from one side to the other. And it was such a low ball that the Canadian couldn't cope with it. Love one 30-15, an hour and a half now on the clock of this men's quarter-final. The winner to face Jannik Sinner in the semis. Djokovic, the man who has the upper hand and aces his opponent. His next serve is sent centrally, but it's a fault. Canadian just taking racket out of one hand, blowing on that hand and then putting it back on the handle. Returns very strongly, though. He had a firm grip on that shot, and he really did ping the return back across Djokovic right onto the side of the court for a winner. Just had to make one step forward, and he caught it so cleanly. But Djokovic still has the game point here at 40-30. It's a good serve down the centre. And Djokovic then just a little nudge ball from close to the net off the reply.
Accuracy again on the serve. Excellent. Right on that middle line from Djokovic. Nicely done. Levels things up. One game all.
Anything particularly you feel that Auger-Aliassime could do to try and change this, reverse the, the direction?
I don't think he has to do anything too drastic. He's having a word with the umpire about something here. I'm not quite sure what he's asking about, but it's a case of taking your opportunities. He got himself into a brilliant position with those 3 set points, but played well by Djokovic. He's got to stay positive, got to be aggressive, can't let up in that regard. He's got to keep making those first serves, which percentage did increase as the first set unfolded. First serves like that slammed down the tee.
15.
And he doesn't look too rattled actually at this point after losing that first set, which is which is a good sign, because he could easily come out at the beginning of the second set and be very frustrated. He's kept his cool.
15 love in the third game of the second set. Make that 30 love as he's hit another ace, the 9th so far from him.
Let's. First serve.
After all the excitement, the drama of that conclusion to the first set, it's a reset for this one now. A slow build up towards maybe a similar outcome or a similar denouement. And the Canadians build up to the serve, so familiar. And now he's brought forward by a little dink from Djokovic, who's then lobbed him, but that's going to chip long. Not the best attempt at that.
40.
Really attacked it, JBSports. He was dragged forward there. Good slice that was, and he's comfortable around the net, so he won't be put off by being brought forward.
Just 11 wins in his visits. Now his 7th visit to Wimbledon. JBSports. The return comes to his forehand. He's mid-court. The lob's gone up from Djokovic. It just lands wide.
Game.
And so that is an end to the third game in favour of the Canadian. He's up 2-1.
New balls, please.
Saunters back to his chair, Djokovic.
First set,
Slightly peculiar mood he's in.
It is, yeah, difficult to decipher exactly what's going on there. But you can imagine his mood would be a lot worse if he'd lost that set.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, that would have hurt JBSports, but he's done well at the beginning of the second set. But yeah, Djokovic was laughing midway through the tiebreaker. A couple of lines hit from JBSports, which was frustrating. Djokovic hit a line himself with a serve towards the end.
Well, we've had one quarterfinal winner in Jannik Sinner, getting the better of Jan-Lennard Struff today. This, of course, the second of the quarterfinals. Tomorrow, in the bottom half, I just wonder your thoughts on who you see coming through the two matches, which includes, of course, Britain's Arthur Ferry. I mean, what a great story the local lad has written here as a wild card, getting through to the quarterfinals. He's the first British player ever to get to a quarterfinal of a Grand Slam as a wild card. And he's up against Flavio Cobolli, whom he's got a win over.
He has, yeah, at the start of the year at the Australian Open. I have to say Cobolli wasn't 100% fit in that match. I think that he had a bit of an upset stomach or something, but still, he's got to count for something. Cobolli playing very well. And Ferry also playing well. He's escaped defeat a couple of times, hasn't he, this week? Once against Bergs, and was in a very commanding lead, and Djokovic yesterday had a break. Oh, excuse me, Dimitrov had that break in the fourth set as well. Should have closed it out, but as he said, he's played with the right attitude. Ferry kept on believing, and it's paid off. Going to be an intriguing match tomorrow. Second match on centre court tomorrow.
Well, this is the final match of the day on centre, and it's certainly got our interest, and that is a very lucky net-called winner off the return from Auger-Aliassime for the first point of this fourth game. Djokovic serving at 1-2. The return is fierce, and then another fierce forehand. Djokovic is having to defend from deep and side to side, but he brings one back. It's a diving volley from Auger-Aliassime on the attempt of that, but the ball flew from the strings way over the baseline. But Djokovic's shot to make him have to do that or attempt that was exceptional. One of those great slides and the two-handed backhand, bringing it back at an angle. That was vintage Djokovic. 1-2, 15 all. Serve to the forehand. Backhand from Djokovic to the backhand side. Chip back by the Canadian down the line. Then he's dragged a forehand cross-court as he's been pushed to that wing. Now he's floating a backhand slice. Now he's on the charge. It's gone long, though. Didn't have the length correctly behind that ball. Too far, and Djokovic gets ahead in the game and takes a big sigh. Yeah, he's well, he's always very expressive, isn't he? Whether it's with his body language or the things he actually says or screams or shouts. But that was a moment of excitement when we saw the Canadian athletically diving to his left. Didn't manage to find the big volley that he was after. And Djokovic finds a good serve again and
40,
gets to gain points fairly swiftly in this game. The next serve from Djokovic is just beyond the side of the box, on the other side of the net. Shoots this one towards the body, but too far.
40, 30.
And he shakes his head, having hit his second double fault of the contest. There's a well-organised group of Djokovic supporters about 4 or 5 rows back, just behind the umpire's chair, with the words "No Les Femmes" spelt out on their white t-shirts in red lettering, as he hits a good serve, and they all applaud that, of course, as he closes the game. And at the last change of ends, they all stood up, turned around, and on the back it spelt 25, 20, and then the number 5 at the end of it, which of course is a reference to what he's trying to do, which is to become the outright leader of Grand Slam singles titles, to surpass the record he still holds equally with the Australian Margaret Court. It is 2 games all in the second set. Stretch on the return, forehand down to the open space created by that serve out wide, and that was clinical.
Did well to get that return back into play, Djokovic, due to the quality of the serve. Sim was left with a tricky one up the line, executed it well. Got the clean contact that he was looking for in the direction.
Next serve, blocked return with the forehand, and Djokovic, did he lose his movement slightly there? Did he slip again? He sort of stood stock still, eventually behind the baseline in the centre part of it. 8 forehand winners from Osher Aliassime, now 6 from Djokovic. There's another service winner, and that takes the Canadians' tally of aces in this match up to 10 now.
That's another big serve. 126, tight to that sideline. 3-point.
Osher Aliassime leads by 3 games to 2. Second set, first set, Djokovic.
Djokovic goes back to his chair, puts a white towel over his head, and wipes himself down, but he's sort of sat back in it and thinking, well, okay, I've got that first set out of the way, but it took a lot of effort from him to do so. He is just, again, briefly looking at that left calf. He's got it, actually, the leg crossed, so over his right knee.
He's been prodding at it.
Yep.
More physio on it on the change of ends. I think he's allowed 2 further visits by physio just to the time of the change of ends, but he's decided against it. No taping either. And to tell you the truth, I haven't noticed him moving slower. Still getting everywhere, getting a racket on most balls.
Time.
We've talked a bit about Ferry and Kaboli tomorrow. What about Fritz against Zverev? I mean, that is a huge clash of big games. And Taylor's got his number, hasn't he? Or has had.
The last of the 7 matches. Some of the
Amazing.
last matches he's won. Yeah.
And played so well yesterday, didn't he?
He
to
did.
see off Bublik in straight sets.
Quietly gone under the radar.
Yeah.
There's not too many people talking about him, but yeah, he's a dark horse to come through, perhaps. And he's beaten them the last 7 times. The last time on grass as well in Halle a few weeks ago. Completely different course here over 5 sets, but
yeah.
I mean, mentally fatigued. Surely Zverev's feeling mentally fatigued. He wasn't right today. He was struggling a bit.
2-3, Djokovic serving from the far end now towards the Royal Box end. But he doesn't clear the net with the initial attempt on the serve. His next one is good enough. It comes back off the return to his forehand. He's then been put on the run in the backhand wing. He gets that drop shot attempt from Auger-Aliassime for once, but that is too short and lands in the net.
Again, frustrated because he slipped in one of the corners. Keeps on happening, but he's done well to regain his balance and get back up to play the next shot.
Yeah, that's what's bugging him, isn't it?
Yeah, it's frustrating him.
And those slips, of course, you know, the potential to injure or hurt that left calf particularly even further. Strong serve, return to the backhand cross court, and then Djokovic goes line but goes long.
15-0.
Quite dusty behind the baseline. That's why he's slipping and sliding.
Takes aim and serves this one down the middle. And that ball's going to loop and land just inside his baseline. He hits a big forehand. It comes back off a big forehand from Auger-Aliassime, who hits another one too far, and then he splits his arms wide as if to say, come on, we've got to do better than that. I shouldn't be missing that one.
15.
Canadian saying a few things I couldn't hear clearly, but vocalizing for once. Return off the backhand. Djokovic at the net. Volley to the backhand, but he might be past, and he is. Didn't do enough with the volley. It was a good attempt, well, an interesting attempt to change it up.
Didn't get the stick on it. It was fed cross court. It just sat there nicely for Auger-Aliassime. Not for the first time. He's slotted the backhand pass up the line. Plenty of time to deal with it.
First pressure points on the serve for Djokovic in this second set at 2-3, 30 all.
Let. For serve.
Have to do it all again after the let on that first serve. He has maintained a high percentage in all areas with the serve. The return this time comes to his backhand. He's had a little delight of a drop shot again off that backhand, and as quick as the Canadian is, he cannot win that race to the ball. It bounces twice before he gets there, and Djokovic again with some funny body language, shaking his head around.
Almost as if he was kind of dancing along to a tune or something. But what a drop shot to bring out on such a big point there. He'd missed it. It would have been break point for Auger-Aliassime.
Instead, it is 2-3, 40-30. Return pushing him back, though. You could hear the effort he was making to deal with it. He's working with the backhand, and eventually that gets an error from Auger-Aliassime. So Djokovic holds and feels a bit better about it.
3 games all.
And has evened up this second set. 24 minutes into this second set. The first set that took 82 minutes to complete, with a long tie break. 12-10 eventually, after both men had set points. few fans just squeezing in rows close to the court. Djokovic, I think, saw that a little distracted, but he needs to keep the focus here. Yes, he's up a set, but there's no lead yet in the second for him, and that's a strong serve to start the next game by the
15,
Canadian.
11.
Bit of breeze around, and Mojali Azim just pausing. Yeah, you can see his shirt being a little bit buffeted by the breeze, but nothing to blow that serve off course. It was straight and true, and the return's gone long.
Yeah, we're seeing what we saw in the first set from Mojali Azim behind the first serve, yet to lose a point behind it. 11 from 11 in the second set. Took him a while to lose his first point behind his first serve in that first set. 80% of first serves in. That's another beauty. Found his rhythm. Just lost 1 point on serve in this second set.
And again, he'll go for the game with this serve and gets it, and Djokovic holds out the racket, but kind of comically, really, he knew that was past him. It was such a good serve, and that takes the ace tally for the Canadian up to 12 now, which is twice as many as Djokovic so far. He leads Djokovic 4-3 on serve in the second set. Well, they might need all evening to finish this one, the way it's going, the duration it's taking. We are now close to 7:30 local time, so what have we got before the curfew? We've got 3.5 hours, just over.
It's looking that way. If the sets are going to continue in this fashion, absolutely. If it goes 5 hours, we could be pushing it. Definitely the roof going to come across if it keeps at this sort of pace.
Did you have a chance to see any of Sinner's performance against Struff?
I did not know. I saw he had set point Struff, but I'm guessing the way the match was played, because I've done a couple of Struffy's matches this tournament. He's unrelenting the way he's coming forward, big serving, coming, just attacking, and he wasn't gonna back down. But Sinner was too strong in the end in that third set. But the second set was the key, winning that second set. Gave him a big cushion. Must have dented the confidence of Struff.
Well, Djokovic back to the royal box end and about to serve at 3-4. Just waiting for the crowd to settle a little more. Looking up to the umpire for her interjection there. And now we have quiet and the focus again on the serve of the serve, which is strong down the middle. The good reply comes to his forehand, but he's then miscued. He's just dragged that one wide. About a centimetre out on the far side. Doesn't want to be giving any real oxygen to the Canadian to allow him to fire up and perhaps take this second set. Would really like to keep a clamp on him if he can from this position, but there's a serve that's gone out off the first attempt. Jigging on his toes and then settling in, ready to return this. The Canadian hits a big forehand, crushed it, but went long.
Took a chance at love 15. Didn't pay off. I like the move.
This serve is strong down the middle, and that is going to be a quick point for Djokovic. Good pace on it again, the accuracy, the way he mixes it up, gets it so close to the lines. Done it countless times. Playing a man who now has 9 titles to his name, but remember all those finals in succession that he kept losing. Finally claimed one early in 2022 as he tries to stay in this rally and actually gets the point done because he's come back with a very deep ball to the Djokovic forehand and gets an error off that wing.
Djokovic mimicking a forehand that he didn't like from himself. Done that a couple of times. Almost suggesting his grip's too far out or something technical that he wasn't happy about.
Serve was down the centre, the backhand then from Djokovic's cross court. Now he goes line, but goes long. That all of a sudden gives Auger-Aliassime the first break point of this second set. A couple of sloppy points from Djokovic in this game, and they could prove very costly. We saw him save set points with great serves. He's gone for another down the middle, but he hasn't hit the target. This could be a big moment in the matchup, and he was about to serve again, but then he pauses, stops, and a little hand of apology, and now he's back into his ball bouncing routine before he cocks the racket and serves this. And he's double faulted, and he's lost the game as a result. Well, that was not his best, Djokovic, and he's going to pay a price for that, you would imagine. Felix Auger-Aliassime has barely dropped a point on serve in this second set. So 5-3 up. Felix Auger-Aliassime, the third seed from Canada, trying to reach a first semi-final at Wimbledon to reach his third in the majors after a couple at the US Open in New York in previous years. But Djokovic, a costly game, a costly break of his serve. Dropping serve for the first time in the match. And it's 5-3 the lead, but he's come up with a good return to try and hit back straight away, and he's putting a lot of pressure on Auger-Aliassime, working him from side to side, and that was quite brilliant, wasn't it? The great returner doing the business straight away in his response.
Suddenly just switches back on because it's quite a reckless end to that last service game. Backhand miss up the line, and the second serve going so big.
He does look a bit world weary though, doesn't he, Djokovic? Is some of his expression again.
Off, yeah.
It's very strange today. A mix of light and shade in it. Backhand reply to this, onto the line, just inside the sideline, from one to the other. Then Djokovic down the line. Now he's putting a little drop shot, and Auger-Aliassime doesn't get there in time. Not up, calls the umpire, a double bounce. And Djokovic, slow walk back, looking up to the heavens, I think. But he's got 2 points out of this game already as he tries to break back.
He talked about how in his previous match he just wasn't happy with the way he was playing, the way he was striking it, the rhythm. It almost has shades of that sort of frustration right now for Djokovic. Even winning that point, you wouldn't think he had won it. You thought, if anything, you would think he'd lost that last point. His reaction off the back of it.
But the effort required mentally as well as physically just to keep doing this, keep dragging out difficult games, finding ways and means. It's an amazing effort
15-13
over his great career. He can't reach that one though. That was another ace swinging away from his forehand side. 13 aces now for Auger-Aliassime. Again, wipes his face with that right wristband, juggles the ball now, sets himself in his service stance. One foot behind the other, brings them together and serves out wide. Djokovic will be very keen on this moment to try and get break-back points. 5-3, 15-30, second serve. Auger-Aliassime tosses the ball, serves to the backhand, it comes straight back at him. He hits the forehand cross-court, now works with a two-hander, right onto the baseline. Djokovic fends it off to a good length. Great length still, though, from both of them. Backhand from Djokovic finally in the net. And again, I think a wry smile from him, but he didn't win that one.
30 all.
Just Djokovic getting frustrated, the length that Seam kept there was good. Hit a couple of attacking balls, but Seam absorbed that.
Five 3, 30 all. Is the Canadian able to find the next 2 points and claim the set as a result? Had set points, of course, in the first set tie-break before Djokovic pipped him to win it. Needs a second serve right now. Court completely in shade, but it's a warm evening and a drive from Djokovic into the baseline, but it's defended now. Djokovic has thrown in that short ball again. Up comes the Canadian. The lob's gone up over him. He's turned around. Now he hits the tweener, but into the net. Did he have time to hit it more in regulation fashion? Possibly, but he chose not to attempt it.
Because he definitely got around that and played a lob or a regulation type shot, but Djokovic was the injection of pace, and then the drop shot that's working quite well, but he was asked a difficult question with the lob volley. It was well placed on the baseline, but again the reaction from Djokovic, it was kind of a non-fussed sort of reaction from him after such a good point.
So it is break-back point at 30-40 on the Canadian serve. Goes very quiet again, and then the boom of that serve, and the return is long. Again, Auger-Aliassime 2 points away from taking this second set to level the match. 1 minute shy of 2 hours now between them.
Playing on grass or clay here?
Here comes the next serve. Centrally aimed, but going long. Back to his mark. Djokovic settles into his return stance, steps forward, and doesn't need to worry about it, because now it's Auger-Aliassime with his first double fault of the match, and it's given Djokovic another opportunity to break back. Well, you think of the miss on that big drive volley in the tie break and double fault. You know, it's been moments like that, those really big moments. Djokovic has certainly done the better thus far overall, but can he get this one? It's a fault on that serve. Second one is decent. Return, though, pushes him back into the backhand wing. He hits with the forehand from there, Auger-Aliassime. Now he's switched the attack cross-court. Djokovic brings it back cross-court. He's now got to chase into a drop shot. Hits another lob, and again it's turned the Canadian. It's a great one. This time he does turn and hit it in regulation, but the smash then from Djokovic. It comes back down the line from Auger-Aliassime. What a shot, and Djokovic, well, he can smile, and he does smile again. He has to. That was superb. You're thinking, well, Djokovic has got that to put away, but Auger-Aliassime comes up with one of the shots of the match so far.
Yeah, that was magnificent. It was a really good point from both. Just a little surprised that Djokovic wasn't more aggressive on the smash. He could have given it more. He fed it into the corner, and that gave the opportunity for Auger-Aliassime, but still had a lot to do from back there.
Thank you.
Juice it is then. Body serve, forehand reply, short dish. Djokovic has to work from the backhand corner, driving it at Auger-Aliassime, trying to force the error, but the volley, eventually, the third attempt, is a winner from the Canadian. And there are fans jumping up in front of us here in support of that, delighted to see his work at the net.
There was a wall there. Auger-Aliassime, the ball was not going to get past him, showing some very good hands. His net play on the whole has been excellent today.
And here he is at set point now, 5-3 with the advantage. Djokovic now finally settling into his return position. He stretches out the arm, but he doesn't move towards the ball. He's been ace down the middle, and it's 1 set all. 6-3, the second set for the number 3 seed.
Well, what a great attitude that Auger-Aliassime showed at the beginning of that second set after this huge disappointment of losing. I think they're closing the roof here.
The other day you didn't want to close it till like 8:20, 8:30, and now you want to close it. You don't want to get to 8:30. It's 7:40 now. We can play a whole nother set outdoors. We're outdoor tournament.
It's outdoor tennis, as he's saying.
Yeah, we can play until 9 about our match right now. And you remember the first round? And you didn't close it till like 8:20, 8:30. And now you want to close it at 7:40. But we can play still until... once in a while. So for sure we close now. Even if both players are so proud of your rules and you're not sticking to any kind of rule.
Well, both of them debating with, one with the umpire, one with the supervisor.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are closing the roof.
No freaking idea.
Well, they're not happy about it, are they? And you've got to question this. I mean, what time is it? It's not even 7:45 local time.
It does seem premature. I mean, it's not fading light. You can still play out there, and both players actually want to continue with the roof open. It does seem like a strange decision, because you can play really with the roof open until around about 9 p.m. We were out there a couple of days ago, out there playing at 9 p.m. before.
Well, that is something of a surprise to come this early, but Djokovic is now walking off, and Auger-Aliassime will head off shortly, no doubt, as well. Well, they take the next few minutes to close the roof here over centre court. When they return, they'll be starting a third set tied at 1 set all. I think that's caught everybody a bit by surprise, but the spectators have a chance to refresh themselves. The players going off the court, and we're all looking skywards now towards the roof that will gradually close. This one takes a bit longer, doesn't it, than number 1 court, which was installed more recently?
Yeah, not entirely sure actually, but it's moving. Is it moving at all? I'm looking at it, I don't think it's moving at all.
Snail's pace, it seems.
It's moving very, very slowly. If it is closing, but I think that break actually won't be. I don't think will hurt Djokovic. Actually, I think it was just giving him time just to reset, you feel, because he was really on the edge with frustration levels there. Auger-Aliassime did well to close it out, had to save the break points in that last game.
Well, he certainly fired up Auger-Aliassime and took his chance, but Djokovic just slipped up, didn't he? It was one of those games, rather like some of the games we saw against Safulin in the previous round, where he wasn't switched on enough. That said, I mean, he played some tremendous stuff to take the first set, save the set points that he faced in that, having had some himself then missing. But overall, there is nothing to choose between them, and it's going to take something to decide this, and it may take 3 more sets to do exactly that once they come back and the roof has been closed.
I'd love to know the reason Denis Parnell came out to to deliver the news why they're closing it so early.
Yeah.
When there was plenty of daylight. It's a very bright day. It's not as if it's been a poor day. Visibility-wise, it's bright sunshine out there.
Does seem strange. I think some players talk about they'd love, just to gradually close the roof over them while they're playing. And it does take, it's not as if it's rushing across and can be distracting in that respect.
I guess
but of course, it's the atmospherics, isn't it, and getting the
and the
the
light,
air, and the light, and the light
the
switching
lights
on,
are in the roof.
Yeah.
So if that light is moving across the a court, it is.
Okay.
I would imagine it quite strange. And that's one of the reasons why they can't play with the roof open with floodlights on, because the floodlights are actually attached within the roof.
There is a huge crowd still up on the hill, and they are watching out there on the big screen that is on the side of the #1 court. But while we await the return of our 2 quarter-finalists here, just a chance to run through the big results of the day. Coco Gauff getting to a first Wimbledon semi-final from a set down. What a fighter she is. Once again, struggling perhaps with certain issues of her game, but still such a good fighter, such a great athlete, and she overcame the 4th seed, Jessica Pegula, 4-6, 6-3, 6-3. And that result putting Gauff through to the semis, as I say, to face Karolina Muchova, who was too good for Naomi Osaka. Osaka, who had the huge win against Aryna Sabalenka a couple of days ago. But Muchova, well, when she has her game together, it's such a game to behold, great fun to watch. And ultimately today, she kept it together really well to see off the Japanese start, 7-6, 6-4. So it'll be a Gauff-Muchova semi-final in the top half of the ladies singles draw this year. That certainly would be a match to look forward to, no doubt. And then the other big result, of course, was Jannik Sinner, the men's world #1, coming through against Jan-Lennard Struff. We've mentioned that a bit before, but Struffy getting a final go at getting into a quarter-final at the age of 36 in a Grand Slam. First time he's done that, and he gave a good account of himself. He had set points in one of the sets against Sinner, but Sinner eventually got through it 7-5, 7-6, 6-3, and for him, importantly, doing it inside the distance and also on such a hot day, there were no issues for him today physically.
Didn't let the man back in, which was key. Closed it out in 3. Yeah, it's a great story of perseverance from Struff. You love the stories. Well into his 30s, like you say, making his first quarter-final. It can happen at any stage. You've got to keep on going, got to keep on believing. Even at that age, you're trying to develop your game still, stick to your strengths, and he does that. What he does so well is he knows what his best chance is of winning.
Well, the lights have now come on brightly under the closed roof here on centre court. Felix Auger-Aliassime is already back out there. I can see Djokovic just making his way from the clubhouse onto the playing surface once again. A couple of big white tennis bags over each shoulder, carrying a tennis towel in his right hand. Great that we've got the match we have, bearing in mind what we saw late in that first set when he had the problem with his cuff.
Just 2 balls and then serve.
Just checking, I think, what they can use to warm up with before they resume the battle.
Definitely won't be a full warm-up, just a couple of serves. It's going to be Djokovic serving first. And it's Auger-Aliassime who's got a smile on his face. It's been a bit of a strange one in that regard, both smiling at different times. Djokovic was right all off at stages. A few funny reactions every now and then.
So they warm up again before resuming the battle, with the roof now closed over centre court at a remarkably early time of the evening. It is only, what, 19:52, 7:52 p.m. But the determination was made by the club that they should close the roof after the end of that second set. Two men locked in this battle at 1 set all. Djokovic squeezing through a long first set, eventually winning it after a handful of set points to get it 12-10, but he also faced set points in that tie-break. And then it went with serve for the bulk of the second set before a sloppy game from Djokovic, dropped his serve, and the Canadian was able to eventually cling on and take it. How much might this now affect proceedings? Getting used to, Djokovic has played many times under the roof. Auger-Aliassime, I would imagine, has done that as well, whether it's here or number one court. But what does it actually do to the flight of the ball, the atmosphere in the court?
Well, I mean, there wasn't much wind out there anyway, so it's pretty calm, but certainly don't have to deal with the wind or any sort of breeze now indoors. But actually, this court gets pretty slow out here, actually, with the humidity. It just changes just the way the surface reacts as well. It can get a lot heavier, so it will be interesting.
So does that favour one or the other?
Well, they're both. I mean, it's well documented that Auger-Aliassime is an excellent indoor player, but so is Novak Djokovic.
Yeah.
I mean, both will be comfortable, to tell you the truth. But Auger-Aliassime, if you look at his titles, a lot of them have come indoors. He's a great indoor player. Won this year, Montpellier, Brussels, Montpellier again in 2025, Basel 23. That's a big 500. Basel in 22 as well. Antwerp indoors. Yeah. Florence was indoors. Rotterdam was indoors.
In fact, he's only won one outdoor title.
Exactly.
In Adelaide last year.
But from what we're hearing from the players, things slow down. The air conditioning is on.
Third set, Djokovic to serve.
So it will be the 39-year-old from the far end of court to serve at the start of this third set. It's a good serve. It's a service winner to begin. It was served at pace. It was accurate again. Djokovic doing a bit of stretching. That left leg, of course, he's had to pause because of the roof closure. We'll keep an eye on how he moves from here, bearing in mind the issue with that left calf. It's another good serve and another return that's just over the baseline.
30 love.
One of just three men to hold all four Grand Slam singles titles at the same time. Don Budge doing that in the late 1930s, and Rod Laver, twice a winner of the Calendar Slam in his career, once as an amateur and once as a professional. Djokovic has aced onto the side of the box, and a puff of white pigment flew up when that bounced. Djokovic is stretching that leg again. Just put the ankle over his right knee to stretch the leg, push down on the inside of his left knee.
That's what can happen with a bit of a break, 10-minute break. Things cool down a bit. The adrenaline leaves the body as well.
Deep serve, keeping it deep with his ground shot. Now he's used the drop shot again off that backhand, but this time in very quickly to pull it back past him is Auger-Aliassime. He's been caught out before by that shot, but not on this occasion.
First set from Auger-Aliassime was a good one, but the drop shot was actually too high over the net initially, just gave the Canadian too much time to get up to it.
fault on the first serve. The second one is out wide. It comes back though, and then off the net cord from Djokovic's forehand. He has to stretch for that one. He's got another net cord, and then this little drop shot. He won't come back for that. So twice he caught the tape, but eventually he was beaten by the younger man with a short play into the forecourt with his last ball.
Right now, Djokovic is looking slightly weary out there.
Yeah, and
laboured with his movement.
And he's just bashed both thighs with the side of the racket frame. Wants those legs to fire up again. And he's obviously got some issues, albeit his game point here at 40-30. First game of this third set. Hits to the backhand, the return comes to his forehand. He goes deep with the forehand, and then he kind of staggers in annoyance and frustration, and his team looking a little concerned as it now comes up to deuce. He doesn't want to be slipping up here and letting this game slip from his grasp. Good serve down the centre. Waits for this ball in the backhand corner. Hits it with the forehand. Now he has to come across again. Did he slip again? He's got up. He's hit the backhand to the backhand slice of Auger-Aliassime. He's driven that one back at him. And then Auger-Aliassime has hit down the line for a clean winner. And Djokovic, stung by that.
Advantage.
What a strike that was from Auger-Aliassime. He's looking very confident right now.
And looking very dangerous if you're a Djokovic fan. A threat to their man. And he's flexed that left leg again. This game is getting right away from him. He was up 40-love. He's now facing advantage and break point. I think his mood might darken somewhat if he gets broken here because of the interruption, the decision to draw the roof over them early at this early stage of the evening. He serves well, but it does come back again. He wants to hit cleanly with the forehand. He does. It's defended back with slice. He's hit a very good one then into the forehand wing. Backed himself to come forward and strike that fiercely, and he made good on it.
Switching back on at just the right time. Feel like he's on the edge right now, Djokovic.
That serve just gets returned over the net. Djokovic, though, again sharp up to it. Able to whip the ball back over. That could easily have ended in the net or gone long, but he hit a perfect length and shape on the ball, and he's got himself advantage. But once again, he's standing on one leg there and stretching that left one across it. Centre court crowd watches. Djokovic does claim the first game and is back in front. But he's stretching his body in all sorts of ways at the moment. He's clearly found it quite tricky to negotiate the interruption and then come back and fire up.
Stretching his leg out on the umpire's chair there. I thought he was going to climb the chair at one point.
Martina Hingis-like.
Yes. Yeah, he's stretching things out. His hip that time wasn't the calf, it was the left hip. Just wonder if that 10-minute break or so has done him no good at all. Things seizing up. Right. He's still got this look of someone that's just fed up out there at the net. Really, it's the best way to describe it. It's just his walk, very slow walk to the baseline. I mean, he's talking now to his corner. I think they're trying to fire him up, and he's not really looking that interested.
Yeah, one of his team leaning over the wall of that player box to the right of the royal box.
Yeah, Viktor Troitsky trying his best.
That was Troitsky, right. Of course, a fine player in his own right. Very close friend and, of course, teammate. Davis Cup champions together some years ago. Under a smash, and it's hit wide. Well, he's made a few misses that we didn't expect. Djokovic again is thumping his left thigh as well as the right, just Yeah, he's in a funk physically at the moment, but trying to manage his way despite that through the early stage of this third set. You're listening to Wimbledon Radio Channel, of course. Arvin Palmer alongside myself, Barry Milnes, as we bring you this drawn-out affair between these two. And we may not yet be halfway through it, and they've been on court for, well, most of it, for 2 hours and 23 minutes. Djokovic stepping up. See what he can do against the second serve. Backhand reply. Fierce forehand to the forehand wing from Auger-Aliassime, and then he goes from the forehand corner where Djokovic took him with a very wild forehand that's gone wide, and Djokovic has got him at love 30. Can Djokovic summon up the necessary to get the early strike in here? Make a breakthrough. Of course, he has not yet broken Auger-Aliassime in the match, albeit he took the first set but needed a tie break to do that. And just one break of his own serve, which cost him the second set. Good serve there from the Canadian to get a first point in this game, but he's still behind by a point. Tapes it, it goes long. Ricochets off the back wall, and the ball girl darts up towards Djokovic, just takes that one out of the way. The Canadian's next one is aimed to the backhand, kicks it, comes back cross court, and he's gone down the line wide.
That was a high-risk backhand at such an important moment. 15-30.
15-14.
Close.
Djokovic saying something to the umpire about something at the far end up in the stands that maybe is reflecting or distracting him. But he has the chance here where he needs to be fully focused. He's got break points to go 2-love up in this third set. It's 15-40 on the Auger-Aliassime serve. It's served out wide. The return lands just inside the baseline. Djokovic taken to his backhand. He goes back down the center of the court, takes another backhand swipe, goes across the court with that. Off the forehand, he has to hit well. He's then rushed on the forehand, pushed one side to the other, and Auger-Aliassime, having absorbed everything Djokovic threw at him early on, then comes good in the point with a great attack.
Well, that was all-out attack from Auger-Aliassime. Djokovic protesting with his camp again. And that was too good from Auger-Aliassime. The length he kept was brilliant.
Well, there was a few words again to his team. A few expressions facially from Djokovic. A wry smile once more. We've seen that, plenty of that today. I think he thought he might have been ace then, but it missed the box. This is his moment to pounce early in the third set if he can. He's got to look at a second serve. It's 30-40 as the Canadian prepares again. Looking down now, looks up, tosses the ball, serves this down the middle. Forehand. Oh, that's not good from Djokovic. That seemed pretty routine for him. It was only 105 miles an hour.
Well, it looked like he tightened up on that return, actually. Got quite careful with it. Now 0 from 6 on the break points. 0 from 7, excuse me, Djokovic on the break points. You don't always associate that with Djokovic. He's normally so clinical.
Well, he was so strong through the first 3 rounds, and indeed his last match, Auger-Aliassime, only broken the once, and that was when he double faulted. And he's backing himself into a corner to hit with the forehand strongly, and then Djokovic has gone long, and Djokovic motioned as if to softly throw the racket on the ground, but remembered where he is and did not do so. But he'll be frustrated if this game gets away from him, having had the chances to break. The next serve is thumped out wide into the back netting in front of a few fans who must feel they're in a pretty perilous position there. Difficult not to flinch when that ball is coming through right at them. Shooting off the court, but they're okay, and the return is pretty good from Djokovic. Then he's brought forward by a drop shot. He's driven it into the baseline with a two-hander, and he's got his reward there because the lob has sailed long over his head.
Juice.
Good move made that time by Djokovic.
He's getting some support from his fans here, just what he needs. You feel he needs a lift.
Yeah.
Really engage 100%. It's very in and out at the moment.
Thank you.
And the thumping serve, but it's not on target. Djokovic takes a deep breath, settles himself. Square onto this, he hits to the forehand, and then a net cord winner back behind him. A little apology from Auger-Aliassime, but another moment of frustration for the Serb.
He pounced there, the Canadian. It's a short return, and Djokovic took his chance and executed it.
Strong serve, great return into the baseline. Somehow the Canadians managed to deal with it. But Djokovic absolutely pinging the ball, and he gets another point there in the end. Finally, the backhand's gone in the net from the Canadian, and it's another juice.
It's turning into a huge game for
Isn't it?
Auger-Aliassime. Just somehow find a way through it. If he does, that will frustrate Djokovic.
Huge for the Serb as well, isn't it? I mean, if he gets through it and breaks, the lift he needs at this time, you feel. But he won't be able to do it on the next point because it'll be another advantage to Auger-Aliassime after another ace.
It's amazing. 15 aces now. Just racking them up.
Canadian thumps another one. That's gone wide. Djokovic has returned one against the first serve, 17% compared to 29% the other way around. But he has won a greater percentage against the second serve, and he comes back strongly to that one. Hitting to the backhand wing, it goes cross-court to one another now up the line from Djokovic, and that excellent backhand that he has always in his game was beautifully weighted and struck down the side of the court to force the error.
It just zips on through when he hits it like that. Last season on grass, Auger-Aliassime, he averaged just over 13 aces a match. He's up at 15, 2 sets and a service game.
Forehand reply, volley out, change up, but backfired there for the Canadian. It's another break point for Djokovic.
He's been so good at the net. It didn't need to be that close to the sideline, you felt, from Auger-Aliassime. Took on too much risk. Is that going to come back to bite him?
Djokovic trying to prise open the early part of this second set. He has the third chance in this game to do so. He stretches, he makes a reply to a big serve. Forehand, though, down the line winner. And again, the combination is very secure from the Canadian. And they'll go back to juice again.
Making these first serves on the big points. Auger-Aliassime, that's what it's all about, playing the big points well.
He's now struck 38 winners in total, compared to just 18 from Djokovic. And he's only made 3 more unforced errors than the serve so far. That's a big serve. That's tough to return. even if you're the world's greatest returner.
Love that wide serve all evening. 65% of his first serves have gone out wide.
Well, he was a very young man, tennis-wise, when he had his first quarter-final here. That was 5 years ago. He lost to Matteo Berrettini. But now in his mid-20s, the greater experience and the ability. And he's certainly mixing it with Djokovic. He's taped that last drive, but Djokovic deals with it with the backhand. And then the Canadian points to the other corner because he attempted to go back to Djokovic on the approach with a big forehand, but he's left it in the net and thinks, you know what, I should have gone down the other side. So this game continuing to build point by point, back and forth, chances to win it, chances to break in it. But again, it's all square. Backhand reply, volley off his toes, then the lob's gone up, but the acrobatic smash put away. He's backing himself, coming forward and doing a fine job at that.
Yeah, what a get that was. Good leap. It's a difficult volley to deal with, couldn't quite get enough on it. It's a game point for Auger-Aliassime. Big game to get through, it's been a long one. Serve misses by some margin, going out wide with that one. A slow walk back to the baseline to prepare for the second serve.
It's returned sharply, chipped back to the corner though, and then down the line from Djokovic. Superb, but it comes back to a length from his opponent, who hits strongly with a backhand. They really are going toe to toe here, but ultimately it's gone long from the Canadian, and we are, you know where, juice again.
On we go. This is a marathon game. Djokovic, I think, wanting some help from somewhere. He's kind of putting his racket to his ear, but maybe he's actually can't hear what Viktor Troicki's trying to tell him up there.
Possibly.
13-minute game.
18 points so far in it, including 3 break points. Well, that lit it up, didn't it? 132 ace right down the middle, and again, I don't think I've seen Frederic Fontaine so animated in the player box as I have this evening. He's up and out, you know, like a jack-in-the-box, up again with a big smile on his face.
His quad's going to be hurting in the morning. Good workout.
Yeah, air of enjoyment about him, and he'll be loving that, and there's a huge roar, and it'll clenched fist turnaround celebration by Auger-Aliassime, because that was a huge serve again. 130 miles per hour, and it's got the point, it's got him the game, because Djokovic's return didn't land in.
34 minutes for 2 service games.
Again, quite an angry exchange from Djokovic up to his box. One or two people scurrying from their seats. Perhaps they just feel they need some refreshments to sustain them, or maybe they have to leave at this hour, but it's about 8:15 just gone local time in the evening, so we've still got potentially 2 3/4 hours before the curfew. We might need all of that. I can reply to the next serve from Djokovic, working from the royal box end, but he's hit one wide. And after the, the near misses in that last game, this now, already you're feeling this is important for him. He's going to have to do something to really keep his focus here. He's muttering already. He's putting that kind of wry smile on his face again before focusing on this. Down the middle, reply just over the net. He's got a forehand, he puts it into the corner. The lob's gone up, Djokovic under the smash. This time he does put it away.
Better placement, didn't hit it that hard, but I'd see him going in the wrong direction.
15 all.
One set all, one game all, 15 points all. 15 all, I should say, in points. It feels like 15 points a game.
Yeah, you're thinking about the first set break. It almost got to 15 points all. 12-10 in the end.
Second serve, forehand reply, long. And it's the Canadian looking up towards the roof now, closed overhead in frustration. Djokovic setting himself. He does bounce the ball a fair bit when he really needs to focus.
14.
And that's why he produces then another ace. That's his 8th, only half the number so far of his opponent.
Well, it seems as if it's going to be a quick service game. I shouldn't speak too soon, but racing through this one.
40-15 the serve. He's put that in the net. Trying to reach his 15th Wimbledon semi-final. But
40,
the game goes on longer as he double faults again. That's number 4 now from him. The all-time list of semi-finalists in the men's game at Wimbledon over the history of this event. Herbert Lawford way back, Arthur Gore, they both reached 9 semi-finals, as did Boris Becker. Jimmy Connors made it 11 times to the semis here. Roger Federer 13. But Djokovic striving for his 15th, as I said. And he's got another game as he does close that relatively swiftly. Wins it to 30 and is up 2-1 in the third set at 1 set all. Intriguing. I mean, it will be to its conclusion, and you just have no idea at this stage who is going to emerge from this the winner. Because just when it seems like Djokovic might wobble, or has wobbled a little bit, he's the master of switching back on and problem solving.
Yeah, and then you think the opportunities he's missed as well. Maybe it's not going to be his evening. One stat he needs to start ticking in the right direction is his breakpoint conversion, 0 from 8. Auger-Aliassime has only had the 3 breakpoints, but he has broken Djokovic to take that second set. Broke him at 4-3 and then held on.
But Djokovic could be in a worse position. He could easily have been 2 sets to love down, having faced those set points in the opening set tie-break. The members of the security forces guarding the court while we await the continuation of this. And a big buzz, as you can hear, around this great arena. Djokovic now got a new racket in hand and walks from his chair past the umpire's chair down towards the far end. And it will be Auger-Aliassime to serve next. Djokovic again stretching that left leg
the players are ready.
before getting ready for this 4th game of the 3rd set. Serve out wide, reply comes to the forehand. Djokovic skating into the backhand wing. He's hoisted a very high ball under the closed roof, and then it's a thumping smash winner back behind him from the Canadian.
15 love.
See a number of Canadian fans with the flags, the emblem, the maple leaf on their tennis caps or baseball caps. No doubt plenty outside of centre court, watching on the big screens where they can, either on the hill or in the southern village area. Into this next rally, backhand to backhand, and then too much height given to that ball. It's gone long from Osher Aliassime.
Definitely popped up out of that one, stood up quite tall when he hit the backhand. For the most part, he's hit the backhand brilliantly well. It seems to be his more fragile shot out of the two. But it's held up well up until now.
We watch again and wait and now see the serve that's only as far as the net. It comes almost all the way back to the baseline before the ball girl chases it down. Djokovic just wiping, brushing his hair a bit at the far end, getting some sweat off his brow. Sets himself now, jumps into this return, but dumps it in the net and turns away. Sharpish from that.
30-15.
Makes a swivel reply to that next serve. Has got Osher Aliassime deep, but then he goes wide and misses down the sideline. Does Djokovic?
40-15.
And it is 40-15 in the Canadians' favour. Another failed attempt on the serve. So once again, Osher Aliassime having to go with his second, and it's returned on the stretch, but it's strong enough to get an error from Djokovic as he flung himself out wide.
That's another good accurate serve there, using that angle. A bit of swing to it. Quicker service games that time.
2-all in the third set. Djokovic serving and missing the box. Backhand reply to the next serve. Djokovic heavy with the forehand and gets the error off that last stroke by the Canadian.
15-11.
His ninth ace, whistling down the middle of centre court towards the royal box. The next one is down the centre off the serve, and then a very sharp shot down the line off the two-hander.
Wise made that look very simple. The accuracy on the serve again, pinpoint from Djokovic. The backhand even better, actually. The follow-up was top class. Actually found an angle to that one up the line. It's not easily done. Normally you've got to hit it through the baseline, hit it through the sideline.
Tipping return inside the line, and you heard Djokovic groan as he tried to answer it, and he's looking for a few seconds at the baseline where that bounced. Didn't like it. Tough to deal with it. But he is game points at 40-15 in this fifth game of the third set. He gets the game. The return's netted, and the serve again just takes a one-game lead over his very competitive adversary tonight, Felix Auger-Aliassime. 3-2, Djokovic's lead, third set. And he's taken this game to new heights, hasn't he, Djokovic, over the years. For you, what stands out as, you know, his greatest achievement or achievements, if you picked out sort of 3 things that he's done overall?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to think about that one because there's so many.
Yeah.
But I think one of the biggest achievements is finally getting his hands on a gold medal.
Yeah,
that was a massive achievement. That was something that was missing.
Because he's done, you know, he's won everything, hasn't he?
Yeah, and that was the one thing that was missing, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's the countless majors he's won, the classic matches he's been involved in. The Australian match against Nadal, that was amazing. Did he win that one? I can't even remember if he won that one. 6 hours and.
Oh, yeah, they both ended up in chairs.
Yeah,
didn't
exactly.
They? Having to sit through the closing, you know, the trophy ceremony.
Trophy ceremony. That was
needing chairs.
Incredible. I mean, there's so many great moments.
Yeah.
Winning the Davis Cup for the first time.
Yeah, that was huge.
That was huge
In Belgrade.
I think you were there for that
I
one.
was.
Barry,
Yeah, it was an. Yeah, I mean, obviously it meant so much to Serbia for them to do that at home. Do you remember they all shaved their heads on the court afterwards?
Niki Pilic was having his head shaved at the end of that one.
And then I went outside when I finally got away from the stadium, and the fireworks going off. Goodness. The ears were ringing for some time after that. But I remember the way he, you know, was gradually trying to find ways to beat Roger and Rafa, and to beat Rafa on clay, and it took him a number of times, and when he finally achieved that, trying to beat the best from Canada right now, but the best from Canada's boomed a forehand long.
Well, he had the antidote to the Rafa forehand cross court, that double hander.
Yeah,
that was the key. Not many players out there could handle that.
Yeah.
From Rafa, he did. He perfected it, taking it on up the line.
Think back to that remarkable, almost ridiculous final we had, him and Roger in 2019.
Yep.
The 12-all one that needed a tiebreak at that stage. But he's got his eye in here again, because he has forced an error off the incoming Canadian, who's volleyed into the net. And he's pressurizing, as Djokovic does in his own unique way, brilliant way. Really has found another gear here, and he would love to strike now, get through the next couple of points to break clear in this third set.
Please.
Yeah, it's the 2012 Australian Open.
Yeah.
That was the one amazing match.
And here we are 14 years later, and he's still doing brilliant things. He's got to look at a second serve. At love 30, Auger-Aliassime tries again. Forehand reply into the forehand. He then goes to the backhand as Djokovic gets there, goes cross court. Now he's forced wide on the forehand, goes back the other way, cross court. Waits for that, and he's gone long. And he has got 3 more chances. He's got a break in his sights, well and truly now.
For the first time in a long time, some positive body language, a shake of the racket for Novak Djokovic. He's had 2 break points in a row before this, though 3 in a row. Surely this time he's 0 from 8 on the break points. Is this going to be the time? Finally makes a breakthrough on the Auger-Aliassime serve.
Pause again. Critical moment. Backhand reply, pushing the Canadian back, and he's gone in the net with the forehand. So a rough game there for Auger-Aliassime, but what a strike for Djokovic. And that will be such a boost for him at this stage. 2 hours and 52 minutes he's been plugging away here, and now he's finally managed to break the Canadian for the first time.
Is this going to be the moment now for Djokovic to elevate his level? Is Auger-Aliassime just going to drop his level after that?
First point of the next game, Djokovic's.
15-9.
Sets himself behind the baseline, cocks the racket and serves now out wide. Just missing the corner of the box. He'll try again. And this one goes in the same direction, lands in. He's taken to his backhand wing, goes back cross court, has to then come across for the forehand, goes into the forehand wing of Oje Aliassime. Now he's thrown in a drop shot. Aliassime tries to reach it, as I try to say his name, and he ends up crashing into his own chair and putting the ball in the net.
He's kept away from those drop shots for a while. Throwing that in, the surprise one. Good time to throw it in because Oje Aliassime was defending. Was not expecting it.
Strong serve, short reply, forehand into the corner, and a kind of Hail Mary on the run attempt that didn't work for Oje Aliassime. That's gone very long, almost landing in the back wall near the royal box.
He's got some momentum here, Djokovic. Get the break and get yourself a love hold. Goes down well.
Serve comes back off a decent return. Djokovic twitching his shoulder after missing that into the net. Here he goes with his next serve to the forehand. It's blocked back. He waits for it, hits the forehand deep to the backhand corner. Then from the other side goes down the line with a strong two-hander, but Oje Aliassime trying to defend from distance, can't land that last one. And Djokovic really now has taken this third set by the scruff of the neck and leads 3 games clear at 5-2.
Yeah, things really turning now in Djokovic's favour. It's got control of this third set. 2 games taking 34 minutes, but things have sped up now.
Well, we've been so enthralled in this, engrossed in this. I hope you have wherever you're listening to us from. And if you want to get in touch, just give us your thoughts on what you've witnessed so far, what you've heard so far in this encounter. Well, do get in touch with Arvin and myself via the email. You can email us at radio@aeltc.com. That's radio@aeltc.com. Be lovely to hear from you and hear what you reckon, where this might go. Djokovic obviously in the driving seat at the moment, but nothing would say that Oje Aliassime can't come back from here. He's fought valiantly to reach a second quarter-final. We saw him come back in this match earlier to take the second set. And Djokovic yet to complete the deal on the third, but he's certainly in a good position after his efforts in the last few minutes.
Jogging out, half jogging out for the first time, Djokovic, from the change of ends. This is encouraging signs for him and his team, a little bit more engaged as he just stretches out the hip that he was actually struggling with more at the beginning of the third. That's just one of the break, actually just stiffened him up. That's why he was stretching out the left hip for the first 2 games.
You can also get in touch with us on Instagram, that's at Wimbledon Radio Channel, TikTok at Wimbledon Radio, or on X at Wimbledon Radio. Please do if you're so inclined. It'd be lovely to hear from you and your thoughts on how these two are going and how much longer it might go on for.
15 love.
The Canadian's ace goes sizzling past Djokovic out wide, and that takes his tally now up to 17 of those, putting in 64% of his big serves, winning 80% behind the first serve, but only 48% behind the second. Djokovic, his percentages: 74% first serves in, 72% first serve points won, and 64% second serve points won. 1 break each so far. Double fault. The second one from the Canadian. quietness before the serve. Djokovic gives himself room to hit the forehand return. Now he's using a slice backhand up the line. Then he's dragged across the other side, hits a crunching forehand. Now a huge backhand as well. But each time it keeps coming back to him. Great defence from the Canadian so far. Djokovic finding the corner in the backhand wing and then drives a forehand. This is scintillating, this rally. This is supercharged from both of them. It's going so fast, backhand to backhand, then down the line. Djokovic has to come into a short ball that's chipped back to him. He's at the net. And it was just called away, I think, off the attempt by the Canadian. It has landed wide by a whisker.
What a rally that was. Djokovic simply trying to hit the cover off the ball, almost taking the attitude, well, I'm 5-2 up, this is a free game for me here. Wow, that was one of the rallies of the match. It was a shame it ended on an error, because it deserved a winner from one of them.
He's turned up the turbo.
Fans are loving what they're seeing.
Yeah, the noise has really turned up a notch, hasn't it? And of course, under the closed roof now, it sounds much louder still. 2-5, 15-30. Good serve. Well, yeah, Djokovic crying out to the umpire that that was a let.
31.
And she judged, she didn't hear it. I mean, it's crazy, isn't it, that we've got this situation where we don't have the technology at the moment.
Come on. You don't need to follow the machine. You can also use your,
Worst spot for her to call a let from up high. That just doesn't travel that way. And if she would have heard it, she would have called it. It's just so unfortunate.
Well, back in the day, we of course used to have net court judges.
I wouldn't be opposed to that. Get them back out there until they resolve the issue.
Exactly.
Because it's going to be a time where there's going to be a massive point on a big match.
Drive forehand volley from the Canadian, and Djokovic frustrated, obviously, about the previous, but also about that he didn't clear the net eventually. So it's game point as the Canadian tries to stick around in this third set. 2-5, 40-30. Goes very quiet again. Auger-Aliassime serve thumped into the net. Stands still, steadies himself. Djokovic again having to wait a fair bit before this next one. Forehand replies down the middle, but that was ferocious hitting from the Canadian, and he just cleans up the game with an awesome strike, and he looks to his team and just sort of nods his approval to what he's just done, and I'm sure they nod back.
Good to see him remaining so positive. Auger-Aliassime, his attitude hasn't dropped for a second, even in the toughest of moments after losing that first set. Stayed upbeat throughout. One more chance for him to try and get back in this set here.
Djokovic, though, serving to put himself just a set away from another Grand Slam semi-final. And the return long to that first serve of this game. He's made the semi-finals in his last 7 visits here. It's just another remarkable thing about the man who takes the next return, hits strongly, actually caught the baseline. He apologises for that, but his length was absolute perfection off his second ball.
I think he's convinced it was long. He's protesting something, Auger-Aliassime. Normally the ball actually kicks up, it doesn't stay low. Oh, it definitely hit the line, it stayed very low. Normally they kick up. Or is he saying she missed the let again? That's what he meant.
So this old man, No offence meant at all. I am just full of admiration and awe at what Djokovic does at the age of 39. But here he is serving now for a 2-1 lead. And the return comes to him. He goes to the backhand side. It's a slice from the Canadian. Djokovic drives the forehand, huge. Then he's forced wide on the forehand, brings that back, but he's not going to chase back the last ball that lands in.
Forced to go up the line from over there, Djokovic. It was going to be a winner or nothing.
40-15.
Still got a couple of set points to play with.
But I was just looking at the record, of course. Ken Rosewall, the only other man in the Open era, 39 years plus, to have made the semi-finals here, did that in 1974. That return comes back, but Djokovic is there to hit it home and take the set. The short ball put away. And this remarkable man from Serbia leads again by a set, and he is a set away potentially from another Wimbledon semi-final. He takes that third set 6-3.
Back to his normal self, he felt, after the first couple of games, which were long. Mentioned a couple of times 34 minutes for 2 games, but then he stretched his lead. Finally, he was able to convert one of his break points, 1 of 9 that he's converted in this match so far for Djokovic. Percentage behind the first serve was good too, and only 6 unforced errors that he committed, so it's a pretty tight set of tennis really overall, a broad view for Novak Djokovic.
How much inspiration, though, I wonder, will a man like the Canadian Felix Auger-Aliassime take from what Sasha Zverev did a few weeks ago at Roland Garros? All the years of trying, and trying to get through to the latter stages. You think, well, he plugged away, he kept applying himself, and Felix is a very hard worker, isn't he? He's got a great attitude.
Yeah, you look at certain players and you feel like, you know what, that player there, or that player over there, they deserve every bit of success that they have in their career, and Felix is definitely one of those. He's a type of guy that was mature beyond his years as a youngster, and he hit the scene pretty early. I remember watching him in a Granby Challenger when he was 15 years of age and was winning professional matches at that age, and I just thought, this guy's such a good athlete. He loves what he does, and he will maximise whatever that number ends up being. He will maximise. He'll get every ounce out of his career because he's got a passion for it. He loves what he does. He's improving his game. He's getting better as well, which is great. And he's ambitious.
Fourth set, Auger-Aliassime to serve. Thank you. Players are ready.
So it is Felix Auger-Aliassime to start this fourth set from the far end towards the royal box end. Still a massive crowd within centre court. The roof closed as it was at the start of the third set, and they're into another rally from the back of the court. The drive backhand long though from the Canadian eventually.
I feel like Djokovic will have the mentality of just going into lockdown mode, not missing.
Felix takes an extra moment. He stares down the court, just seeing where Djokovic is, and thinks where this man needs to go. He sends it down the middle. Djokovic flings himself to his right, makes the reply. He's under pressure, and he's hit a stunner. What a pass that was.
Well, that is vintage Djokovic from that impossible position. 4 meters behind the baseline there. And it's a thunderbolt of a backhand up the line. What a strike. Well, an ounce of spin on that ball. Hit so well. Benedict Cumberbatch in the raw box. He loved that one. Must be a Djokovic fan.
I think anybody who loves tennis should be a fan of that shot. It was remarkable.
Step in the right direction. This would be a huge step for Djokovic. He was able to turn this love 30 in a breaker to a breaker serve early in this fourth set. And let's look at a second serve as well.
Forehand reply deep to the corner, and the Canadian was put under a lot of pressure by that. Djokovic really is going at him now.
Just a completely different demeanour about him. It's looking so engaged now, Djokovic. The body language is, it's a different player out there now. Dialed in.
We'll run through a few of your emails coming in. Great to have your contact with us as we try and bring you the very best of this encounter on the centre court. But what moments now for Djokovic, already 2-1 up. He's got the Canadian at love 40 in this opening game of the fourth set. And Felix's first serve doesn't clear the net. We wait again. Seconds before it comes, the second serve. He goes up the line with his second ball, then he goes reaching with the forehand, makes the length on that, hits the backhand cross, but Djokovic keeps pinging it back to him off the two-hander. Cross-court it goes. Djokovic then forced back a bit. It was very deep. The Canadian, again, they're into an extended rally, hitting the ball so well. Some slice thrown in by the Canadian. Djokovic deals with that. Another slice, this time to the forehand. Djokovic deals with that, brings it back cross-court, then tries to go back behind. Auger-Aliassime's at the net, and Djokovic says, I'll have that because I'm going to pass you down the line. What a game from the Serb. He's broken him for the second time.
And 2 passing shots in that game of the highest quality. Djokovic has just sprung to life at the beginning of this fourth set.
First game, fourth set.
That's him at his very best.
Well, amongst the crowd here is James Cromack, who's emailed us, said, hi both, enjoying listening to you while I watch the game on centre court. He says Djokovic's body language looks to have improved and he's hit a couple of shots which seem to show growing confidence and positivity. Well, exactly that.
He knows his tennis, doesn't he, that man?
He said hopefully we'll see him step up a gear now, and also thank goodness for the roof, the aircon. It's been a hot one.
That's a 1+. Maybe they were thinking of the fans out there rather than the players.
Yeah, perhaps they were. James, thank you very much. It's great to get your input. Thanks to Rashanda C. on a workout walk by Soldier Field in Chicago, and I can visualize the play perfectly down to him brushing aside of his hair and a bit of sweat from his brow. I'm Team Nole, love FAA. It's going to continue to be a battle, but the tip from Rashanda is Novak in 4. It might well be, Rashanda. Thank you so much for getting in touch. Djokovic then really has got his tail up now. 2-1 and up a break. Starts the second game of this fourth set with a bruising serve down the middle of the court. Forces the error.
The light has been flicked since getting that breaker serve in the third set for Djokovic. Completely different demeanour, executing his game so well, so potent every area of his game.
Serbian serves to the backhand side, and then the little drop shot winner off the short reply.
He's gone into this mode of making everything all of a sudden look pretty routine, Djokovic.
Jason in Minneapolis also enjoying the coverage from out there at Minnesota. And I'll put this to Arv in a minute because Jason's asking, do you think Novak's going to get the seemingly elusive 25th title in the majors? Well, he's doing a good job about trying to get to another semi, his 55th Grand Slam semi-final. And of course, the man who awaits the winner of this is no less than the current world #1, Jannik Sinner.
Gets through that one, absolutely. If he gets this, he's not done here yet, but if he gets through the Sinner test, then absolutely. Doesn't have to beat Alcaraz in the final. Doesn't have to go back to back against those two. They were the two that he said, I'm not sure I can beat those two guys in a row. Physically too taxing.
40 love. Serve to the backhand. He stretches to make the reply to that Djokovic, and he's done really well, and now he's gone up the line. Oh my goodness, he's stepping clear here. A step ahead in that point, and he's got another game. And he's looking to knock the heart out of the challenge from Felix Auger-Aliassime.
Different gravy right now from Djokovic. He's got a swagger around about him. He's got all the answers. That final forehand just caressed up the line nice and early. Tell you what, his box is looking a bit more relaxed, a bit more pleased. Positivity coming from them.
Pin drop again. And now the serve. Breaks the silence with that, but didn't catch the service box. Djokovic, well, what would he try and do in this game to get a double break that really would, you think, seal this match in his favour? All but. Backhand reply, that's long. Great to hear from one of our listeners in New Zealand, Drew, who's in New Zealand. Good morning, evening, gents. Drew from New Zealand here, starting my day in the best way possible. Wimbledon coverage from a team who makes me feel like I'm there too. Thank you. I'm all aboard the Felix train, but fear the break in play is giving Novak that spark, which we all know he has. Enjoy the rest of the match. Toot toot. Great serve, but the return is strong. Djokovic then flinging himself far and wide, running after that into the far corner, but cannot quite hoist that, hook that back.
30 love.
Goes very quiet again, and we have a long delay before this next serve. That delay doesn't help
30,
Felix with his delivery, and he's double faulted again. Love 2, 30-15, fourth set. Canadian goes very well up the line there. Waits for this to bounce. And smashes it past the serve at the far end with a great strike.
This guy will not throw in the towel, we know that. Felix Auger-Aliassime, a tough competitor. Still early in this fourth set, he'll still believe he can get back in it, create a couple of chances maybe to get the break back, so staying tough here on serve.
40-15, Auger-Aliassime tries again and serves strongly down the middle. But there's too much force on that, it's landed a bit too far beyond that box. Djokovic steps a little closer to his baseline. And his return attempt from a serve out wide to his right goes too far over the other baseline. So Auger-Aliassime still fighting with all he's got, and who's to say he won't fight his way through to a deciding set. It's an uphill task, certainly, trailing by 2-1 and a break in the fourth. But you don't get to top 4 in the world without being a hugely talented and able and competitive. He was a top junior, wasn't he, Auger-Aliassime? And he's done very well in the senior ranks, albeit some difficulties for him in recent times to get to this level. still so many years on his side. How many more years are we going to see Djokovic in his stride like this? We don't know, but overall we've got a graphic up on our screen at the moment, sort of the attacking nature. Djokovic, the more attacking of the two. In fact, in all 4 sets, he has slightly had the edge in that regard.
Yes, he's trying to attack, and it's interesting, isn't it? The attacking is one side of it, but it's the conversion when you're attacking this is the more important, and they are exactly the same. So winning points when attacking, Auger-Aliassime at 70%, Djokovic at 70%. Their steal score exactly the same. That means how many points you're winning when defending. 30% for Auger-Aliassime, 30% for Djokovic. But Djokovic, he has the edge. 2 sets to 1 up and a break up in this 4th.
Felix finds a forehand, but then has to come darting in. Oh my goodness, he's darted in so quickly. He's hit one round the corner of the post into the court on the other side to beat Djokovic, who was up at the net and looked like he had won it.
It's an unbelievable shot from Auger-Aliassime. Just over the net.
It was actually over the net rather than round the post, but from our angle it was a bit difficult to tell. However, nothing to detract from the shot he made. It was superb. The serve didn't hit its mark. So again, Djokovic winds up and serves this one and misses that as well. And just when it seemed like he was on the home stretch potentially, he's got some work to do here. 2-1 up, but love 30. Reply short. Forehand miss from Djokovic. Oh my goodness, that might be leaving the door ajar here and allowing Auger-Aliassime to kick back in.
Where did that come from? Expecting this at this stage after playing so well at the beginning here, Djokovic, of this set.
Please.
It's another miss first serve, and it's another great chance now for Auger-Aliassime to get his second break of Djokovic's serve. Backhand return. He's done it. He's done it with one strike onto the side of the court. And Auger-Aliassime, at 25 years of age, has the delight of breaking back and seeing that ball clipped the line literally on its outside edge.
1 million. Apart from the first point, you have to say that was not Novak's doing that. What a sloppy game thereafter. Double fault, the missed forehand.
Thank you.
On serve then again at 2-all. Auger-Aliassime's done really well with that, but then messes up close to the net, just trying to nudge the ball back over. It came in so short off the Djokovic return.
It just looked very brittle. The feel there. It was a shot that barely reached the net actually, and it was on the service line.
3 hours, 22 minutes and counting as he gets ready to serve again. Fires this, it's blocked back down the middle from Djokovic, who then lifts a forehand, has to deal quickly on the other side with his backhand and gets an error from the Auger-Aliassime forehand, that time into the net.
Love 30.
Lisa Traverse, who's listening while driving, in fact, just got to my destination, she writes. Topsail Beach in Newfoundland, Canada. Lovely coverage. I want them both to win.
Unfortunately, it doesn't work that way. Wish it did at times.
That's a strong serve. The third seed
15-13.
ticks that nicely into the forehand. It's too strong for his opponent's return. Djokovic making a stretch return. It's vicious from Auger-Aliassime, and then it sets himself up beautifully that time for an overhead finish, smashing the ball into the empty space as he came forward.
Good aggressive play from Auger-Aliassime. Has to be right now against Djokovic on the passing shot. We saw how dangerous he was the first couple of games in this set.
Strong serve straight back at him though, off the Djokovic return. But too much mustard applied to that last strike from Serbia's finest, and it has gone long. Another good serve, but it comes back right to the side of the court, and it lands awkwardly for Auger-Aliassime to try and hit the two-hander off, and he's hit it out.
Whatever turn that was, what a get, full stretch there. He's almost horizontal to the ground when he's making contact. He's diving across.
Again, it goes quiet, and then the report of that serve is strong, and Djokovic, you could just perhaps hear him groaning in his inability to return it. Great serve, right into the slot there. And Auger-Aliassime gets a huge cheer on centre court, and rightly so, as he's fought his way back in front in this fourth set.
What a turnaround. The way Djokovic was playing for 10 or 15 minutes, it looked as if it was going to run away from him. Wrestled it back. A couple of misses from Djokovic in his service game. Bit of brilliance at the beginning, that certainly helped Auger-Aliassime, but loose from Djokovic, gave the opportunity.
Auger-Aliassime putting some eye drops in as he sits at the side of the umpire's chair. Some fans here engrossed with their Canadian hats on once again. I think we saw the same gentleman out on the #1 court a couple of days ago when FAA had his great battle with ADF, that is Alejandro Davidovich-Fokina. That match going the distance. Felix knows that tonight he's got to go that far again if he's to have a hope of going any further. Judy Murray up in the box watching this one.
2.5 matches, it's still been a very long day. Lots of tennis to watch.
Thank you. Please.
Again, the crowd settles. And Djokovic will start the next game from the far end as he serves and then plays down the middle of the court, but his last ball going centrally goes in the net.
A string of errors on serve at the minute for Djokovic. He needs a steadying game here, a solid game to get things back on track. Did not lose his last service game in good fashion.
Another serve that only goes into the net. Second one now. Kicks up, but the return is good. However, Djokovic unleashes a beast of a forehand. That is ferocious down the side of the court.
Right out the middle of the strings, that one. That's a good point, positive point. It was aggressive.
More ball bouncing, and then ready to serve this. It goes down the middle. It's a pushback off the backhand by Auger-Aliassime, who slices one into the net on his next ball from that far corner and goes through the motions of what he'd like to have done with it instead.
Yeah, that will frustrate him because he wasn't going for that much on that slice, just simply trying to get it back into play. You don't clear your first target, that's frustrating.
After that fault, Djokovic looks up, thinks about where to go with this next one. It's taken on the forehand. Back into that backhand corner though, Djokovic has got a short ball to put away and does. Clinical.
Just got him twisting and turning, that's really hard. He was wanting to cover the open court, Auger-Aliassime, but then he's having to turn back, and then you're off balance. Better game, better service game this time around from Djokovic. Needs to close it out.
Game, Djokovic.
Djokovic can close the game with a 10th ace now. Down the middle.
Three
True
games
serve from
all,
him, 126 miles an hour. Thanks to Tom Jurdovic, who has contacted us from New York. He said, "Dear Wimbledon Radio, I remember first hearing about FAA on the ATP website about 2016. I hope Novak wins today. However, when Novak retires, I will root for Felix. All the best from New York. Good luck to England in the World Cup."
There we go, we've got a fan. We've got a supporter. Love it. Now the States are out, he's got to support us.
15
Well, the Canadian, Felix Auger-Aliassime. Sorry, I said that deliberately, but he has done so well. Again, answering with his first ace of this game. His 18th now in the match. Just missing that one wide. It eventually went round on the canvas. Pulled to one side of the court, collected. And now we're into this point. Djokovic replying to Auger-Aliassime's drive up the line and then comes back strongly down that same line. And I think just outmaneuvered him there. Auger-Aliassime expecting one perhaps cross court.
That's a stunner. With a couple of backhands, he hits it so sweetly. It stays so low when it bounces as well. Ball doesn't deviate at all when he hits that backhand up the line like that.
Again, the 25-year-old shoots a great serve down the middle. Djokovic asking, I think, does he want to see a replay of where that...
Djokovic is requesting a review of the left service line.
And it striped the line.
Yeah, as line calls go, that's not even close, is it really? I'm not sure why Novak wanted to see that again.
Djokovic trying to deal with this from the back of the court. Auger Aliassime had got inside the baseline but has been pushed back now. Then Djokovic hits with too much force and not enough control.
Starting to see the frustration that we saw in the third set from Djokovic. And certainly in the second set, things starting to simmer again for him.
Such good serving. Auger Aliassime still standing up to the task here and coming up with some great shots, some great serves. That's now 20 aces from him. And who's to say that this man who's 14 years younger than the 7 times former champion won't push him into a deciding set? He's up 4-3 in the fourth.
It's looking like it was going to be a routine fourth set in the end for Djokovic. Things have changed all of a sudden. This is a very good effort from Auger Aliassime. Didn't give up the ghost, hasn't at one point looked disappointed, at any point should I say has looked disappointed or that frustrated. He's just kept plugging away with a great attitude.
And it gives us all a chance just to catch our breath briefly. You can hear the buzz of the centre quarter crowd behind us, and there are not many people leaving this one. Why would they? In case you're wondering what might be the order of play tomorrow. Day 10 of the championships. Switch to the bottom halves of the respective singles draws. We'll kick things off here on centre with Marta Kostyuk of Ukraine against the Italian Jasmine Paolini, former finalist here 2 years ago, getting her mojo back. Great win she had against Alex Ayala in the last round. Flavio Cobolli then to take on Britain's Arthur Ferry, the wild card who's made it through to the quarters. Serve out wide the next game as Djokovic gets things underway, but
15
a late call. Well, it can't be a late call, but it lands wide from Auger Aliassime's attempt on that return. And just to complete the number 1 court lineup for you tomorrow, Linda Noskova from Czechia up against Elisa Mertens of Belgium, and then Taylor Fritz against Sasha Zverev. Djokovic here on the centre tonight under the closed roof. 9:14, 9:15 now local time. Trying to conclude this match in 4 sets, but he may have to go to another if Auger Aliassime can return well. That did look long to me, but no call on it, and Auger Aliassime has then come in trying to make things happen, but has missed a low volley.
Well, he's done so well, Djokovic, to keep that backhand of his as low as he did and make it tough for Auger Aliassime, and he's back to, which I can only describe as a sarcastic sort of laugh after winning that point.
Am I seeing things? I mean, didn't that look very long? Perhaps it was so long that there was no call on it. No? Maybe not. It all happened in a bit of a blur, so...
It's getting late, Barry.
It is, yes.
It's been a long day.
It has. Another long match for Felix Auger Aliassime in particular. Djokovic almost at a standstill, and he's now dumped a ball in the net. He had all the time in the world to think about that.
15.
And he's messed it up.
A couple of easy ones he's had in this third set. The last one, the forehand he missed, led to a break of serve. Still got the lead in this game, though.
Thank you.
Got to stay focused here, Djokovic. Stepping away here, Djokovic. Something put him off.
Still putting in a very high percentage of first serves, but that wasn't one of them. This one taken by Auger Aliassime, taken wide.
40-15.
At 3-4 in the fourth set, leading by 2-1. The reply to the forehand, and then the Serbian superstar fluffs his lines there, missed the line by some margin, going up the side of the court with the forehand.
As if he just caught it late. Quite unusual because it wasn't coming through to him too quickly.
Thank you.
.40-30 serve, backhand reply across the court. Djokovic goes back across and gets the point, gets the game, because Ogier Aliassime attempted then a line drive off the backhand. It ended in the high part of the net.
4 games all, 4th set.
His team again trying to get a message across to him. Viktor Troicki standing up, trying to give him a few instructions, but you get the feeling he's fighting it, not agreeing with what he's hearing.
Ogier Aliassime's serve is well met, but he's able to then sweep the ball with a two-hander to the Djokovic backhand that goes into the net.
Good reactions from Ogier Aliassime, because it's a very good return that was on his toes quickly.
One more serve coming here. Just too far. The second serve now goes to the forehand. It comes back to his backhand. He's then pushed wide on his forehand. Ogier Aliassime slices one too short to the forehand, then has to react down the line with the forehand, which is big. Djokovic making the effort, just getting there, but it's a lovely finish from Ogier Aliassime as he flies towards the net, pings a backhand across the lowest part of the net in the centre and off to the side for a winner.
To be honest, he did so well to hang in the rally, as long as he did, because it was just all-out attack from Ogier Aliassime, side to side for Djokovic. That's testing him physically. Ogier Aliassime still looking so strong himself.
30 love at 4-all. Make that 40 love.
It's a serve he continues to go with, out wide on the deuce side, swinging away. Djokovic, the accuracy out there has been superb from him.
And again, stepping in behind the serve in case a volley was needed. Djokovic twiddling the racket, a little frustrated at this stage that he hasn't been able to maintain that advantage he got early in the fourth set with the break. And knows that there could be much more yet to fight about here. This serve kicks up and he cracks the return in the net. And yet again, the 25-year-old from Montreal, Felix Ogier Aliassime, now leads him 5-4 in the fourth set.
Just a game away. Djokovic having to come out and serve to stay in this fourth set. I don't think he was going to be in this position, Ogier Aliassime, 20 minutes ago. What an effort.
3 hours and 42 minutes and counting this match now, which is the longest that Djokovic has been involved in these championships this year. 3 hours 12 to beat Wu Yibing. Just a mere 1 hour and 38 minutes to see off Stefanos Tsitsipas, but then 3 hours and a minute against Frenchman Arthur Rinderknecht. 3 hours 26 against Roman Safulin, the qualifier. But now this one getting close to the 4-hour mark, not far shy of 3
Time.
and 3/4 hours. Ogier Aliassime doing all this after he took 4 hours and 26 minutes to get the better of Alejandro Davidovich Fokina a couple of days ago. Prior to that, he'd had much swifter matches that he'd won in straight sets. Djokovic taking a while to come back onto the court, got a racket in hand. He's patted the strings of that racket. And again, the court cleared by the security staff at either side. And Djokovic steps up to face Ogier Aliassime from the far end. Serving to stay in set number 4. It's a big serve down the centre. Steps back, hits a forehand to his second ball. Back it comes sharply to his forehand. He's gone down to the backhand side. Ogier Aliassime trying to beat him up the line. Then Djokovic at the net puts a volley in, and he'll be relieved at that because Ogier Aliassime sprinted to the ball and just left the ball in the tape, trying to flick it back cross court.
He had him. Djokovic thought he was going up the line with it just an inch higher, and it was all his. Very unlucky for the Canadian, that. Well, a few inches higher it needed. We've just seen it in slow motion. Djokovic was covering the line.
An 11th ace from the former champion.
That was accurate best there. Getting another line on serve.
Directed that one down the middle. Where next with this one? Same direction, but too far. Again down the middle, comes back to his two-hander, goes to the backhand wing, slice he's got to deal with. He's on the approach now with the drive. Then he makes an attempted dive, well, not dive volley, stretch volley, and he can't quite get it back over the net.
Good pace, good direction to that passing shot from Ogier Aliassime. Whipped it cross court because it was a good approach from Djokovic. It was really deep in the court.
Bouncing that ball a few times again. Gets this right with a good serve into the backhand side. The ball came high. He stepped up and drove the forehand volley. And he got an error out of his opponent. Djokovic now standing there, and he's got, well, he's closing his eyes, got his bottom of his shirt up to his face for a moment.
It's like something's got in his eyes. Sweat or something. Does wear contacts.
Game points, though. Tremendous return to the serve, and now the drop shot. Djokovic flicking one across, but Ogier Aliassime has it all covered there. Thank you very much. Smart play from him.
He's got such a steely look about him at the minute, hasn't he? Ogier Aliassime. He's not going to let this game go without a fight. He's just a game away. He's a few points away from nicking this fourth set.
It's a lovely combination of strokes because he hit a fierce return. That really set him up. Then a little drop shot play and then the volley. But still, it is the 7th seed Novak Djokovic with game point. Game 1, big serve, weighty, well placed, and the return long. His wife Yelena, his son Stefan standing up in the players' box again to applaud him. Djokovic doing some more stretching of that left leg, the leg that he had an issue with on that calf. He needed a medical timeout way back in the match. And the cream that was put on it did him some good. helped him carry on, and boy has he, but we're still guessing which way this fourth set's going to go. And a groan again, you could hear that from Djokovic. Forced out so wide, so tough to make a reply to that big serve.
Trusty serve. 90% of the points he's won when he's gone out wide. On that wide serve on the juice side for Auger-Aliassime.
Bounces of the ball. While Djokovic waits at the far end, he hits return cross, takes the next ball with his forehand, but he's then forced wide on the forehand, brings it back in a flash though. That was a perfect shot, wasn't it, from there, to get the line right, to get the weight of the ball right, and to land it deep in the corner. Tremendous.
That's how you counter-attack. He was the one under pressure, but his movement, his ball strike was A1. 15 all, 5 all. Pressure is building for Auger-Aliassime in this game now.
That's a strong serve. Djokovic somehow returns it. Then he's out wide again. He's come back across court again, but this drop shot lands perfectly in, just catching the line, I think, and Djokovic arms out as if to say, how could that happen?
Plumb on the line. There's just no forward momentum on the ball when it bounced, because it hit the line and it just checks up. Both players have hit their fair share of lines. I've seen a couple of apologies from the players, but no apology from Auger-Aliassime that time around. That was too big a point, too good.
That was too good, definitely.
Double thud off the strings and then into the back hoardings. It's a nice combo for Auger-Aliassime. It means you've done something right.
Of course, no line judges to duck out of the way these days. But it was at significant pace again. That one caught the sideline of the box. Djokovic won't come back for that last. And again, he's got arms out as if to say, oh, the fates are against me right now. He keeps on hitting those lines. So the pressure's back on Djokovic. He'll need to hold serve again to try and get this fourth set now into a tie-break, because he's 6-5 behind.
That was just a little look from Auger-Aliassime, a side look, thinking, well, you know what, I'm allowed to hit the lines, you know. It's part of the playing surface. Djokovic looking up to the gods, sitting down at the change of ends. Where's my luck?
Lovely email from Sally G, who's written to us saying, Dear Wimbledon Radio, first, thank you so much for your wonderful coverage of Wimbledon. As much as I'm enjoying this match with Djokovic and FAA, it has my schedule off to the point that I am now discombobulated and completely behind in all of my projects. I just can't stop watching the match. Mr. Djokovic is like the dinner guest who won't go home after dinner. Speaking of which, I hope you did get some dinner, Sally G. P.S. I suspect Mr. D will win by overwhelming FAA with his skills and perseverance. Well, we will still wait and see, but yeah, talking of dinner...
Sally, we've had no dinner.
No. We're starving up here. No, they're doing their best to support us, but it's a bit difficult to have dinner and commentate at the same time. But thank you for your concern, and thank you for your input, and thank you to everybody who's got in touch. And if on occasion, for a couple of people I know, little irked that I've been using the word the Canadian rather than Auger-Aliassime, was sometimes in the heat of a point trying to describe it. You have to change it up a bit, and trying to say Auger-Aliassime again and again gets a little bit repetitive, but no offence is meant if I do use their nationalities rather than their names.
I did have a chuckle with Auger-Aliassime and Davidovich Fokina the other day.
Well, that was even more testing, wasn't it? Djokovic serves and gets a return fiercely to his baseline. That's really strong start from Auger-Aliassime as he looks to press the pedal to the floor here and try and drive his way through this game to grab the fourth set and force a decider. Serve comes back to a length again. The return's so good, but oh my goodness, that is the most fortunate winner from O'Shea Aliassime. He holds both hands up in supplication there to Djokovic, and then he says a little prayer up top, looking up to the roof overhead, because he cracked the ball. It hits the net really hard, and then it bobbled over. Djokovic could do nothing about it, and he's in some strife here now. 5-6, love 30. What a moment of fortune for FAA. Djokovic tries to respond and goes with the serve down the centre, but he's not found the target. He looks up, checks where O'Shea Aliassime is stood. A couple of metres behind the baseline. At that far end, the serve into the body. Forehand return thumped in the net. And O'Shea Aliassime brings a knee up to his chest, and then the racket in hand, and sort of grabs it in frustration that he didn't get that ball over the net, but it was a decent serve into his body.
It was the right play, trying to be aggressive, just lacked the execution.
Djokovic serve taken on the backhand by his opponent. O'Shea Aliassime hits deep with the backhand again, and he's forced wide on the forehand side by Djokovic, who's got him on the run to the other wing and gets the point as a result. Spreading the court in the best way possible, and he's got himself up to 30 all.
Yeah, that was rock solid, just kept him moving. Don't let him balance, he's so dangerous when you give him time. O'Shea Aliassime, he's looking for some big strikes.
5-6, 30 all. Djokovic from the roll box end. That serve is down the centre. He gets a ball to hammer away off the forehand into the far corner, and then wipes his brow. All the efforts, the perspiration required to get through to this stage. 3 hours and 55 minutes now of pulsating tennis between the two of them, this heavyweight clash. And he's got himself a game point and a chance to get into another tiebreak. If we do, will that be anything like the first one, which was exceptional? Backhand reply. Djokovic meets it with a two-hander, and that is wide from O'Shea Aliassime off his last two-hander. So it is 6 points, 6 games all in this fourth set, and the Serbian supporters up out of their seats in great number as Djokovic draws level in this to take the tie-break, take it to the tie-break now. And what we had in that first set tie-break was incredible. Eventually 12-10 in Djokovic's favour. It's going to be O'Shea Aliassime to start this one. The forehand quality of these two, speed, spin, depth and width, every forehand. The draw average is 7.4, but these two are well above the 9 mark. Are we surprised? Not a jot. That is a cracking way to open his account in the tiebreak from Felix O'Shea Aliassime, his 22nd ace at 127 miles per hour. So the ball's down to the other end as quickly as possible. Djokovic to serve this next point. This is a standard 7-point tiebreak. It took 22 points to sort out the last one. Oh, he's miscued the forehand. It's short. His opponent's on the charge and finishes off with a volley winner.
How quick was he to pounce on that? O'Shea Aliassime. He was up the court like a panther. And he hit that forehand so well. The approach was excellent. Used his body weight. Moved straight through it.
Another long serve, Djokovic going down that centre of the court. And he serves again, this to the forehand, and the return is only into the net. So Djokovic does get his first point of the tie-break, but at the moment, the advantage with Auger Aliassime. Djokovic 3-2 record this year in tie-breaks. And 2-zip here. Auger Aliassime played rather more. This is the younger man who starts this next point with a serve into the net. His percentage not as high, first serves in, but a 10% higher ratio, first serve points 1. Second serve to the backhand, takes Djokovic to his forehand side, then back to the other corner. Djokovic has hoisted a defensive lob under the smash. It's well put away by Auger Aliassime. He didn't fail to commit to that, caught it perfectly.
This is impressive stuff from Auger Aliassime, how aggressive he's been in this tiebreaker. He knows it's his best chance. Playing this way, he can't be safe at this moment.
Watch and wait for this next serve from the third seed that hits the tape. veers left, drops out of play. Fans still fanning themselves, the warm air under the closed roof here on centre court after another broiling day. And this match, well, it has really brought some heat to the affair, but that is a step back and put into the net by Auger Aliassime, and Djokovic has got back on serve here, 2-3.
What a return that was. The off backhand return, it takes such good timing from the deuce side. It really rushed Auger Aliassime into his forehand.
They've now hit the 4-hour mark in duration. Djokovic looks up. Now looking down, bouncing that ball, focusing intently. And with the intensity of that, serves strongly down the middle. Takes the reply on his forehand. Waits for another on the same stroke. Goes up the line on the backhand side of Auger Aliassime, who has to slice from the backhand wing to the next ball. Turns to hit a big forehand into the Djokovic backhand. That goes up the line strongly. Djokovic then meets the next one that comes back with his forehand. Now he's forced wide on the backhand. Pings it cross court. Again it comes cross court to his backhand. Backhand it goes. Djokovic then down the centre. Forehand drive from Auger Aliassime, and it forces the error off the Djokovic two-hander from that far wing. And they will change ends with Auger Aliassime now edging it again, leading 4-2.
That is great tennis from both players. Such big ball striking. Auger Aliassime sticking with being as aggressive as he possibly can. Getting the cover off the ball, that extra bit of width in the end and pace, drawing the error from Djokovic.
A change of ends, but will there be a change of direction in Djokovic's favour in this four-set tiebreak? Because at the moment it's pointing towards Auger Aliassime. The younger man bobbing on his toes and now setting himself 3 meters behind the baseline in front of the royal box, which is still very full. But Djokovic towards the royal box, serves and aces his younger opponent. A dozen aces now from the Serb in his 35 winners in total. 60 winners in total from Auger Aliassime overall, including 22 aces, 16 forehand winners, 9 off the backhand side, and of course many up at the net as well. Both men more winners than unforced errors, such is the quality. Return just over the net down the centre, but Djokovic has to defend, hoist the lob, but he's not going to win that point because Auger Aliassime had the time in the world and the position to smash the ball simply, smoothly for another winner and he's put himself 2 points ahead and just 2 points away from taking this fourth set.
So clinical. No hesitation to get forward from Auger-Aliassime. Fans getting overexcited, understandably.
Serving from the roll box, and the return comes, pushes him back down the centre. Djokovic trying to work the ball to the backhand wing, but he's hit it too far with that last two-hander. And he turns around and looks to see by how much he missed on the big screen. It's about a centimetre, that's all, but it makes all the difference. And Auger-Aliassime has set points to take this terrific match the distance. 3-6, Djokovic to serve, trying to cling on here to this fourth set. He saves the first of them with an ace down the centre.
Didn't take too much time to deliver that serve.
It's right on the line from him. 4-6 now. But still, great opportunity for Auger-Aliassime to level the match again. Gets a return in play, then runs to the forehand, goes cross-court, forehand drive from Djokovic down to the backhand wing, keeps it going up the line. No, he doesn't, he's put it in the net. And this match will go to a fifth and final set. What a response from the Canadian 25-year-old Felix Auger-Aliassime, showing his mettle, showing his nerve to come back from an early breakdown in the fourth and force a decider.
What an amazing effort, what a turnaround. Because it was all Djokovic, he was changing gears. At the beginning of that fourth set, he had the break, and then he played that horror game. That let Auger-Aliassime back in. He started to believe, and such a good tie-break from Auger-Aliassime. So aggressive throughout. His serving numbers were excellent, 5 aces, points won behind the first serve, so effective. 80% of points won behind the first serve when he made it. Continues to come forward. It was impressive around the net. 10 of 15 points won there, and 5 more winners, total winners for Auger-Aliassime. That was such that the aggressive nature of that fourth set from him, and he forced a lot of errors out of Djokovic as well. Takes the momentum going into the fifth and final set.
Well, these nighttime matches have become enthralling, haven't they? It has been an incredible contest. 2 matches that they had a few years ago, they split them. Both those matches were won in straight sets, albeit 2 of the sets were tie-breaks, another was 7-5, but Djokovic won the clay court encounter in Rome. Auger-Aliassime won the hard court encounter in the Laver Cup later that year. But this is something else, and then some.
Made up for not playing for so many years. I was a bit surprised with their head-to-head. They hadn't played, even though they'd been around for so long, both of them. Auger-Aliassime started young. He's been on the tour for a while. We know Djokovic has been. Just to play twice in all those years, surprising. Auger-Aliassime is up out of his chair quickly. Umpire hasn't even called time. He's eager to go. He's got the momentum. Djokovic sorting out his rackets, picking the right one. He'll be serving first in this fifth.
3 of the 4 sets have taken over an hour to complete.
Djokovic to serve.
We have what now? An hour and a quarter, just under, before the curfew.
Who knows?
Will we get it done tonight? Let's hope so. The final set begins with Djokovic serving to the forehand from the roll box end, and the return goes past his baseline. He loads up this one and serves it down the middle, and the return attempt stretched but goes in the net. Both will be keenly aware of momentum, the swings, the fluctuations, and the need at the start of a 5th set to be fully switched on, not to let up by any degree, any percentage, if they can help it. Second serve reply again netted, and yeah, Auger Aliassime looking skyward. Disappointed that he's yet to get a point since they started this decider that he forced so brilliantly moments ago. Djokovic looking to come in and hit a volley if necessary, but it was a fault on the serve. He'll go back to his mark. The worn piece of ground around the baseline. Forehand reply to his backhand. He goes deep down the line, the hoisted lob. And Djokovic, oh my goodness, that... Well, you can tell he got it horribly wrong because he was all too casual with it. He was just thinking, well, I can now pop it into the open space, but he didn't. He miscued it.
I must say, his smashes this evening, none of them have been that convincing. He doesn't attack them.
It has at times been an issue for him. It's the one bit of his game, you feel, the shot that, you know, under the overhead, he's perhaps not as clinical as some. He certainly wasn't on that one. But he's come up with a good serve to close that game emphatically, at least, with that last shot. And he is ahead again, but yeah, he's got some frustration around. He's just slammed a racket into his bag, taking out another one for the next set of new balls. And of course, yes, he might go on tonight and win it, but you know, at what cost? All this taking from him physically, I mean, for both of them. But for a guy who's in his 40th year, keeps demanding and finding ways in his amazing performances over the years to do things, great things, but you know, what might this do with Sinner awaiting, and he'll be
feet
lapping up. Feet
Absolutely.
up, yeah, saying, go on, boys, just play as long as you can.
Well, I remember Boris Becker talking about that was one of his biggest remits, is to get him winning matches quicker. He's just spending so much time on court, burning energy. Game at 2-1 when he had the break, that certainly didn't help, because he could have been off the court if he just maintained that level, you felt, for another 15 or 20 minutes. Let Auger Aliassime back in.
This serve from Auger Aliassime into the body, but it was a strong reply from Djokovic right back at Auger Aliassime's body, and it's got an error from him. Again, it goes so silent, but there are thousands around this court. Such is the drama. Captivating, and that's a strong serve. He came in behind it, no need to worry about it though. It was so good a serve that Djokovic couldn't find the court with his reply. One or two flashbulbs flickering all of a sudden. Flashbulbs is a bit old school, isn't it? It's phones.
Yes.
Flashing.
We've done away with those, Barry.
I remember watching this in black and white on TV.
Giving away your age here.
I know.
Yeah, that's the problem with these cameras. You don't know that the light's on, the flash is on these days. Comes on automatically.
Another serve in a flash, 130 mile an hour. It's yet again an ace. It's 24 now to Auger Aliassime's name. FAA serves to the forehand. It comes back strongly though. Djokovic is on the approach, and he's won the point because of that. Auger Aliassime trying to flick the ball back past him, but doesn't clear the net. Waiting until he knows that Auger Aliassime's about to serve, then sets his position, returns with the forehand, hits another great forehand into the forehand corner, and he's smoking it again off that forehand side. He's driving it with all the force he can muster, but it's come back even stronger from Auger-Aliassime, although his last shot, when he's brought to the backhand wing, goes long.
Going up the line with it, it's a riskier shot. Just wanted to get himself out of that exchange. Djokovic had the better court position. He was closer to that baseline. He was making the Canadian run.
I really should tell you about their respective 5-set records, because Auger-Aliassime has won 9, lost 6. Djokovic has won 41 and lost 12. Just missing the corner of the box out wide. He's loved to go that route from the deuce side, but he doesn't hit the target that time. Thousands of eyes focused on this next serve. Forehand reply to the backhand, and it's a miss up the line. Again, it was a bit rash, perhaps, trying to find that shot under pressure, and it's a break point for Djokovic in this final set. Djokovic, who got the early break in the 4th set before he got broken back and then lost out on the tie break. But this again, to really gain an edge early in this decider. He blocks to the return, but he can't meet that drive volley. And one of Auger-Aliassime's fans again jumps out of his chair a few rows down in front of our commentary position. Great strike, clean strike, clinical strike.
Set up with an excellent serve, out wide, one of his favourites again on that deuce side. So tight to that sideline.
All still, and then the serve. The swish of the racket in Auger-Aliassime's hand, but that one just careered into the back wall, having been a fault. Here he goes again with a second serve that is down the middle. Great return from Djokovic, just clearing the net. Auger-Aliassime now using some slice. Djokovic driving two-handed. The same from Auger-Aliassime with more angle, but a deep ball from Djokovic is a great length. And it forces the score to Djokovic's advantage yet again.
This is the type of ball striking we saw actually at the beginning of the 4th set from Djokovic. He's dialed back in. There's no reactions right now from him, looking very focused. Just forced Auger-Aliassime to lean back on that last backhand.
Canadian serve to the Serbs, reply. Strong both, but then Djokovic just missing the corner. It's well left by Auger-Aliassime.
Well, with him coming forward, closing down the angles, it made it more difficult for Djokovic on the pass. He's not backing down. Auger-Aliassime.
So we're at deuce again in this lengthy second game of the final set. Djokovic making a reply from out wide, and it was worth it because Auger-Aliassime has hit too far. Djokovic was then chasing across, made sure he just got out of the way before that ball landed beyond the baseline. Had it touched him, he would have lost the point. Third break point in the game for the 7-time former champion. Auger-Aliassime lines this up, hits it out wide. Djokovic stretches, hits a single-handed backhand return. He's quick to the other side, but doesn't make it over the net with the forehand. Marches away, turns around, goes back towards the towel box, and wipes his face down with a white towel and puts it over his head and probably says one or two things under there.
Yeah, not at all happy with his break point conversion rate today. 2 from 13. Very unlike Djokovic.
Well, Once again, a serve attempt out wide. Once again, too wide. 4 hours, 18 minutes. On it goes. Off the line, down the centre, backhand return made. Backhand from Djokovic to the slice backhand of his opponent, who then goes up the line. Djokovic hitting down that line with the forehand, now brought to the backhand side, goes cross court. Turns to hit a forehand, but leaves it in that pesky net in front of him. Drops his racket. And Ogier Aliassime doing so well to stick with him, fend off these break points, and now he's got the advantage. An 8-minute game already, this one. One of many that have been lengthy and so tight and tense. You can see it in the faces of some of the fans put up on the screen. Going through it all with them, living every point, living every shot. And Ogier Aliassime has done so well there to level it up again.
More break points come and go.
Thanks to Mary McGowan, who has contacted us via email. She says, heard from Sally you haven't had dinner. Who do I contact to make that right? Love the coverage. I admit I leave it on all night, softly. Addicted. Next week will be miserable without you. Cheers. Mary from Davis in California. Mary, thank you so much. Don't worry, our wonderful production team are keeping us supplied with drinks and snacks, at least. Probably a bit late for dinner now.
Yeah, 10 o'clock here. Wimbledon, SW19.
Backhand reply to the next serve is strong, and Djokovic floats one long.
Got him moving. Wasn't down the middle of the court. It was a second serve at just 88 miles an hour. He's going with more of the kick, but Ogier Aliassime was quick to pounce off his backhand return.
A little longer before serving now, Djokovic, but that doesn't get over the net. He looks a little irritated again. He's just wiping his brow with the right wristband. Now sets himself in his service stance again. Feet apart, launches up, gets the return off the backhand. He hits it, now using some slice to the forehand of his opponent, who goes cross-court. Djokovic hitting great length though, that was superb. As great as Ogier Aliassime was striking the ball, that was so difficult, that last one, to handle.
It was aggressive in defence. He held his position so well, so strong in the legs there, Djokovic.
But what excitement there must be in both corners, as well as the tension, but particularly for the young Montreal player, Ogier Aliassime, at 25 years of age, flying the flag for his nation, doing so well, and knowing that he could be about to find a way to a Wimbledon semi-final, something he's never done before. And we were saying, you know, to do that, if he does do it against Djokovic, of all people, to do it on the centre court, one of the performances of his life it would be. But there's a long way to go yet before he could get close to celebrating that. It's 30-15 in Djokovic's favour in the third game of this final set. A bit too far and wide with that next serve. Ball girl removes that one. Back to her mark by the umpire's chair. Out of the way as Djokovic then serves down that side. He's gone into the corner with his backhand. You can hear the groan, the effort made. Now he's forced wide on the forehand, makes it cross-court on the flat ball. Does really well with that, but Ogier Aliassime lines up a big forehand. From one side, then the other. Djokovic, though, defending it, comes back strongly cross-court and gets the point as a result. One moment you're thinking one of them's got the upper hand, then the other, and then back again.
How did he get himself out of that? That was just incredible hitting from Ogier Aliassime. He was giving it everything, but Djokovic defending for his life there, showing how good a mover he is still across that baseline. looked as if it was Auger-Aliassime was just slightly tired in the end.
Thank you.
(40-15), 1-1, final set. Djokovic's serve is a good one. The return goes long. And they go on with Djokovic.
Leads by 2-1, final set.
2-1 up, as the umpire says, in this final set. He's back in his chair. He's got the towel again to his face. And, well, he knows, as if he didn't coming in here, that this would be a fight. But what a fight it has turned into be. Quite extraordinary, the length they've gone to. 4 hours and 23 minutes now.
If he does come through this one, Djokovic, tomorrow will be all about rest and recovery. Taking chunks out of him physically tonight, this one.
Just looking at the possible semi-final head-to-heads, we know that Yannick Sinner awaits the winner. Auger-Aliassime against the Italian has won 2, lost 5. Djokovic against the Italian has won 5 and lost 6. And there is a great crowd still up on the hill, enjoying every moment of this. Centre court all lit up under the closed roof, the bright white light through that translucent cover, shining up into the night sky, shining down on this great arena and on this great sporting drama. (1-2) final set. Auger-Aliassime's turn again to serve.
15.
And again, he aces Djokovic out wide. He's aced him for the 25th time. Return is blocked back to a length by Djokovic's forehand. Now he's working with the two-hander. Comes back from his opponent's two-hander. Then they're into the forehands. Now a switch. Djokovic again deals with the slice here from Auger-Aliassime. Then the drive from the Canadian. But the Serb turns and hits, strikes Will with his backhand. Now he makes an attempt on the approach. Decided that was the moment. Went to slice it, left it in the net. Then looked a little frustrated as if he was going to swipe the ball. But thankfully he didn't, because the ball goer was very close to picking it up.
Just stopped himself at the last second. That's just frustrations. His best shot's coming back there from Auger-Aliassime.
Drops the hammer on that serve. And he's consistently 130 mile an hour or thereabouts, isn't he? Just great pace, great accuracy. Great technique.
Only 3 double faults from him. He's going for the second serves as well.
Hammered that one, but it was stopped by the net. Down the middle it goes. Back it comes to his backhand, and he just almost half volleys that. He hit it so early on the rise, and he just hits a clean winner off the two-hander. Super shot.
I must admit, I am so impressed with the way that he's hit his backhand tonight. There's been no real dips. That's normally a shot that you want to go into, and you get some shorter replies, weaker replies, but he has been so good off that wing. Forehand is always a shot that's going to do the damage for Auger-Aliassime, but the backhand is the shot that gets his forehand into play, but it's held its own tonight. It's found winners off it.
2 sets all, 2 games all. Djokovic's serve off the net and back towards him. Looks up over his left shoulder, tosses the ball, serves this wide to the forehand, then has space up the line and a clinical 1-2 combination.
15-11.
You've seen with the 16 forehand winners, Djokovic with the 13. For the backhand, 10 winners for Auger-Aliassime and 9 for Djokovic. Wouldn't have thought that.
This serve to the backhand, cross-court reply, up the line, Djokovic, back cross-court from Auger-Aliassime, and he injected pace there, and it did for Djokovic's race towards the ball.
15-11.
Arriving a bit late to make the clean strike, the controlled strike. 2-all, 15-all. There's only one possible outcome here, isn't there? Match tie-break decided.
If we're allowed to play it, 10 past 10.
What a return, but then what a shot up the line from Djokovic. How did he do that? His turn to do something amazing in reaction. The ball came stinging back off the reply, and he just flicked the racket from his forehand corner, and it went straight back up the line, landing on the outer edge of the sideline.
It was that ridiculous that he even started laughing after that. There's always an element of luck to those sort of shots, but it's amazing how the great players are able to produce them. What a backup. What a way to back up that brilliant forehand. An ace.
Djokovic again, game point. Waits for this reply, takes it with the forehand, hits heavily to the forehand wing, and that was so much force. The swipe from his opponent goes wide. And Djokovic just again gets ahead in this absolutely pulsating, keenly contested battle. He's doing a bit of stretching, and now he's back in his chair, Djokovic. Doing some more stretching of that left side. But what is ultimately going to make the difference? It's just too close to call.
What's your prediction then?
Oh, goodness.
You've got to give me a winner here.
Tennis.
It's always the winner.
Come on, you're the expert.
Well, I'm going to go 51-49 for Djokovic. It's that in the balance for me right now. I don't know.
Well, he's now won 162 points to Auger-Aliassime's 159 points. But Djokovic has... Sorry, I'll correct myself. I had that the wrong way around. It's actually 162 points to Felix Auger-Aliassime. Novak Djokovic with 159. Auger-Aliassime has covered distance-wise in meters 3,380.8 meters. Djokovic a mere 2,966.2 meters.
Full-on sprints as well. As if they're jogging around the court. Brutal in the body. You wouldn't think it the way they're still moving. Especially Auger-Aliassime. We've seen Djokovic stretching out a lot, and with the calf issue earlier, the hip as well, but Auger-Aliassime has looked so strong. Djokovic banging his glute, left glute, banging his quads with his racket again. Taking a deep breath.
In this decider, Auger-Aliassime from the roll box end. That pattern, he's tried to go out wide and ace him, but he's gone too far. The second serve eventually comes from him to the forehand. It comes sharply to him, though. He's down on one knee and he's hit into the net. His second ball. And it is a noticeable difference still, despite the proximity, the closeness in the overall scoreline. But second serve points won, 46%. Auger-Aliassime to Djokovic's 65%. backhand reply. Forehand drive up the line. Djokovic then hoists one down to the baseline with his forehand. Another one with a lot of shape on it. Now he's forced onto the backhand wing and he's gone too far, and he looks up to that closed roof. Disappointed.
15.
The pressure there, he's still sticking to his guns there, still so aggressive. He won't be put off by missing a couple.
Not sure if we've had a longer match yet, Wimbledon, but this is now 4 hours 33 minutes in duration. And more time taken before the next serve from Auger-Aliassime. Gets a short reply, just manages to land that in the corner. Djokovic has dropped his racket on the floor as if to say, oh, come on, he can't have hit another line.
13.
Well, he did, he better believe it. And what a shot it was from Auger-Aliassime, because it was a missed hit on the return from Djokovic. And Auger-Aliassime was pulled wide and forward. It was awkward, but he dealt with it expertly well. Picked a big target going cross-court.
30-15. Strong serve. Not quite the return Djokovic was hoping for as he lurched to his right. The ball coming hastily down the middle. 2-3, 40-15. Doesn't manage to get another serve in play yet. And that fails as well, so double fault, it's 40-30. And Djokovic doing some exercise, tapping that left leg, the one that troubled him much earlier in the match. Of course, the physical efforts after all this time, all this hard graft, bound to be catching up, and that's a beautiful serve volley finish to the game by Felix Auger-Aliassime. How strong he's looked, how brightly he's shone through this match, twice coming from a set down.
Final set.
Can he find a way through this final set? He's got to 3-all.
Shoots that serve and volley play sparingly. Nice way to close out the game. Good change up from him.
Serve was out to the forehand side, then into the backhand wing. Djokovic then coming in behind his next ball, and nicely done with a backhand volley. Kept it short enough. And
15.
It wasn't reachable for Auger-Aliassime, try as he might.
That's where the space is, so that was clever. Don't go through the baseline there. Don't offer up any sort of running forehand or backhand pass.
Heavy serve, return is made. Drop shot from Djokovic. Auger-Aliassime reacts quickly, but he's just misguided it into the tram lines. Djokovic springing a surprise there.
30. No.
Squeezing that space as well. He had the line ball covered, Djokovic, so that's why probably Auger-Aliassime missed it, because he could see Djokovic waiting for it.
I just noticed Auger-Aliassime, a bit of a grimace as he walked back. Obviously the efforts he's had to make, and that was another sprint all of a sudden to try and reach that ball. The next one, he hits into the net off his return.
14.
Djokovic's record here at Wimbledon in 5-set matches is 1-10, lost just the 2. Auger-Aliassime 1-3, lost 1. Djokovic hammers home to finish that game. Strong serve, short reply, and the second ball from Djokovic into the corner for another winner off the forehand.
Djokovic leads by 4 games to 3, final set.
Well, from our neutral perspective, it would be only fitting now if this does go all the way to a match tie-break decider. It seems likely that it will. I mean, the breaks, we've had 2 each over the course of 4.5 sets, but none yet in this decider. And we are keeping one eye on that clock because we're at 17 minutes past 10 in the evening here, local time. The curfew kicks in at 11 o'clock.
And there is some wriggle room with that curfew time as well. They've just got to get on the blower to the council. The representatives are around.
Time.
What do? Plead with them? Offer them
they might.
Wimbledon tickets?
I'm sure
strawberries and cream?
May possibly a box of those. Might give them an extra 5 to 10 minutes if they ask nicely. From Sally Bolton, I think it's just a couple of days ago, actually talking about that, about if it is close to finishing and curfew is coming up, that's when they start discussions. It's looking like it might just bleed over.
Just listen to this. The crowd's acknowledgement to these great warriors on the court and the match they have put on this court tonight. An outstanding battle. It's another big serve. Djokovic makes the return to it. He's hoisted the lob, and that might catch out Auger-Aliassime, but it just dropped away.
Wow, that would have been some lob. It was good for length. It just landed wide. That would have been a touch of genius from Djokovic if he pulled that one off. What a way to start the game.
And the crowd settles. Djokovic waits for this next serve. Forehand return to it. Takes the next ball with a two-hander, but he's hit in the net and he turns away. His head at an angle.
30.
Irritated. Waves his arms about a bit again, but to be honest, he doesn't want to be getting too emotional. He wants to save all the energy he's got left because he's going to need it. (3-4), 30 love. Auger-Aliassime's next serve. Strong down the centre. Great reply on the stretch though from Djokovic. Now he's thrown in a drop shot. Auger-Aliassime darts up and leaves that little flick in the net. Clever play by Djokovic. He is conjuring up some different looks.
30, 15.
And another point that his passionate fans are cheering and, as you can hear, chanting his name again from just a few rows away to his left.
Thank you. Please.
3-4, 30-15, but a fault on that serve. Bouncing the ball 5 times, pauses, rocks the racket forward, then back and up, and serves this to the backhand. It comes right into the baseline, right on the baseline though from Auger-Aliassime. They tussle again, and then Djokovic goes ballistic with his backhand up the line. What an amazing strike that was.
Well, I think that has to go down as the best shot of the match so far. That was amazing how hard he hit that up the line. The trademark coming into play. Ball didn't deviate at all. Felt like it was hit at about 100 miles an hour.
Pivoting off that right leg and thumping the ball for an incredible winner to add to his great number. 30 all. Has he got himself a look here at something really special, really crucial at this stage? It's a second serve to come from Auger-Aliassime at the far end. Backhand reply down the middle, forehand reaching. Oh, what a shot from Auger Aliassime. Smack into the corner with his forehand, and he pumps the air in front of him to celebrate that.
That is real quality, considering the backhand that Djokovic just pulled off. He left the return short, though, and it was inviting for Auger Aliassime, but still, nothing is easy at this stage of the match.
.40-30 in the 8th game of the final set. That seals the game, and a little skip of delight with an angry look, but just so determined, so brilliant again. Auger Aliassime has once more leveled it up 4-all with his 27th ace.
What a game. How he managed to deal with the pressure there, Auger Aliassime, where it looked as if Djokovic was beginning to change gears. Stopped him in his tracks there. 4-all in the 5th.
Djokovic has double faulted to start the game. That's the 5th time, no, 6th time he's done that now in terms of double faults. Every point feels huge at this stage. 4 hours and 44 minutes on the clock. Return to the backhand from Auger Aliassime. Now a slice to that backhand wing. Djokovic drives it, but gets driven back on the forehand side. Immense power and force into that one, and well, the door opening up again for Auger Aliassime to perhaps power his way through here and get what could potentially be the decisive break of this match. He's got Djokovic at love 30. Is it all going to unravel for Djokovic after that double fault start to this game? Let first serve. Djokovic flexing that left leg again. Chooses which ball to use for this next attempt. Auger Aliassime 4 meters back behind the baseline at the far end, on his toes, makes the reply down the middle. Forehand drive to his backhand, comes back down the centre, but goes long.
What a second serve, 122 miles an hour. He took a risk there, Djokovic. It's unbelievable.
30.
Shout outs to more of our lovely listeners around the world. My name is Rebecca. I'm listening to you while walking around my small farm in Kinglake, Yarra Valley, Melbourne, Australia. Makes feeding everyone when it's icy easy when listening to you. Thank you very much for getting in touch as Djokovic powers his serve to the backhand and then flicks a short ball, and Auger Aliassime's really showing his athleticism. He'd be pretty good at the high hurdles. He had to jump over some of the furniture out to the right there to avoid injury.
Yeah, got dangerous. Djokovic really using these drop shots nicely at the minute. Very successful. It was a lower style drop shot. It was low over the net, not much bounce to it. Bit of side spin too for good measure, just always going away from Auger Aliassime. Huge second serve, and then that drop shot. That's clutch, couple of points from him.
4-all, 30-all. Still all to play for as Djokovic serves now down the middle. Reply is wide, and oh no from Auger Aliassime. Miscued up one.
Can he get himself out of jail here? Djokovic left himself a lot to do at love 30. Like another 3 point as he loosens up his shoulders, maybe going for another big one.
.40-30, serve down the centre, return in the net. Djokovic leads 5-4 in this final set. He's waving his arms to the fans, demanding their applause. the energy that they put into this encounter, the energy that's come back from the crowd around. It is truly stunning. What a match this is.
4 hours and 48. Great drama now. Such an exciting finish. Drawing some energy from the crowd. Djokovic needs it. Needs a final push.
Hillary Green has got in touch. Thank you, Hillary. She says, this Brit living in Del Mar, California is thoroughly enjoying the broadcast. See if you can get Felix to win. Thank you, and thank you for bringing Wimbledon to my iPhone. And Ken Ross, married to a Canadian, listening in Massachusetts and rooting for Felix. Thanks, Ken.
I can say Ken Rosewall for a minute there.
Well, at the age of 39 and a few hundred days, he did make it to the semis of Wimbledon. Djokovic, 39 and a few less days, but can he get there? He's potentially a game away from doing so.
Thank you.
It's 27 minutes past 10 o'clock at night here in London, and it's Felix Auger-Aliassime serving to stay in the championships now. 4-5 down in the final set. From the roll box end, it's a strong serve. It's a great return. No, it's long, and Djokovic dramatically looks in disbelief as he hears that call. Trying to land one of his trademark returns on the baseline, but he just went long. 15-love to the server. What will the returner do next as this comes to his forehand? He can do nothing about it. Auger-Aliassime again serving down the middle with an ace. Number 28.
Left him standing there like a statue, Djokovic. Not very often he doesn't at least try and make a move.
Goes very quiet, and then the sound of that serve, the return mid-court lands. Djokovic in the backhand corner, but he can't really defend from there because Auger-Aliassime has pressed his claim forward again. He's come to the net and he's volleyed the winner.
And pressure, what a game this is from Auger-Aliassime, serving to stay in this one. Playing it like the pro he is.
Love up in the game. First serve not doing the job. Djokovic a bit closer to that baseline at the other end. Waits for Auger-Aliassime's next serve. It hits the tape and it goes wide.
14-15.
The younger man shrugging his shoulders, trying to just get that out of his system. He's still way up in this game. His team, oh, it must be to be emotionally connected.
Roller coaster.
He looks up, surveys the scene. Everybody else watching him, including Djokovic, who blocks a return. Backhand drive to the Djokovic backhand, and then that's way too long from the former champion. And that test is answered again in the positive by Felix Auger-Aliassime, who just will not budge here. He sticks with him like glue. 5-5 in the final set.
I think Auger-Aliassime's gone to his bag. He might be changing his racket here. New balls are coming out. Djokovic is not. He's just trying to keep loose at the end of at the back of the court. Djokovic. A few more leg swings, keeping his shoulder loose.
Here we go with the 11th game of this final set. It's Djokovic serving from the far end, and he gets the first point of it.
See the extra speed through the air with these new balls and off the court, skidding off the surface.
Strong serve down the middle. Djokovic takes the next ball on his forehand and hits a glorious winner to the far side of the court.
30-11.
Another good serve, gets a short reply, again goes strong with the forehand, but well defended by Auger-Aliassime, one side then the other. Has to step back, hits a slice to the slice of Djokovic, who goes cross-court. Sliced approach from the Canadian, and the serve leaves it in the net. He struggled there out wide to his left.
Such a good ball there from Auger-Aliassime. It stayed so low. The legs are starting to tire. You will feel it on a shot like that, having to lunge out to your left.
Former world #1, 7th seed this year, but 7 times former champion here. Got through this stage so often in his career. But this is proving such an obstacle in his way tonight. Auger-Aliassime putting up a remarkable fight as he tries to reach the semis here for the first time. He switches to a forehand, but he's hit with too much force. Djokovic gets to 40-15.
40-15.
It's another strong serve down the centre, and Djokovic just watches carefully, lets that ball drop in the tram lines to his right side. And again, he's on the right side of the scoreboard, leading 6-5 now in this decider.
Final set.
Well, I think you called this, didn't you? Only fitting. It goes to a match breaker. And we've got a bit of time to play with. What are we? 10:35 now.
Yeah. If Auger-Aliassime can hold again, then that's what we will get to sort it out.
Yeah, it's a neutral. It has to be.
It really does.
Fairest way to end this contest.
Who knows how many more Wimbledons Novak Djokovic will play in. Of course, at 39 years of age, you wonder if there will be any more after this. Hopefully, with the quality he brings, there still will be, but you never know. And of course, the crowd here will be thinking in the back of their minds, I'm sure, that, you know, if he is to go out tonight, will we ever see him again competing on this great court? A court that he's performed on so magnificently to win this title no less than 7 times. Only Roger Federer has won more than that with his 8. Federer, who was here yesterday up in the Royal Box, no doubt he's keeping a note of this from somewhere tonight. Once again, it's Felix Auger-Aliassime, though, serving to stay in the fight at 5-6 final set. Starts with a heavy serve down the middle, too far.
Please. Please.
The umpire trying to control the fans. We don't want calling out in these crucial moments when they're actually playing. Back and reply. Forehand down the centre from Auger-Aliassime. Meets a forehand of Djokovic's, who's then forced wide on his forehand. There's some space to go up the line, which Auger-Aliassime does, but Djokovic is there to cover it, and Auger-Aliassime's hit long with one more forehand.
Did he just miss? Judged the bounce, so it was a big miss. A miss hit from Auger-Aliassime.
15.
Well, he's put the pressure on here. Djokovic winning the first point. His fans come to life, start chanting his name. That's put more pressure on Auger-Aliassime.
Please.
Five-6, love 15, final set. Auger-Aliassime from the far end. Heavy serve, return onto the baseline. Forehand down the other side from Auger-Aliassime. He's got space. Djokovic slides into it, hoists a lob, but it's going to land wide. Goodness me. Djokovic's return was incredible, and yet it was absorbed so brilliantly by Auger-Aliassime.
Stayed calm, and the forehand he took on up the line was not for the faint-hearted there. That was brave from the Canadian.
His next serve comes now down the middle. Return to his backhand. He's in the backhand corner. He smoothly hits one cross-court. Now he's forced to the forehand side, brings that cross-court the other way. Djokovic down the line. So good! And there's a huge ovation from many jumping out of their seats as Djokovic lands that one.
What a point. What a return from Djokovic. It was another one of those ones where he's diving across the baseline to make contact with the ball. And forehand up the line was so good.
Thank you.
Right in the corner from the serve.
Please, players are ready. Please.
You can feel the weight on his shoulders, but can he bear it? 15-30. He does deliver a strong serve, this time to the forehand, and Djokovic blocks it into the net. It's 30-all.
I can't believe this. That Djokovic. He's furious with himself. He's normally so good with the chip forehand return. Gets it into play most times.
Wham, bam, he slams another one down the centre. 130 miles an hour, straight and true down to the tee and through for a 29th ace. And at this moment, they've been battling for this now for 5 hours straight. Another serve, another return in the net from the forehand. And with 5 hours on the clock, we go into a match tie-break decider. And the Canadian turning to his support, the Serbian to his. They're both demanding and hoping for the energy that will take them through. But will it be Djokovic? Will it be Auger-Aliassime who gets to the semis to face Jannik Sinner, no less, in the last 4 of Wimbledon?
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The final set tiebreak will be played to 10 points. Please.
The first to 10, clear by 2, will go through. Djokovic begins it with a serve down the centre, steps back to hit a forehand up the line, comes back to his two-hander. He goes deep to the baseline. It comes a bit shortish to his backhand, but Auger-Aliassime then getting some width, back to a good length, terrific width again from Auger-Aliassime, who's now thrown in the drop shot. Djokovic is there, hits a little flick, and it's too good. It's a winning shot, and Djokovic holds his right hand to his ear and says, come on. You thought the rest of it was good. How about that?
That's unbelievable from Djokovic. The clarity of thought to throw that one in there after full-on sprint to chase down the drop shot. Magic from him. Auger-Aliassime wasn't anywhere near that one that time. What a start to this breaker.
Thank you. Ready?
Auger-Aliassime serves from the far end. It's 1-all. Strong serve out wide, strong enough to get a netted reply.
1-all.
excitement at the end of a point, and then the crescendo silences to this. And now the serve of the next point, but into the net.
Please.
Djokovic waiting, poised. Racket in both hands. Drives the return to the baseline. Flick back, though, to his baseline off the forehand from Auger-Aliassime. Rasping shots again. Djokovic has to cover quickly on the backhand side, does so well. Goes cross-court, and then it's Auger-Aliassime who kind of lifted up a bit early, perhaps on that last two-hander, and put it in the net. And Djokovic is now 2-1 up with the edge early in this match tiebreak.
Djokovic is pretty much experienced everything there is to experience in this sport, but he's never played a fifth set match breaker before in his career. The first one he's played.
Djokovic taking a while, but now serving centrally and getting what he wants, which is a long return from Auger-Aliassime, stretching his opponent on his forehand side. It's 3-1. The looks on faces of the respective supporters, the delight on those who love the man serving at the moment, the concern on the faces of those supporting the returner, and some can't even bear to look, including Viktor Troicki up there in the Djokovic corner, head bowed for the moment. A let first serve, just giving us a little more tension, as if we needed it. Hear that ball bouncing. It's Djokovic again, preparing for another serve, which he now hits long. The third seed waits for this next serve from the number 7. It will come here. It comes to his backhand rather softly. It's a net cord, but goes over from Auger-Aliassime. They're working from the backhand wing, then an open forehand from Auger-Aliassime. Djokovic goes into the net, up the line attempt.
Forced to, I think, there, because of the quality of the forehand. Ideally, he'd want to take that cross court.
Troicki's out of his chair, calling out advice to Djokovic. But it's back on serve. Auger-Aliassime at 2-3. Down the centre it goes, back to the forehand of Auger-Aliassime. He's got a short ball to really pile into. Djokovic fires back, though, and forces the error. As Auger-Aliassime flew in towards the net, the ball came back so quickly, it caught him out, trying to volley off his body. He's put that in the net.
That was all pressure. He's been so good around the net, Auger-Aliassime. Doesn't look like missing a volley like that. We talked about this being Djokovic's first ever match breaker in the fifth set. This is just Auger-Aliassime's second. Played one a few weeks ago.
Just stepping in for a second as well to say that graphics just come up on the screen saying as well, in 6 minutes, this will be the equaling the longest quarter-final in men's history. It's gone on for 6 minutes right now, the longest 5 hours 12.
Now at 5 hours and 7 minutes in this one. We've got 14 minutes to the curfew. (2-4) after the change of ends from the roll box end. Excellent serve. That was absolutely the target he was aiming for, and well landed on it.
Relentless with that serve. Wide again, swinging away. How many times we've seen Djokovic in that position, outstretched, unable to get the ball back over the net.
Just the sound of the bouncing ball, and then the serve. Return onto the baseline. Forehand drive to the backhand of Djokovic. Forehand again from Auger-Aliassime. Djokovic goes with the backhand still, working that cross court. Gets a slice backhand from his opponent. Waits for another drive from his opponent. Deals with that, but you can hear the effort he's making. Now he's forced to slide and stride and make a forehand, which he does, and he brings it back again and again from that wing. Now on the other side, Auger-Aliassime absolutely laying everything into the ball, but Djokovic wins the point. And again, he turns to all sides of centre court and says, come on, give me a cheer.
How was he getting to those balls, Djokovic? He's having to do the splits, reaching out for a couple of those forehands. Somehow he kept that rally alive. He refused Auger-Aliassime, the winner that he was looking for. Then he just went too big and caught the net.
We've got a shot of some of the VIPs up in the royal box, and I think Sir Cliff Richard quite enjoyed that one.
He was loving it.
He might write a song about this. It's certainly a tale to tell how long this went on and what a match it became. But we don't know which way it will end yet. 5-3 in this match tiebreak decider. Djokovic serving from the far end, pauses, looks up, thinks about it, bounces the ball a few more times. Auger-Aliassime at the far end to him, at the roll box end, waits, returns, just too far.
3 point, thank you very much. That's what he's thinking.
6-3 Djokovic.
Still a lot of work to do, up to 10. Format is brilliant because it gives Auger-Aliassime, the losing player in this match breaker, still time to get themselves back in.
Again, the zoom lenses, nearly all of them are pointed towards Djokovic, who's returning this serve, makes it down wide. Goes to the backhand side again, cross court again with his drive, and again Auger-Aliassime slicing back to that, but it's going to float long, and he's got his head in his hands and he leans forward in despair at the mistake he's made. Djokovic meanwhile saluting clenched fist as he gets another point, a point further away from his opponent, a point nearer to the semi-finals. He needs 3 more at this moment.
Auger-Aliassime has just got to try and remain so positive, but in the back of his mind he's thinking it's slipping away. He's got to keep those demons away.
Please.
Three 7. Serve wide, forehand wider. 4-7. 7-4, in fact, in Djokovic's favour. Oh, the strain on everybody here, not just the players, but everybody living every moment. And I hope you're sitting calmly wherever you are, or standing still, listening to this.
Novak Djokovic is 2 points away from a semi-final, but already it's now equalled as the longest quarter-final in men's Wimbledon history. 5 hours and 12 minutes. It's about to tick over to 5 hours 13. It's a 10-point tie-break, and Djokovic is serving 2 away. So he's got the chance now to close it in. Royal box side. And how on earth is he going to take this one?
His 55th in all Grand Slams. He's done it all and then some, hasn't he? But of all the many, many, many victories on this great court, this will certainly be one that should linger long in the memory, not just for him, but everybody who listened to and watched it. Change of ends, 8-4, he serves, gets a return on his forehand, he hits deep. Auger-Aliassime trying to defend from the far end, but Djokovic throwing everything into this. He meets every ball cleanly. Auger-Aliassime still hitting fiercely, but that's a short one. Djokovic then puts pressure on his backhand. It comes back off a floated ball. It's length shot, though, from Auger-Aliassime. He has to slice on from the forehand side, now digging one from the backhand. But Djokovic really trying to undo him, and then into the corner. Somehow Auger-Aliassime is still in the rally, and Djokovic can't quite believe that, but ultimately the rally ends with Auger-Aliassime hitting a forehand long, and he's almost a beaten man here. He's standing over, leaning over both of them, leaning on their rackets.
Leaning on it, everything as well, but now it's the longest quarterfinal history. Djokovic has just got to return the serve. It's the 5th match point of the game for Djokovic. Let's see what he can do. Cool and calm. At his age, he's still providing the good shot, still keeping up with men literally a decade younger than him, sometimes 15 years younger. AA comes up to serve, straight down centre court, backhand wide, but it's called as a fault on the timing. So he'll get a stay of execution, and Djokovic playing to the crowd as much as he's playing the opposition. AA brings up, serves straight down the tee. Backhand return from Djokovic, forehander switched up already, coming in, and it's just kept in by millimetres, but it's out on the return with a backhander. Djokovic has done it again. He doesn't make it easy for himself. 3rd game of this Wimbledon Tournament Championships, and he has taken it to the absolute maximum. With everybody ahead of him out, Sinner's got through. You have to think that a Wimbledon Championship is still on the marks. Novak Djokovic goes through again as he goes for a 25th championship. Let's head back down to Wimbledon Radio.
Djokovic again, now standing out on the court and just absorbs all the love. But you feel for the man who ends up losing that one. It is Felix Auger-Aliassime, who got so close. Djokovic doing a dance of delight now on the centre court, but Auger-Aliassime, I think the emotion has caught up with him as he sits slumped in his seat, because Novak Djokovic, no less, has won this one 7-6, 3-6, 6-3, 6-7, 7-6 in 5 hours and 15 minutes, the longest quarter-final in the history of Wimbledon in the men's draw.
Phenomenal effort, and it had to come from Novak Djokovic, didn't it? Fitting. What an effort at 39 years of age, still producing tennis like that. Real quality when he needed it the most. That tiebreak was sensational. The first match breaker he's ever played in his career, and he plays it as well as that. He was getting to every ball out there.
Listen to this, the ovation for the runner-up in this match. What a match he's played. He's played his absolute heart out. Felix Auger-Aliassime, what a credit he is to himself, to his country, and to all who supported him from far and wide, but his head is bowed. Tonight he's finally had to concede in an incredible contest that, well, will be part of the legend written about these great championships. Surely that has been one of the matches, certainly of this year's Wimbledon, and of all the many, many matches Djokovic has played, that one certainly is right up there with some of the very finest. And all he's got to do now is go and beat the world #1 Jannik Sinner in the semis.
Day off to do it. Day off to do it. Rest, recovery. I don't know what he's going to do. Sitting in an oxygen chamber for 7 hours. But you just cannot write this greatness off. Just when you think, is he struggling? Is this going to be the moment? that he goes out. He just finds it from somewhere. You cannot doubt him. You cannot doubt this guy. He's remarkable. A strength like no other, mentally and physically there at the end. The balls that he was getting to. Outstretched, doing splits, sliding across the baseline to keep the ball in play. Amazing to see. Never get tired of watching that.
Well, he's just changed his shirt. He's now putting on a white jacket over the shirt, and for his wife, for his daughter, for his son, for all the family and friends, well, they've watched some matches in their time, supporting him, of course, but gosh, they'll all need a sleep tonight. I don't know, it might take them a few hours to come down from this one. And he's just gathering himself, clearing up his equipment, getting his tennis bags together. He's actually pouring some more water over his head and now toweling down. Right now he finally has his bags in hand. And very shortly,
well, unfortunately, we won't be able to hear from Novak Djokovic because the game has gone so long here. We're about to reach our curfew on YouTube of the live stream going beyond 12 hours. It only saves 11 hours and 55, and we're on 11 hours, 54 minutes and 20 seconds. So we'll be back tomorrow at SW19 for more action. We'll see you soon. Take care. Bye-bye.